Chapter 1. Rebirth. Divine Talent. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, precisely illuminating Chen's eyelids. He abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay a ceiling that was both familiar and foreign. Where am I? Chen sat up sharply and surveyed his surroundings at a cramped room, a peeling wooden table, and a discarded instant noodle cup strewn across the surface. His gaze fell upon the electronic clock on the wall. July 7th, 2027. The day the Oracle launches? Chen's heart contracted sharply, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He was not dead. He recalled the catastrophic end war that swept across the Blue Star, where countless players, along with the world itself, dissolved into streams of data. He, acclaimed as the Archer of the Starry River, had been utterly annihilated in that calamity. Endless fragments of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The naivete of entering the Oracle for the first time. Through extraordinary talent and relentless effort, he ascended to the pinnacle of the archer profession. Yet, beneath the glory lay shadows. His over-reliance on ranged attacks rendered his fragile melee capabilities a fatal flaw. Time and again, he fell prey to elite assassins and berserkers who seized the opportunity to strike him down in a single flurry. To compensate, he obsessively studied positioning and honed his micro-skills, even sacrificing some offensive attributes to stack defensive gear. Yet the results were ultimately limited. The inherent nature of the archer class marked him as the foremost target on the battlefield. Once targeted, there was little room for reversal in the end war. Facing a tide of darkness and the united onslaught of hostile races, he stood alone upon the city walls with his bow, unleashing a storm of arrows that felled countless foes, yet he could not alter the course of battle that he killed many. But his enemies were even more numerous. At last, a long-hidden anemia god-tier assassin materialized behind him like a specter. Endless regret and anguish threatened to tear his soul asunder. But in the next moment, all negative emotions were eclipsed by a more intense flame. It was the relief of surviving the calamity, the ecstasy of rebirth, and the resolve for revenge and to alter his fate. I have returned. Chen roared, leaping from his bed and rushing to the table. The time displayed in the bottom right corner of the computer screen read 9:57 a.m. Only 3 minutes remained until the global launch of the Oracle. This time, I shall not only reclaim my former glory, I shall surpass it. Everything I have lost, I will recover with my own hands. All regrets, I shall rectify one by one. Chen expertly donned the gaming helmet. Buzz. A faint hum of electricity resonated. His vision plunged into darkness, soon replaced by a torrent of flowing data streams. Identity verification complete. Iris scan matched. Neural connection initializing. Welcome to the Oracle. The cold yet grand system notification echoed in his mind. Here it comes. The familiar process, the familiar interface. Yet Chen's heart was filled with a distinctly different sentiment. Detecting unique soul fluctuations. Initiating deep scan. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Unique soul fluctuations? There was no such prompt in his previous life. Could this be a consequence of his rebirth? Scan complete. Based on the results, your unique, God-level talent perfect duality has been automatically awakened. Isn't character creation supposed to come first? Chen instinctively sensed something amiss, and then a thunderous roar seemed to erupt in his mind. Unique, God-level. Perfect duality, unique God-level talent. You may select 2 professions and master all skills of both the primary and secondary professions flawlessly, without any conflict. Penalties. Special Effect 1. For each primary profession skill active-passive you possess, the final effect of your secondary profession skill's active-passive is enhanced by 100. Special Effect 2. For each secondary profession skill active-passive you possess, the final effect of your primary profession skill's active-passive is enhanced by 100. Gazing at the description of the talent, even though Chen had just returned from rebirth, his heart raced uncontrollably. Dual professions. No conflicts. No penalties. Skill effects can amplify each other. This was vastly superior to the SS-level talent he had in his previous life. With his SSS talent, he had become the foremost archer of Blue Star, slaying numerous powerful foes from other races. Now, having acquired an even mightier God-level talent, combined with his advanced gaming experience, Chen could hardly fathom the heights he might reach. Moreover, his greatest regret in his previous life was his fear of close combat as an archer, lacking effective countermeasures. Now, perfect duality presented him with an exquisite solution. He could possess two professions simultaneously, one focused on ranged attacks and the other. Please select your primary profession direction: warrior, mage, priest, warlock, knight, archer, assassin. Based on your talent level, a special hidden profession has been unlocked. This was yet another unexpected delight. It is worth noting that, even in his previous life, despite possessing an SS-level talent, he could only choose a basic profession during character creation with hidden professions becoming available only after the first profession breakthrough at level 10. Upon his rebirth, not only had he obtained a god-level talent, but he had also directly unlocked a hidden profession during character creation. And it was a special hidden profession. What a privilege. Delightful. I choose archer as my primary profession, Chen declared without hesitation. This was the profession he was most familiar with and confident in. The glory of being the foremost archer of Blue Star would be rewritten by his own hands. Primary profession direction selected. Archer. Special hidden profession unlocked. Please choose one from the following three professions to confirm. As the system prompted, three ethereal figures appeared before Chen. 1. Celestial Striker. Core ability Stellar Calibration. Randomly triggers Comet Hunter Stormra elemental damage upon attack. 2. Child of the Forest. Core ability Forest Guardian. Randomly triggers Vine Intrametnature's Blessing Spore explosion effects upon attack. The Void Hunter. Core ability Dimensional Leap. Gain the exclusive Void Blink skill, allowing for displacement while leaving a Void Rift in place, which ensnares enemies upon contact. These three hidden classes emphasize different strengths. The Celestial Striker boasts formidable damage output, while Elemental Prowess compensates for the typical archer's reliance solely on physical harm. In contrast, the Forest Child is clearly more suited for collaborative combat. Chen's gaze settled upon the final class, the Void Hunter. The Void Blink skill masterfully balances movement and control, an invaluable asset for an archer, who typically struggles in close quarters, thus expanding operational versatility. In Chen's mind, the ranking of these hidden classes was 3-1-2. High damage output is futile if one cannot survive to unleash IT.AS for team play. He was accustomed to the life of a lone wolf and had little inclination to consider it. Given his rapid advancement, it seemed unlikely that any companions could keep pace with him. Select Void Hunter. Main class selected. Void Hunter. Please choose your secondary class direction: warrior, mage, priest, warlock, knight, assassin. As he surveyed the remaining options, Chen's expression grew contemplative. A warrior? Too cumbersome, contradicting the archer's agile nature. A mage? While it offers control and burst damage, it relies excessively on channeling. A priest? Supportive in role, which clashed with his pursuit of ultimate damage output. A warlock? Centered around dark energies and curses. Though robust, it lacks sufficient mobility. A knight? While possessing commendable defense, its role leans towards team support and versatility. Chen sought not mere survival, but the complete mastery of the battlefield, extinguishing threats in their infancy. His gaze ultimately fell upon the last option, assassin. The sovereign of shadows, the epitome of explosive damage. High mobility, formidable control, and the art of stealthy assassination. In his previous life, he harbored a profound disdain and trepidation for elite assassins, particularly a certain enigmatic figure known only by night, whose singular appearance left a lasting impression on him. Now, a bold, even audacious thought began to take root in his mind. What if he were to merge the long-range suppression of an archer with the close-quarter devastation of an assassin? What if he used the profession most adept at assassination to counteract the very act of assassination? In range combat, he was the unparalleled archer, the arrow that calms the stars. In melee, he would be the elusive, lethal assassin, coupled with the horrifying skill amplification of perfect twin. Then it is decided. A glimmer of fervor danced in his eyes. I choose assassin. Secondary class direction selected. Assassin. Special hidden class unlocked. Please choose one from the following three classes to confirm. As the system prompted him, three figures materialized before him once more. Point 1. Soul Altar Killer. Core ability Rebirth Curse. Upon slaying a target, extract their soul to empower oneself. Upon accumulating 5 souls, deliver a powerful strike. 2. Eternal Executioner. Core ability execution slash. Triggers a lethal effect when the target's health is below 5. 3. Shadow Assassin. Core ability Shadowbind. Utilize shadows to control enemies that Chen cast a sweeping glance, promptly dismissing options 1 and 2. As the adage goes, no matter how formidable the output, life must be preserved first. In contrast, the Shadow Assassin possessed remarkably adept control skills. Should I encounter those assassins emerging from the shadows again, they shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. Focusing his mind, Chen swiftly issued his command. Select Shadow Assassin. Secondary profession selected. Shadow Assassin. Both primary and secondary professions have been confirmed. Character creation successful. Please name your character. White Emperor. Character nickname White Emperor is available. Beginning login. 10-second countdown for first-time login. 9. 8. Before him appeared an ancient hourglass. Golden grains of sand flowing slowly, each particle seemingly consuming time, heralding the dawn of a new era. Of a brilliant white light erupted, akin to the explosion of a cosmic singularity, instantly engulfing Chen's consciousness and transporting him into an entirely new world. Player White Emperor, you have been randomly assigned to Novice Village number 666. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. Chapter 2. The Astonishing Attribute Panel. As the radiance dissipated, a cacophony surged toward his eardrums. Holy moly, this sensation. It's as if I can truly touch it. Divine revelation is incredible. I hereby declare, from this day forth, I am a devoted follower of virtual gaming. Who dares to malign divine revelation? I shall confront them. Let's team up for a power level. National server champions will carry you. Satisfaction guaranteed. Various clamorous voices rose and fell like a bustling market, pounding against his skull. Resigned, Chen rubbed his temples and focused on the attribute panel before him. Nickname, White Emperor. Talent, perfect duality divine, unique. Primary profession, Void Hunter. Trait 1, Void Affinity. Your damage is converted to void damage and is unaffected by ordinary defenses. Trait 2, Void Steps. Your footsteps are concealed by the void, allowing you to traverse thin barriers. Trait 3, Void Quiver. Your ranged attacks no longer consume arrows. Secondary profession, Shadow Assassin. Trait 1, Vanishing Trace. Your stealth skills will no longer have a duration limit until you actively attack. Trait 2, Blade in Hand. You may channel skills while in stealth without breaking it. Trait 3, Lethal Strike. The first attack that breaks stealth will always deal critical damage. Level 102000. Attributes: Strength 20 effects, physical attack. Agility 28 affects attack speed and critical strike. Effect varies with level every level 5. Agility 1 attack, speed 1 critical. Constitution 20 affects health and defense 1 constitution, 1 defense, 10 health points. Spirit 16 affects spell power and resistance 1 spirit, 1 spell power, 1 magic resistance, 10 mana points. Attack 40. Defense 24. Health 200,200. Mana 160,160. Skills: Precision Shot. An active skill that inflicts damage equal to 110 of attack power, consuming 5 mana points with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Perfect Twin Trigger. Inflicts damage equal to 440 of attack power. Crossbow Mastery. A passive skill that enhances damage and range by 5 when utilizing crossbow-type weapons. Perfect Twin Trigger. Damage and range increase by 20. Void Blink. An active skill that allows the user to blink up to 10 meters in a chosen direction, leaving behind a void rift that ensnares enemies for 1 second upon contact. Consuming 10 mana points with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Exclusive to Void Hunter. Perfect Twin Trigger. Blinks up to 40 meters, with a void rift ensnaring for 4 seconds. Stealth. An active skill that allows the user to meld into shadows for a duration of seconds or until the next active attack, with the first attack while in stealth dealing an additional 10 damage, consuming 10 mana points with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Perfect Twin Trigger. Stealth lasts 4 seconds, with a 40 increase in damage upon breaking stealth. Backstab. a passive skill that increases damage by 10 for attacks initiated from behind. Perfect Twin Trigger, damage increase of 40. Shadow Bind, an active skill that controls the enemy's shadow, inflicting a 2-second binding effect, consuming 10 mana points with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Exclusive to Shadow Assassin, Perfect Twin Trigger. Binding lasts for 8 seconds. Equipment: Novice Longbow Attack 10, Novice Dagger Attack 10, Novice Tunic Defense 2, Novice Trousers Defense 2. The attributes of an ordinary player at level 1 are approximately 5 points, while Lu Chen's attributes are several times greater than that of an average player. It is evident that the base attributes of 2 hidden classes have been directly compounded. Although the experience required for leveling up has doubled due to the necessity of training 2 classes simultaneously, this also implies that once Lu Chen levels up, the attributes he acquires will likely also be doubled. High base attributes signify high growth potential. When Lu Chen levels up, it will equate to an ordinary player reaching level 5. Not only do his attribute panels explode with potential, but both the Void Hunter and Shadow Assassin possess not only an exclusive skill, but also 3 unique class traits each. Moreover, these traits can seamlessly interconnect. The Void Hunter's void damage can initially be regarded as true damage, eliminating concerns about failing to penetrate defenses against bosses. Crucially, this trait is not restricted to ranged damage, implying that Lu Chen's assassin skills can also reap the benefits of these effects. It is evident that the Oracle did not anticipate the possibility of someone wielding 2 classes when creating this profession. Lu Chen has certainly found a small loophole. While he may not have extensive plans for melee combat, I can forego it, but you cannot deny me. This is what one calls being prepared for any eventuality. As for Void Steps, originally designed for optimal hunting to avoid alarming prey, when paired with the Shadow Assassin, it culminates in an unparalleled stealth effect. It can even allow one to traverse through walls. This capability for assassination is nothing short of extraordinary. The Void Quiver also saves a considerable expense, serving as a delightful surprise. The Shadow Assassin's attributes are designed to embody the essence of assassination. Infinite Stealth, Stealth Charging, Guaranteed Critical Strike. Lu Chen was uncertain whether the assassin possessed guiding skills, yet he was well aware that the archer did. Merely considering these attributes, Lu Chen formulated a comprehensive strategy that by adjusting his position through stealth, he could unleash his most potent abilities, and with high damage coupled with various enhancements, he could eliminate opponents with a single arrow. The crux of the matter lies in the invincible nature of this skill statistics. The fundamental skill, Precise Shot, boasts an attack multiplier of 4.4, rivaling that of Golden Tier skills. In the realm of oracles, the quality system for equipment, skills, and items is uniform. That IT ranges from the lowest to the highest as follows: Ordinary, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Epic, and Legendary. This standard permeates throughout the game's early, mid, and late stages. As for the higher tiers, Lu Chen was naturally aware of their existence, yet he had no immediate access to such equipment. Beyond Precise Shot, other skills also receive qualitative enhancements under the influence of his talents. Truly, such a divine talent, with an initial formidable augmentation if he were to acquire more skills, stacking them to 10, 20, or even 100, he would surely soar. Invincible. This talent, combined with dual hidden professions, is simply unparalleled. After the initial excitement, Lu Chen regained his composure and quickly reflected on the opportunities within the novice village. As a veteran of oracles with a decade of experience, he retained a plethora of hidden quests and rewards in his memory, several of which were located within the novice village. The commotion persisted as the square of the novice village teemed with newly arrived players, their jubilant shouts intertwining with bewildered inquiries, creating a vibrant yet chaotic tableau. Lu Chen paid no heed to the clamor, his gaze sharp as it scanned the surrounding environment. Despite his last visit to the novice village occurring a decade ago, the layout of the village remained vividly etched in his memory. His objective was not to engage with the throngs vying for basic quests, nor to confront the low-level monsters that roamed outside the village. Chapter 3: The Greatest Opportunity in a Novice Village. The greatest opportunity in a novice village is neither tasks nor monsters. Lu Chen silently recited in his heart as he navigated through the chaotic crowd, making his way toward a secluded corner on the western side of the village. There stood an abandoned watchtower, its structure cloaked in moss, surrounded by overgrown weeds, starkly contrasting the tidy aesthetics of other areas. The vast majority of novice players were either preoccupied with accepting quests or hastily venturing out to slay monsters, utterly oblivious to this inconspicuous nook. This is the place. Standing before the watchtower, Chen looked upward. At the pinnacle of this tower lay an item capable of altering the trajectory of any player's fate. In his previous life, this item was serendipitously discovered by a fortunate individual nearly a month after the game launched, igniting a considerable uproar. The discoverer, leveraging the item's unique effects, ascended rapidly to prominence, becoming a formidable force, even with only a sea-level talent. Many lamented that had this individual possessed a superior talent, their achievements would have been unparalleled. And now, Chen, endowed with a divine-level talent, had arrived, the Ring of Slaughter, permanently siphoning attributes upon defeating a boss. A flicker of fervor ignited in Chen's eyes. Other hidden quests and rewards could be pursued later, but this ring must be acquired without delay. Suppressing his excitement, he stepped into the watchtower. The interior was dimly lit, enshrouded in cobwebs, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the cracks in the walls, barely illuminating the surroundings. The watchtower was not tall, and Chen soon reached the top. The space was modest, cluttered with decaying debris at its center. However, his gaze did not linger on these items, but rather fixated on an unassuming brick on the northern wall. Pressing against it, the brick slid aside, revealing a hidden recess behind it. Inside lay an ancient box, thickly coated in dust. Eureka! A spark of joy surged within Chen as he carefully retrieved the box, gently blowing away the dust. The box was crafted from ordinary black iron, devoid of any ornate decorations, save for a faintly engraved skull mark on its front. He cautiously opened the box. Buzz! A faint, dark red glow emanated from within, casting a soft light upon Chen's youthful yet resolute face. Inside the box rested a uniquely designed ring. The ring exuded a subdued metallic sheen, its surface intricately carved with a grotesque demon skull, its eyes embedded with two ruby-sized crimson gems, seemingly harboring an insatiable thirst for carnage. Ring of Slaughter quality, unique equipment type, ring equipment requirement, none unique effect, plunder. Upon slaying a Lord level or higher monster, randomly siphon one attribute. Effective only once per target. Description: a mysterious ring imbued with the power of slaughter, yearning to devour the souls of the mighty. Indeed it is. Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. Unique. No equipment requirements. And this astonishing plunder effect. Though devoid of attribute enhancements, it matters not. The true essence of this ring lies in its plundering effect. A permanent plein d'attributes. This signifies that as long as he continues to vanquish bosses, his attributes will escalate exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. And how many bosses exist within the realm of the Oracle remains a mystery. Without hesitation, Chen adorned the Ring of Slaughter. The moment it graced his finger, a cool sensation enveloped him, accompanied by a faintly chilling aura that seemed to establish a peculiar connection with his very soul. Excellent, a fortuitous beginning. Next, he must seek out a boss to practice, testing the synergy between the Ring of Slaughter and the skills of his hidden profession. Chen focused his mind, cautiously descending from the opposite side of the watchtower, evading the gaze of players that may have congregated below. The outskirts of the novice village were already teeming with activity. Countless players brandished their novice weapons, clumsily engaging in combat with the most basic of foes, slimes, and wild hares, even sparking minor disputes over the ownership of a monster. Get away. I saw this hare first. Nonsense. I've already unleashed my skills. The clamor was incessant, the air thick with a mixture of excitement and impatience. Chen paid little mind to these trivial and pitifully low-experienced creatures. The recent boss, he mused, should be lurking deep within the shimmering gold mine to the north of the village. That cave goblin leader, though merely a level 5 bronze lord, was undoubtedly a nightmarish presence for players at this stage. In his previous life, the first kill record of this goblin leader was achieved only 3 hours post-launch, with players resorting to sheer numbers to overwhelm it. The battle was devoid of spectacular skills, yet the commotion it incited was considerable. Participants averaged 3 deaths each, with teams of players lined up to reclaim their corpses, ultimately wearing down the boss. Now, however, Chen intended to single-handedly slay it within 5 minutes of a launch. This endeavor was not solely to test the Ring of Slaughter's efficacy, but also to swiftly amass power, establishing his absolute dominance in this life. The shimmering gold mine. Chen oriented himself, stealthily advancing towards his destination with a clear, mental map etched in his mind. The cave entrance was concealed behind dense underbrush, modest in size and exuding a damp, putrid aroma. Inside, the darkness was profound, illuminated only by a few scattered ores embedded in the walls, emanating a faint green glow. Stealth. With a mere thought, Chen's figure blurred, melding into the shadows of the cave. Thanks to the inherent traits of the Shadow Assassin class, his stealth transformed into an infinite state, and with the assistance of the Void Archer's attributes, he had no cause for concern regarding detection. The winding cave passages were fraught with the occasional, wandering, ordinary goblin. These goblins, around level 3, wielded rusty daggers and bore fierce expressions. Should an ordinary player carelessly venture in, they would easily succumb to a brutal beating. Yet for Chen, cloaked in stealth, these ordinary goblins were naught but mere phantoms. He moved with a lightness that betrayed no sound. Soon, Chen arrived at the deepest recesses of the cave. Before him lay a relatively spacious stone hall, at the center of which blazed a fire, illuminating a figure much taller than an ordinary goblin. This goblin sported deep green skin, sinewy muscles, and wore a rudimentary bone helmet, wielding a spiked club stained with the filth of battle. Its eyes glowed crimson, and drool dripped from its mouth. It was none other than the level 5 Cave Goblin Chief. Cave Goblin Chief, Bronze Level Lord, level 5 health, 3,000 attack, 100 defense, 60 magic resistance, 48 skills, heavy strike, frenzy indeed, it was here. A glint of determination flashed in Chen's eyes as he calmly assessed the disparity between enemy and ally. 3,000 health, 100 attack, 60 defense, nearly 50 magic resistance. These attributes were truly terrifying for a level 1 player. 2 strikes would be enough to fell one. The average player would struggle to breach its defenses. However, Chen was different. He possessed explosive attributes and skills enhanced by a divine-level talent. My void damage disregards ordinary defenses. Yet engaging in a direct confrontation is still unwise. Taking a deep breath, Chen slowly raised his novice longbow. He aimed to deliver the most perfect opening strike. With pinpoint accuracy, an arrow, charged with power, was loosed from the bowstring, striking the goblin chief squarely at the back of its head. A lethal thrust. The first strike must be a critical hit. Mastery of archery granted a 20 increase in damage. Stealth granted a 40 damage increase. Backstab provided another 40 boost. Affinity for the void allowed him to bypass defenses. The aimed shot itself boasted a 440 attack multiplier, coupled with the 2 times damage from targeting a weakness. All these effects converged into one skill. Minus 993. Stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weakness attack. Chapter 4. The first kill. An astonishing number representing damage floated above the goblin chief's head. This single arrow obliterated a third of its health. The figure appeared almost absurd, as if one were utilizing cheats. What delighted Chen the most was that the archer's precise shot perfectly triggered the assassin's effects of stealth breaking and backstabbing. The perfect duality of their abilities truly showcased the divine nature of their talents, seamlessly merging the skills of both professions. Although the talent information had already indicated this synergy, it was only upon witnessing it firsthand that Chen felt completely reassured. Roar! The goblin chief, in pain, bellowed with fury and abruptly turned around, its crimson eyes locking on Chen. Yet Chen remained unfazed. Rather than hastily retreating into stealth, he executed a counter-move with Shadow Bind. The shadow of the goblin chief seemed to come alive, springing forth to entangle its joints, effectively immobilizing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Chen unleashed several basic attacks. Growl. The now active goblin chief let out a furious roar, its body emanating a crimson glow. System notification. The goblin chief has activated its berserk skill, increasing damage and attack speed by 20. However, Chen remained entirely composed. He had already witnessed the formidable power of the Shadowbind skill. This ability was versatile, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, proving to be exceptionally useful. In future encounters, should an assassin approach him, a swift application of Shadowbind would surely teach them the meaning of ruthlessness. Lost in thought, the goblin chief charged forward wielding its spike club. Chen swiftly retaliated with 2 arrows, retreating just before the club could strike him. Void blink. Whoosh. Chen's form instantaneously vanished from the spot, reappearing several meters away. It was not that he wished to evade further. Rather, there were still roaming goblins in the distance, and maintaining a safe distance was sufficient. Though he had escaped, a distorted rift in the void remained at his previous location. The goblin chief, unable to halt its momentum, crashed headlong into the rift. Imprisoned, the goblin chief's body stiffened abruptly, entrapped in a state of immobility for a full 4 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen unleashed a flurry of arrows from his longbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows from his basic attacks rained down upon the goblin chief. Although the damage was modest, it accumulated significantly over time. As the imprisonment effect expired, the goblin chief roared once more, only to be bewildered to find that the human it had just faced had vanished. Having tested all his skills, Chen lost interest in continuing to toy with the goblin chief. Stealth. Utilizing stealth to reposition while awaiting skill cooldowns. He relied on the substantial bonuses from stealth breaking and backstabbing to deliver explosive damage, then immediately concealed himself once again to prepare for his next strike. This was the strategy Chen had meticulously planned. Minus 993. Stealth break. Backstab. Weak point attack. The goblin chief's health bar visibly diminished, nearing its end. Prior to launching his attack, Chen had awaited the cooldown of stealth, striking successfully and immediately retreating into concealment. The goblin chief was now utterly enraged, its muscles bulging, skin deepening to a darker red as it wildly swung its spike club. The ground erupted with small craters, debris scattering in all directions. He possessed immense strength, yet he could not even graze the hem of Chen's garment, helplessly roaring in frustration. Chen, on the other hand, reclined leisurely in a secure corner, awaiting the opportune moment. After a mere 10 seconds, a precise shot emerged from concealment, completely depleting the goblin chief's health. The massive figure collapsed with a thunderous crash, yielding a small pile of copper coins and 3 pieces of equipment gleaming with a bronze luster. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 5 Lord Cave Goblin Chief. Gained 500 experience points. As it is a kill above level 4, you receive an additional 40 experience, totaling 700. System notification. Ring of Slaughter unique effect plunder triggered, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 8 points of agility from the Goblin Chief. Chen felt a faint yet distinct surge of power coursing through him, as his agility value on the attribute panel leaped from 28 to 36. 8 points of agility. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Chen's eyes. Agility affects attack speed and critical hits, making it essential for both archers and assassins, the very core of their professions. Ascend. Merely slaying a low-level bronze boss yielded such rewards, as the attributes of bosses increase. The attributes he could plunder would become increasingly formidable. The 700 experience points elevated his experience bar by 1/3. Although the experience required for leveling doubled, the rate of acquisition surpassed that of ordinary players. Simultaneously, a resounding system announcement reverberated throughout the entire newbie village. No. 666, and indeed across all novice regions of the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Huaxia region, congratulations to player White Emperor. Successfully achieved the first kill of the bronze-level Lord Cave Goblin Chief. Gained 100 reputation, 10 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, and a bronze first kill treasure chest 1. This is officially announced. Server announcement. Huaxia region, congratulations to player White Emperor. Successfully achieved the first kill of the bronze. As the announcement echoed, the newbie village erupted into a frenzy. What the heck? First kill? Who is that? White Emperor. Never heard of him. How long has it been since the server opened? Less than 10 minutes, right? Someone soloed a boss already? Is this a cheat? Damn it. I struggle against a level 1 slime, and others are already hunting bosses? Can this game even be played? 666. This person is incredible. Is this for real? Surely it's a GM stunt. White Emperor. I don't recall hearing that ID before. Which esteemed player is this? Regardless of their background, as long as they are impressive, that's all that matters. Please, esteemed player, take me along. I have a sweet voice, and my skills can be learned. The clamor in the newbie village reached new heights, countless gazes sweeping like searchlights, attempting to uncover the identity of the illustrious White Emperor mentioned in the announcement. Though Liu Chen found himself in a mine, he could easily surmise the commotion caused by the announcement. 100 reputation, 10 gold coins, 20 free attribute points. A bronze first kill treasure chest. The rewards were quite generous. Liu Chen murmured to himself, swiftly accessing his character panel. 20 free attribute points represented yet another substantial enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chen swiftly reached a decision. His strength and agility were meticulously allocated, resulting in a formidable strength of 30 and an astonishing agility of 46, a sight that would undoubtedly provoke exclamations of disbelief from other players. Liu Chen then opened his inventory, his gaze fixating on a chest radiating a bronze sheen. The bronze first kill chest held the promise of yielding equipment, skill books, and special items upon opening. The act of unveiling a treasure chest is always the most anticipated moment. Liu Chen took a deep breath, uttering a silent incantation to commence the opening. With a click, the chest sprang open, and a brilliant light erupted instantaneously. System notification. You have opened a bronze first kill chest. Congratulations. You have received bronze tier equipment boots of alacrity. You have obtained the skill book multishot bronze. You have acquired the special item goblin horn. Chapter 5. The multifold shot of 20 targets. 3 rewards? And a skill book. Liu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the extraordinary sight before him. Typically, a first kill treasure chest yields only 1 or 2 items. Encountering a situation where 3 rewards are presented, including a skill book, is utterly unprecedented. Is the luck of my rebirth truly so remarkable? Liu Chen pondered to himself. He then proceeded to examine the attributes of the 3 rewards. Boots of alacrity, footwear, leather armor quality, bronze attributes, defense 10, agility 5, movement speed 5 equipment requirement, none skill book, multifold shot, quality, bronze skill description, shoot arrows at up to 5 targets, each arrow dealing 70 attack power, damage, consuming 25 mana points, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Class restriction, Archer, Goblin Horn. Type, special item upon use. Summon 3 Goblin Warriors to fight for you. Lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Usage count, 3. All of these are exceptional. Liu Chen felt increasingly satisfied. The agility and movement speed enhancements from the boots of alacrity are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. The multifold shot compensates for his current lack of area damage capability. The Goblin Horn, a summoning item, although the summoned Goblin Warriors are not of high level, can serve unexpected purposes in critical moments, such as attracting fire or acting as cannon fodder. Equipping the boots of alacrity, Liu Chen clapped his hands and learned the multifold shot skill. System notification. You have successfully learned the skill multifold shot. Multifold shot LV1. Bronze level, active skill, shoot arrows at up to 5 targets. Each arrow dealing 70 attack power, damage, consuming 25 mana points, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Perfect twin triggered. Attack, 20 targets, each arrow dealing 280 attack power, damage. Gasping. Upon witnessing the enhanced values of the multifold shot skill after the perfect twin augmentation, Liu Chen inhaled sharply. 20 targets. A skill multiplier of 2. 8. This is no longer a mere multifold shot. It resembles a torrential storm of needle-like arrows. Furthermore, with the increase in the number of skills on the archer side, the assassin side skills have also received a new wave of enhancements. Stealth increases damage by 50. Backstab increases damage by 50. Shadowbind immobilizes for 10 seconds. Incredible. The divine talent is truly remarkable. Even as a veteran of the Oracle for a decade, having experienced the cataclysm and rebirth, Chen could not suppress the wild beating of his heart. The potential of this talent far exceeds expectations. An SSS-level talent pales in comparison. There are no tricks, only pure numerical power. Aside from the treasure chest rewards, Chen had also noticed that the Goblin Chief had dropped 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment. With a sense of fulfillment, he gathered all the spoils before turning his gaze to the 3 bronze pieces scattered beside the corpse of the Goblin Chief. He bent down to pick them up. Goblin Battle Axe, location. Two-handed axe quality. Bronze attributes. Attack 55. Strength 5 equipment requirement. Level 5. Goblin Belt, location. Waist leather armor quality. Bronze attributes. Defense 12. Constitution 6 equipment requirement. Level 5. Goblin Leggings, location. Legs leather armor quality. Bronze attributes. Defense 20. Health 50 equipment requirement. Level 5. The attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment are quite impressive, particularly that battle axe, with a remarkable attack bonus of 55. Sufficient to dominate the early stages of the game, capable of dispatching foes with a single strike. Alas, the level requirement is set at 5, rendering them temporarily unattainable. Chen shook his head, feeling no sense of regret. He activated stealth and made his way toward the cave entrance. Halfway through, Chen recalled a thought and directed his gaze toward the oblivious goblin miners. They remained blissfully unaware of their leader's demise, diligently wielding their pickaxes. What Chen intended to test was the synergy between the skills Pierce Stealth and Multi-Shot. He aimed to discern whether the damage increase was triggered singularly or applied to the entire volley of arrows. If it were the latter, Chen shuddered to contemplate the magnitude of his area of effect damage. Buzz! Dozens of dark purple arrows shot forth, striking the goblins within the passage with precision. Minus 504. Pierce Stealth. Critical hit. Minus 756. Pierce Stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Minus 504. Pierce Stealth. Critical hit. A cascade of numbers ascended, as these level 3 and 4 goblin miners, possessing merely 2 to 300 health points, could not withstand the minimum damage of 500. In silence, they were utterly vanquished. System notification. Killed level 3 goblin miner. Awarded a total of 36 experience points. System notification. Killed level 4 goblin overseer. Awarded a total of 52 experience points. A flurry of system notifications flooded the screen, granting Chen several hundred experience points. Yet, more significant than the experience gain was the perfect confirmation of his primary concern. Multi-Shot and Pierce Stealth could indeed be harmoniously intertwined, regardless of the order of impact. Every successful shot in the Multi-Shot was considered a trigger for Pierce Stealth. Exhilarated, Chen could not restrain himself from pumping his fist, his eyes gleaming with fervor amidst the dim corridor. He surmised that within the system's parameters, the attacks from Multi-Shot were executed simultaneously, rendering the sequence of strikes irrelevant, thus all qualifying as triggers for Pierce Stealth. This area of effect capability was truly a bespoke skill for obliterating foes. Chen's heart raced with excitement. With this newfound power, his leveling pace in the early game would reach unfathomable heights. After effortlessly clearing the remaining goblin miners in the cave, yielding dozens more experience points, Chen contentedly activated stealth and silently departed the shimmering gold mine. Outside the cave, the underbrush remained dense, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the foliage, dispelling the damp chill of the cave. The air here seemed remarkably fresher in comparison to before. The effects of the Ring of Carnage had been thoroughly tested, revealing that the plunder attribute's efficacy exceeded his expectations. Next, it is imperative to swiftly elevate one's level and unlock an array of skills, thereby maximizing the amplification effects of perfect duality. In the novice village, apart from the bronze tier goblin chief, There exist several other bronze tier bosses, along with silver and gold tier bosses, none of which should be overlooked. Additionally, there lies a concealed chain quest, offering bountiful rewards, which must be triggered at the earliest opportunity. As Chen navigated through the forest, he meticulously strategized his forthcoming actions. His memory served as the most precise of maps, clearly guiding his path. Before long, he arrived at a relatively open woodland. The trees here were noticeably sturdier than those in other areas, and the ground was strewn with remnants of animals. The air tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. The target area, the Black Mane Wild Boar Forest. Chen halted, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. This was a spawn point for the level 3 to 5 Black Mane Wild Boars. Yet deep within the forest lurked an 8-level bronze boss, the rampaging Black Mane Boar King. The level disparity, compounded by its frenzied state, high attack power, and charging abilities, rendered the Goblin Chief merely a subordinate in its presence. Onward he charged. Experience points must not be squandered. A confident smile graced Chen's lips. He was determined not only to claim the first kill of each boss, but also to secure the reward for being the first to reach level 10. Chapter 6, A Shot, Half-Blood. The trees in the black-maned wild boar forest towered taller and denser than those surrounding the mine, allowing only the faintest glimmers of sunlight to filter through the thick canopy, casting an ambience steeped in primal wildness. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, producing a soft, rustling sound underfoot, occasionally revealing scattered animal bones that hinted at the dangers lurking within. These black-maned wild boars were known for their gregarious nature, making them the perfect targets for my multi-shot technique. Chen contemplated as he activated stealth. He navigated through the forest like a specter, swiftly encountering the first wave of wild boars. About 10 of them were foraging on the ground, their robust forms adorned with bristly black manes that stood erect like steel needles, their tusks bared, exuding an aura of menace. Black-maned wild boar, level 3 health, 250 attack, 35 defense. 20 you are the ones, Chen thought silently as he stealthily circled behind a large tree, adjusting his angle to ensure all the wild boars fell within his attack range. Multi-shot, with a gentle tremor of the bowstring, a flurry of dark purple arrows, imbued with void energy, surged forth like a fan. Minus 504. Critical hit. Stealth break. Minus 756. Critical hit. Backstab. Stealth break. Minus 504. Critical hit. Stealth break. Minus 605. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Stealth break. A cascade of damage numbers exceeding 500 floated above the wild boars, their health bars vanishing in an instant. Not even a grunt escaping their lips before they toppled over. System notification. You have slain a level 3 black-maned wild boar, gaining 30 experience points. As a result of defeating an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 20 experience points, totaling 36. System notification. You have slain a level 4 black-maned wild boar. System notification. You have slain a level 3 black-maned wild boar. Splendid. Chen silently praised. The synergy of multi-shot combined with the effectiveness of stealth break was nothing short of a monster-clearing miracle. A single arrow cleared the screen. Without pausing, he re-entered stealth mode and continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, whenever he encountered a group of wild boars, Chen unhesitatingly unleashed multi-shot. With a target cap of 20, a 280 attack power boost, in addition to the damage increase from stealth break and guaranteed critical hits. No wild boar could survive his onslaught. Occasionally, when he encountered solitary wild boars, he dispatched them with regular attacks or the now-cooled precision shot, ensuring that no opportunity slipped by him. The experience bar surged at a visibly rapid pace. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4, and you have gained 20 free attribute points. In less than 2 minutes, Chen had ascended to level 2, acquiring an impressive total of 20 free attribute points. It is noteworthy that an ordinary player would typically receive only 5 free attribute points upon leveling up. Chen had achieved quadruple that. Of course, this remarkable increase in attributes was primarily due to his possession of 2 classes, both of which were special hidden professions. In addition to the free attributes, the fixed attribute enhancements left Lu Chen utterly astonished. The ordinary player experiences an enhancement of approximately 1121, which translates to an increase of 1 in secondary attributes and 2 in primary attributes. In contrast, Lu Chen achieves a remarkable 2242, effectively doubling the enhancement. This figure pertains to just one class. When combined with a second class, the staggering total rises to 4,844, with a fixed attribute boost of 20 points. Alongside an additional 20 points allocated freely, a single level up grants an overall attribute increase of 40 points. The dual class system is indeed formidable. Lu Chen has chosen to allocate his 20 free attribute points, splitting them evenly between strength and agility, each receiving 10 points. Strength, 44, agility, 69. The attribute enhancements gained from leveling up significantly elevate Lu Chen's efficiency in monster hunting. He operates like a highly efficient hunting machine, relentlessly reaping the lives and experience points from the black-maned wild boars. After a mere 2 minutes, a system notification announces, "Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4, and you have gained 20 free attribute points." Once again, he levels up. Without hesitation, Lu Chen allocates his attribute points. Strength, 58. Agility, 87. Such impressive attributes at just level 3 make him feel as though he has activated a cheat. As he senses the surging power within him, he shyly scratches his head. In his previous life, even at level 5, he never boasted such luxurious attributes. The rate of experience gain exceeds his expectations. The synergy of the perfect dual class and multi-shot skill yields terrifying efficiency in clearing monsters. Nevertheless, he cannot help but wonder where the wild boar king has fled. He has yet to catch a glimpse of it. Lu Chen finds himself deep within the black-maned wild boar forest. Here, the trees grow sparser and the ground becomes firmer, revealing massive hoofprints and broken trees. The scent of blood in the air intensifies. At last, he hears a heavy panting and the sound of digging ahead. Lu Chen treads lightly, employing stealth and the properties of void steps to approach silently. Parting the last thicket of bushes, a colossal figure comes into view. It is a beast far larger than the ordinary black-maned wild boar. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and exceeding 3 meters in length, its black mane dances like flames, while two thick, curved tusks gleam menacingly. Its eyes, wide as copper bells and blood red, incessantly dig at the ground with its front hooves, exhaling hot breath through its nostrils. Enraged, black-maned, wild boar king. Bronze level lord. Level, 8 health. 5,000 attack. 160 defense. 120 magic resistance. 100 skills. Savage charge, war trample. Frenzy, he has finally found it. Lu Chen's gaze sharpens. An 8-level bronze lord with 5,000 health points and 160 attack power. It surpasses the goblin chief by several tiers. Particularly alarming is the savage charge skill. A hit from it would undoubtedly result in instant death for players of the current stature. Although Lu Chen possesses slightly better constitution, he cannot withstand more than a few hits. However, he specializes in stealth sniping, thus avoiding direct confrontation. The ring of slaughter is ready to feast. Lu Chen caressed the ring upon his finger, moistening his lips before gradually raising the longbow in his grasp. With precision, he executed the familiar opening stance, his silhouette slipping through the shadows like a specter, silently maneuvering behind the black-maned boar king. The bowstring trembled as an arrow, infused with ethereal energy and imbued with the power to rend the very air, was loosed towards the boar king's relatively unguarded nape. A lethal strike, stealth unmasked, a backstab, mastery of the bow, targeted assault. Every possible augmentation effect was amplified under the terrifying enhancement of Perfect Twin, minus 2,224. Stealth unmasked, backstab, critical hit, targeted assault. An astonishingly higher damage figure than when he had previously felled the goblin chief erupted above the boar king's head. Over 2,000 damage. This level 8 bronze lord, with 5,000 health points, found nearly half of its life force obliterated in the instant the battle commenced, courtesy of Lu Chen's relentless assault. Chapter 7. The perfect control chain. A piercing roar erupted from the black-maned boar king, its agonizing pain resonating like thunder, sending a furious aura sweeping through the surroundings. It abruptly pivoted, its crimson eyes locking onto the newly revealed figure of Chen, its robust hooves fiercely clawing at the ground in a savage charge. Boom! The massive form of the boar transformed into a shadow of darkness, hurtling towards Chen with tremendous force, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its weight. Any ordinary player would scarcely have time to react to such a strike, likely meeting a swift demise. Yet, Chen remained composed, showing no inclination to retreat. At the very moment the boar king was about to collide with him, the void flickered. In an instant, Chen's form vanished from sight, reappearing behind a great tree several meters away, leaving only a twisting rift in the air, exuding a palpable sense of danger. The enraged boar king, unable to alter its course, crashed directly into the rift. Confinement. The formidable power of space immediately ensnared the colossal beast, freezing it in its forward momentum, rendering it immobile for a full 4 seconds. A glint of determination flashed in Chen's eyes as he wasted no time, swiftly drawing his longbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows of ordinary attack precision struck the immobilized boar king, steadily whittling down its health. As the 4 seconds of confinement elapsed, the boar king let out another furious roar, preparing to retaliate. Shadowbind. Chen calmly switched skills, issuing a command. The shadow of the boar king seemed to come alive, leaping from the ground, transforming into countless black chains that ensnared its limbs and body once more. Confinement. This time, it was a specialized skill of the shadow assassin, and with the enhancement of perfect duality, its confinement duration extended to a staggering 10 seconds. Splendid. Chen silently praised himself. The combination of the void flicker displacement with a rift confinement, coupled with the prolonged control of Shadowbind, formed a flawless control chain. This sequence of moves was sufficient to instill despair in any adversary. Multi-shot, -262. Ordinary attack, -78. -78. The boar king's health steadily and rapidly diminished under Chen's methodical assault. Despite its terrifying attack power of 160, it could not even graze the hem of Chen's garment, flailing helplessly in place, its roars echoing in frustration. This sensation was all too familiar to Chen. In his previous life, as a marksman, he had often felt this helplessness when assassins closed in, and now, he was returning that sense of impotence to his enemy with tenfold, even 100-fold intensity. As the 10 seconds of Shadowbind came to an end, the boar king's health plummeted below 2,000. Chen offered no respite, seamlessly entering stealth the moment the binding effect dissipated, melding into the shadows. The boar king, losing its target, spun its massive head in confusion, its scarlet eyes filled with rage and a hint of bewilderment. In the next instant, precision shot. Swoosh! A dark purple arrow shot forth from shadows, striking precisely at the heart of the raging black-maned boar king. -2,224. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weakness exploit. Its health was utterly depleted. A mournful cry of defiance escaped the colossal beast as it collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 8 Lord Raging Black-Maned Boar King. Earned 800 experience points. As it was a kill 5 levels above your own, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 1,200. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4, and earned 20 free attribute points. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 11 points of strength from the Raging Black-Maned Boar King. 11 points of strength, a commendable gain. Chen felt a surge of enhanced power coursing through him, as his strength attribute skyrocketed from 58 to 73. His base agility also improved to 90 points due to leveling up. Constitution and spirit steadily increased as well. He swiftly allocated the 20 free attribute points into strength and agility. Strength, 83. Agility, 105. 83 strength and 105 agility. And he was only at level 4. Liu Chen was somewhat astonished. These attributes were simply extraordinary. Although he had only plundered 8 points of agility and 11 points of strength from 2 boss kills, it paled in comparison to the attributes gained from leveling. Yet, he understood that this was merely the novice village phase. These low-level bronze bosses could only yield a few points in attributes. What if he faced silver or gold tier bosses? What if the bosses were not level 5 or 8, but 50, 100, or even 200 or 300? That would be the moment the Ring of Slaughter truly revealed its brilliance. Moreover, great achievements arise from humble beginnings. Liu Chen would not overlook any opportunity for enhancement. Stealing his focus, he approached to collect the spoils. Beside the massive corpse of the Boar King lay several items glinting with a bronze sheen and a small pile of copper coins. Liu Chen meticulously gathered them. Black mane battle boots, location, feet heavy armor quality, bronze attributes, defense 35, strength 11, movement speed -2, equipment requirement, level 8. Strength 30, black mane bracers, location, wrists leather armor quality, bronze attributes, defense 20. Constitution 10 equipment requirement, level 8, boar tusks, material, quality, bronze description, the tusks of the raging black mane boar king, usable for forging or alchemy. Heavy armor boots, what a pity. Liu Chen glanced at the black mane battle boots. Although the attributes were decent, the reduction in movement speed was a grave concern for archers and assassins. Furthermore, as he specialized in leather armor, he promptly stowed them away in a corner of his backpack. The bracers, however, could be useful, though they were currently beyond his level. Fortunately, he leveled up quickly, and each multi-shot granted a substantial amount of experience, ensuring efficient progression. As for those fangs, they serve as excellent materials for forging weapons. So I shall keep them for now. First, I shall ascend to level 10 to claim my rewards, and then I will pursue that concealed chain quest. This quest not only boasts an extensive process, but is also exceedingly obscure. In my previous life, it was inadvertently triggered by someone long after its inception. Yet the rewards were remarkably generous. Regrettably, by that time, Liu Chen had already departed from the novice village and was thus unable to partake in that quest. Now that I have been reborn, I certainly cannot let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 8. A surge of levels having departed from the Black Mane Boar Forest. Liu Chen pressed onward without pause, heading directly to the next efficient leveling spot etched in his memory, the Rotting Woods. This locale was teeming with a multitude of level 5 to 10 corrupted zombies and ghouls, an arena of monsters densely packed and rapidly respawning, perfectly tailored for his skill. Multi-shot. At the edge of the woods, the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, the ground a soggy, black mire, while gnarled, withered trees stood precariously, their branches adorned with tattered rags. Occasionally, stark white bones could be glimpsed strewn amidst the grass. Despite the hostile environment, to Liu Chen, this place was saturated with experience points. Stealth. His figure melted once more into the shadows. Liu Chen, akin to the most efficient of hunters, precisely locked onto every area dense with monsters. He hardly needed to search deliberately. The memories from his past life had imprinted the map firmly in his mind. Soon, he stumbled upon a sizable group of shuffling, corrupted zombies, numbering around 15 or 16. This was the spot, with nary a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Liu Chen calmly adjusted his position, ensuring that his multi-shot would cover the maximum area. Buzz, dark purple arrows, reminiscent of the Scythe of Death, sliced silently through the dim air, striking each zombie with unerring accuracy. -786. Critical hit. Backstab. -1179. Critical hit. Backstab. Critical hit. -943. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A cascade of high damage numbers flooded the screen. These sluggish, moderately healthy corrupted zombies stood no chance against the terrifying damage output of multi-shot, instantly transforming into Liu Chen's experience points. System notification. Killed a level 5 corrupted zombie. Gained 55 experience points. System notification. killed a level 7 corrupted zombie. Gained 91 experience points. The experience bar surged forward at a visibly rapid pace. After clearing one wave, Chen did not rush into stealth. Instead, he maneuvered to gather the scattered, solitary monsters together. As he drew the monsters, his skills had also just finished their cooldown. Stealth. Multi-shot. Arrows poured forth like a torrential downpour, swiftly clearing the area. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4. Gained 20 free attribute points. The glow of level up illuminated once more, merely 5 minutes having passed since the demise of the Wild Boar King. Strength 97, Agility 123. With these attributes, slaying a bronze boss was akin to slicing through vegetables. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chen evenly distributed his free attribute points. His leveling pace had reached an astonishing level. While other players were still clamoring over a single rabbit or slime, even cautiously banding together to challenge level 3 goblins, Chen was effortlessly mowing down level 6 and 7 monsters. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4. Gained 20 free attribute points. System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4, and an additional 20 attribute points awarded. The upgrade notifications cascaded like a relentless flood, propelling Chen's level to an astonishing 7 in a mere 30 minutes. The foul stench and muck of the decaying forest did nothing to deter his relentless pursuit of monsters. To him, this place was a veritable paradise of experience points. Stealthily maneuvering, he positioned himself with precision, executing a seamless series of multi-shot attacks that had become second nature. With a hum, another barrage of dark purple arrows rained down. Minus 812. Critical hit. Sneak attack. Minus 1,218. Critical hit. Backstab. Critical hit. Minus 974. Critical hit. Weak point attack. As his level and attributes increased, so too did the numbers reflecting his damage output. The level 5 and 6 ghouls and zombies could hardly withstand a single volley, collapsing in droves. Their essence transforming into pure experience points flowing into Chen's experience bar. System notification. Killed a level 5 ghoul, gained 50 experience points. System notification. Killed a level 8 corrupted zombie, gained 80 experience points. The experience bar surged rapidly, soon filling up once more. System notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 8. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4, and an additional 20 attribute points awarded. The brilliance of leveling up had become almost mundane. Chen casually divided the 20 attribute points once again in half. Strength, 139 Agility, 172, 5. With such attributes, he was emboldened to confront not only bronze bosses, but even the potential silver bosses at this stage. Maintaining this efficiency, he would soon reach level 10. Chen contemplated this, feeling no pride in his meteoric rise in levels. His ambitions extended far beyond this. Just as he was preparing to seek out the next wave of monsters, the system notification chimed once more, though this time it was not an upgrade. System notification. The level leaderboard has been activated. The top 10 players will be displayed. The leaderboard has opened? Chen raised an eyebrow and opened the leaderboard interface with casual interest. Huaxia region level leaderboard. First place, by D level, 8 class. Second place, Zhu Kuangren level, for class. Warrior 3rd place. Yi Zhuai Feng level, for class. Assassin 4th place. Xing Chen level, for class. Mage 5th place. Ba Dao level, for class. Warrior 6th place. As expected, he held the first position. Chen felt no surprise. In fact, it seemed only natural. With his godly talent and reincarnation experience, failing to secure the top spot would have warranted a complete restart of his account. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was the question mark denoting his class. It appeared that the perfect duality talent or hidden class could not be fully deciphered even by the system's leaderboard. This was fortuitous. as it prevented him from revealing too much information. Chen closed the leaderboard. To him, it was merely a trivial episode, far less tangible than leveling up by defeating monsters. Yet, he remained indifferent while the players throughout the Huaxiao region erupted in chaos. In a novice village square, at various leveling points, and even among newly resurrected players, notifications regarding the leaderboard's activation reverberated. When their curiosity compelled them to click, and they beheld the name and level that loomed at the pinnacle, astonishment enveloped them. What the heck? Level 8. White Emperor. Who on earth is this? Am I seeing things? The second place only has level 4, and the first leap straight to level 8? This is faster than a rocket. Cheating. There must be some kind of cheating involved. Where's the GM? Hurry up and investigate. My friends and I have been battling rabbits for ages, and we haven't even reached level 2. We're nearly worn out, yet someone is already at level 8. Is this even fair? Moreover, why does White Emperor S-Class display question marks? Could he be a hidden class? I possess an S-Class talent, yet I only had basic classes to choose from when creating my character. Did I miss something? The world and regional channels were instantly inundated with messages about White Emperor and his level 8 achievement. Among a group of players who had just claimed a wild rabbit, one exclaimed, "Captain, look at the leaderboard. That White Emperor is level 8. The leader, a warrior, frowned as he opened the rankings, and upon seeing that glaring number 8, his expression soured. Damn it, he must have exploited some bug or he is an insider. How else could he level up so quickly? A nearby mage chimed in, "Exactly. We all have C-class talents, and the captain has a B-class. Yet after all our efforts, we barely reached level 3, while he is already at level 8. This is absurd. Just wait. He'll all be banned soon enough." Similar sentiments echoed throughout various locations. Suspicion, envy, disbelief, and curses intertwined in a cacophony of emotion. The speed of Chen's ascent was simply astonishing, far surpassing the comprehension of all players at this stage. They could neither fathom nor accept it, attributing it solely to hacks or glitches. However, regardless of the uproar outside, Chen, deep within the decaying forest, remained undistracted. His gaze fixated on the gathering of a dozen monsters ahead, his expression calm and unwavering as he slowly raised his longbow. The external discussions? The clamor of the leaderboard? What did it matter to him? He merely needed to proceed at his own pace, step by step, reclaiming his rightful place at the peak and all that belonged to him. Stealth. His figure vanished once more into the shadows. Chapter 9, Level 10. Server Announcement. A resounding hum echoed as another deluge of dark purple arrows descended, striking with precision upon the staggering horde of corrupted creatures ahead. Minus 1,603. Stealth break. Critical hit. Minus 2,404. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Minus 1923. Stealth break. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The damage figures flashed across the screen once more, accompanied by the chime of experience points surging in. Chen's strength attribute escalated with each level gained, and due to his perfect duality, the damage derived from his strength was exceptionally high. Although he remained clad in novice gear, his damage output had undergone a remarkable transformation. The Goblin Chief, once a formidable foe during his initial kill, could no longer withstand a single precise shot from Chen. System notification. You have slain a level 6 ghoul, earning 60 experience points. System notification. You have slain a level 7 corrupted zombie, earning 70 experience points. The experience bar filled instantaneously, and the radiant glow of leveling up illuminated the screen once again. System notification. Congratulations on reaching level 9, Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4, and you have received 20 free attribute points. Only one level remained. Chen's gaze remained serene as he swiftly allocated his free attribute points. Strength, 153 Agility, 195. His attributes had reached an astonishing height, far beyond the reach of all players at this stage. Leveling up was as effortless as drinking water. Yet this was merely the beginning. Without a moment's pause, Chen melded back into the shadows, seeking the next wave of experience. Deeper within the decayed woods, the monsters' levels escalated to 8, and their numbers grew denser. Stealth. Multi-shot. Buzz, minus 1,744. Stealth break, critical hit, minus 1,744. Stealth break, critical hit, minus 2093. Stealth break, critical hit, weak point attack. Another barrage of arrows swept the battlefield, and over 20 level 8 corrupted creatures fell in an instant. The experience bar surged forward dramatically. One more wave. A glimmer of eagerness flickered in Liu Chen's eyes. The efficiency of his multi-shot, amplified by perfect duality, was astonishing. Moments later, as yet another batch of monsters collapsed, the brilliant glow of leveling up enveloped Liu Chen once again. System notification. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Strength 4, Agility 8, Constitution 4, Spirit 4. And you have received 20 free attribute points. Server announcement. Huaxia region, congratulations to player White Emperor. First to reach level 10. Unlocking main city teleportation privileges. Reward. 500 reputation points, 50 gold coins, 30 free attribute points, silver treasure chest X1. This is an official announcement. Server announcement. Huaxia region, congratulations to player White Emperor. First to reach level 10. Server announcement. Huaxia region. The consecutive announcements reverberated like thunder in the ears of every player in the Huaxia region. Level 10. Goodness. Is this White Emperor some sort of deity? How long has the leaderboard been open? And already at level 10? Is there even a chance for others to compete? This must be a hoax. Absolutely a hoax. The game master must promptly investigate the data. How infuriating. I have just reached level 3 and was still reveling in my achievement, only to discover that others have already attained level 10. This disparity is simply staggering. The silver treasure chest. I am utterly envious. The world and regional channels have erupted with fervor. Countless players are left dizzy by this revelation, and a torrent of speculation and skepticism floods in. They must have exploited some malevolent bug. They are surely awaiting a ban. At the entrance of a novice village, a newly resurrected warrior player bitterly remarked. His assassin companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could anyone advance so swiftly through normal gameplay? The server has only been live for a short while. Let us wait and witness their downfall. Amidst the clamor from the outside world, Liu Chen remained blissfully indifferent. In truth, if the players were aware that Liu Chen required double experience points to level up, the uproar would undoubtedly intensify. He was lost in the joy brought by his generous rewards. 500 reputation, 50 gold coins, 30 free attribute points, and a silver treasure chest. The rewards were indeed substantial. Liu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Reputation holds significant weight in the latter stages of Divine Oracle. Gold coins are a vital currency, and free attribute points can directly enhance combat prowess. He swiftly allocated the 30 free attribute points, investing 15 into strength and 15 into agility. Strength, 182 agility, 223, 5. Next, Liu Chen's gaze fell upon the treasure chest, radiating a silvery glow. Silver treasure chest. I hope it yields something valuable. Liu Chen took a deep breath and chose to open it. With a satisfying click, the chest sprang open, emitting a brilliance even more dazzling than that of a bronze chest. System notification. You have opened the silver treasure chest. Congratulations. You have acquired the silver-grade equipment shadow cloak. You have received a skill evolution scroll X1. You have obtained a special item-worn treasure map X1. Shadow cloak slot, cloak quality, silver attributes, agility 15, stealth effect 10, movement speed 8, equipment requirement, level 10, skill evolution scroll, quality, silver effect, raises the skill grade to silver, worn treasure map, type, special item description, a treasure map depicting an unknown area, seemingly pointing to a hidden location, a silver cloak, one that enhances stealth and mobility. Liu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This cloak seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly aligning with the needs of a void hunter and shadow assassin. He immediately donned the shadow cloak, feeling as light as a feather, with his stealth now even more elusive. As for the skill evolution scroll, Liu Chen resolved to apply it to his stealth ability. His current strategy revolved around stealth, and a higher grade stealth skill would significantly reduce the likelihood of being detected, particularly when soloing bosses, making it exceptionally useful. Moreover, once the stealth skill evolved, the damage increase from his ambush would also rise, enhancing his potential for a one-hit kill strategy. System notification. Would you like to use the skill evolution scroll on the stealth skill? Affirmative. Stealth skill evolution. Ordinary silver. Stealth. Silver level. Active skill. Vanish into shadows. Duration. Seconds or until the next active attack. The first strike while in stealth inflicts an additional 20 damage, consuming 30 mana points, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Perfect twin trigger. Stealth lasts seconds. And shatter concealment increases damage by 100. An increase in damage by 100% is noteworthy. It is essential to understand that the Shadow Assassin's characteristic is that the initial strike while concealed is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Now, combined with the 100% damage increase from shatter concealment, it results in an astonishing fourfold damage amplification. Moreover, after evolving to silver level, the cooldown of stealth has been reduced from 20 seconds to 15 seconds, allowing for perfect synergy with multi-shot and providing a significant enhancement to the output cycle. Delightful. Chen couldn't help but whistle. He glanced at the treasure map, the route depicted somewhat obscure. Yet leveraging his memory, he recognized it as a map leading to another hidden area in the novice village, where commendable treasure chest awaited. In truth, even without this treasure map, Chen intended to visit that location. Upon reflection, obtaining this treasure map seemed slightly unfavorable for him. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, for there were more pressing matters to attend to. After organizing all rewards, Chen opened a map to confirm the direction of the novice village, having already acquired the level 10 reward. The next step was to trigger the hidden quest and subsequently eliminate all remaining bosses in the novice village to activate the effect of the Ring of Slaughter. Chen swiftly formulated his plan. Activating stealth, Chen's figure vanished into the decayed forest, moving rapidly towards the novice village. Chapter 10. The first large-scale PK in the novice village with an agility that surpassed that of ordinary individuals and the swiftness granted by his boots. Coupled with the speed enhancement from the Shadow Cloak and the unique ability of Void Step to bypass certain obstacles, his movement was astonishingly swift. Mere minutes later, the familiar outlines of the novice village materialized within his sight. The village entrance buzzed with an even greater throng of voices than when he had departed, evidently spurred by the level leaderboard and the announcement of the 10th level. Chen made his way directly to the location of the NPC that triggered the chain quest, situated in an inconspicuous corner beside the village blacksmith shop. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, an unusual commotion erupted from the direction of the village entrance. In the clearing at the village entrance, an enormous rabbit, several times larger than an ordinary wild hare, was furiously thumping its hind legs, its bright red name standing out distinctly. Mad Rabbit King, Bronze Level Lord. Level, 10 health, 6,500 attack, 200 defense, 150 magic resistance, 120 skills. Hop, Carrot Storm, Frenzied Rabbit Swarm. Look, what is that rabbit? It's enormous. Goodness, is it a boss? The Rabbit King. It's the level 10 bronze boss. No way, I'm only level 2. What good is a level 10 boss to me? Can I even breach his defenses? Exactly. Those stats are no joke. Who can take it on? Forget all that. Let's form a party and take down the boss. The plaza erupted with the mixed shouts of astonished and excited players. This was the perfect opportunity. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen's mouth. It was an ideal moment to test his strength against a level 10 adversary while simultaneously enhancing his killing ring. Although the Rabbit King's attributes were absurdly high and far beyond the capability of a level 1 or 2 player to contend with, the allure of the boss was enough to drive the players to disregard their trepidation, charging in with their crude weapons. A flurry of zeros floated above the Rabbit King's head. It was utterly impenetrable, yet a few players, leveraging their talents, managed to inflict damage, sparking waves of cheers and envy. According to the game manual of Divine Oracle, the allocation of boss loot could occur under 2 circumstances. One scenario involved an individual or a small party completing the kill, allowing them to manage the loot as they saw fit, which was straightforward. The other scenario pertained to wild boss encounters, where many players participated, in the absence of anyone delivering a critical hit, specifically inflicting over 50% of the total damage. The loot would be distributed randomly, relying solely on cumulative damage to vanquish the boss. Chen observed for a moment. Although some players could breach defenses, their damage output was insufficient to land a critical hit. This realization invigorated the crowd, as it implied that everyone had a chance to acquire equipment. Unfortunately, Chen was ready to intervene. After waiting for his stealth cooldown to complete and ensuring a seamless transition, he drew his bow, gathering dark purple void energy in his hands. Precision shot, minus 6,400. Breach, backstab, critical hit, weak point attack. With the damage dealt previously by the players, which amounted to several hundred points, this strike obliterated the health of the Mad Rabbit King. Alas, the Mad Rabbit King could not even utter his last words completely before his massive form collapsed with a resounding thud, dissipating into glimmers of light, leaving behind only a few items radiating a bronze sheen and a small pile of copper coins. Silence. The bustling square of the novice village, which had been filled with noise just moments ago, suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. All players stared in disbelief at the staggering damage number. 6,400. What just happened? A mage player, clutching a novice wooden staff, stammered in shock, his voice trembling. Where's the Rabbit King? Was he defeated in an instant? Beside him, a warrior rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning his own perception. Who did this? That damage number. Was it the White Emperor? After a brief moment of silence, an even more intense uproar erupted. Holy cow! A one-hit kill. It must be the White Emperor. Only he could inflict such damage. Look, equipment has dropped. Bronze gear. Quick, seize it. Someone shouted, igniting the flames of greed among all players. Just moments ago, those who were helpless against the Rabbit King now surged like sharks sensing blood, frantically rushing towards the location of the dropped equipment. A bronze boss indeed. The gear it dropped would undoubtedly be valuable. Just as the crowd was about to reach the equipment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Dozens of warriors and assassins, clearly of a higher level than the average players, suddenly emerged from the flanks of the crowd, quickly forming a human wall to protect the equipment behind them. Leading the charge was a warrior with the ID, Peerless Madman, the very one ranked second on the leaderboard. He wielded a bronze longsword rewarded from a quest, surveying the approaching throng with an air of arrogance. Everyone, step aside. This boss is our target. A rogue player beside the Peerless Madman barked, his dagger gleaming ominously. On what grounds? The boss wasn't slain by you. Someone in the crowd immediately retorted defiantly. Just because we outnumber you. Another warrior from the Peerless Guild sneered. If you don't want to die, then keep your distance. Anyone who dares to approach will be mercilessly slain. Arrogant. Tyrannical. The behavior of the Peerless Guild instantly infuriated the surrounding independent players. Damn it. This is too much. Let's take them on together. They only have a few dozen people. Yes. Let us grab the equipment. Charge. Anger and greed overwhelmed reason, and dozens of players shouted as they launched themselves at the human wall of the Peerless Guild, seeking death. The Peerless Madman's eyes glinted coldly as he swung his longsword. Charge. Slash. Minus 58. Minus 65. The health bar of the leading player was instantly depleted, transforming into a wisp of white light and vanishing. Kill. The other members of the Peerless Guild wasted no time in launching their attacks. In an instant, the brilliance of skills intermingled with the screams and curses of players. Blades flashed and blood flew. The inaugural large-scale PK in the novice village erupted unexpectedly, ignited by the sudden slaying of a formidable boss. The emergence of crimson names proliferated, encompassing both illustrious guilds and solitary players alike. Yet they remained unfazed. The thrill of bloodshed and their insatiable desire for exquisite equipment drove them to the brink of madness. In the distance, Chen observed the chaotic and bloody scene before him with an air of indifference, his gaze betraying no emotion. However, this turmoil proved advantageous for him. System notification triggered the unique effect plunder of the Ring of Carnage, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 15 points in Constitution from Mad Rabbit King. 15 points in Constitution. Quite commendable. Lu Chen watched as his health bar elongated, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Thanks to the existence of perfect duality, he lacked no output. Thus, augmenting his constitution through plunder was indeed a splendid idea. With the attributes secured, the next pursuit was the spoils of war. As he dealt the pivotal damage, all the loot was rightfully his, shielded by a 10-minute protection period during which no other players could claim the equipment, even if they stood beside it. Stealth. His form melded once more into the shadows, akin to a specter, silently advancing toward the heart of the tumultuous battlefield. Chapter 11. 1 against 100. The open ground of the novice village had been transformed into a bloody battlefield. Players from the Supreme Guild, armed with their levels and superior equipment, descended upon the hapless solo players like wolves among sheep, mercilessly harvesting those blinded by greed. Countless players were sent back to the resurrection point, accompanied by the clattering of lost equipment and cries of indignation. A bunch of trash, daring to compete with our Supreme Guild? The ruthless madman of the guild felled an assassin attempting a sneak attack, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Bravo, Brother Mad. A nearby warrior chimed in, eager to flatter. These worthless fools aren't even fit to carry our shoes. Ha ha, once we deal with these flies, we shall divide the loot from the boss. Their enthusiasm for the slaughter was palpable, leaving them oblivious to a nearly transparent figure stealthily weaving through the chaos. Approaching the scattered items, Lu Chun's gaze was as cold as ice, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding carnage. His sole focus lay on the few pieces of equipment emanating a bronze luster. System notification, acquired Mad Rabbit hood. System notification, acquired Mad Rabbit fur gloves. System notification, acquired skill book, Carrot Storm. System notification, acquired 157 copper coins. Mad Rabbit hood, part, head leather armor quality, bronze attributes, defense 25, agility 12. Critical hit rate 3 equipment requirement. Level 10. Mad Rabbit fur gloves, part. Gloves leather armor quality, bronze attributes, defense 18, constitution 12. Attack speed 3 equipment requirement. Level 10 skill book, Carrot Storm, type. Mage skill book quality, bronze effect, summons a flurry of carrots to attack a designated area, inflicting area magic damage. Learning requirement. Level 10. Mage Priest all are leather armor, quite commendable. Lu Chen swiftly donned the 2 pieces of equipment, further enhancing his attributes. His agility surpassed 255 points, and his health breached the 1,000 mark. His movement speed increased, and his attack speed saw a slight boost as well. As for the skill book, while it was of no use to him, it held considerable value and could fetch a handsome price. Just as Lu Chen finished collecting the last item and prepared to slip away once more, a sudden realization struck him. Where are the items? A keen-eyed assassin from a Supreme Guild was the first to notice something amiss. The bronze gleam that had littered the ground had inexplicably vanished. What items? The madman of the guild, lost in his delight, furrowed his brow and turned around. Empty. The few pieces of equipment dropped by the boss had vanished right before their eyes. Damn it, who did this? The madman erupted in fury, his eyes blazing as he scanned the chaotic crowd. Who dares to show themselves? His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, quickly fixed upon a player who had just emerged from the vicinity of the equipment drop, preparing to meld back into the shadows. Lu Chen, was it you who took the equipment? The madman barked, his voice laced with menace as he and several subordinates swiftly closed in, their expressions hostile. Young man, you possess quite a boldness to disturb the ground beneath the sovereign. The nearby warriors sneered, flexing their wrists as they demanded the equipment be surrendered. They knelt before the madman, offering their apologies, lest they discover the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. A dozen of them surrounded Lu Chen, their faces adorned with mockery and cruelty. To them, it mattered not if this individual bore some equipment or held a higher level. Against their overwhelming numbers, he was surely doomed. The recent swift defeat of the boss was merely an anomaly, likely attributed to some disposable scroll or item. Lu Chen halted, his calm gaze sweeping over the renowned madman and his entourage, as if observing a troop of buffoons. I took it so what? His voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in every ear. Huh, acknowledgement is all we needed. The madman, fuming with rage, retorted, "It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Attack him. Annihilate him." At his command, the members of the Absolute Guild lunged forward like ravenous wolves. Blades flashed, enveloping Lu Chen in an instant. Yet, just as the onslaught was about to descend, the void flickered. Whoosh! Lu Chen's figure vanished, leaving behind a warped rift in space. The two foremost warriors had no time to react, crashing headlong into the fissure. Imprisonment. The duo was instantly frozen in place, unable to move, their faces still contorted in expressions of aggression. "Where is he?" the madman exclaimed, momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, Lu Chen reappeared several meters beyond the encirclement. His longbow drawn taut, multi-shot, a hum resonated as 20 dark purple arrows, akin to the scythes of death, accurately targeted every member of the Absolute Guild. -679, -679, -1,358. Critical hit, -679. A cascade of damage numbers floated above the heads of the guild members. Although he had not triggered Stealth Break, the terrifying augmentation from his formidable strength of 182 points and perfect duality ensured that the damage was nonetheless staggering. Those players, generally at levels 2 or 3 and equipped with nothing more than scattered white gear or novice equipment, faced utter devastation. In the blink of an eye, the once intimidating members of the Absolute Guild found themselves halved, their leader, the madman, included, all dispatched to the resurrection point. How is this possible? The fortunate few who had avoided instant demise gazed in disbelief at the corpses of their fallen comrades. They were the Absolute Guild, accustomed to dominating the novice village. They had never suffered such a grave setback. And what was this skill of his? How could its range be so extensive? Mad Brother was also slain. An observant assassin stammered, his voice trembling with incredulity. The renowned madman, second on the level leaderboard, had been struck down by a single arrow. This shattered their understanding of the game. Run. Quick, flee. The remaining members of the Absolute Guild finally grasped the reality. They had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The seemingly unremarkable archer before them was far from a foe they could contend with. Without hesitation, they turned to flee, wishing their parents had bestowed upon them additional legs. Now they sought to escape. It was too late. A cold smirk graced Lu Chen's lips. He was no benevolent saint who repays kindness with kindness. As the adversary had initiated the confrontation, they must face the repercussions. Lu Chen did not resort to stealth or skills. Instead, he calmly nocked an arrow and eliminated his targets one by one. His current attack power had reached 202, augmented by void damage, akin to a specter claiming lives with ruthless efficiency. -202, -242. Weak point attack, -303. Backstab. Screams echoed as the clattering of fallen equipment resonated in the air. In mere seconds, the once arrogant members of the illustrious guild lay sprawled on the ground, their belongings scattered about. Having completed this grim task, Lu Chen did not linger. He activated stealth once more, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a scene of carnage and a crowd of astonished onlookers. Goodness, this White Emperor is astonishing, single-handedly challenging the illustrious guild and dispatching them all in an instant. Wasn't the illustrious guild supposed to be formidable? They had flaunted their power in the novice village. But today, they encountered a true challenge. Long live the White Emperor. From this day forth, I declare myself an ardent admirer of the White Emperor. What a satisfying spectacle. I have long harbored disdain for that scoundrel faction of the illustrious guild. The White Emperor executed his mission splendidly. I wonder what profession the White Emperor holds. As his damage output is simply extraordinary, he is akin to a humanoid mech. Hey, did you not see the leaderboard? The White Emperor's profession is a question mark. It must be a hidden class. A hidden class? No wonder he is so formidable. I too wish to transition to a hidden class. Chapter 12. The profession of the White Emperor is absolutely overpowered. The clamor and astonishment had yet to subside as the white light of the resurrection point flickered incessantly. Moments later, the pale-faced, peerless madman, accompanied by his equally grim-faced guild members, reappeared in the novice village square. They had just gathered at the resurrection point, seething with rage as they stormed back. Damn it, that was definitely an accident. The peerless madman gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. That brat must have used a disposable high-level scroll or item. How else could he have taken me down in an instant? He could not accept that, as the second-ranked player, he had been dispatched by an unknown individual as if he were a mere chicken, a profound humiliation indeed. Yes, Brother Mad is right. An assassin nearby immediately chimed in. He must have run out of items. Now he is just a soft target. With so many of us, we can easily overwhelm him. Find him, retrieve the drop gear, and kill him back to level 0. Another warrior exclaimed fiercely, as if he could already envision the scene of Chen kneeling and begging for mercy. Their voices were loud, drawing the attention of nearby players. Many wore expressions of amusement, while others frowned, disapproving of the peerless guild's inability to accept defeat, finding it rather disgraceful. At that moment, the peerless madman suddenly lifted his head, fixating his gaze on Chen, who was nearby, collecting his spoils and preparing to leave. There, he escaped. The peerless madman bellowed, akin to a starving wolf spotting its prey, charging forward once more with his bronze sword. You bastard! This time I'll see what tricks you have left. The dozen or so members of the peerless guild followed suit, howling as they attempted to encircle him again. However, Chen merely cast a cold glance in their direction, not even pausing in his stride. To him, these individuals were merely obstacles that wasted his time. Since they were intent on seeking their own demise, he would gladly oblige. Buzz, the bowstring trembled, and the multi-shot was unleashed once again. The dark purple rain of arrows, akin to precision-guided missiles, instantly locked onto the leading peerless madman. Minus 1,358. Critical hit. Minus 679. Minus 679. There was no suspense, and he fell even faster than before. The ferocity and rage on the peerless madman's face had yet to fully manifest before he was once more transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight amidst a staggering minus 1,358 critical damage, leaving behind only the sound of his bronze sword clattering to the ground. The subsequent members of the Peerless Guild were also caught in the rain of arrows, their health bars depleting instantaneously, following in their leader's footsteps. The remaining few were so terrified that they halted their advance, their faces marked by shock and fear. Again, he was taken down in an instant. It was a TA scroll. He truly has such high damage. A monster. This fellow is a monster. This time, they finally understood. It was not some disposable item, but genuine skill damage. The player known as the White Emperor was absurdly powerful. Fear swiftly replaced their anger and greed. The remaining members of the Unparalleled Guild no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of retaliation, fleeing as if they had encountered a specter. Desperate to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom, Chen could scarcely be bothered to pursue these scattered minions. They had never been his targets. Such pursuits would be a waste of time, he mused, his figure flickering momentarily. Stealth. Amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding players, Chen's silhouette melded once more into the shadows, vanishing entirely. All that remained was the chaos strewn across the ground and a cadre of stunned remnants from the Unparalleled Guild. That was multi-shot, right? That's an archer's skill, stammered an astute archer player. Indeed, it was multi-shot, but didn't he just vanish using stealth? Stealth is an assassin's skill. Another player quickly countered, confusion lacing his tone. Goodness, can one person wield both archer and assassin skills simultaneously? This hidden class is utterly overpowered. No one of the damage is so high, capable of stealthy ambushes and ranged bursts. How can we possibly contend with that? The White Emperor's class was simply omnipotent. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in fervor. If the previous spectacle of instantaneously dispatching the boss and guild members had merely shocked onlookers with the White Emperor's terrifying damage, Witnessing him simultaneously employ the core skills of both archer and assassin fundamentally shattered everyone's understanding. A hidden class, one that could master both ranged explosive power and stealthy assassination. This revelation swept through the novice village like a tempest, reverberating throughout the entire Huaxiao region. Countless guilds sprang into action. Regional announcement. Huaxia, the Myth Guild, cordially invites player White Emperor to join. Position of Vice President, top-tier contract, resource allocation. Interested parties, please contact Myth Qinsheng. Regional announcement. Huaxia, the War of the World Guild, offers the position of Chief Patron, inviting player White Emperor to join. Exceptional benefits, choice of equipment. Contact Blade. Regional announcement. Huaxia, the Lingyun Pavilion Guild. In an instant, recruitment announcements from major top-tier guilds flooded the regional channel, each more enticing than the last, all vying to recruit this mysterious and formidable White Emperor. They recognized that a player possessing such an extraordinary hidden class would undoubtedly emerge as one of the most elite figures in Divine Oracle. Whoever managed to secure him would hold a decisive advantage in future battles for supremacy. However, oblivious to all this commotion, Liu Chen was making his way toward the hidden quest location, indifferent to the allure of guilds and recruitment. His aim was slaughter, plunder, and ascendancy. To reclaim everything that belonged to him and more. The clamor of this mere novice village was but a fleeting speck of dust on his path. The trigger point for the hidden quest, a corner beside the blacksmith shop, was now within sight. The blacksmith shop, situated in a relatively secluded area of the novice village, resonated with the rhythmic clang of metal, the air thick with the searing scent of iron shavings, starkly contrasting with the lingering bloodshed and tumult of the square. In the corner lay a collection of rusted farming tools and discarded oars, while an elderly man clad in tattered linen garments hunched against the wall, dozing off inconspicuously, blending seamlessly into the village's backdrop. Liu Chen disengaged from his stealth mode and approached that corner directly. According to his memories from a previous life, this was indeed the pivotal NPC, the terrified Gravekeeper, crucial for triggering the most significant chain of hidden quests in the novice village. This quest line not only promised exceptionally generous rewards, but was also intrinsically linked to the village's concealed dungeon and hidden boss. Whether it be the first kill rewards or the initial completion bonuses for the dungeon, both were immensely lucrative. Chapter 13. The Cemetery Crisis. Liu Chen approached the Gravekeeper, retrieving a small handful of black soil, exuding a faintly putrid odor from his backpack. Corrupted graveyard soil. Type. Special material description. This soil, sourced from the depths of a decaying forest, is infused with the essence of the restless dead, unsettling those sensitive to the presence of death. It was a unique item that dropped from an elite ghoul during his monster hunting escapades in the rotting woods. While it is not difficult to acquire, the key lies in knowing how to utilize it. As Liu Chen produced a handful of corrupted graveyard soil, the elderly man, who had been dozing off, suddenly jolted awake. As if pricked by a needle, his murky eyes widened in alarm, fixating on the soil in Liu Chen's hand, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. Fear etched across his gaunt face. This is the scent of the cemetery. Those things have emerged. They have crawled out. The old man screamed, his voice hoarse and filled with terror, as if he had beheld an exceedingly dreadful sight. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer seemed to be momentarily drowned out by this acute fear, and the shadows in the corner appeared to twist in response. System prompt. The NPC terrified Gravekeeper is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Would you like to engage in conversation with him? The trigger had finally been activated. Liu Chen felt a sense of certainty. Who would have imagined that such an unassuming material would be necessary to rouse a slumbering old man in a corner? Steeling himself, Liu Chen chose to engage in conversation. Dear Elder, please remain calm. Liu Chen's voice was steady and tranquil, attempting to soothe the other's agitation. What do you mean by those things? The Gravekeeper glanced around in fear, lowering his voice as though afraid of being overheard by some lurking presence. It is the undead, those restless spirits. They have tainted the graveyard, seeking to crawl back into the realm of the living. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, his hands clenching his tattered garments tightly. He scrutinized Lu Chen from head to toe, his gaze revealing not only fear, but a hint of suspicion. Adventurer, your aura suggests great strength, but this matter is grave. You alone, I can handle it. Lu Chen interjected, his tone imbued with an undeniable confidence. The gravekeeper, momentarily intimidated by Lu Chen's presence, swallowed his doubts. He spoke rapidly, desperation lacing his words. I implore you, help me. Stop them. Otherwise the entire village will become a second rotting forest. His words trailed off, as if he dared not articulate the impending doom further, instead pleading with Lu Chen through his fearful and beseeching gaze. System prompt. Would you like to accept the first phase of the hidden chain quest? Accept. Lu Chen did not hesitate. System prompt. You have accepted the first phase of the hidden chain quest. Quest name. The Cemetery Crisis. Quest description. The terrified gravekeeper senses the restlessness of the undead. He requests you to investigate the source of the disturbance in the graveyard located to the east of the novice village. Quest rewards. 2,000 experience points, 100 reputation points. Novice Village Honor Badge, X1. Hurry to the cemetery. Upon witnessing Lu Chen accept the task, the gravekeeper seemed to grasp a lifeline, urging him repeatedly that those creatures had begun to stir restlessly. It was imperative to prevent them from spiraling completely out of control. Lu Chen nodded, refraining from further words. The rewards for this initial phase included 2,000 experience points, 100 reputation, and a Novice Village Honor Badge, which were quite commendable. More importantly, this was merely the beginning. Without needing to consult the map, Lu Chen instinctively knew the location of the cemetery. The cemetery. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. This quest was not only challenging to trigger, but the subsequent steps were also complex. The task requirements specified the cemetery without providing concrete guidance. Most would be left bewildered upon arrival. Fortunately, Lu Chen had returned with memories of his past life, granting him substantial familiarity with this task. The essence of this first phase lay in swift execution. It was crucial to clear the entire cemetery within a limited time frame to activate the boss. Only then would the task be deemed complete. Wasting no time, Lu Chen initiated stealth once more, blending seamlessly into the air as he sped towards the eastern side of the novice village. The cemetery was not far from the village, though its location was relatively secluded, surrounded by withered and gloomy trees. The air was permeated with a faint, decaying odor, occasionally pierced by the hoarse cawing of crows, adding an unsettling ambience. A low stone wall enclosed a modest area, where crooked, dilapidated tombstones stood amidst a scattering of yellowed leaves and unidentified bone fragments. The entire cemetery was shrouded in a light gray mist, reducing visibility and enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Just as he remembered, Lu Chen mused inwardly, his gaze calm and unperturbed. While such an environment might impose psychological pressure on ordinary players, for him, it was merely another hunting ground. Stealth. Lu Chen's figure glided into the mist like a specter, swiftly locking onto his first wave of targets. About a dozen swaying skeleton soldiers and 5 or 6 sluggish corrupted farmers. These were ordinary monsters of approximately level 10, possessing slightly higher attributes than those found in the depths of the decayed forest. Yet that was the extent of their threat. Buzz, the bowstring vibrated, and a dark purple arrow silently took flight. Multi-shot, minus 2,715. Critical hit. Stealth break, minus 3,258. Critical hit. Stealth break. Weak point attack, minus 2,715. Critical hit. Stealth break, minus 2,715. Critical hit. Stealth break. Terrifying damage numbers erupted instantaneously, and the undead monstrosities had no time to react before shattering into experience points and a few copper coins. System notification. Killed a level 10 skeleton soldier, gained 100 experience points. Level cap reached. Please complete the first class breakthrough task promptly. Experience points automatically deposited into experience pool. System notification. Killed a level 9 corrupted farmer, gained 90 experience points. Deposited into experience pool. The efficiency was commendable, Lu Chen calculated inwardly. The silver tier stealth grants an astounding 100 increase in damage while concealed, coupled with the Shadow Assassin's unique ability to deliver a critical strike from stealth. Alongside his exceptional strength attributes and the perfect amplification of duality, dispatching these ordinary foes becomes an effortless endeavor. Although the graveyard is not particularly expansive, the distribution of undead creatures within it is remarkably dense. Lu Chen moves like the most efficient of hunters, weaving through the mist, each appearance accompanied by a downpour of dark purple arrows and cascading damage figures. Skeleton soldiers, corrupted farmers, wraiths. Various lowly undead beings crumble before him, as if made of paper, utterly fragile. Buzz. Another round of multiple shots descends, and the last few wraiths dissolve into the air with mournful cries. System notification. Defeated level 11 wraith. Gained 110 experience points. Added to experience pool. As the final vestiges of experience are credited, an eerie silence envelopes the graveyard. The gray mist begins to swirl, the ground trembles slightly, and an aura of chilling, deathly stillness, 100 times denser than before, suddenly emanates from the depths of the graveyard. It has arrived. Lu Chen's gaze sharpens, gripping his longbow tightly. The cleansing of the graveyard is complete. Now, the objective is to eliminate the boss and fulfill the first phase of the quest. Chapter 14. The Silver First Kill. With a thunderous roar, the most ancient and dilapidated stone tombstone at the heart of the graveyard suddenly shattered. Debris scattered and dust swirled. A ghastly, desiccated arm, with fingers as sharp as blades, erupted from the gaping pit, followed by a second arm, and then emerged a skeleton draped in a decrepit black robe. Its head adorned with a crooked, rusted crown. Within its hollow eye sockets flickered 2 azure flames of soul fire, and its gaping jaw opened and closed, emitting a silent roar. A chilling aura of malevolence instantly enveloped the entire graveyard. Graveyard Lord, Carlos, Silver Level Lord. Level, 12 health, 15000, 15000 attack, 350 defense, 280 magic resistance, 250 skills, death piercing, bone shield, undead summoning. Withering decay as a silver level boss, Carlos possessed attributes significantly superior to those of the Mad Rabbit King. Lu Chen narrowed his gaze, swiftly analyzing his opponent. The attributes of Carlos were a veritable nightmare for ordinary players at this stage. Not only would defeating him be a challenge, but even breaching his defenses would prove arduous. Yet for Lu Chen it was just right. A confident smile curved at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Higher attributes signified that the Ring of Slaughter could reap greater rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, as Boss Carlos adjusted to the light of day and the soul fire scanned its surroundings, Lu Chen had already drawn his longbow. Utilizing his stealthy state in conjunction with a backstab and a weak point attack, he was poised to unleash his most powerful single-target assault. Buzz, the dark purple arrow, with a shriek that tore through the air, struck Carlos's crowned skull with unerring precision. Minus 7,679. Stealth break, backstab, critical hit, weak point attack. A terrifying damage figure ascended. The silver level boss, with a staggering health pool of 15,000, had its life force halved in a single shot. Crack. Carlos seemed utterly unprepared for such a devastating blow, its movements abruptly stiffening. The soul fire within its eye sockets flickered violently, emitting a furious wail of the damned. Although silent, it rippled the air around it. It abruptly raised its bony claw, pointing in Lu Chen's direction. Death piercing, a bone spike, infused with the essence of death, materialized from thin air and shot towards Lu Chen with lightning speed. However, Lu Chen was prepared. As he released that arrow, his body glided sideways like a wraith. Void flicker, whoosh, his figure vanished, leaving behind a rift in the air. The bone spike pierced through the rift, embedding itself into the ground behind him, corroding a small pit that emitted dark fumes. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had reappeared several meters away from Carlos's side. Bone shield. Carlos reacted with remarkable speed, summoning a shield composed of white bone fragments that instantly encircled its form, radiating a ghastly light. Lu Chen did not rush to attack. Instead, He activated his stealth once more. Carlos, having lost its target, scanned the surroundings with its soul fire while simultaneously waving its bony claws. Undead summoning. The ground split open, and 10 skeletal soldiers, each wielding rusted swords, staggered forth to guard Carlos. The combination of shields and lesser foes was formidable. Chen, concealed in the shadows, nodded subtly. Such a combination would likely cause headaches for an ordinary team. Yet, to Chen, it was merely a gift. He glanced at his stealth ability, which had already cooled down. Multi-shot. 20 arrows rained down like celestial blossoms, enveloping Carlos and the summoned skeletal soldiers. Minus 2,715. Pierce. Critical hit. Minus 2,715. Pierce. Critical hit. Minus 3,258. Pierce. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The skeletal shield surrounding Carlos shattered instantly, inflicting substantial damage to his core, reducing his health to a mere third. The newly summoned skeletal soldiers had no chance to advance, disintegrating into dust under the deluge of arrows. Their meager health of 1,500 was utterly insufficient against the onslaught of multi-shot. As he executed the multi-shot, Chen slipped back into stealth, unleashing his already recharged precision shot. A terrifying damage exceeding 7,000 surged forth, completely depleting Carlos's health bar. With a resounding crack, the Graveyard Lord, Carlos, a silver tier boss, had barely managed to release a few skills from his appearance to his demise. Filled with resentment and fury, his skeletal form collapsed to the ground. The soul fire in his eye sockets extinguished completely. In his place lay a small pile of shimmering silver coins and 3 pieces of dazzling, silver-glowing equipment. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 12 silver Lord Graveyard Lord Carlos. Gained 2,400 experience points. As this was a second-level kill, you receive an additional 20 experience, totaling 2,880. Added to the experience pool. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently seized 18 points of strength from Graveyard Lord Carlos. A surge of power, more potent than when he had plundered agility and constitution, flooded Chen's body. He felt his arms brimming with explosive strength. His strength attribute on the panel skyrocketed from 182 to 200. 200 points of strength. Chen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This enhancement directly influenced his physical attack power, elevating his base damage to an even higher echelon. The effects of the perfect twin enhancement would now be even more terrifying. Simultaneously, following the bronze first kill, another resounding system announcement echoed throughout the Huaxia region. Regional announcement. Huaxia congratulations to player White Emperor, successfully achieving the first kill of the silver tier Lord Graveyard Lord Carlos. Awarded 1,000 reputation, 20 gold coins, 50 free attribute points, and a silver first kill treasure chest 1. This is hereby announced. The triumphant first kill of the silver tier. The announcement reverberates throughout the Huaxia region. If the previous bronze first kill and the level 10 announcement merely astonished and exhilarated players, this silver first kill announcement has left the entire player base in a state of utter shock. A silver first kill. The server has barely been active for a day. I can't believe it. I've just reached level 5, and the mighty by D is already slaying silver bosses? Is there a flaw in the game's balance? Is this by D some sort of divine being? Could he possibly be the favored child of the game masters? With 50 points of free attributes and a silver treasure chest as rewards, I'm truly envious. The Mythical Guild, the Warring World Guild, the Lingyun Pavilion. Are you still spamming the chat? By D completely disregards your presence. Ha ha ha. Does this esteemed player require any trinkets? The kind that exclaims 666. The World Channel has descended into madness, as countless players feel their understanding of the game has been utterly upended. The voices that once questioned by DES integrity or suspected he was using cheats have vanished without a trace. The evidence speaks for itself. A series of first kills and a terrifying rate of advancement are sufficient to validate everything. Once again, 50 points of free attributes. Chen, unfazed by the clamor of the outside world, swiftly accesses his character panel. This time, he once again allocates points to strength and agility, adding 25 points to each. Strength, 225 agility, 248, 32. His attributes surge once more. He then turns his attention to the 3 silver items dropped by Carlos in the silver first kill treasure chest. First, he collects the boss's drops. System notification. Acquired crown of the fallen King Carlos. System notification. Acquired Carlos's skeletal chestplate. System notification. Acquired skill book. Undead summoning, silver. System notification. Acquired 236 silver coins. Crown of the fallen King Carlos lot. Headcloth armor quality, silver attributes. Defense 20, spirit 15, constitution 10. Casting speed 5 equipment requirement. Level 12, Carlos's skeletal chestplate, slot. Chest armor, leather armor quality, silver attributes. Defense 45, strength 12, constitution 12. Physical damage reduction 5 equipment requirement. Level 12, skill book, undead summoning, type. Mage sorcerer skill book quality, silver effect. Summons a skeletal soldier from a corpse to fight for you for 60 seconds. Learning requirement. Level 12. Mage sorcerer class. What does this hand signify? Luck or misfortune? Chen fell into contemplation. To say he was fortunate would be inaccurate, for he had already obtained 2 skill books. It is known that in the realm of divination, skill books are rare treasures, with many players going months without acquiring even one. Yet Chen has managed to acquire 2. However, to claim he is exceedingly fortunate would also be misleading, as both skill books pertain to magic, which he cannot utilize. Chen did not dwell on it too long. He was merely completing quests while simultaneously defeating the boss. After securing the dropped items, his gaze fell upon the alluring silver gleam of the silver first kill treasure chest. Chapter 15. The Instinct of the Hunt. Chen took a deep breath, filled with a hint of anticipation, and reached out to open the alluringly silver-glowing, silver first kill treasure chest. System notification. You have opened the silver first kill treasure chest. System notification. You have received 20 gold coins. System notification. You have obtained Shadow Essence 3. System notification. You have acquired skill book, Instinct of the Hunt, silver. System notification. You have obtained damaged Void Ring, special. The gold coins and materials were satisfactory. However, this skill book, Shadow Essence, material, quality, silver description, a material imbued with potent shadow energy, suitable for forging or alchemy. Being a silver-grade material, it was perfect for crafting silver-tier equipment. Coupled with the tusks from the previously defeated Boar King, Chen intended to visit the blacksmith to forge a weapon, thereby augmenting his attack power and enhancing his efficiency in soloing bosses. His gaze fell upon the skill book, radiating a soft purple light. Skill book, Instinct of the Hunt, type, passive skill book quality, silver effect, increases critical hit rate by 5 and critical damage by 10. Learning requirement, Archer class, a passive skill, enhancing both critical hits and critical damage. A flicker of joy danced in Chen's eyes. This was, without a doubt, a divine skill crafted just for him. It is well known that critical hits and damage are among the most essential attributes for damage-dealing classes, especially for an assassin-type archer like him, where burst damage is paramount. Moreover, with his perfect duality, the skills of the archer and assassin would amplify each other, causing the values to surge. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen chose to learn it. System notification. You have successfully learned the passive skill instinct of the hunt. A profound sensation coursed through his body, and Chen felt his insight into enemies' weaknesses sharpen, as his strikes seemed to carry greater lethality. Shortly thereafter, the divine talent of perfect duality was triggered, and new power surged within him. Instinct of the Hunt, silver grade, passive skill. Increases critical hit rate by 5 and critical damage by 10. Perfect duality triggered. Increases 20 critical hit rate and 40 critical damage, 20% critical hit rate, 40% critical damage. While his current critical hit rate wasn't maxed out, not every attack could benefit from the critical damage bonus. However, one must not forget that the Shadow Assassin's attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits when emerging from stealth. Those strikes would perfectly capitalize on the critical damage enhancement provided by instinct of the hunt. Furthermore, as his archer skills progressed, the effects of his assassin skills would also rise correspondingly. Stealth, silver grade. Duration, seconds, increases damage by 120 upon breaking stealth. Backstab, increases damage by 60, shadowbind. Immobilizes for 12 seconds. Excellent. His damage output had ascended to a new level. Chen nodded in satisfaction and then turned his attention to the final item, the so-called special ring. Damaged void ring, slot, ring quality, special, upgradable, attributes. Equipment requirement. Introduction. An ancient ring tainted by the powers of the void appears to be severely damaged, necessitating a unique method for its restoration. Is it growth equipment? Or perhaps possessing attributes of the void? Chen was momentarily taken aback, yet soon a realization dawned upon him. The void, indeed, is one of the core powers of his talent, perfect duality. This ring may very well be connected to his vocation as a void hunter. Although its attributes are currently obscured, the mere notion of it being capable of growth is sufficient to elucidate its worth. This is undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Chen slipped the ring onto his finger. Despite the absence of any attribute enhancements, he sensed a subtle deepening of his connection to the void energy. Having collected the rewards from the treasure chest, Chen did not hasten his departure. He approached the shattered tombstone of Carlos, meticulously searching through the disturbed earth and debris. Before long, he unearthed a fist-sized stone, entirely black and emanating a faint, chilling aura. The stone's surface was smooth, yet exceedingly cold, as if it had absorbed all the stillness and resentment of the graveyard. Fragment of the heart of the dead. Type, quest item description. The core of the graveyard Lord Carlos's power, containing immense necromantic energy, seemingly the source of the graveyard's anomalies. Indeed, it was here. Chen stowed the stone away, for it was the key item needed to complete the first phase of the Graveyard Crisis quest. Without delay, he activated stealth once more, his figure melding seamlessly into the shadows as he silently departed from the eerie graveyard, swiftly heading towards the blacksmith shop in the novice village. A few minutes later, Chen returned to the corner beside the blacksmith shop. The elderly gravekeeper remained hunched, yet this time he was not dozing. Instead, he paced restlessly, his murky eyes frequently glancing towards the graveyard, his face etched with fear and worry. Upon seeing Chen's silhouette emerge from the shadows, the old man abruptly halted, his expression shifting from astonishment to disbelief. "Adventurer? You have returned? So soon?" Without indulging in unnecessary words, Chen directly presented the cold, black fragment of the heart of the dead. "The source has been found. It is this." Upon witnessing the stone, the gravekeeper recoiled as if stung by a scorpion, his horror reaching a crescendo, his voice trembling. "The heart of the dead. It truly is it. That creature really." He gazed at Chen, his eyes a tapestry of complex emotions, shock, fear, and a hint of reverence. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful adventurer could resolve the graveyard's crisis in such a short span, even returning with the very item that symbolized the source of terror. System notification. You have submitted the quest item fragment of the heart of the dead. The quest Graveyard Crisis, Phase 1, has been completed. System notification. You have gained 2,000 experience points. Added to experience pool. System notification. You have earned 100 reputation points. System notification. You have received Novice Village Honor Badge 1. Novice Village Honor Badge. Type. Special item effect. When equipped, it enhances your reputation acquisition speed in the Novice Village area by 10 and increases your favorability with NPCs by 10 points. Description. A prestigious token awarded to adventurers who have made remarkable contributions to the Novice Village. A commendable badge indeed. Although the boost is modest, Chen donned the badge, appreciating even the slightest enhancement. At that moment, the guardian of the tomb spoke again, his voice trembling with an unprecedented gravity and plea. "Adventurer, thank you for temporarily suppressing the evil within the cemetery. However, the ordeal is far from over. Although you have retrieved the heart of the undead, the malevolent energy it has released has tainted certain elements outside the village. Even more terrifying forces are beginning to awaken. System notification. The second phase of the chain quest, the hidden unease, has been unlocked. Chapter 16. The Shadowed Fong Longbow. System prompt. The second phase of the chain quest has been unlocked. Quest name. The Unease Lurking. Phase 2. Quest description. Although the power of the Heart of the Dead has been reclaimed, the dissipated energy of the undead has tainted certain areas outside the novice village, awakening even more terrifying entities. Please locate the anomalous regions and purify the source of the aberration there. Quest reward. 3,000 experience points, 220 reputation points. Random silver equipment, X1. Quest difficulty. Hard. The abnormal areas outside the village, the source of purification. Chen gazed at the task prompt, his eyes glimmering with insight. The words of the Gravekeeper were vague, merely alluding to the spread and contamination of undead energy. However, for Chen, who possessed memories of a past life, this was hardly a mystery. He immediately recalled a specific location, the long-abandoned mine to the east of the village. Coincidentally, the treasure map he had obtained earlier, marked with the location of hidden riches, pointed directly to that very mine. A mine tainted by undead pollution, yet concealing treasure? It was an opportunity to address both issues simultaneously. Chen swiftly devised a plan in his mind. The overlap between the second phase of the quest and the treasure map's target would save him considerable effort. However, before embarking on his journey, there was one matter he needed to attend to. The novice longbow he currently wielded was somewhat inadequate, facing potentially more formidable undead creatures or even higher-level bosses. It would leave him at a disadvantage. Enhancing his attack power was of utmost importance. The 3 fragments of Shadow Essence, obtained from defeating the silver boss, Carlos, combined with the Fong of the Wild Boar King he had acquired earlier, were perfect materials to forge a new weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen stowed away the quest panel and turned purposefully towards the nearby blacksmith shop. Clang, clang. Inside the smithy, the furnace blazed fiercely. The sound of hammering resonated continuously, and the air was thick with the scorching scent of molten metal and burning coal, a stark contrast to the chill in the corner moments before. Master, please forge a longbow from these materials. Chen approached the rudimentary counter, placing the glimmering Fong of the Wild Boar King and the 3 shadow essences emanating dark energy upon it, his voice calm and steady. The blacksmith, a burly middle-aged man with muscular arms caked in soot, paused his work. He set down his hammer, hefted the materials from the counter, and assessed them with his murky gaze, displaying a hint of surprise at the quality of the materials. Silver-grade components were exceedingly rare at this stage. Yet he was not one for idle chatter. He simply nodded and gruffly stated, 500 copper coins. Wait here. Chen promptly paid the forging fee. The blacksmith gathered the materials and coins before turning towards the roaring furnace, commencing his craftsmanship. Chen stood quietly by, contemplating the enhancements his new weapon would bestow upon him. A heightened base attack signifies that the amplification effects of the perfect duality talent will become increasingly formidable, elevating his burst damage to a new echelon. Moments later, accompanied by a faint hissing from the cooling process, the blacksmith returned, brandishing a pristine longbow, which he casually placed upon the counter. System notification. Consumed Wild Boar King's Tusk X1, Shadow Essence X3, 500 copper coins. Successfully forged Shadow Tusk Longbow. Before Chen appeared a longbow, entirely shrouded in darkness. The bow's limbs seemed to be crafted from solidified shadows, subtly shimmering with shifting light. The ends of the bow were intricately adorned with white decorations resembling wild boar tusks, adding an air of menace. The bow's body radiated a restrained silvery sheen. Grasping it, one could distinctly feel a chilling yet surging power. Shadow Tusk Longbow. Type, weapon bow quality, silver attributes. Attack 150, agility 20. Strength 15 special effect. Shadow Arrow. 10 chance to inflict shadow damage equivalent to 50 of agility upon attack. Equipment requirement. Level 10, although the equipment requirement is level 10. The weapon's attributes are akin to those of a silver weapon of levels 12 or 13. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Chen's eyes. The base attack power surged from the meager 10 points of a novice longbow to a formidable 150 points, a significant enhancement. The bonuses to agility and strength further fortified his capabilities. He swiftly equipped the Shadow Tusk longbow, reveling in the palpable sense of power emanating from the weapon. A glance at his attack panel revealed a precise 400 points, coupled with his substantial skill multiplier and dual-class damage bonuses. A single precise shot would undoubtedly make the boss exclaim in disbelief. Caves, treasures, and quest objectives. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Outside the blacksmith shop, several players lingered nearby, still buzzing from the recent district-wide announcement. Many were engaged in discussions about the name White Emperor. Upon seeing Chen emerge from the blacksmiths, now wielding a clearly superior longbow that glimmered with silver light, he immediately attracted a multitude of complex gazes. Damn it, just snagged a silver first kill, and now he's flaunting a new weapon? His luck is off the charts. A warrior player remarked with a tone laced with envy. Luck? More like sheer fortune, or perhaps just a plant. A nearby mage scoffed, rolling his eyes. How else could he level up so quickly and wield such fine equipment? Just wait until the big shots catch up. Let us see how he brags then. Their murmurs, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Chen's ears, yet he did not even flinch, appearing oblivious to their words. With a swift motion, Chen vanished. Stealth. Amidst the envious and bewildered gazes of the surrounding players, his figure dissolved into nothingness, merging with the air, leaving behind only a faint shadowy trace as he swiftly darted eastward toward the village. Once more, he has vanished. What manner of profession is he? Regardless of his class, it's best to keep our distance. This fellow is too uncanny. The chatter behind him quickly faded into the background. The descent into darkness was rapid. Upon leaving the confines of the novice village, the surrounding environment gradually transformed into a desolate expanse. Once lush vegetation became sparse and withered, and the ground bore the scattered remnants of bleached bones. The air was thick with a stench of decay, more potent than that of a cemetery. This was a clear indication of the spread of necromantic energy. Moments later, a low, rugged cliff came into view, its base adorned with a shadowy opening, an abyss framed by abandoned mine carts, rusted tracks, and a collection of dilapidated tools. A crooked wooden sign stood nearby, its inscription barely legible, "Abandoned Mine." A chilling wind surged forth from the depths of the mine, carrying with it unsettling low growls and the faint sound of dragging chains. The ground near the entrance bore an unusual, dark hue, as if perpetually tainted by some sinister force. This was the place. Halting his steps, he concealed himself in the shadow of a rock, his gaze sharp as he scanned the mine's entrance. According to memories from a past life, this forsaken mine had once served as a lair for lowly beasts. However, under the corrosive influence of necromantic energy, its inhabitants had undergone horrific mutations, becoming more bloodthirsty and frenzied. Additionally, within the mine's depths lurked formidable undead creatures awakened or drawn by the necromantic energy. Yet, of utmost importance remained the location marked on the treasure map, along with the source of aberration required to complete the second phase of the quest. Chapter 17. Clearing the mine. At the entrance of the mine, a chilling wind howled, carrying with it an acrid stench that struck the senses with an almost palpable intensity. The surrounding rock walls exhibited an eerie dark purple hue, as if corroded by some highly toxic substance over time. Scattered across the ground were shattered bones and rusted tools, while several fist-sized, jet-black beetles scurried through the crevices of the bones, producing a nauseating sound of friction. The taint of necromantic energy here was far more severe than that in the cemetery. Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. The suffocating silence in the air felt almost tangible, more oppressive than that of Carlos's cemetery. This hinted that the creatures within might prove even more formidable, potentially harboring undead beings stronger than those encountered before. Yet, danger often accompanies opportunity. The task's reward promised a piece of silver equipment, while the treasure hinted at by the map was tantalizingly enticing. More importantly, the density of monsters in this area presented an excellent opportunity for him to farm experience, accumulate an experience pool, and exploit the attributes of the killing ring. It was the perfect moment to test the power of his new bow. A glint of cold determination flashed in Liu Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he melded back into the shadows. Stealth, like the most seasoned of hunters, he quietly slipped into the inky darkness of the mine. Inside, the light was nearly non-existent, with only a few scattered. Luminescent green ores embedded in the walls providing a meager illumination, barely sufficient for sight. The air grew even more polluted, the foul odor mingling with the damp earthiness, inducing a sense of nausea. A rustling sound of flapping wings echoed from above. Liu Chen halted, looking up. He beheld several large bats hanging from the cave ceiling, their fur stripped away, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. No longer mere beasts, their crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, clearly transformed into aberrations by necromantic energy. Mutated ghoul bat, common monster, level 11 health, 1800 attack, 190 defense. 120 of these creatures possessed attributes superior to the skeleton soldiers from the cemetery and being aerial units. They posed a significant challenge for melee classes lacking anti-air capabilities. Yet in Liu Chen's eyes, they were no different from targets on the ground. With a low hum, the bowstring trembled. The Shadow Fong longbow revealed its prowess for the first time in actual combat. Multi-shot, 20 dark purple arrows, as if guided by an unseen force, descended upon the ghoul bats in an instant. Minus 7,096. Pierce. Critical hit. Minus 8,516. Pierce. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 7,096. Pierce. Critical hit. The enhancement brought by the new weapon was immediate and striking. Coupled with the damage bonus from his hunting instincts, the terrifying damage numbers soared once more, surpassing even those achieved during his previous clearing of the cemetery. Previously, Liu Chen had to rely on backstabs, weak point attacks, and piercing shots, along with precise strikes, to deal nearly 8,000 damage. But now, a mere multi-shot with a pierce could exceed 7,000. The recently awakened mutated ghoulish bats, unable to emit even a few cries of despair, burst into clouds of black mist in midair, while several copper coins clattered to the ground. System notification. You have slain an 11-level mutated ghoulish bat, earning 110 experience points. Added to experience pool. The enhancement from changing weapons was indeed substantial. Liu Chen calculated the damage in his mind, thoroughly satisfied with the performance of his new weapon. He did not linger, continuing to stealthily delve deeper into the mine. As he ventured further, the tunnels grew increasingly narrow and convoluted, with more branching paths emerging. The ground began to reveal scattered remnants of battered mine carts and abandoned tracks, while the air thickened with an oppressive aura of the undead. From around a bend ahead came the sound of heavy breathing and sluggish footsteps. Liu Chen halted, straining to listen, simultaneously heightening his senses to their utmost. From the shadows, several hunched figures swayed into view, clad in tattered miner's garb. Their skin bore an unhealthy ashen hue, their sunken eyes conveying a haunting emptiness, and rusty pickaxes clutched in their hands. They were none other than the undead zombie miners. Zombie miner, elite monster, level 12 health, 3,500 attack, 240 defense. 200. These elite creatures possessed significantly higher health and defense. Liu Chen remained calm. Though the zombie miners moved sluggishly, their tough exterior and respectable attack power posed a challenge even for a typical squad. Fresh flesh, one of the zombie miners seemed to catch the scent of the living, its hollow eye sockets turning towards Liu Chen's concealed position, emitting a garbled roar filled with a hunger for flesh. Rest in peace. Liu Chen sighed inwardly as arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Multi-shot. Buzz. The zombie miner's 3,500 health appeared laughable in the face of multi-shot damage exceeding 7,000. System notification. You have slain a 12-level zombie miner, earning 288 experience points. Added to experience pool. System notification. You have slain a 12-level zombie miner, earning 288 experience points. Added to experience pool. Without any suspense, all the zombie miners dissolved into mere numbers within Liu Chen's experience pool. He pressed onward, Lu Chen picked up a few fallen silver coins and a rather useless pair of plain miner gloves before vanishing once more into the darkness. Deeper within the mine, the terrain grew ever more intricate. In addition to the zombie miners and ghoulish bats, he encountered skeleton mine guards wielding bone shields and rusted swords, as well as cave wraiths floating in the air, radiating an aura of resentment. Yet, regardless of the monstrosity before him, none could impede Lu Chen's relentless advance. With the concealment of stealth, the agility of Void Blink, and the terrifying burst potential of Shadow Fawn Longbow, combined with multi-shot and precision shot, he moved through the dark corridors like a most efficient killing machine, rapidly advancing. The numbers in his experience pool steadily climbed, waiting only for the completion of his class breakthrough to continue ascending in levels. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained ever vigilant of his surroundings, searching for the special locations marked on the treasure map, as well as the source of the anomalies indicated in the quest prompts. According to his memories from a past life and the vague directions of the treasure map, that place should lie deep within the mine, in a long-abandoned excavation site. Moreover, the origin of the quest was likely connected to the most formidable undead creature that resided there. With this thought, Lu Chen quickened his pace. He could sense that he was drawing closer to his objective. In the air ahead, amid the deathly silence of the undead, there seemed to be a faint, unusual energy fluctuation. Chapter 18. The distorted or vein the air deep within the mine grew increasingly thick and frigid, and the subtle energy fluctuations became ever more pronounced. Lu Chen could sense that the essence of the departed here was more tumultuous and corrosive than that which radiated from Carlos. The Gravekeeper's words had proven accurate. The power of the heart of the deceased indeed birthed more troublesome entities. As he moved stealthily, he slowed his pace, honing his perception to its utmost limits. After dispatching several waves of scattered zombie miners and skeletal sentinels, his vision suddenly cleared ahead. A vast underground excavation site unfolded before him. Clearly, this was the heart of the mine, the space far more expansive than the previous tunnels. Towering stalactites loomed above, their surfaces encrusted with a bizarre dark violet crystalline coating, emanating a faintly sinister glow. The ground was uneven and littered with abandoned mine carts, severed tracks, and shattered tools, with many metallic components having succumbed to corrosive decay. The air was thick with a noxious stench and a suffocating stillness, as rich waves of necrotic energy coalesced into a faint black mist. At the center of this excavation site, in a location unmistakably representing the core of the ore vein, lay a mound of black ore. However, these ores were unlike any ordinary variety. Their surfaces were adorned with twisted purple veins that pulsated as if they were the veins of a living creature, radiating intense waves of negative energy. Perched atop this heap of ore was a colossal figure. It was a monstrosity formed from countless shattered bones, rusted pickaxes, iron chains, and those eerie purple stones, all grotesquely fused together. Its size surpassed that of Carlos, lacking a definite form, resembling instead a moving heap of malevolent refuse. Amidst the gaps between the bones and stones flickered a deeper, more sinister azure flame of soul energy, exuding a disquieting aura of dominance. A violent and chaotic mental shockwave surged forth, carrying with it pure destruction and hatred. Distorted or entity, accumulation of resentment, silver level lord, level 13 health, 20, 0, 0, 0, 20, 0, 0, 0 attack, 380 defense, 350 magic resistance, 300 skills, or toss, bone shock, necrotic eruption, corruption domain level 13, with 20,000 health and significantly enhanced defenses. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly analyzed the data. The attributes of this boss far surpassed those of Carlos, particularly in defense, which had increased considerably, indicating a greater challenge in breaching its defenses. Of course, this was a concern for ordinary players. Lu Chen, possessing void damage, felt no trepidation in the face of high defenses. Indeed, it was a silver-level entity stronger than Carlos. Rather than feeling fear, a slight smile crept upon his lips. A more formidable boss promised greater experience, richer loot, and the potential for the Ring of Slaughter to absorb even more tributes. His eyes swept over the pile of, or behind the boss. If memory served correctly, the location marked on the treasure map lay beneath that very mound of ore. And the source of the anomaly required by his quest was undoubtedly this colossal being before him. A perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Chen felt increasingly satisfied within his heart. He could vividly imagine the despair that an ordinary team would experience upon encountering such a resilient and formidable boss, characterized by its tough hide and astonishing attack power. The exhilaration of being ahead and the confidence of having absolute control over the future heightened his fighting spirit. Without any unnecessary hesitation, Chen once again drew the shadow, Fong longbow. His target was the flickering soul fire nestled within the crevices of bones and ore. This was the boss's most glaring weakness. With pinpoint accuracy, he released his arrow. The dark purple projectile, infused with the overwhelming power of his new weapon and the deadly intent bestowed by hunting instinct, cut through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at the ethereal blue core. Minus 21,411. Break stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weakness attack. A terrifying damage figure exceeding 20,000 erupted above the head of the aberration. The deep, malevolent soul fire twisted violently, expanded, and then, like a punctured balloon, it burst into oblivion. One shot, one kill. The colossal form, composed of countless bones, and iron chains, suddenly froze. The components of its body began to tremble violently, disintegrating. The frenzied chaos of its mental assault came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a swiftly dissipating silence. In mere seconds, this silver-tier lord, mightier than Carlos, collapsed without having unleashed a single skill. The bones, and chains that comprised its body scattered across the ground, leaving behind a dim, cracked purple core at its center. Surrounding the area, amidst a plethora of glimmering silver coins, lay two pieces of equipment radiating silver light, along with a skill book. System notification: you have successfully slain the level 13 silver lord or aberration. Convergence of Wrath. You have gained 3,000 experience points. As you have leveled up 3 times, you receive an additional 30 experience, totaling 3,900. Experience has been added to the experience pool. System notification: the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter has been triggered. Attributes are being randomly extracted. System notification: Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 20 points in Constitution from more aberration. Convergence of Wrath. A warm surge coursed through his body, a sensation more substantial and resilient than when he had plundered strength previously. Chen distinctly felt an enhancement in his physical strength and life resilience. 20 points in Constitution. Excellent. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Constitution is directly linked to health points and physical defense. This increase further bolstered his survivability. Although he pursued the ultimate explosive kill, a higher margin for error was never a disadvantage. He stepped forward to collect all the items surrounding the boss. System notification: acquired corrupted miner's leggings. System notification: acquired core of Wrath convergence. System notification: acquired skill book or throw, silver. System notification: you have obtained 315 silver coins. Corrupted minor leggings part. Legs plate armor quality. Silver attributes. Defense 120, Strength 15, Constitution 10, Load 20 equipment requirements. Level 13. Warrior Knight Profession Core of Accumulated Resentment part. Accessory necklace quality. Silver attributes. Spirit 25, Magic Resistance 30, Shadow Resistance 10 special effect. Guardian of Resentment. When receiving lethal damage, there is a 5 chance to be immune to that damage and restore 10 of health. Cooldown of 24 hours. Equipment requirements. Level 13 skill book. Stone throw type. Warrior Knight skill book quality. Silver effect. Hurl a stone imbued with power at the target, causing physical damage and a chance to inflict temporary stun. Learning requirements. Level 13, Warrior Knight Profession. Once again, the spoils were equipment and a skill book for warriors. Chen shook his head, somewhat exasperated by his luck. The attributes of the items dropped by the boss were impressive, particularly the necklace, core of accumulated resentment. Its special effect was akin to granting an additional life, making it exceedingly valuable. Regrettably, it was not useful to him at the moment. Nevertheless, he was not overly disheartened. As the primary objectives were the quest and the treasure map, he stowed away the equipment and skill book, casting his gaze toward the pile of scattered ores and bones at the center, where a dimly glowing purple core lay. Corrupted or core type. Quest item description. A source of the power of the ore vein aberration, imbued with chaotic and malevolent undead energy, which is the root cause of the contamination in the mine and the ensuing mutations. Quest item acquired. Chen picked it up. System notification. You have obtained the quest item corrupted or core. The task objective unease lurking, part 2, has been updated, with the quest progress updated. He merely needed to return to the Gravekeeper to turn in the task. Yet, Chen did not rush to leave. He approached the scattered ores, meticulously examining the ground and the surrounding rock wall features, comparing them to the vague treasure map in his mind. It should be nearby. The location marked on the treasure map was in the central area of this excavation site, precisely where the ore vein aberration resided. Chen began to clear away the debris of broken ores and bones. Before long, a stone slab that differed slightly from the others caught his attention. The slab appeared to bear some indistinct carvings, most of which were obscured. He pried the slab open with effort, revealing a dark opening below, scarcely wide enough for a single person to pass through. An ancient scent, mingled with dust and a metallic essence, wafted from the entrance. He found it. Chen's eyes brightened. This must be the entrance to the secret passage indicated by the treasure map. Chapter 19. The Secret Treasure Map. The dark mouth of the cave loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Chen stood at the precipice, hesitating to leap into the abyss. Although the treasure map and the mission pointed to this very spot, no one could assure him that hidden perils did not await within. He leaned forward slightly, peering into the inky darkness. All that was discernible was a rough stone staircase descending into the void. The air was thick with the scent of dust and rusted metal, mingled with a barely perceptible aroma reminiscent of burning grease. The destination of the treasure map had been uncovered, and the source of the quest resolved. It was time to reap the rewards, Chen mused. In the brief span of mere hours since entering the game, he had vanquished 2 silver-tier boss creatures, gaining immense enhancements in level experience, attribute points, equipment, and skills. The attribute plunder granted by the Ring of Carnage had particularly set him apart from other players. With 240 points in strength, 300 points in agility, and just recently seized 20 points in constitution, he felt the surge of power coursing through him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The pace of his growth was truly exhilarating. As for the envious murmurs on the World Channel, claims of fortuitous luck, favoritism from the Game Master, or the use of special items, Chen paid them no heed. They were merely the whispers of the wind. He remained grounded, fully aware that his current lead was but a fleeting moment. The world of oracles was vast beyond measure, teeming with hidden masters and countless opportunities. He must seize every chance to strengthen himself at an accelerated pace, for only then could he truly grasp his destiny in his own hands. The regrets of his past life would not be allowed to repeat. Stealing his resolve, Chen retrieved a common torch from his backpack, one that had dropped from a defeated monster. He ignited it and tossed it into the cave's mouth. The torch, casting a feeble glow, fell downward, tracing an orange-red arc through the air before landing with a soft thud on the ground approximately 7 or 8 meters below, illuminating a small area around it. The staircase wound downwards, leading to what appeared to be a modest stone chamber. Aside from scattered debris and dust, no immediate dangers were evident. It seemed relatively safe. Chen thought, his heart settling a bit. No longer hesitating, he leaped gracefully into the passageway. His feet touched the ground soundlessly, and his stealth mode was activated. Inside the passage, the air was drier than he had anticipated. The walls flanking the staircase bore the scars of time, with remnants of indistinct murals still visible in places. Though most had long since peeled away, the peculiar scent of grease was now more pronounced. Chen cautiously descended the stone steps, the flickering light of the torch ahead elongating his shadow. Before long, he reached the small stone chamber. The space was modest, spanning perhaps a dozen square meters, with bare walls and only a half-human tall wooden chest, thickly coated in dust, resting in the center. The wooden chest appears rather unremarkable, yet its surface is reinforced with dark red metal strips, and the rusty lock, despite its condition, remains steadfast. In the corners and edges of the box, traces stained by grease are visible, the very source of the peculiar odor. Is this the treasure indicated by the treasure map? Chen stepped forward, scrutinizing the chest meticulously. There are no signs of traps or residual magical fluctuations. He attempted to push the lid, but it did not budge. The lock appeared exceptionally sturdy, making it difficult to open through sheer force. It seemed a key was required, or perhaps a violent breach. Chen's gaze shifted slightly. He had no time to search for a key. Taking 2 steps back, he reversed his grip on the dagger. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade penetrated the gap, connecting the lock to the chest. With a creak, accompanied by the disconcerting sound of metal twisting, the rusted lock shattered. Chen reached out and lifted the heavy lid of the chest. Instead of the anticipated gleam of gold, the interior was lined with dark velvet, upon which rested several items. A hefty tome with a dark golden cover, an antiquated ring emanating faint spatial fluctuations, and a small pouch filled with heavy, glimmering gold coins. System notification. You have opened the secret treasure chest of the depths of the mine. System notification. You have obtained 100 gold coins. System notification. You have acquired skill book, weakness insight, golden. System notification. You have received storage ring, special, a golden tier skill book, and a special ring as well. Chen's breath caught slightly, his eyes alight with intense surprise. 100 gold coins at this stage was undoubtedly a substantial fortune, sufficient for considerable indulgence. Yet, in comparison to the latter 2 items, the coins seemed less significant. He first picked up the weighty book, radiating a dazzling golden light. Skill book, weakness insight, type, passive skill book quality, golden effect, permanently increases critical hit rate by 10, and grants a 15 chance to directly strike the enemy's weakness when attacking. Learning requirement. Archer class, another passive skill, one that enhances critical hits and directly targets weaknesses. Chen's heart raced. A golden tier skill. This was something he had scarcely dared to dream of at this stage. Furthermore, the effect was a perfect advancement of hunting intuition. Not only did it further elevate the critical hit rate, but it also introduced the capability to directly strike weaknesses. Presently, Chen's weak point attacks were largely reliant on his past experiences, actively seeking out the vulnerabilities of monsters to exploit. With his proficiency as the top archer from his previous life, targeting weaknesses was not difficult. However, this was limited to single-target skills. AoE skills like multi-shot merely relied on chance for critical hits. Now, with the acquisition of the weakness insight skill, should he maximize the probability, he would not need to aim specifically. He could strike directly, ensuring a stable increase in output. Without hesitation, Chen chose to learn the skill. System notification. You have successfully learned the passive skill weakness insight. Once again, a more immense and intricate force infused his being. Chen felt an instinctive awareness of his target's fatal vulnerabilities, as if each strike could effortlessly locate the most fragile seams. Subsequently, his divine talent activated once more. Weakness insight, golden grade, passive skill, increasing critical hit rate by 10, with a 15 chance to directly strike the enemy's weakness upon attack. Perfect duality triggered, enhancing critical hit rate by 40, with a 60 chance to directly strike the enemy's weakness upon attack. Chapter 20. Following the White Emperor to seize opportunities? A staggering 40% critical strike rate. A remarkable 60% chance of striking weaknesses. Chen inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within. With the additional 20% critical strike rate provided by hunting instinct, his current fixed increase in critical hit rate had astonishingly reached 60%. This signified that more than half of his attacks could trigger a critical hit, bestowing upon him a substantial 40% bonus to damage. Even more terrifying was the 60% chance of exploiting weaknesses. Now, my sustained damage output has also significantly improved. The corners of Chen's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Previously reliant on explosive bursts to break through stealth, he now boasted high critical strikes and weakness exploitation. Even his regular shots could not be disregarded in terms of damage. He could almost envision every future boss before him crumbling like paper. As Chen mastered the insight into weaknesses, his assassin skills once again experienced a remarkable enhancement. Stealth, silver level, lasts seconds, increasing damage by 140 upon breaking stealth. Backstab, increases damage by 70. Shadow Bind, immobilizes for 14 seconds. There is nothing more to say. Incredible. Divine talents are truly extraordinary. Subsequently, Chen's gaze fell upon the ancient ring. Storage ring, location, ring quality, special attributes, provides a 10 by 10 grid-independent storage space. Equipment requirements, none description. A ring imbued with faint spatial magic, capable of storing a limited number of items. It is indeed storage equipment. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Chen's eyes. Although the space offered was merely 100 slots and not particularly vast, its worth was immeasurable at the early stages of the game, when inventory space was exceedingly limited. At the very least, he would no longer have to fret over acquiring valuable items without sufficient space to store them. After adorning the ring, on his other hand, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, and an independent virtual storage interface manifested in his consciousness. Perfect. Satisfied, Chen deposited the unnecessary trinkets and a few warrior armaments and skill books into the storage ring, instantly lightening his backpack considerably. After tallying the bounty from the treasure chest, Chen felt elated. This expedition into the mine had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Not only had he completed the second stage of the chain quest and obtained the quest item, corrupted or core, but he had also uncovered the secret of the treasure map, acquiring a gold-tier passive skill along with a precious storage ring. Coupled with the experience, attribute points, gold, and equipment gained from slaying 2 silver bosses, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was time to return. Chen cast one last glance at the desolate stone chamber before turning and ascending the stone steps. Upon returning to the excavation site, the atmosphere remained steeped in silence, with only the scattered bones and/or serving as testament to the recent brief yet fierce battle. Activating stealth, Chen's figure once more dissolved into nothingness as he swiftly retraced his steps, leaving behind the mine thoroughly tainted by undead energy. Outside the cavern, dusk approached, and the waning sunlight cast a muted golden hue over the desolate ground. Just as Chen was about to leave the confines of the mine and re-enter the novice village area, 2 players emerged from a nearby hollow, seemingly engaged in a heated debate. Damn it! After searching for so long, I haven't even spotted a single elite monster. What on earth is this wretched place? Grumbled a warrior, burdened with a shield, his face etched with impatience. Don't be hasty. Didn't someone just mention seeing the White Emperor coming this way? Following the experienced will never lead us astray, chimed in a slight, shifty-eyed rogue, his voice laced with eagerness. Perhaps he has uncovered a hidden quest or a boss. We could simply tag along and reap the rewards. Reap rewards? More like courting death. The warrior scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Who do you think he is? The first to achieve the bronze kill. The first to attain silver. The first to reach level 10. He single-handedly took down the Peerless Guild. Together, we wouldn't even measure up to a single arrow he looses. And you think we could just follow him and pick up scraps? We'd be lucky not to be treated as mere fodder. Hey, we shouldn't dismiss the possibility. What if we do stumble upon something valuable? Silently, Chen glided past them from the shadows, leaving not even a whisper of wind in his wake. With silver-level stealth, augmented by the void steps, he could stand before other players without being detected. As for the intentions of these 2 players, Chen wished to advise them that they were miscalculating their odds. With his damage output, even if a boss had accomplices, there was no way they could usurp his claim to the spoils. Minutes later, the familiar outline of the blacksmith shop came into view. The old gravekeeper still lingered in his corner, though the anxiety and dread on his face had subsided significantly, replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation and tension. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge from the shadows, the old man's murky eyes suddenly brightened, his hunched form straightening with renewed vigor. His voice quivered slightly as he spoke. "Adventurer, you have returned. What news? Have you found that thing?" Lu Chen nodded, dispensing with unnecessary words as he directly handed over the dim, cracked, corrupted mind core. The source of the anomaly in the mind has been resolved. Upon beholding the core, exuding a chaotic and malevolent aura, the gravekeeper's expression transformed into a mixture of shock, fear, and overwhelming sense of relief. It truly is it. The mind core has been corrupted. No wonder the undead energy raged so violently. The old man murmured, then turned his gaze to Lu Chen, awe and gratitude filling his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. "Adventurer, you have once again saved us. You have truly purified the evil lurking deep within the mind." System notification. You have submitted the quest item corrupted mind core. Lingering unease second phase has been completed. System notification. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Added to experience pool. System notification. You have gained 220 reputation points. System notification. You have acquired Shadow's Embrace, Silver. Embrace of Shadows. Type, upper garment leather armor quality, silver attributes. Defense 45, Constitution 15. Agility 10 special effects. Stealth effect 15, movement speed 10 equipment requirement. Level 10 an exceptional piece for assassins. Lu Chen immediately donned the Embrace of Shadows, feeling a profound connection with the surrounding darkness. Just as he was admiring his new gear, the Gravekeeper's expression grew grave once more. He looked at Lu Chen and spoke with a heavy tone. "Adventurer, although the immediate threat of the mine has been vanquished, the energies emanating from the heart of the dead and the core of the mine have already wrought an indelible impact upon this land. I can sense that a deeper darkness is being awakened. I fear that a greater crisis lies ahead." Chapter 21. The Third Link Mission, The Source of Decay. System prompt. The third link of the chain quest has been unlocked. Quest name, The Source of Decay, third link. Quest description. The Guardian of the Tomb has sensed that the disturbance of the heart of the dead and the core of the vein seems to have awakened an even deeper malevolence. An ancient and decaying force is spreading from the hillside behind the village, which may indeed be the true source threatening the tranquility of this land. Please follow the Guardian's guidance to locate and thoroughly purify this source of decay. Quest rewards: 5,000 experience points, 300 reputation points, random golden equipment 1. Random golden skill book of the same profession 1. Quest difficulty: extremely difficult. The third link mission offers rewards of golden equipment and a golden skill book. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the quest panel, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes, transitioning directly from silver to gold. Such a leap was indeed substantial, with the difficulty surging to extremely difficult. This indicated that the challenges ahead would far surpass those of the previous cemetery and mine. Ordinary players, upon encountering this level of difficulty, would likely feel disheartened or begin rallying friends to form a large team. However, Lu Chen was different. The prospect grew increasingly intriguing. Rather than feeling daunted, he sensed the blood coursing through his veins, quickening in response. Golden equipment, golden skills. This was the swift ascent to power he truly yearned for. The Guardian pointed towards the hillside behind the village, where the terrain gradually ascended, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, lending it an air of mystery. Fragments of memory regarding that area began to surface in Lu Chen's mind. The hillside behind the village, if memory served him correctly, it should be the site of an ancient battlefield. Recalling scattered information from his past life, Lu Chen remembered that the hillside was notorious for its dangers, teeming with undead creatures far more formidable than those near the novice village, boasting a diverse array of types, including elite clusters and rare bosses. An oppressive aura of death lingered year-round, said to be the result of a brutal ancient war, where countless soldiers and war beasts found their final rest. The resentment and death energy, having accumulated over eons, formed a unique environment replete with decay. It was no wonder the quest was titled The Source of Decay, and its difficulty classified as extremely difficult. Lu Chen instantly grasped the quest direction. The ancient and decaying power, sensed by the Guardian, most likely emanated from the depths of that ancient battlefield. golden equipment and skills, substantial experience and reputation. Alongside the potential for attribute plunder, this journey was one he could not forsake. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen turned and strode towards the hillside. The closer he drew to the hill, the more desolate the surroundings became. The once relatively smooth path transformed into a rugged terrain overrun with weeds, while the air thickened with a chilling and oppressive ambience. It was a scent that mingled the earthy aroma of soil, rust, and an indescribable staleness, as if time itself were decaying slowly within this realm. As twilight descended, the last rays of the sun struggled to pierce through the mist, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, adding an air of eerie desolation. The surrounding trees have become sparse and twisted, their trunks displaying an unhealthy shade of grayish-black, as if eroded by some malevolent force over the years, robbing them of all vitality. Chen slowed his pace, moving like a phantom, seamlessly blending into the environment. His senses heightened to their utmost. The ancient battleground. The spirits here are of an entirely different nature compared to those in the mines. Chen mused, his vigilance at its peak. The spirits in the mines are birthed from the hearts of the deceased and the corrupted veins below. Their power, though ferocious, is fundamentally shallow. In contrast, the spirits here have truly slumbered for countless ages, gradually forming as indigenous entities nourished by the dense aura of death, likely possessing powers and peculiarities that far exceed imagination. Ahead, the terrain began to rise noticeably, with the ground occasionally revealing deeply embedded, rusted metal fragments, remnants of ancient weaponry. The air grew increasingly cold and tainted with decay, almost palpable. A thin mist rolled ahead, faint outlines of crumbling stone tablets and sagging low walls becoming discernible, marking the boundaries of the ancient battlefield. Chen halted at the entrance of the battleground, gazing into a more expansive area shrouded in a grayish fog. As far as the eye could see, desolation and silence reigned. This is it. Chen's gaze sharpened, the Shadow Fong longbow firmly gripped in hand. Beneath this seemingly lifeless battlefield lurked unimaginable dangers. He stealthily advanced, his figure completely merging with the mist and shadows of the ancient battleground, gliding forward like a specter. The ground beneath him was soft and damp, each step accompanied by a nauseating sensation of decay, in addition to the scent of rot. A faint trace of blood permeated the air, reminiscent of the slaughter from countless years past, which had yet to dissipate. He cautiously navigated around an overturned stone tablet, its surface etched with long faded inscriptions and designs, cloaked in a thick layer of moss and dark stains. At that moment, a chilling sound of bones grinding emanated from the mist not far ahead. Crack, crack. A swaying figure slowly emerged from the fog. It was a towering skeleton, far more intact than the skeletal soldiers encountered in the cemetery, its bones exhibiting a dull yellowish-brown hue, as if steeped in the passage of time and death. In its eye sockets flickered 2 points of eerie green soul fire, and it gripped a rusted yet formidable two-handed sword. The armor it wore had long since deteriorated, but remnants of some ancient military garb could still be discerned. Decayed warrior, elite monster, level 14 health, 4500 attack, 240 defense, 200 a level 14 elite, whereas players can only reach a maximum of level 10 in the novice village. Indeed, facing such a creature would prove to be a formidable challenge. Chen's gaze sharpened, observing its stance with a massive sword. Its attack range and power were surely not to be underestimated. The living. The decayed warrior seemed to sense something, its hollow eye sockets turning towards Chen. The flickering flame of its soul pulsed momentarily, emitting a dry, hoarse sound brimming with hatred for the living. It raised the colossal sword in its grasp. Though its movements were somewhat stiff, they carried a weighty aura forged in the crucible of countless battles. Chen's gaze was frigid, devoid of any hesitation. The most effective method to deal with such undead beings was to purify them completely before they could fully react. Buzz. The bowstring trembled, and the shadowy Fong longbow revealed its menacing aspect once more. A precise shot, the arrow, infused with insight into weaknesses, carried an even sharper intent to kill, instantly locking onto the flickering flame of the soul within the decayed warrior's eye sockets. Chapter 22. The Wrathful Ancient Battlefield, minus 14,598. Critical Strike. Weak Point Attack. Once again, a staggering figure of damage appeared. Despite the decayed warrior being of a higher level and possessing superior defenses compared to the zombie miner, it was still inadequate in the presence of Chen. The two flickering green flames of its soul, akin to candle sprouts buffeted by a tempest, quivered violently for an instant before extinguishing completely. Crack! The decayed warrior was unable to fully lift the massive sword in its grasp as its heavy form crumbled to the ground, its yellowish bones scattering about, leaving only a rusted greatsword and a handful of silver coins behind. System notification: you have slain a level 14 decayed warrior, earning 392 experience points. Added to experience pool. The experience gain surpassed that from the elite monsters in the mines, yet the intensity had indeed escalated. Chen stepped forward to collect the dropped items. Fortune smiled upon him as he acquired a weapon, albeit a mere plain great sword of little value. While the quantity of silver coins was quite satisfactory, without lingering, he continued to stealthily advance deeper into the ancient battlefield. However, shortly after he had dispatched the first decayed warrior, the previously tranquil mist around him began to roil violently, as if stirred by a stone cast into still waters. A deep, oppressive horn resounded, echoing from the distant past over the battlefield. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly, as though some colossal entity was awakening. Crack! Crack! From all directions, the sound of bones grinding against one another intensified, multiplying in frequency. Within the mist, swaying figures began to materialize in succession. Not only were there the sword-wielding, decayed warriors, but also skeletal pikemen brandishing long spears, their bones even more robust, and some apparitions floating in midair, enveloped in a pale gray aura of resentment, known as battlefield wraiths. Their numbers far exceeded those in the mines, and they exhibited a markedly more organized movement, subtly forming an encirclement. Indeed, the uprising has commenced. Chen's gaze sharpened. Rather than succumbing to panic, a flicker of excitement surged within him. The greater the number of monsters, the more experience to be gained. He did not rush to stealthily evade. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed a volley of multi-shot arrows. Buzz! 20 shadowy arrows, akin to precisely guided missiles, swiftly covered a fan-shaped area, striking down 15 or 16 undead. Minus 1,344. Minus 3,226. Critical hit. Minus 3,871. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 3,226. Critical hit. Thanks to the 60 critical strike rate and 60 weak point attack probability bestowed by Hunting Instinct and Weak Point Insight, even with an AoE skill, terrifying critical and weak point damage frequently erupted. A wave of undead was instantaneously obliterated, transforming into experience points and loot. After clearing this batch, Chen activated Void Blink to create distance, while his bowstring was set in motion once more. Precise shot. Regular shot. The arrows flowed incessantly like the scythe of death, efficiently reaping the relentless tide of undead. The decayed warrior, skeletal gunner, and battlefield specter, these nightmarish entities appear feeble as parchment before Chen. The experience pool's numbers surge rapidly, drawing nearer to the threshold for his next upgrade. Yet, a subtle furrow creases Chen's brow. Something feels amiss. While the ordinary elite monsters are plentiful, they scarcely pose a threat deemed extremely difficult, and could hardly be the source of decay referenced in his quest. He senses a growing intensity of ancient rot in the air, and the tremors beneath his feet become increasingly pronounced. It seems as though a mightier presence is awakening amidst the carnage and energy fluctuations of this place. A deep, resonant roar erupts from the depths of the battlefield's fog, carrying an oppressive weight far surpassing that of the elite monsters. The mist parts under an unseen force, revealing a skeletal giant towering over 3 meters, clad in battered yet formidable bronze armor, wielding a massive war axe riddled with nicks and rust. Its bones possess a hue of deep slate, and its eye sockets burn not with ghostly green, but with pulsating, crimson flames imbued with infinite wrath. Wrathful Battle Soul, Bronze level Lore Berserk, level 15 health, 30, 000, 30, 000 attack, 450 defense, 400 magic resistance, 350 skills, War Trample, Frenzied Cleave. Unyielding will this 15-level bronze boss boast a staggering 30,000 health, with both defenses reaching 400. Chen swiftly peruses the information, his gaze sharpening. These attributes have eclipsed those of the vain aberrations found in the mines. It is crucial to note that the vain aberration is a legitimate silver-level boss, whereas this wrathful battle soul is merely bronze. Chen's attention fixates on the term berserk following the boss's name. The ancient battlefield's turmoil has not only animated the undead, but also significantly enhanced the boss's attributes. Is it customary for a third-ring task in the novice village to summon a boss of this caliber? Chen muses, realizing that the depths of this ancient battlefield run far deeper than he had anticipated. Roar. The wrathful battle soul spots Chen, its crimson soul flame locking onto him with fierce intensity. The colossal battle axe rises high, accompanied by a whistle that rips through the air before it crashes down with ferocity. Frenzied Cleave. The speed is astonishing, the power immense. Chen's pupils constrict. Energy swirls beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanishes from his previous location. Void Flicker. Boom! The massive axe impacts the ground where Chen once stood, cracking the earth and sending debris flying. Such rapidity and might in its assault. Chen reappears several meters away, gaining a clearer understanding of the wrathful battle soul's prowess. Were an ordinary player, even a well-equipped 10-member team, to face such an attack, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. Yet Chen is no longer the same. Stealth. Precision shot. Target. The flickering soul flame. -14, 598. Stealth break. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Once again, a terrifying injury arose. The immense form of the wrathful battle spirit shuddered violently, its crimson soul flame flickering intensely, clearly suffering a grievous blow. Yet, unlike the previous monstrosities, it did not succumb instantly. With a health pool of 30,000, it withstood the strike with remarkable resilience. A deafening roar erupted from its depths, pain igniting its ferocity. The bronze armor upon it glowed with a faint crimson light, its aura growing ever more frenzied. The indomitable spirit of battle was triggered, momentarily enhancing both its attack and defense. With a sudden motion, it lifted a colossal foot and stomped fiercely upon the ground. The war tread, a wave of invisible force emanated from its core, expanding outward. Chen, anticipating the assault, swiftly retreated before the foot descended, effortlessly evading the area control skill. He then activated stealth, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Deprived of a target, the wrathful battle spirit swung its battle axe, attempting to cleave through the air in hopes of dislodging the hidden Chen. However, such efforts were destined to be futile. Mere moments later, a precise shot struck the spirit's vulnerable rear, sending the formidable bronze-level lord crashing to the ground, its crimson soul flame extinguished entirely. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 15 bronze Lord Wrathful Battle Spirit. Earned 3,000 experience points. As you defeated an enemy 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 4,500, deposited into experience pool. System notification. Triggered the Killing Ring's unique effect plunder, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 25 points in strength from Wrathful Battle Spirit. A surge of pure energy coursed through Chen's limbs, his strength attribute soaring once more. Now, at 265 points of strength, he reveled in the newfound vigor within him, nodding with satisfaction. Such strength would bring tears to the eyes of any warrior. Approaching the spoils dropped by the wrathful battle spirit, he collected a pair of bronze-level gauntlets, a bronze-level skill book for warriors titled Furious Cleave, and over 100 silver coins. Another warrior salute. Chen sighed, shaking his head as he casually tossed them into his storage ring. However, before he could catch his breath, the entire ancient battleground trembled violently, more intensely than ever before. A mournful, vengeful horn echoed through the air, as if countless souls wailed in unison. The thick fog churned like boiling water, a presence far more terrifying cold and malevolent than the wrathful battle spirit seeped from the depths of the battlefield. Were there more powerful foes? Chen abruptly lifted his gaze, directing it toward the source of the ominous aura. Chapter 23. The Withering Night. Thud, thud, thud. From the depths of the dense fog, a colossal and grotesque figure gradually emerged. It was a knight astride a gigantic skeletal warhorse, enveloped in pitch-black armor, wielding a rune spear ablaze with ghostly blue flames. An overwhelming aura of death suffused the air, suffocating all in its presence. The warhorse's eye sockets blazed with the same eerie blue fire, its hooves treading upon the void, freezing the very air in its wake. Withering Night, Elven, Silver-ranked Lore Berserk, level 16 health, 60, 00060, 000 attack, 650 defense, 550 magic resistance, 500 skills, death charge. Withering Aura, Phantom Spear Silver-ranked. Such extraordinary attributes. A tremor coursed through Chen. 60,000 health, both defenses exceeding 500, and an astonishing attack power of 650. The oppressive presence of this Withering Night was far superior to that of the aberration encountered in the mine. It is worth noting that while the aberration was also silver-ranked, its attributes were nowhere near as exaggerated. And now, in a berserk state, this ancient battlefield was indeed sinister. Chen's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the boss's status bar. This berserk state conferred immense attribute enhancements. What alarmed Chen further was the realization that despite the overwhelming aura emanating from the Withering Night, it was still not the decay source indicated by the quest. A deeper, more ancient force that seemed capable of decaying all things lurked in the shadows. What else lies hidden within the depths of this ancient battlefield? Chen's mind was rife with uncertainty. He recalled that this quest did not seem so daunting at first. Was there a deviation somewhere? Or had his swift and exceptional completion of prior tasks inadvertently escalated the difficulty of subsequent ones? The Oracle's quest system was not rigid. Chen pondered the possibility of his assumptions being correct. Roar. The Withering Night, Elven, had evidently sensed Chen's unwelcome presence. The skeletal warhorse emitted a low, ominous whinny, its hooves pounding the void ferociously, transforming into a streak of darkness that charged forward. Death charge. The rune spear, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, aimed directly at Chen's heart, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek, its speed astonishing. So swift, Chen's pupils constricted. The velocity of this charge surpassed even that of the furious hacks from the enraged warrior moments prior. Moreover, the deathly aura caused a prickling sensation upon his skin. Without a moment's hesitation, the energy of the void swirled beneath his feet. Void flicker. In an instant, Chen vanished just as the spear was about to pierce him, reappearing in the shadow of a distant alcove several meters away. Boom! The Withering Night's charge met empty air, the spear crashing into the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater. The surrounding earth was shrouded in a faint layer of frost, emanating a bone-chilling cold. What tremendous impact and accompanying effects! Chen felt a shiver of dread. Were he to be struck directly, even with his current constitution, he would likely be left severely wounded or even forced to return to town. Without hesitation, the Withering Night adjusted its course as Chen's figure once again melded into the shadows. Stealth. Like the most patient of hunters, he circled the formidable foe, seeking the opportune moment to strike. The Withering Night appeared to lose its target. Its skeletal steed anxiously pawed the ground, while the knight slowly turned its head, the ghostly blue flames within its eye sockets scanning the surroundings. An invisible ripple, imbued with an aura of decay, radiated from its center. Withering Aura. Chen immediately sensed a chilling force attempting to invade his being, his health gradually diminishing at a slow but steady pace. And his movement speed seemed to be slightly hampered. Continuous damage and deceleration within this range. Quite troublesome. Chen frowned slightly. Such an aura skill is a nightmare for melee classes that require sustained combat, but for a ranged assassin like him, the impact is relatively minor, yet not to be underestimated. A swift resolution is imperative. He drew back the shadow Fong longbow, aiming directly at the flickering ghostly blue flame beneath the knight's helmet. Precision shot, minus 15,511. Pierce, critical hit, weak point attack. Another strike exceeding 10,000 in damage. Yet this time, the withering knight's massive form merely shuddered violently. The flame beneath the helmet flickering wildly, but remaining unextinguished. With 60,000 health remaining, even Chen's extraordinary burst damage had only depleted a quarter of its life. However, he was mentally prepared. Roar! The severely wounded withering knight let out an enraged bellow, no longer remaining stationary. The skeletal steed reared up, its forehooves crashing down. Simultaneously, the knight's runic spear erupted with an even more brilliant ghostly blue radiance, aimed precisely at the location where Chen had just loosed his arrow. Thrusting forward with great force, ghostly spear, whoosh, a condensed shadow of a blue spear shot forth, emitting a piercing shriek, homing in on Chen like a guided missile. A tracking skill? Chen's heart raced. He moved swiftly, activating Void Blink just in time to narrowly evade the deadly spear shadow. The ghostly spear grazed the hem of his garment, striking a distant stone tablet and shattering it into fragments. The ghostly blue flames igniting fiercely, exuding an even more potent aura of death. Such formidable attack power. Chen gazed at the burning stone tablet, silently awestruck. Had he been struck, it would undoubtedly have resulted in instant demise. After creating some distance, Chen swiftly unleashed a multi-shot. Although lacking the benefit of concealment, he still managed to land a critical hit and a weak point attack, dealing over 4,000 damage. Subsequently, Chen vanished in his stealth once more. Against a boss with high attack, high defense, and substantial health, coupled with aura and tracking skills, conventional tactics had lost their efficacy. Only stealthy assassination would suffice. Relying on his astonishing single-target damage of 15,000, he aimed to deplete the boss's health in several calculated strikes. Like a phantom, Chen glided through the mist, utilizing the terrain and shadows to evade the withering aura's encroachment, ever vigilant for the next opportunity to strike. The withering knight paused momentarily, and Chen seized the opportunity, drawing back the bowstring from the shadows at his side. A precise shot, minus 15,511. Stealth break, critical hit, weakness attack. Once more, a terrifying figure of damage floated above the withering knight's head. A hiss of pain escaped the knight's lips, its colossal form staggering back a step, the ethereal blue flames of its soul contracting violently, as if they could extinguish at any moment. It seemed unable to comprehend how such a feeble creature could inflict such immense harm upon it. Damn, the wretched insect. A deep, raspy voice emanated from beneath the knight's helmet, thick with the essence of death and profound hatred. The flames of its soul swelled once more, its fury nearly palpable. It abruptly turned its steed, the massive runic spear tracing an arc of ghostly blue in the air, aimed directly at the direction where Chen had vanished. The soul spear, another tracking projectile, surged forth. Anticipating this, Chen activated his Void Blink, instantly shifting his form. Would it merely repeat these few moves? Chen pondered. If so, though time-consuming, vanquishing it would merely be a matter of time. Nevertheless, he sensed that deeper within this ancient battlefield lay greater perils. He must swiftly dispatch this knight to delve further. Chen once again entered stealth, biding his time for the next opportunity to strike. Chapter 24. The Emergence of the Golden Boss. Once again entering stealth, Chen patiently awaited the next opportunity to strike. The third time the concealment was broken. Minus 15,511. Concealment broken. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The health of the withering knight plummeted to below 20,000. No, it cannot be. A hint of terror crept into the voice of the withering knight. The dark energy surrounding it surged, seemingly preparing to unleash a more formidable skill. But Chen offered it no chance. Once more, He flickered into the void, evading the spectral spear, and retreated into stealth, creating distance. Just one more precise shot, and the battle would conclude. The fourth concealment was breached. Health depleted. 4. My lord. The withering knight let out a reluctant roar. Its massive form, along with its skeletal steed, shattered into fragments, transforming into a swirling tempest of dark energy and bone shards, ultimately dissipating into the thick fog. Only a few glowing items and a small pile of coins remained. System notification. You have successfully defeated the level 16 silver Lord Withering Knight Elven. Gain 5,000 experience points. As you have defeated an opponent 6 levels above you, you receive an additional 60 experience, totaling 8,000 experience added to the experience pool. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 30 points of agility from Withering Knight Elven. Agility has reached 340. Chen felt a surge of lightness coursing through him, his gaze sparkling with newfound clarity. He approached to collect the fallen loot. A ring shimmering with silver light, a pair of silver-quality leather leggings, a skill book, over 200 silver coins, and several gold coins. Withering ring, slot, ring quality, silver attributes, intelligence 20, spirit 15. Spell critical hit 5 equipment requirement. Level 16, Shadow Walker leggings slot, lower body leather quality, silver attributes, defense 55, agility 20, stamina 10. Stealth movement speed 10 equipment requirement. Level 16 skill book, spectral spear, type, active skill book quality, silver effect. Upon learning, master the skill spectral spear, condensing the power of death to hurl a long spear, dealing significant damage to the target with a tracking effect. Learning requirement, Necromancer, Shadow Knight. Another skill book I cannot utilize, but these leggings are quite commendable. I shall keep them. Just as Chen finished tallying his spoils and had not yet caught his breath, the ground trembled violently. Boom! The ancient battlefield shook with an intensity surpassing any previous tremor, as if the earth itself were convulsing. The ground cracked open with deep fissures, and a thick, inky darkness surged forth from the crevices, reeking of putrid decay. A horrifying wail echoed, an indescribable terror, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the netherworld, resonating throughout the battlefield. This sound was laden with boundless malice, agony, and madness, and merely hearing it sent shivers through Chen's soul. The dense fog was utterly torn apart by a piercing howl, revealing the depths of the battlefield. There, upon a small hill formed from countless shattered bones and warped weapons, a colossal and unfathomable figure began to rise slowly from the black mist. Its form was beyond description, as if it were forcibly stitched together from innumerable decaying corpses, fragmented souls, and solidified malice, enveloped in a nauseating yellow-green miasma that was visible to the naked eye, wherever this aura passed. Even the very fabric of space seemed to warp and wither. At its head, there were no facial features, only a swirling vortex of darkness that devoured light, with 2 faint crimson glimmers flickering at its core, radiating boundless malevolence, fixated on Chen. Source of decay, abomination convergence, golden tier lord, rampaging, level, 18 health, 150, 000 attack, 1000 defense, 900 magic resistance, 700 skills, death hook, heavy press, plague miasma, flesh eruption, undead summoning golden tier boss. Chen's pupils constricted suddenly, his heartbeat momentarily skipping a beat. The pressure emanating from this entity was more than tenfold stronger than that of the previous Withering Knight. The nearly tangible miasma of decay made it feel as though even breathing had become a challenge. Was this truly the objective of the third ring task? Chen gripped his shadow Fong longbow tightly. 150,000 health, 1,000 attack, 900 defense, 700 magic resistance, and a series of skills with names that sent shivers down his spine. Taking a deep breath, Chen forcibly suppressed the tumult within him. This was no mere attribute overpowering. It was a qualitative transformation, a golden tier lord, and in a rampaging state, its strength was simply horrifying, extremely difficult. So, this is what it meant. A bitter smile tugged at Lu Chen's lips, yet there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. Instead, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. A challenge, an unprecedented challenge. The miasma exuded by the abomination convergence enveloped the surroundings like a tangible domain, continuously eroding everything in its vicinity. The grass and trees on the ground withered instantly, and even the air turned thick and tainted. Lu Chen sensed his health slowly diminishing at an imperceptible yet incessant rate, more potent than the withering night's aura. Was this truly the source of decay? Indeed, formidable. Rather than feeling fear, Lu Chen found his blood surging with vigor. The more powerful the enemy, the greater the attributes the bloodlust ring could siphon. Roar! The faceless dark vortex of the abomination convergence suddenly turned towards Lu Chen, its two crimson lights bursting forth with chilling malevolence. Its limbs, twisted like tentacles and formed from countless corpses, shot upward, one arm ending in a massive, rusted iron hook that glimmered with a sickly green light, hurtling towards Lu Chen with alarming speed. Death hook! The iron hook flew with astonishing velocity, trailing a foul wind, as if it could tear through space itself, aimed directly at Lu Chen. Moreover, Lu Chen felt as though he was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him incapable of evading entirely. A locking skill? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He chose not to withstand it head-on. With a flicker of the void, a flash of light enveloped him, and Lu Chen's figure vanished from his original position, reappearing behind a fractured stone tablet several dozen meters away. Clang! A colossal iron hook crashed down where he had just stood, creating a deep pit in the ground as a dark mist spread forth, rapidly tainting the surrounding earth with a repulsive yellow-green hue. That was a close call. Lu Chen observed the horrifying destructive power, a chill coursing through him. If he had been ensnared, it would have been far more than a mere tug. The ensuing assault would undoubtedly be fatal. Thankfully, he possessed the skill of void flicker. Otherwise, he would have had to bid farewell to life. Before he could catch his breath, the enormous form of the abomination surged forward, its myriad twisted limbs writhing like sludge, producing nauseating sounds. It suddenly opened a vast gash in its abdomen, unleashing a torrent of foul-smelling yellow-green toxic mist. The plague mist. The speed at which the toxic vapor spread was astounding, enveloping an area of several dozen meters in an instant, sizzling as it corroded even the very rocks in its path. A sustained high damage and corrosive effect. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated. He could not afford to be contaminated by this mist. He quickly distanced himself, escaping the toxic cloud, his expression grave as he regarded the massive and grotesque creature. High attack, high defense, high health, along with locking control skills and an area of effect poison. This boss was truly a nightmarish amalgamation for any player. Chapter 25. Where there is stealth, there is victory. Lu Chen activated his stealth ability, his figure once again merging with the shadows as he cautiously maneuvered around the abomination aggregator, seeking an opportunity. However, the abomination aggregator appeared to be exceedingly sensitive to the presence of the living. The moment Lu Chen entered stealth, the dark vortex shifted towards him, two flickering crimson lights piercing through the gloom. With a ferocious roar, its massive form suddenly plummeted, countless appendages bracing against the ground, and then, like a cannonball, it leapt with tremendous force towards Lu Chen's general direction. The weight of its descent was overwhelming. Boom! It struck the earth like a meteor. The colossal impact sent tremors through the ancient battlefield, and even from a considerable distance. Lu Chen could feel the violent vibrations beneath his feet and the formidable shockwave rippling through the air. The epicenter of the impact was marked by a crater exceeding 10 meters in diameter, dust and the stench of decay soaring into the sky. Such a powerful area attack. Lu Chen steadied himself at the edge of the shockwave, his heart racing with dread. Should he be struck head-on, it would surely result in his utter obliteration. Having anticipated this moment, Liu Chen had already begun weaving through the complex ruins of the battlefield as the abomination aggregator launched itself. Utilizing the toppled stone tablets and crumbling low walls as cover, he skillfully evaded the most intense impact zone and the spreading toxic mist. With the void steps at his disposal, even the flimsiest of walls could not hinder him. He effortlessly passed through them, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Yet even so, the powerful residual shockwave still surged through him, causing his blood to boil and the ground beneath him to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. What a terrifying force! Liu Chen concealed himself behind a large, battered shield, feeling the tremors and marveling at the might of a golden-tier boss's attack. Indeed, the sheer scope of its skill was extraordinary, capable of evaporating ordinary players in an instant. However, when Liu Chen realized he had successfully utilized the environment to block most of the shock and that his stealth status remained unbroken, the tension in his heart began to ease slightly. I can evade. This revelation was crucial. With a health pool of 150,000, an attack power of 1,000, and a defense of 900, these attributes were indeed formidable, but if he could maintain his stealth status, employing Void Blink to dodge lethal skills, and then relying on Precision Shot to unleash devastating damage, theoretically, this colossal creature was not invincible. As long as I can remain hidden, I shall prevail. Liu Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the moment while the abomination aggregator remained motionless, he swiftly maneuvered to its rear, knocking an arrow. Precision Shot, minus 26,368. Critical hit. Backstab. Weak point attack. A staggering damage figure floated above the abomination aggregator, one that would leave ordinary players astounded. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of shots. This battle would primarily focus on precision, with the multiple shots serving to chip away at its health. Minus 6,991. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The two skills together dealt over 33,000 damage, which, in contrast to the abomination aggregator's total health of 150,000, was no small feat. The key was that Liu Chen could see a glimmer of hope for victory. Liu Chen's figure moved like the most cunning of hunters, weaving through the crumbling walls and ruins. Each emergence was accompanied by the tremor of bowstrings and the terrifying damage unleashed upon the abomination conglomerate. Stealth. Find the angle. Draw the bow. A precise shot. Minus 26,368. Break stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The abomination roared in fury, its dark, swirling visage suddenly turning towards the source of the attack, a limb armed with a hook and chain flailing out once more. Death hook. Void flicker. Liu Chen's figure vanished before the hook and reappeared in another shadow, the entire process seamless and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Roar. The abomination lunged at empty air again, furiously pounding the ground with its other limbs, stirring up clouds of dust and a stench of decay. The massive form, composed of countless corpses, writhed in rage, emanating a nauseating odor that seemed to solidify the surrounding air. Maintaining this rhythm, wearing it down was merely a matter of time. Liu Chen calculated calmly in his mind. Although its health of 150,000 was daunting, it steadily diminished before his nearly 30,000 damage per strike. What he required now was patience and focus, with no room for error. Every flicker, every stealth maneuver, every shot must be executed with impeccable precision. Adrenaline surged, yet his mind remained unusually calm, analyzing every movement of the boss, seeking the shortest intervals for attack. The mist and ruins of the ancient battlefield provided him with the perfect cover. The toppled stone tablets, partially collapsed low walls, and rusted remnants of weaponry became ideal spots for his evasive maneuvers. Constantly changing positions made it difficult for the abomination to lock onto him, forcing it to waste energy on area attacks and tracking skills, without even grazing Liu Chen's clothing. Another successful, precise shot. Minus 26,368. Break stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The abomination's health had now fallen below half. The structure is composed of corpses on its massive form visibly loosened, and the yellow-green stench that enveloped it seemed to become disordered, no longer as solid as at the outset. Almost there. Liu Chen's gaze sharpened as he drew back his bowstring once more. The scales of victory were tilting in his favor, as if golden gear and silver skill books were beckoning him. At that moment, Liu Chen's keen senses detected unusual movement in the distance. Through the thin mist at the edge of the ancient battlefield, a throng of figures emerged, numbering at least in the hundreds by rough estimation. Their footsteps and chatter shattered the battlefield's eerie silence. Players? Liu Chen frowned slightly. At this juncture, any players venturing into the ancient battlefield must either be elite teams from large guilds or fearless rogue groups. Judging by their haphazard equipment and loose formation, they were likely the latter. The players were evidently drawn to the colossal boss and the fierce fluctuations of battle at the center of the battlefield, cautiously approaching to glean more about the situation. Soon, as the abomination conglomerate unleashed another heavy strike, creating a vast pit and dispersing the surrounding mist, they beheld its immense and grotesque form, crowned with the terrifying insignia of a golden tier lord. My goodness, a golden boss! A wave of uncontrollable gasps erupted from the crowd, glimmers of greed igniting in many eyes. We're in for a windfall. Brothers, it's a golden boss. Let us slay it and claim the legendary artifacts. An excited voice, reminiscent of a minor leader, shouted, its tone slightly distorted by exhilaration. Charge! Let us seize the boss. Who cares who is attacking? Let us strike first. Another voice echoed, brimming with impatience. In an instant, the 100 or so players surged forth like hyenas catching the scent of blood, howling as they burst from the mist. Warriors activated their charges. Mages began chanting spells. Archers drew their bows, and rogues slipped into stealth, attempting to flank the foe. The brilliance of various classes shimmered, blades glinted, magic arrows flew, all converging upon the abomination conglomerate. They seemed utterly oblivious to the boss's terrifying attributes and the overwhelming level suppression of 18. Their eyes were solely fixated on the lethal allure of the golden tier. Some keen-eyed individuals even caught sight of Liu Chen, lurking in the shadows, poised to strike again. Oh, is there someone over there? Sneaking around, trying to steal a kill? A sharp-eyed mage player shouted, pointing in Liu Chen's direction. Who cares? A lone wolf dares to challenge a golden boss. The boss must be nearly defeated. We can easily claim the kill. A shield-bearing warrior player shouted disdainfully as he charged forward, his tone laced with contempt for Liu Chen and an insatiable hunger for the boss's drops. Liu Chen observed the throng, akin to moths drawn to a flame, rushing towards the abomination conglomerate, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. Do these individuals not even consider the boss's attributes? They have no understanding of what they are facing. In its berserk state, the Golden Tier Lord possesses an attack power of 1,000, a defense of 900, along with a plethora of repulsive area of effect skills. How could they hope to withstand such might? Forget about claiming the boss. Surviving would be a miracle. He activated stealth once more, his figure seamlessly merging into the deeper shadows, choosing to observe the unfolding events. The arrival of these uninvited guests disrupted his hunting rhythm, yet could also present unforeseen opportunities. At the very least, they might divert the boss's attention, creating a more favorable environment for his own output. Chapter 26. Blinded by greed, the grotesque amalgamation of hatred, devoid of any facial features, abruptly turned towards the throng of incoming players, its two crimson eyes radiating a chilling malevolence. Its massive abdominal fissure yawned wide, unleashing a noxious cloud of yellow-green miasma that reeked of decay. Plague mist. The noxious vapors spread with alarming rapidity, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters and ensnaring the players at the forefront. What on earth is that? Oh no, my health is plummeting. It's toxic. The air was filled with anguished cries. The yellow-green mist not only eroded the players' health at an astonishing rate, but also imparted severe debuffs of slow and weakness. Players found their health bars cascading like a waterfall the moment they were touched by the miasma, often vanishing into light before they could escape its grasp. Even those few well-equipped players with substantial health could only endure for a fleeting second before succumbing to the relentless onslaught of the poison. In less than 5 seconds, hundreds of players lay lifeless, the battlefield falling into an eerie silence once more, leaving only the massive, contorted amalgamation of hatred and the lingering toxic haze. The ground was pockmarked and smoldering, exuding a more potent stench of decay. Chen concealed himself deeper in the shadows, observing the grim scene with a resigned shake of his head. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, numerical superiority holds no weight. Wasting no time, he drew his bowstring once more, taking advantage of the moment as the amalgamation had just cleared the field. Precision shot, minus 26,368. Stealth, backstab, critical hit, weakness exploit. The amalgamation's health continued to dwindle, inching closer to its demise. Just as Chen prepared to press his advantage, he heard footsteps and voices approaching from the entrance of the ancient battlefield. What is happening over here? Good heavens, so many corpses. Were they annihilated by the boss? Look, that hulking figure. A golden boss. Chen's brows knitted in concern. More foes. Truly, these players have a knack for finding trouble wherever it lurks. Deep within the ancient battlefield, the yellow-green miasma still reeked, and the scattered corpses of players formed a grim tableau, silently narrating the horrors that had just unfolded. The newly arrived players were more numerous, their equipment seemingly superior to that of the previous haphazard group, with recognizable guild emblems and a more disciplined formation. They clearly beheld the devastation on the ground, their advance noticeably faltering, expressions etched with surprise and gravity. So many have fallen? This boss is rather sinister, murmured a shield warrior at the forefront, eyeing the mist-laden area and the immense amalgamation with caution. Another, wielding a staff and appearing to be the squad's commander, scoffed dismissively. What's there to fear? Clearly, the previous lot was just incompetent, charging in without understanding the boss's abilities. The golden boss loomed tantalizingly close. Could they simply allow it to escape? His keen gaze swept across the battlefield, seemingly in search of something, and soon fixated on a shadow briefly revealed by Chen while he had been shooting arrows. That sneaky fellow must still be lurking nearby. Damn it. We cannot let him claim all the spoils alone. Everyone, prepare and heed my command. Warriors, advance and be wary of the toxic mists, while ranged attackers focus their fire. Although this group was more cautious than the previous wave, their greed ultimately triumphed over their reason. The allure of a golden-level boss was simply too great, compelling them to temporarily forget the lessons of the past. With the commander's order, this seemingly more professional team sprang into action. The frontline warriors raised their shields, cautiously maneuvering to avoid the toxic clouds, attempting to draw the hatred of the abomination. Meanwhile, the mages and archers in the back began to chant and draw their bows, preparing to unleash their assault. Chen remained concealed in the deepest shadows, observing with a cold detachment. The arrival of these players disrupted his rhythm once more, yet simultaneously presented a fresh opportunity. Roar! The abomination was indeed drawn to this new prey. The dark vortex shifted towards the newcomers, and limbs fashioned from countless corpses reared up, with a deadly grappling hook flashing ominously, hurtling towards the foremost shield warrior. This shield warrior was evidently more seasoned than the previous solo players. With a mighty roar, he raised a shield in an attempt to withstand the blow. Clash! The grappling hook collided with the shield, producing a jarring metallic screech. Without a word, the shield warrior was instantly vanquished. One incredible attack. His teammates turned pale. We're done for. How can we even fight this? A voice from the back of the team bellowed with arrogance. This boss belongs to us, absolute heaven. Upon hearing that voice, Chen's gaze turned icy. Absolute heaven. He had brought his own team here. Indeed, as the voice faded, a warrior clad in exquisite armor, wielding a longsword, emerged from the crowd. The very leader of the Absolute Guild, Absolute Heaven, who had previously been slain by Chen's arrow. His expression was grim, flanked by over 100 individuals whose gear was evidently superior to that of ordinary players, all bearing names beginning with Absolute. Brother Madman, this boss is ferocious. That last group was obliterated in an instant. A nearby mage remarked, shaken. "Oomph, a bunch of useless fools. They deserve to die." Absolute heaven snorted. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the massive, contorted abomination at the center of the battlefield, along with the tantalizing golden-level lord insignia hovering above it. He shouted with excitement, "This boss is ours for the taking. Everyone, follow my lead. Warriors, stabilize the aggro, avoid the toxic mists on the ground, and healers, get ready to restore health." The members of the Absolute Guild sprang into action, expertly spreading out as they began their assault on the abomination. A dazzling array of skills erupted forth, arrows and spells raining down upon the boss, generating a flurry of zeros, with occasional damage penetrating its defenses. However, compared to the boss's formidable health, such damage was hardly worth mentioning. Even the regeneration speed of the boss could not match that of the shadowy figure. At that moment, a keen-eyed assassin from a legendary guild suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the shadow behind a crumbling stone tablet in the distance. "Madman, look over there. That sneaky figure, it resembles the archer who eliminated us in an instant." "What?" The legendary madman swiftly turned his head, following the direction indicated by the assassin. Though Liu Chen's silhouette flickered in and out of the shadows, the posture of him drawing the bow and his dark purple longbow were unmistakable to the legendary madman. "By D, it is indeed him. Damn it, it truly is him." Fury ignited within the legendary madman. A tempest of new grievances and old grudges surged in his heart. This coward dared to venture alone to challenge the golden boss. "Brothers, let's take him down." The intertwining emotions of greed for the boss and the humiliation of being slain consumed the legendary madman, leading him to a complete loss of reason. Chapter 27. The First Kill of Gold. Global announcement. Everyone, cease your actions. Do not concern yourselves with the boss. The unparalleled madman bellowed. His sword pointed towards the shadow where Liu Chen took refuge. "That archer is the White Emperor. Surround him and slay him. How dare he steal our monsters from the unparalleled guild, and even dare to kill me?" "Brother Mad, what about the boss?" A nearby rogue hesitated, eyeing the massive and terrifying abomination with reluctance. "What are you afraid of? An archer can't turn the tides. Let us eliminate him first. The boss won to escape." The unparalleled madman's eyes reddened, his mind clouded by rage and greed. "Everyone charge. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 gold coins." With such a generous bounty, the members of the unparalleled guild instantly disregarded the boss. At this point, 1 gold coin could fetch over 300. That 100 coins amounted to over 30,000. It was not a trifling sum. In their eyes, a solitary archer, no matter how powerful, could not possibly surpass the strength of their hundreds of elite guild members. The previous 2 swift defeats were surely flukes. Now, surrounded head-on, he would find escape impossible. In an instant, various skills redirected from the abomination toward the shadowy area where Liu Chen was concealed, overwhelming him with an onslaught. Seeking death. Liu Chen's gaze was icy as he observed the members of the unparalleled guild surging forth like a tidal wave, his heart betraying no emotion. He had intended merely to engage the boss in peace. Yet these individuals had chosen to confront him. If that is the case, then let us resolve this together. Just as the members of the unparalleled guild approached, on the verge of encircling him, Liu Chen made his move. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, emerging from the shadows, and once again drew back the shadow Fong longbow. His target remained the swirling abyss of the abomination. Precise shot, minus 26,368. Stealth, backstab, critical hit, weak point attack. Another horrifying damage figure soared into the air. The abomination, already irked by the incessant harassment from the unparalleled guild, was pushed into a state of rage by this devastating blow. Its dwindling health incited fury within it, and the dark vortex abruptly locked onto Liu Chen, unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar! Its colossal form plunged once more, countless limbs bracing against the earth, then leapt high like a meteor, crashing down towards Liu Chen with tremendous force. Heavy pressure. The cataclysmic aura sent the frontmost members of the unparalleled guild's faces paling in an instant. Holy hell! The boss is coming. Scatter. Get out of the way. Brother Mad, save me. However, it was all too late. The abomination's wrathful strike possessed an extensive range and terrifying power, and the members of the unparalleled guild, densely packed to besiege Lu Chen, found themselves perfectly within the core area of the heavy pressure skill. In the split second before the abomination descended, Lu Chen's figure had already transformed into a fleeting phantom. Void flicker. He appeared instantaneously behind a nearby ruin, dozens of meters away, coldly observing the group of despairing players. Boom! As if the heavens were collapsing, a tremendous impact struck the ground, creating a more terrifying abyss, while a furious shockwave, imbued with a scent of decay, spread wildly in all directions. The members of the unparalleled guild, including the illustrious madman, were unable to even emit a complete scream before being instantaneously crushed into nothingness by that insurmountable force, transforming into a cascade of brilliant white light, collectively returning to the city to resurrect. Even those players in the rear ranks of the unparalleled guild, who had not yet managed to advance, were thrown into disarray by the shockwave, their health plummeting as they fled in terror. In a mere instant, a guild of over 100 individuals was reduced to ashes. The ancient battleground fell into a brief silence once more, leaving only the massive form of the abomination conglomerate resting in the deep pit, accompanied by the swirling dust and an even more intense stench of decay. It was tranquil. Lu Chen brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire, refocusing his gaze on the abomination conglomerate, whose health had nearly been depleted. The Golden Tier boss was nearing its final moments. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen once again drew the shadow, Fong Longbow, pulling the string to its full moon arc. As dark purple energy coalesced and compressed upon the arrowhead, emitting a low, resonant hum. A precise shot. Whoosh. The dark purple arrow soared through the air like a meteor, piercing the atmosphere with unmatched penetrative force. Minus 26,368. Stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weakness attack. The abomination conglomerate let out a final, heart-rending, despairing wail, filled with boundless malice. Its colossal form, composed of countless corpses and resentments, suddenly stiffened, then collapsed like a sandcastle deprived of its support. Countless twisted limbs, shattered bones, and solidified grievances disintegrated at that moment, transforming into a swirling tempest of black smoke and yellow-green specks of decay, resembling a bizarre rain that exuded a foul odor. The black mist and luminescent particles swiftly dissipated within the thick fog of the ancient battleground, leaving behind only a vast chasm. At its bottom scattered a plethora of even more dazzling gold coins, along with several pieces of equipment and items shimmering with resplendent golden light. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 18 Golden Lord source of decay. Abomination Conglomerate. Gain 15,000 experience points. As you defeated the target 8 levels above you, you receive an additional 80 experience points, totaling 27,000. Experience has been deposited into the experience pool. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 50 points in Constitution from the source of decay. Abomination Conglomerate. Boom! A surge of life energy, far surpassing any previous plunder, flooded into Lu Chen's body. He could distinctly feel his bones, muscles, and internal organs being fortified and nourished by this energy, as his vitality ascended to an entirely new realm. 50 points in Constitution. Lu Chen, sensing the surging power and unprecedented resilience within him, radiated a fervent light in his eyes. The plunder from the Golden Boss was indeed formidable. The Constitution directly correlated to health, and this enhancement of 50 points granted him a qualitative leap in survivability. His overall attribute has now reached an astounding 184 points. The warriors standing before him, who have added points to their attributes, dare not claim the title of Blood Cow. Just as Lu Chen revels in the exhilaration brought by his soaring attributes, a system announcement, more astonishing and resounding than the silver first kill notification. reverberates with a hint of authority, akin to the rumbling of thunder, echoing across all servers in the world of divine revelation. Global announcement. Huaxia region, may heaven bless Huaxia. Congratulations to the player White Emperor for achieving the first kill of the golden tier lord source of decay, abomination aggregate, making history. Awarded 2,000 reputation, 100 gold coins, 100 free attribute points, and a golden first kill treasure chest. His heroic deeds will be recorded in the annals of divine revelation. This is a formal announcement. Global announcement, worldwide warning. Warning. Player White Emperor from Huaxia region successfully achieves the first kill of a golden tier lord. The world's first slayer of a golden tier lord has emerged. This is a formal announcement. Global announcement. Huaxia region, may heaven bless Huaxia. Congratulations to the player White Emperor for achieving the first kill. Global announcement, worldwide warning. Warning. Player White Emperor from Huaxia region. Chapter 28. The Golden Treasure Chest, Shadow, Step. 3 times. Indeed, 3 times. Not merely in the Huaxia region. This time, it was a genuine global announcement. At that moment, the entire world of Divine Oracle was enveloped in an eerie silence. Countless players engaged in leveling, battling monsters, completing quests, or merely wandering the main city stood transfixed as if under a spell, their minds blank. The golden first kill. The server had been live for less than a day. The global premiere. I must be hearing things, right? Golden first kill. By D? Again by D? What manner of monster is he? Global announcement. World S number 1. We, Huaxia region, are in awe. 100 points of free attributes. A golden treasure chest. 100 gold coins. This reward. My goodness. I haven't even amassed enough copper coins for a single gold coin. GM. It must be the GM. This game is unplayable now. I want to report. Report what? Did you not see it was a global announcement? Such prowess. I am utterly impressed. By D is magnificent, voice-breaking. Mythical, Battle of the World, Lingyun Pavilion. And that so-called unparalleled guild. What are you still competing for? By D has already ascended to the stratosphere. By D, do you still accept apprentices? Serving tea, fetching water, making the bed, I can do it all. The World Channel, Regional Channel, major game forums, and real-life chat groups erupted instantaneously. Countless posts sprang up like mushrooms after rain, each title invariably featuring by D, Golden First Kill, World S number 1, and so forth. Dissenting voices? Under the weight of absolute strength and the validation of a global announcement, they had long since dissipated. What remained were boundless shock, admiration, envy, and a hint of despair. Playing the same game as by D is truly disheartening. 100 points of free attributes. Chen disregarded the external clamor and directly opened his attribute panel. This time, he hesitated not for a moment and once again allocated points to strength and agility. Strength, 315. Agility, 328.62. His attributes surged to a terrifying level. An agility nearing 400 rendered his speed and nimbleness astonishingly unparalleled. Meanwhile, the enhancement in strength made his base attack power even more formidable. Having completed this, Chen turned his gaze toward the bottom of the pit, where several items radiating blinding golden light and the alluring golden first kill treasure chest awaited. He leaped into the pit and began to collect. System notification, acquired heart of decay. System notification, acquired belt of abomination. System notification, acquired skill book, plague poison mist golden. System notification, acquired 28 gold coins. Heart of decay, part. Special accessory quality, gold attributes, constitution 50, strength 30, all status resistance 15. Healing effect -10 special effect. Decay aura. Passive enemies within proximity will continuously suffer from slight decay damage and experience a 10 reduction in both movement and attack speed. Equipment requirement. Level 18, Belt of Abomination. Part. Belt leather armor quality. Gold attributes. Defense 80, Agility 40, Stamina 20. Critical damage 10 equipment requirement. Level 18 Skill Book. Plague Mist type. Skill Book quality. Gold effect. Unleashes a toxic plague mist. inflicting sustained high poison damage on enemies within its radius, accompanied by significant slow and corrosion effects. Learning requirement. Level 18, Warlock Plague Mage Profession, yet another unusable skill book. Liu Chen gazed at the golden quality tome, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Such luck is truly beyond words. The bronze is unusable, the silver is unusable, and now the gold is also of no use. However, the Heart of Decay and Belt of Abomination are undoubtedly exceptional treasures, particularly the Heart of Decay. The boost of 50 points in Constitution and 30 points in Strength is simply terrifying, along with a 15 resistance to all status ailments and a passive area debuff aura. Although the 10 reduction in healing effects is a negative aspect, it is negligible for Liu Chen, who rarely requires healing. The Belt of Abomination directly grants 40 points in agility and 20 points in stamina, while also enhancing critical damage by 10, although he cannot equip them just yet. The joy from possessing such remarkable gear is profoundly satisfying. Having completed all this, Liu Chen's gaze fell upon the box in his backpack, which radiated a brilliance even more dazzling than the equipment. The golden first kill treasure chest. This is not merely a chest. It symbolizes the pinnacle of glory worldwide, the highest accolade awarded by the system to record breakers. He pondered what splendid treasures might lie within the golden chest. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation, he focused his thoughts and chose to open it. Buzz! A soft hum resonated as the golden chest gradually opened under his mental command. Blinding golden light erupting forth and nearly engulfing his entire field of vision. Amidst the radiance, the faint outlines of several items emerged, exuding a powerful and pure golden aura. As the light faded, 3 items lay quietly in his backpack slot. System notification. You have opened the golden first kill treasure chest. System notification. You have obtained Ring of Abomination, gold. System notification. You have obtained skill book, Shadow Step, gold. System notification. You have obtained Chain of Decay, gold. A golden quality ring, skill book, and necklace. Liu Chen's gaze instantly ignited with fervor. Though not legendary, these are undeniably authentic golden quality gear and skill books. In less than a day since the server's launch, this undoubtedly stands as a premier reward that commands global admiration. Ring of Avarice position, ring quality, golden attributes, strength 50, constitution 25, armor penetration 5, special effect, touch of decay. Passive, your basic attacks have an 8 chance to inflict an additional decay damage. Equipment requirement. Level 18, Chain of Decay, position, necklace quality, golden attributes, agility 40, constitution 25, critical hit rate 5, special effect, aura of stench. Passive, enemies in proximity to you will experience a slight debuff, reducing their attack speed by 5. Equipment requirement. Level 18, these attributes are simply formidable. Liu Chen clenched his fists. The enhancements provided by these 2 golden pieces far exceed anything he currently possessed. Strength, constitution, agility, stamina, along with additional health, critical hit rate, and 2 highly beneficial passive effects. With them, his overall strength would experience a remarkable leap. Suppressing his excitement, Liu Chen turned his attention to the second item. Skill book, Shadow Step, type, skill book quality, golden effect. Instantly dash up to 15 meters, leaving behind a lingering shadow for 5 seconds, which absorbs 1 targeted skill, costing 30 mana, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Learning requirement. Rogue Shadow Ranger Assassin, a displacement skill. Liu Chen's eyes brightened. Although he possessed the extraordinary Void Blink, its cooldown was relatively long and primarily utilized for evading lethal attacks or overcoming obstacles. In contrast, this Shadow Step had a short cooldown, making it more suited for agile positioning, kiting, and pursuit in combat. Moreover, it could leave a shadow to absorb skills. This was truly a skill tailor for him. With it, his mobility and battlefield survivability would ascend to new heights. Most importantly, this skill book had no level restrictions. Without hesitation, Liu Chen chose to learn it. A golden light infused into his being, and an icon named Shadow Step appeared in his skill bar. Shadow Step, golden level, active skill, instantly dashes up to 15 meters, leaving behind a shadow for 5 seconds that absorbs one targeted skill, costing 30 mana, cooldown 20 seconds. Perfect Twin activation, maximum dash distance 105 meters, leaving a shadow for 5 seconds that absorbs 7 targeted skills. Invincible, gazing at the Shadow Step skill enhanced by Perfect Twin, Chen found himself utterly captivated. It was overwhelmingly powerful. His roles as both a sharpshooter and an assassin focused on explosive damage. Although dual classing significantly bolstered his survivability, professional limitations remained. However, with his capacity to absorb 7 skills, Chen's operational scope had multiplied several times over. Shortly thereafter, Perfect Twin activated once more, amplifying his sharpshooter abilities. Precision shooting inflicts a remarkable 550 damage. Crossbow Mastery enhances damage and range by 25. Void Blink reaches an astonishing distance of 50 meters, while the Void Rift ensnares for 5 seconds. Multi-Shot targets up to 25 foes, delivering a staggering 350 damage per shot. Hunter's Instinct increases critical hit rate by 25 and critical damage by 45. Weakness Insight amplifies critical hit rate by 50, with a 75 chance to strike vulnerable points. Take Flight. This ancient battlefield proves to be immensely rewarding. Chapter 29. The Final Task, the Necromancer's Academy. Feeling the surging power coursing through his veins and the formidable new abilities added to his skill repertoire, Chen was thoroughly satisfied. His expedition to the ancient battlefield had yielded rewards far exceeding his expectations. It was time to return and report his findings. After orienting himself, Chen sheathed his Shadow Fong longbow and entered stealth mode once more, silently departing from the depths of the ancient battlefield, which had just witnessed a cataclysmic battle. The journey back was considerably more serene. With the abomination being vanquished, players scattered like frightened birds, swiftly vacating the area. The core of the ancient battlefield's malevolent force had temporarily dissipated, and the wandering, ordinary undead had settled down significantly. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished, night enveloped the land, and the thin mist under the moonlight took on an eerie quality. Chen traversed the desolate edges of the battlefield, returning to the rugged path leading to the rear mountain. The nauseating stench of decay in the air had lessened considerably, replaced by the crispness distinctive to the night forest. Before long, the faint lights of the novice village appeared on the horizon. Chen exited stealth and strode purposefully toward the location of the Gravekeeper. The hunched figure of the Gravekeeper stood steadfast, as if untouched by time itself. His murky eyes gazed toward the direction of the rear mountain, seemingly sensing something. "Young man, you have returned." Upon seeing Chen approach, the Gravekeeper's hoarse voice resonated, tinged with a barely perceptible astonishment. "The decayed power, it seems to have subsided?" "Indeed, the source has been dealt with," Chen succinctly replied, promptly opening the task panel to submit his report. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Gravekeeper's murky gaze as he regarded Chen intently. "Incredible. You truly purified that ancient battlefield." System notification. The third phase of the chain quest Source of Decay has been completed. Calculating quest rewards. System notification. You have earned 5,000 experience points. Added to experience pool. System notification. You have gained 330 reputation points. System notification. You have received the Dragon Tooth Dagger Gold. System notification. You have acquired the Explosive Shot Skill Book Gold. By the heavens, a dagger has appeared. Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly opening his inventory. Dragon Tooth Dagger. Type: one-handed dagger. Quality: gold. Attributes: attack 180, agility 40, critical hit rate 5. Special effect: attacks have a chance to tear the target, causing a bleeding effect for 10 seconds. Equipment requirement: level 10. As a swift weapon, the dagger's base attack was somewhat lower than that of other weapons, yet it still reached an impressive 180 points, along with an augmentation of 40 in agility and 5 in critical rate. Chen equipped it immediately, allowing his longtime novice dagger to gracefully retire, and his attack power soared to 645. He then retrieved the explosive shot skill book. Learn. The perfect duality effect was triggered once more, amplifying the skill's potency to terrifying levels. Explosive shot, golden level, active skill, unleashes arrows imbued with fiery energy. Inflicting attack power 210, fire damage on the target and enemies within a radius of 2 meters, consuming 50 mana points, with a cooldown period of 20 seconds. Perfect twin trigger, radius of 10 meters, dealing 1050 damage. A radius of 10 meters? A multiplier of 10.5. Chen gasped in astonishment. This skill, whether for AoE or single target, is truly outrageous. This is not merely an explosive shot. It is akin to a howitzer, if one were to nitpick. The only drawback is the lengthy cooldown, which does not perfectly align with stealth. As Chen reveled in the delight of skill enhancement, a voice, somewhat aged yet resonant, drifted over from the side. Gravekeeper, what is the situation? I sense a sinister aura emanating from the back mountain. Chen turned to see an elderly man, clad in a simple linen robe, his hair grayed but his spirit undiminished, approaching briskly with a wooden staff. It was the village chief of the novice village. Upon spotting Chen, the chief paused momentarily, his gaze swiftly shifting to the gravekeeper. The gravekeeper pointed at Chen, his voice still hoarse, yet imbued with a glimmer of hope. Chief, this young adventurer has resolved the troubles of the ancient battlefield. What? The chief's face displayed disbelief as he scrutinized Chen, his murky eyes filled with astonishment. That cursed land was one even the militia dared not tread. Young man, you must have been fortunate. Chen replied nonchalantly, unwilling to elaborate further. The chief inhaled deeply, the astonishment gradually fading from his expression, replaced by gravity and resolve. He glanced at the gravekeeper, then back at Chen, speaking solemnly. Young man, since you possess such formidable strength perhaps, it is time to disclose certain matters to you. Chen's heart stirred, aware that the main event was about to unfold. This chain quest was indeed not as simple as it seemed. The chief sighed, his gaze turning distant as if lost in some ancient recollection. The source of decay, sensed by the gravekeeper, does indeed originate from the ancient battlefield at the back mountain. Yet that is not the true root. The uprising of the undead in the ancient battlefield, including the recent anomalies in the cemetery and the corruption in the mine, are merely superficial manifestations. The true source. The chief paused, lowering his voice slightly, laced with an imperceptible hint of fear, is right beneath our feet. Beneath our feet. Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, the chief affirmed, nodding as he tapped the ground with his staff. Beneath this seemingly tranquil novice village lies a colossal secret, a hidden sanctum of an ancient necromancer. A necromancer's sanctum? Chen's heart surged with intrigue. In his previous life, he was aware of the quest chain involving the cemetery, the mine, and the ancient battlefield, but he had never heard of such a place concealed beneath the village. This was undoubtedly a hidden narrative. It was a clandestine stronghold constructed by an exceedingly powerful necromancer, teeming with undead magic and forbidden experiments. The voice of the village chief resonated with profound trepidation. The mission passed down through generations in our village is to safeguard this secret and suppress the forces of the hidden necromancer's lair, preventing it from spiraling out of control. However, of late, for reasons unknown, the energy array deep within the lair seems to have weakened, with the emanating necromantic energy growing increasingly potent, leading to the series of undead infestations observed on the surface. The source of decay from the ancient battlefield has likely been distorted by this escaping energy, rendering it formidable and savage. The gravekeeper hoarsely added. In that instant, Chen comprehended the gravity of the situation. Everything thus far had merely been the tip of the iceberg, a chain reaction triggered by the surging power from the necromancer's lair beneath the ground. The village chief turned to Chen, his gaze imbued with earnestness and hope. Young man, your strength surpasses our wildest imaginings. Although the threat from the ancient battlefield has been temporarily alleviated, as long as the lair remains underground and the energy array continues to function, the menace of the undead will never truly dissipate. It may one day erupt entirely, transforming our village and even broader lands into a desolate wasteland. I initially sought the church's protection, but time is of the essence. You have unveiled an alternative possibility. On behalf of all the villagers, I implore you, the chief solemnly declared, please venture deep into the necromancer's lair, locate the core energy array, and obliterate it. Only in this manner can we permanently resolve this crisis and restore peace to this land. System notification. The final link in the chain quest has been unlocked. Quest name, Necromancer's Lair, final link. Quest description. The village chief has revealed the true source of all unease, the hidden necromancer's lair beneath the novice village. A pure and malevolent necromantic energy is seeping from the array deep within the lair, corroding the surface world. Please enter the necromancer's lair, find and destroy the core energy array, and put an end to this undead crisis once and for all. Quest rewards: 10,000 experience points, 1,000 reputation points, 1 mysterious treasure chest, 1 skill evolution scroll. Quest difficulty: life and death, the final link in the quest. Chen gazed at the quest panel, his breath quickening slightly. Another skill evolution scroll. Such rewards are exceedingly rare, capable of directly enhancing skill quality. Previously, he had acquired a silver grade scroll, raising his stealth skill to silver level. As a reward for the last link in this hidden chain quest, the quality of this skill evolution scroll will be no less than golden grade. It might even reach platinum grade. The mysterious treasure chest further ignited the imagination. Life and death difficulty, hidden dungeon, necromancer. Excitement flickered in Chen's eyes. This challenge is invigorating. The rewards are tantalizing. I accept this task. Chen responded decisively without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, the village chief's face lit up with palpable relief. Wonderful, young man. The entrance to the lair is beneath the abandoned ancient well at the center of the village. I have instructed the guards to temporarily clear the area. You may enter from there at any time. However, one must exercise utmost caution. The necromancer's intricate designs within the academy are far from trivial. Understood. Chen nodded, directing his gaze towards the heart of the village. The Necromancer's Academy. The ultimate challenge of the novice village. Chapter 30. All set, Chen stood still, hesitating to proceed to the ancient well at the village center. His mind raced as he swiftly organized the newly acquired information, juxtaposing it with memories from his previous life. The Necromancer's secret chamber. The village chief mentioned seeking refuge from the church. Time waits for no one. Chen murmured to himself. A crucial point captured his attention. In his former life, he had not encountered this so-called Necromancer's secret chamber quest during the novice village phase. Like other players, he methodically cleared the outskirts of the ancient battlefield before receiving the guidance quest to the main city. As for the abomination convergence deep within the ancient battlefield and this hidden chamber underground, they seem to have never appeared. Was it due to time? Chen soon discerned the reason. The village chief's mention of time, waiting for no one, and the intention to seek the church's protection indicated that the energy emanating from the necromancer's secret chamber was a deteriorating event currently unfolding. Had he delayed a few days in completing the ancient battlefield task, or rather, had he not soloed the abomination convergence with such astonishing speed, triggering the subsequent narrative, the village chief would have likely contacted the church. Once the church intervened, given the backdrop of the divine oracle, the necromancer's secret chamber would likely be purged outright, effectively closing the instance and rendering it inaccessible to players. Instead, what would take its place could be the hidden instance near the novice village, which was of slightly lower difficulty and bore relatively mundane rewards, as recalled from his memories of his previous life. Thus, it dawned on him that this chain quest indeed possessed both timed and untimed modes. Chen felt a surge of clarity. This unexpected turn of events did not trouble him. Rather, it ignited a greater excitement within him. A final chain quest rated as perilous. A necromancer's stronghold concealed beneath the novice village, along with enticing skill evolution scrolls and mysterious treasure chests. All of this held far more value than the ordinary hidden instance he remembered. Perilous? He would brave even the most daunting of challenges. A flicker of confidence sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes. Having already soloed a golden boss, he felt assured in tackling a hidden instance within a novice village, regardless of its difficulty. Moreover, the rewards were simply irresistible. Skill evolution scrolls were a strategic resource of immense worth in his past life, often sought but seldom available. Nevertheless, before entering the necromancer's secret chamber, there were preparations to undertake. Though his level could not be enhanced for the time being, he could still bolster his skills further. Resolute in his decision, Lu Chen turned to approach the NPC mentor within the village responsible for imparting skills. The novice village mentor could only teach basic or advanced skills. Yet for Lu Chen, the existence of his perfect duality talent meant that any skill held the potential for remarkable transformation. He first sought out the archer mentor, a middle-aged hunter with keen eyes, bearing a longbow on his back. "Mentor, I wish to learn a new archer skill," Lu Chen stated directly. The archer mentor glanced at him, offering no words, merely nodding as he opened the skill list. There, only a solitary skill awaited. Arcane shot, common level, active skill, a swift shot that inflicts attack power 100 arcane damage, consuming 10 mana points, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. It is quite practical, enhancing output frequency. System notification. You have learned the skill Arcane Shot. Arcane Shot, active skill, perfect twin trigger, inflicts 500 arcane damage. Lu Chen approached the mysterious assassin mentor, cloaked in shadows, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Learning skills. Lu Chen was succinct. The assassin mentor, equally terse, directly showcased the available skills, offering but a single choice. Shadow Strike, common level, active skill, swiftly slashes the target with a weapon, inflicting attack power 90 damage, consuming 15 mana points, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Learning. System notification. You have learned the skill Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, common level, active skill, perfect twin trigger, inflicts 810 damage. Originally an unremarkable skill, it transformed into a formidable burst ability following the perfect twin enhancement. The only drawback was that it belonged to the melee category. Casting a glance at the skill list, Lu Chen noticed a significant enhancement in all skills after acquiring the new ones. Firstly, on the archer side, Precision Shot inflicts 660 damage. Crossbow Mastery increases damage and range by 30. Void Blink allows for a maximum blink of 60 meters, with Rift Confinement lasting 6 seconds. Multi-Shot targets 30 enemies, inflicting 420 damage per shot. Hunting Intuition boosts critical hit rate by 30 and critical damage by 60. Weak Point Insight enhances critical hit rate by 60, with a 90 chance of striking the enemy's weak point upon attack. Explosive Shot has a range of 12 meters, inflicting 1260 damage. Arcane Shot inflicts 600 arcane damage. What delighted Lu Chen the most was the enhancement of Hunting Intuition and Weak Point Insight, providing a staggering 90 critical hit rate. Coupled with equipment and agility conversion, Lu Chen now possessed a 100 critical hit probability. The chance to strike weak points stood at 90. And with another enhancement from Perfect Twin, Lu Chen would no longer need to seek out weak points, able to strike with eyes closed. Exhilarating. Lu Chen couldn't help but pump his fist in triumph. The divine talent was overwhelmingly powerful. Having reviewed the archer skills, it was now time to explore the assassin side. Stealth lasts seconds, with damage increase upon breaking invisibility, 180. Backstab increases damage by 90. Shadow Binding confines for 18 seconds. Shadow Step dashes 135 meters, leaving an afterimage for 5 seconds, absorbing 9 instances of targeted skills. Shadow Strike inflicts 810 damage. Upon witnessing these values, Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Diligently studying the archer skills, it turned out the assassin skills offered even greater benefits. The skill that intrigued Lu Chen the most was Shadow Step. Within the Necromancer's Academy, one can expect a multitude of spell-casting bosses, each capable of delivering devastating single-target damage. However, armed with Shadow Step, I can absorb 9 distinct skills, allowing me to confront these formidable adversaries with unwavering confidence. Excellent, the preparatory tasks are now complete. I, Liu Ken, felt the surge of newfound power within my skill bar, nodding in satisfaction. After organizing my inventory, I made my way to the alchemist's shop to procure a selection of potions, followed by a visit to the blacksmith to repair my equipment. With all tasks accomplished, I cast a keen gaze toward the heart of the village, fixating on the abandoned while rumored to lead to the Necromancer's Academy. The Necromancer's Academy and the skill evolution scroll. I am coming. In a fleeting motion, I melded into the shadows once more, stealthily advancing toward the ancient well. Chapter 31. The Infernal Challenge. In the heart of the village, the abandoned ancient well had indeed been cleared. Occasionally, passing players were intercepted by the militia, which only fueled the curiosity of the onlookers. Soon, a throng of over 100 players had gathered, speculating whether a hidden quest might be afoot. One cannot deny the ingenuity of the players. Yet even if they suspected the existence of a quest, they could do little more than fret in vain. Chen approached the well, and the militia captain bowed respectfully, granting him passage. This sparked widespread discussion among the players. It's Baidi again. Has he triggered a quest? How did he manage that? They murmured. Baidi has remained at level 10 for so long. Surely it must be for this quest. Wazti had said that the Oracle had no beta testing. How could Baidi know about this quest? Damn it, I told you this guy must be cheating. Where's the GM? Someone call for the GM to ban him. Paying no heed to the chatter, Chen peered down into the well. It was an abyss of darkness, unfathomable and seemingly connected to another unknown realm. A chilling aura wafted upwards, causing the air around to grow noticeably colder. The stakes were high. Skill evolution scrolls, mysterious treasure chests. Excitement flickered in Chen's eyes. System notification. A special area entrance has been detected. Would you like to activate the hidden Dungeon Necromancer's Crypt? Yes. System notification. Confirming dungeon information. Dungeon name. Necromancer's Crypt. Dungeon type. Hidden single player. Dungeon difficulty. Infernal. Number of players. 1 to 5. Entry requirement. Hold the quest Necromancer's Crypt. Final phase. Dungeon description. The forbidden realm of ancient necromancers. Teeming with the undead, traps, and unknown horrors. The instability of the energy array renders this place even more perilous. Exercise utmost caution. Upon seeing the difficulty level, Chen paused momentarily. Infernal? And only infernal? In the world of the Oracle, dungeon difficulties were categorized into 5 tiers. Normal, hard, heroic, nightmare, and infernal. Each tier increased in challenge, with rewards proportionately elevated. Normal and hard difficulties were accessible to the general player base, while heroic required well-equipped teams with synchronized cooperation. Nightmare was reserved for the elite core of top guilds. As for infernal difficulty, it represented a true hellish mode, designed to test the limits of players. Only the finest equipment, flawless teamwork, exceptional skill, and a dash of fortune could pave the way for success. Yet here, in this novice village region, the hidden dungeon had bypassed the preceding 4 tiers entirely, presenting only one option: infernal. No wonder the quest difficulty was described as life-threatening. Enlightenment washed over Chen, a fierce grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Directly at the highest difficulty? How intriguing. Ordinary players, upon encountering this singular option of purgatory, would likely be intimidated to the point of retreat. Even if they mustered the courage to proceed, they would almost certainly be instantaneously vanquished by the minions within. However, for Chen, this challenge is precisely what he seeks. A heightened level of difficulty denotes a grander challenge, and correspondingly, the rewards upon completion are bound to be astonishing. The skill evolution scroll and mysterious treasure chest likely hold value that far exceeds his imagination, certainly beyond mere gold tier. The purgatory difficulty is an ideal opportunity to test my current limits. A fierce confidence ignited within Chen's eyes. With 100% critical strike chance, 90% weak point attack, and the extraordinary shadow step at his disposal, coupled with equipment that far surpasses his current level and formidable attributes, he might just conquer this so-called purgatory. System notification. Confirm entry into Necromancer's Crypt, Purgatory. Good luck, brave adventurer. As he confirmed, the profound darkness of the well seemed to come alive, generating a powerful suction. Lu Chen's figure was instantly engulfed by the shadows, vanishing into the abyss. A brief sensation of weightlessness washed over him, as if his soul were being extracted from his body and cast into an infinite void. The darkness consumed his vision entirely, leaving only the howling wind and the rhythmic dripping of some viscous liquid in his ears. This disconcerting feeling did not linger long, as solid ground soon greeted his feet. Steadying himself, Lu Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Chill, dampness, decay. This was the first impression the necromancer's crypt imparted upon him. He appeared to be within a narrow stone corridor, the walls adorned with mottled moss and dried, dark stains, exuding a pungent aroma of mildew mixed with a faint stench of decay. The light was exceedingly dim, illuminated only by the faint and eerie glow of greenish crystals embedded at intervals along the walls, barely outlining the contours of the environment. The air was thick with an unsettling necromantic energy, purer than that of ancient battlefields, yet more frigid and piercing, as if countless invisible eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. Just as he regained his footing, a crackling sound of bones scraping echoed from the darkness ahead. Two staggering figures emerged from the shadows. They were skeletal soldiers, their eye sockets ablaze with an ethereal blue flame, wielding rusted bone swords. Their movements stiff yet imbued with a haunting intent to kill. Skeletal Guardian Elite. Purgatory difficulty. Level 15 health. 15. 000 attack. 450 defense. 550 magic resistance. 300 affix. Bony frame. Increased physical resistance. Indeed, this was purgatory difficulty. There was no buffer at the outset. An elite creature at level 15 with 15,000 health, coupled with such attack and defense attributes, could easily be considered a boss. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. This was merely the ordinary minion at the entrance. In that fleeting moment of observation, the two skeletal guardians suddenly turned their gaze towards him, their soul flames flickering violently before they charged forward with their bony legs. Their speed was not to be underestimated. Remaining unperturbed, Lu Chen drew his bowstring taut towards the left skeletal guardian. Precision shot. Whoosh! The dark purple arrow struck precisely at the junction of the skull guard's cranium and vertebrae, one of the common weaknesses of undead creatures. A staggering damage figure floated up. Minus 17,266. Critical hit. Weak point attack. In an instant, the skeleton guard's life force was extinguished, its towering frame stiffening abruptly. The soul fire in its eye sockets extinguishing in a flash, scattering into a pile of shattered bones. A swift kill. Another skeleton guard, oblivious to its companion's demise, charged forward recklessly. Lu Chen did not even flinch, raising his hand to unleash an arcane shot. Minus 15,697. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The second skeleton guard met the same fate, disintegrating into a heap of bone fragments. What a thrilling battle it was. Lu Chen exhaled lightly, stowing his longbow, relieved that his skills surpassed the challenge. He stepped forward to collect several copper coins dropped by the skeleton guard, gaining a clearer understanding of the hellish difficulty of this dungeon. The strength of these minor foes was already comparable to that of external bosses. Thus, the impending boss would surely present a formidable challenge. Yet, this only ignited Lu Chen's fighting spirit further. He steadied himself, activated stealth, and delved deeper along the shadowy passageway. The corridor twisted and turned, seemingly endless. The eerie green crystals embedded in the walls dimmed progressively, and the chill in the air, along with the necromantic energy, grew ever more oppressive. Along the way, Lu Chen encountered several waves of skeleton guards and lumbering, resilient zombies, swiftly dispatching them with decisive force. Utilizing stealth, high burst damage, and precise targeting of weaknesses, these nightmarish minor foes posed little trouble for him, merely yielding experience points. After progressing for over 10 minutes, the passage opened into a spacious stone chamber. In the center lay a desiccated circular blood pool, its walls etched with bizarre, twisted runes, emanating a foreboding aura. Surrounding the blood pool were numerous scattered bones and tattered instruments of torture, while a viscous substance accumulated in the corner. Opposite the blood pool stood a heavy black iron door, firmly shut, adorned with a grotesque, menacing skull motif, its hollow eye sockets seemingly flickering with a ghostly red light. It appeared to be the first boss. Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the blood pool and the imposing black iron door across from him. Chapter 32. The Flesh Construct. At that moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. In the center of the desiccated blood pool, strange runes suddenly ignited with a blinding crimson light. The ground began to tremble faintly, and an evil aura, far more potent than that of the skeletal sentinels, erupted with ferocity from the depths of the blood pool. A viscous black-red liquid surged forth like a fountain, swiftly coalescing, writhing, and reshaping. A grotesque entity, composed of thick blood, twisted arms, and shattered bones, slowly ascended from the blood pool. It possessed no fixed form, merely a mass of roiling, malodorous flesh, with countless pallid arms flailing within, struggling and emitting silent wails. Flesh Construct, Golden Tier Lord, Health Difficulty, Level 16 Health, 320,000 Attack, 1, 600 Defense, 1, 200 Magic Resistance, 1, 100 Skills, Blood Surge, Toxic Blood Spray, Flesh Fragmentation, Flesh Toss, Corrupt Path Affix, Rapid Regeneration, restores 1 of maximum health per second, a golden boss. This is promising news. However, the unfortunate reality is that its attributes are exceedingly high. The previously encountered level 18 abomination from the ancient battlefield had only 150,000 health. This creature, 2 levels lower, possesses more than double that amount. Moreover, its attributes and defenses are daunting, coupled with its ability to regenerate 200 health per second. If the damage per second DPS is insufficient, one might find themselves in a losing battle. Yet, this was within Chen's expectations, for this is the hell difficulty, where the attributes of both minions and bosses see a significant enhancement. The presence of special affixes further complicates every attempt to conquer hell difficulty, making even the first-level boss of the Necromancer's Academy exhibit such outrageous strength. One can only imagine the challenges posed by the final boss. It is certainly beyond the golden tier. It is highly likely to be a platinum boss. Chen licked his lips. He felt no fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. If all went as anticipated, not only could he achieve the first clear of hell difficulty, he could also secure the first kill of a platinum boss. Additionally, with the drops and quest rewards from the boss, his power would experience a meteoric rise. Roar. The Flesh Construct emitted a sound unlike anything a living creature could produce, a cacophony intermingled with countless tormented howls. The massive mass of flesh surged towards Chen with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of putrid blood in its wake. This is perfect. Chen felt no trepidation, only elation, as his battle spirit ignited fully. The Shadow Fong longbow reappeared in his hands. This time, he did not hesitate to engage directly in combat. He was eager to discern the true strength of the first boss on hell difficulty, with a guaranteed critical strike and various skill enhancements. He felt confident in his capability to confront it. His target, the constantly roiling core of the Flesh Construct. Precision shot, explosive shot, arcane shot, 3 arrows, each infused with distinct energies, were released almost simultaneously, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed at the repulsive mass of flesh. Minus 17, 266. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 32, 963. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 15, 697. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 3 terrifying damage numbers surged forth, instantly depleting over 65,000 health points from the Flesh Construct. Yet, in the next moment, green digits began to emerge from above the creature's head. 3,200. 3,200. Rapid regeneration was in full effect. At this rate, in merely 20 seconds, the boss would recover nearly all the damage inflicted. Although Chen could eventually wear down this foe using basic attacks and skills, it would require an exorbitant amount of time. to vanquish this creature. Stealthy sniping was the key, utilizing the substantial bonuses from stealth and backstab to deliver explosive damage. However, before proceeding, Chen needed to ascertain the creature's abilities and discern its skill set. With a thunderous roar, the flesh construct charged forward with astonishing momentum. Chen swiftly maneuvered to evade while maintaining a relentless barrage of fire. Equipped with 3 pieces of gear enhancing his speed, coupled with his high agility, he managed to keep pace with the boss. As the creature's ambush failed, its ghastly white arms clawed fiercely at its core, launching a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone towards Chen. Simultaneously, the boss's body split open, splattering a noxious green liquid. Flesh thrown and toxic blood sprayed. Chen had no desire to test the resilience of his own body. He immediately employed a void blink to create distance. The flesh construct barreled forward, unable to halt in time, colliding violently with the rift in the void. Confinement. Yet, in the next instant, a notification appeared. System notification. Hellish difficulty control effect reduced by 90. What could originally imprison for 6 seconds was now barely holding for a second. Hellish difficulty. It retained its characteristic essence. Chen was not at all surprised. In his previous life, he had traversed numerous hellish dungeons, fully grasping the intricacies within. Having largely deciphered the boss's skills, save for the flesh fragmentation, he had no intention of continuing to dance around this creature. Stealth. Chen's form vanished from sight, soon reappearing at the opposite end. Explosive shot. Minus 175,364. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A torrent of flames engulfed a 12-meter radius, almost consuming the entire stone chamber. Fortunately, players were immune to their own skill damage. Otherwise, Chen would have been scorched to a crisp. The staggering damage exceeding 170,000 instantly reduced the flesh construct health by half. Chen promptly followed up with precision shot and arcane shot, this round's total damage surpassing 200,000. Chen understood well that to eliminate the flesh construct, he must rely on explosive shot. Although the cooldown of this skill did not align with his stealth, he could afford to wait. As for precision shot and arcane shot, they were not sufficient to capitalize on the stealth break in this scenario, but they served adequately to chip away at the health pool. In the midst of his contemplation, the flesh construct began to tremble violently, followed by the splitting into 3 slightly smaller chunks, each advancing from different directions. The 3 masses of flesh each possess a health pool of 50,10666, culminating in a total of 150,000 health points. Chen had just executed an explosive shot, leaving him with no choice but to retaliate with a multi-strike. Minus 10,988. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 10,988. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 10,988. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The 3 damage figures ascended, a meager consolation. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Simultaneously, the 3 split entities unleashed their flesh-throwing skills, accompanied by a spray of toxic blood. Shadow step. Chen swiftly vacated his position, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that was struck by the masses of flesh and toxic blood. The skill absorbed all damage, yet the shadow remained unshattered, quietly standing still, poised to absorb subsequent skills. Chen and the 3 split entities began to circle each other, patiently awaiting the cooldown of the explosive shot. Although the number of split entities had increased, presenting a challenge for an ordinary team, it posed no concern for Chen whatsoever. With the next explosive shot, he would demonstrate to the flesh constructs the true meaning of explosive AoE. Chapter 33. The explosive shot inflicts maximum damage. Within the stone chamber, 3 slightly smaller flesh constructs, resembling irregularly pulsating masses of meat, converge from different directions to encircle Chen. As they moved, they left behind a viscous, foul-smelling trail upon the moss-covered and stained stone floor, the stench of decay intensifying in the air. Still resilient, are you? Let's see how much health you can recover. Chen mused with a cold smirk, swiftly distancing himself from the 3 constructs. The Shadowfang longbow remained in hand, occasionally unleashing arcane and precision shots. minus 15,697. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 17,266. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The arrows struck accurately at the core of the constructs, yielding considerable damage. However, almost instantaneously after the damage numbers appeared, green healing digits emerged above the constructs' heads. 1,066. 1,066. 1,066. Following their division, the health cap of each individual construct diminished, and the rate of their rapid regeneration correspondingly decreased. Yet, the total healing still amounted to an impressive 3,200 points per second. Chen was acutely aware of this. His intention was never to defeat them with minor skills, but rather to bide his time, waiting for the cooldown of a decisive ability. The constructs seemed to sense Chen's intent, becoming increasingly frenzied in their movements. They no longer charged in a simple linear fashion, but began to form a triangular encirclement, simultaneously hurling chunks of flesh mixed with bone toward Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 filthy projectiles hurtled through the air, obstructing Chen's ability to evade to the sides. This time, Chen refrained from using Shadow Step. The skill was on cooldown, and the construct's speed was significantly slower than that of the main body. He could simply maneuver to avoid their attacks. The rancid gust brushed past the edges of his cloak, yet failed to inflict any harm. As the constructs missed their strike, they crawled closer, preparing to spew toxic blood. But Chen would not grant them another opportunity. He glanced at the skill icon in his interface, now glowing anew, a cold smirk curling his lips. It's time to send you on your way. Stealth. His form vanished once more, melding into the dim light and shadows of the stone chamber. In the next instant, he materialized at an optimal output position behind the encircling constructs. The Shadow Fong longbow was drawn to its fullest, dark purple energy surging violently on the bowstring. The flame runes at the arrow's tip illuminating with a blinding radiance, as if a ferocious beast poised to devour was about to break free. Explosive shot. Whoosh boom! The arrow, imbued with terrifying energy, was unleashed, not aimed directly at any of the constructs, but rather detonating at the center point among them. A torrent of dark purple flames and a violent shockwave instantly engulfed a 12-meter radius. The entire stone chamber trembled under the force of the explosion, the eerie green crystalline light on the walls flickering ominously. Minus 175,364. Pure stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A staggering figure of minus 175,364 emerged thrice, identical yet strikingly formidable, ascending from the crowns of 3 fragmented entities. This strike flawlessly capitalized on the stealth of invisibility and the augmented damage from backstabbing, combined with the terrifying area of effect and damage multiplier of the explosive shot, further enhanced by a guaranteed critical hit and the benefits of targeting weaknesses, yielding a cataclysmic effect. The 3 fragmented entities, previously writhing and struggling to launch another attack, were abruptly halted by this devastating blow. Their fleshy surfaces convulsed violently, as if something within was disintegrating. In an instant, the health of each fragmented entity was entirely depleted, with damage overflowing into the hundreds of thousands. The nascent green recovery numbers were swiftly engulfed by this unparalleled damage, rendering them pale and powerless. The flesh construct divided itself into 3, seeking numerical superiority, yet ultimately sealed its own doom. Had it remained singular, the explosive shot would have inflicted merely around 100,000 damage. Instead, by fracturing itself, it suffered triple the damage. This was nothing short of a self-destructive path. A chilling and distorted wail emanated simultaneously from the 3 fragmented entities, only to be abruptly silenced. Their forms, composed of tainted blood and shattered bones, bubbled and dissolved as if immersed in a caustic acid, culminating in a complete collapse into 3 pools of bubbling black-red sludge, swiftly seeping into the ground, vanishing from sight. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 16 Golden Lord, Purgatory, Flesh Construct. You have gained 10,000 experience points due to Purgatory difficulty bonus. You receive an additional 100 experience points. As you have slain a target 6 levels higher, you gain an extra 60 experience points, totaling 26,000. This has been added to your experience pool. System notification triggered the unique effect of the Ring of Slaughter Plunder, randomly extracting attributes. System notification, plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 48 points of strength from the flesh construct, as the fragmented entities perished entirely. The bottom of the desiccated blood pool in the center of the stone chamber radiated with renewed light. The crisp sound of clinking coins resonated, revealing several items shimmering with various hues, replacing the previous grotesque monster. The first boss yielded 26,000 experience points and 48 points of strength, a commendable reward. Chen sheathed his longbow and approached the edge of the blood pool. Despite the nightmarish difficulty, the experience rewards proved substantial. He bent down to collect the spoils one by one. System notification, acquired bloodstained plate armor, gold. System notification, acquired thrower's bracers, gold. System notification, acquired skill book, slam, gold. System notification, acquired construct core, special material. System notification, acquired 32 gold coins. Both pieces of golden equipment required level 16 to equip, one being plate armor and the other heavy armor, which were not particularly compatible. Additionally, there was a skill book radiating a faint golden hue. Skill book, Smite, gold. Learning requirements, level 16, Warrior Knight. Effect, forcefully wield the weapon, dealing strength 500 physical damage to the target, with a 30 chance to stun the target for 1 second. Another warrior skill book? Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless. It was of no use to him, yet at this stage, it was undeniably worth a fortune. Any guild's main tank would clamor for it. The damage boost and that 1 second of stun were crucial in dungeon raids or player versus player combat. He decided to hold on to it for now, to be addressed after the dungeon was cleared. Chen stowed it away in his bag. With a vast number of warrior players, selling the skill book would not pose a problem. The final item was a blood-red crystal about the size of fist, pulsating gently like a heart, exuding a strong scent of blood and a hint of malevolent energy. Core of the construct quest item special material. Quality, gold. Description, the energy core of a flesh construct, imbued with distorted vitality. It appears to be a key item for a certain quest, and may also be used in special alchemy or enchantments. A quest item? Chen glanced at the quest panel. The description for the necromancer's lair had not changed, suggesting that this core had another purpose, or perhaps would be utilized in subsequent stages. After securing all the spoils, Chen turned his gaze toward the imposing black iron door at the end of the stone chamber. At the moment the flesh construct was utterly vanquished, the enormous skull design etched onto the door had its hollow eye sockets blaze with a sudden red light, only to extinguish shortly thereafter. Creak! A heavy, jarring metallic sound echoed as the thick black iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a deeper, more ominous passageway beyond. A chill, even more profound than that of the previous corridor, seeped forth, as if a ferocious beast, poised to devour, had opened its gaping maw. Chen stood before the door, feeling the biting cold wash over him, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. The warm-up was over. He hoped the forthcoming challenges would bring him some surprises. Chapter 34. The Tactics of the Masses? 2 arrows to resolve the scene behind the door stood in stark contrast to the narrow corridor preceding it. No longer a confined passage. It opened into a vast subterranean expanse, reminiscent of a long-abandoned tomb hall. The surrounding walls, though still rough-hewn stone, were adorned with intricate and elaborate murals in the style of the deceased, depicting skeletons, vengeful spirits, and various sacrilegious rites. The air was thick with the pungent scent of dust and an unmistakable odor of decay. Underfoot lay not stone slabs, but a thick layer of ashes and shattered bones, creaking ominously with each step, as if desecrating the peace of the departed. Visibility in the hall was severely limited, with only a few ghostly green flames flickering in the distance. The chilling aura of death hung heavily, almost materializing in the air, piercing through to the marrow of one's bones. Chen immediately activated his stealth mode, merging seamlessly with the shadows and advancing silently, all the while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. This hall emanated a far more perilous vibe than the prior corridor or the boss chamber. His instincts warned him that the lurking foes here were likely numerous and varied. Crack! Crack! As Chen stealthily approached the central area of the hall, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously silent expanse erupted into a cacophony of bones scraping and the shifting of earth. The thick layer of ashes on the ground began to roil violently, and pale, decaying skeletal hands shot forth from the depths. Following this, a multitude of broken skeletons, zombies, and even twisted phantoms of vengeful spirits emerged from the earth like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Their eye sockets blazed with either ghostly blue or blood-red flames. Their hollow gazes fixated on the center of the hall, as if summoned by some invisible force. In mere seconds, the once spacious hall was filled to capacity with these reanimated souls, numbering well into the hundreds. They emitted low growls and mournful wails, an amalgamation of negative energies swirling together, rendering the air even more fetid and oppressive. Oh, the tactics of the masses? Chen concealed himself behind a massive stone pillar, observing the magnificent yet unsettling scene with an unflinching gaze. Though these ordinary undead were plentiful, their attributes had been enhanced under the hellish difficulty. Yet they posed no real threat to him. His true concern lay with the source of this undead resurrection. At that moment, from the depths of the hall, the previously flickering ghostly flames surged with intensity, converging into a singular point. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of the previous flesh constructs, descended upon the scene. The ground trembled, ashes swirling in the air. At the focal point of the ghostly flames, a towering figure slowly took shape. Draped in a tattered yet still resplendent black robe, he wielded a bone staff adorned with a ghastly white skull at its apex. Beneath the hood, two deep-set eyes burned with purple infernal flames. A dense aura of death emanated from him, causing the surrounding lesser undead to tremble in fear. The necromancer Alvis, Golden Level Lord, Inferno difficulty, level 18 health, 400,000 attack, 1,800 magical defense, 1,000 magic resistance, 1,600 skills, Shadow Arrow, Curse of Pain, Summon Skeleton Minions, Resurrection of the Fallen, Death's Finger, Soul Rend affixes, Mana Drain, attack includes a mana absorption effect. Undead Domination, enhances the attributes of nearby undead units, a magical entity of formidable prowess. Chen's gaze sharpened. These attributes, particularly the staggering magic resistance of 1,600 and the Mana Drain affix, present an absolute nightmare for magical professions. However, for him as a physical archer, the threat is considerably less daunting. Yet, the encounter is far from over. At the instant the necromancer Alvis emerged, the ground on either side erupted violently. Three figures, slightly smaller yet exuding a potent aura, leaped forth. On the left stood a grotesque abomination wielding a massive bone axe, its decaying muscles still bulging with strength. In the center, a death knight mounted on a skeletal steed brandished a lance. To the right floated a wailing female specter. Bone abomination, silver level elite, Inferno difficulty, level 17 health, 120,000 attack, 1,200 defense, 1,100 magic resistance, 600 affix, heavy strike, attacks have a chance to knock back and stun. Death Knight, minion, silver level elite. Inferno difficulty, level 17 health, 110,000 attack, 1,300 defense, 9,000 magic resistance, 800 affix, charge, rapidly approaches the target to deliver a powerful strike. Screeching Spectre, silver level elite, Inferno difficulty, level 17 health, 100,000 attack, 1,000 magical defense, 700 magic resistance, 1,200 affix. Mental Screech, area effect mental attack, induces confusion, 1 golden entity accompanied by 3 silver ones. Additionally, hundreds of minor enemies of inferno difficulty. This spectacle would send chills down the spine of even a 100-member raid team. A single misstep could spell total annihilation. Yet, this dungeon can accommodate only a 5-member party. Quite intriguing. This is the essence of inferno difficulty. Chen, rather than feeling anxious, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The necromancer Alvis raised his staff, his raspy voice echoing throughout the chamber. The essence of the living. Intruders. I shall purify your tainted souls. As his words fell, hundreds of undead surged into a frenzy, rushing like a tide towards Chen's concealed position. The 3 silver-level leaders also locked onto their targets, poised to strike. Purify me? By your hand? Chen scoffed inwardly. He had no intention of becoming entangled with these minor foes or the silver leaders. Just as the undead army surged halfway, and the 3 silver leaders were about to disperse, Chen made his move. The state of stealth remained unbroken, as the shadowy Fong longbow was drawn taut once more. Upon the bowstring, dark purple energy intertwined with blinding fiery runes, coalescing to perfection. Explosive shot. Whoosh boom! A pillar of dark purple fire, more ferocious and incandescent than before, erupted with precision beneath the feet of the 3 silver-tier bosses, akin to a volcanic explosion. The terrifying shockwave spread in a circular frenzy, instantly engulfing the 3 silver bosses along with a multitude of ordinary undead in its wake. The blast radius of 12 meters shrouded the vast majority of the vicinity. Minus 99,165. Stealth break. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 99,165. Minus 99,165. 3 identical figures of colossal damage floated above the heads of the skeletal abomination, Death Knight minion, and Wailing Spectre, like the grim judgments of death itself. Their health and defense have been significantly bolstered under the hellish difficulty, yet against Chen's fully buffed, explosive shot, they remained as fragile as paper. As for the throngs of ordinary undead surrounding them, they had long since been reduced to swirling ashes. However, lacking the benefit of backstab bonuses, Chen was unable to eliminate the 3 minor bosses in one fell swoop, though he had already prepared a contingency. Stealth. Multi-shot. Minus 33,055. Stealth break. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Xn. The remaining health of the 3 silver bosses was instantly obliterated, along with the remaining ordinary minions, turning them to dust. The skeletal abomination's massive form was shattered into fragments, its bones and decaying flesh splattering through the air. The Death Knight, horse and all, was swept away by the shockwave, transforming into mere ashes mid-flight. The Wailing Spectre let out a brief, yet mournful shriek, its essence vaporized by the raging flames. After 2 rounds of assault, the entire hall lay desolate, leaving only the solitary figure of Yalvis, the golden tier boss, standing. The minions were dispatched. Now only you remain. Chen's silhouette emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the explosion's glow, his gaze calmly directed toward the depths of the hall, where the sole remaining figure stood, the Death Whisperer, Yalvis. The purple demonic flames beneath Yalvis's hood flickered violently, clearly startled by this sudden upheaval and terrifying display of power. No. What happened to all my minions? Chapter 35. You have the numbers, I have the mechanism deep within the hall, the purple ethereal flames beneath the hood of the Lich. Yalvis flickered violently, casting a light that illuminated the hollow sockets of his eyes, revealing his incredulous shock. His meticulously assembled undead army, including 3 silver-tier elites capable of troubling any adventurer team, have been effortlessly eradicated by this intruder in merely 2 swift assaults. No, it is impossible. My minions. Yalvis's hoarse voice trembled with barely contained rage. Who are you? The previous scene had utterly shattered Yalvis's understanding. He could sense that this seemingly low-level adventurer before him exuded a perilous aura far surpassing any adversary he had encountered before. The one who shall take your life, Chen replied in a calm tone, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. He raised his shadow Fong longbow, its arrowhead aimed directly at Yalvis. Unperturbed by the boss's astonishment and wrath, his focus was entirely on the impending battle. The recent area of effect attacks had placed his stealth skills on cooldown, necessitating caution to avoid missteps. However, with Shadow Step at his disposal, Yalvis's abilities posed little threat. What truly warranted attention was that mana-draining affix. Should he find himself drained of blue mana, the consequences would be dire. Arrogant mortal, do you believe that by destroying a few wretched bones, you can challenge the majesty of death? Yalvis bellowed, raising his bony staff, the skull atop it glowing with a vibrant purple light. Shadow Bolt. This skill was non-directional and could be evaded through movement. Of course, for an ordinary player, this would often be a case of mental intent, not matching physical response. Yet, Chen harbored no such concerns. He simply rolled to the side, while simultaneously drawing his bowstring taut. Precision shot. Whoosh. Minus 18,551. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A damage figure, not excessively high, floated above Yalvis's head. Not too shabby. But how about this? Yalvis, witnessing a missed strike, swung his staff once more. Curse of Agony. An intangible wave of curse energy descended, prompting Chen to activate Shadow Step. The Curse of Agony would continuously inflict damage, and in the Inferno mode, each tick dealt no less than 300 or 400 points. With his health just shy of 2,000, he could not afford to endure it directly. Shadow Step. An afterimage appeared, absorbing the Curse of Agony. Yalvis was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained composure as a crimson glow enveloped the tip of his staff. Finger of Death. A bolt of crimson lightning surged toward Chen's face, but the moment of imminent impact, it suddenly veered, striking the afterimage instead. Yalvis was bewildered. He cast a disbelieving glance at his staff. For a fleeting moment, self-doubt crept in. Had he truly failed in his craft? Chen retaliated with an arcane shot, dealing nearly 17,000 points of damage, and did not forget to taunt. Is this all you can do, Lich? I expected the Necromancer's Academy to be far more formidable. Yet it appears to be nothing extraordinary. Insect, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Arvis was thoroughly provoked, his staff striking the ground with a resounding thud, sending a ripple of violet energy radiating outward from his being. Summon skeletal minions. Crack! Crack! The ashen ground surrounding Arvis surged once more, and a dozen skeletal warriors, equipped with rusted swords and shields, staggered to their feet. Though mere ordinary foes, the dual enhancement of infernal difficulty and necromantic dominion rendered their attributes quite formidable. As they charged fearlessly towards Chen, another attempt to summon minions? Futile. Chen's gaze hardened. Multi-shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like a tempest, accurately striking those skeletal soldiers just summoned. Minus 11,805. Critical hit. Weakness exploit. Minus 11,805. In a flurry of damage, numbers ascended, and these expendable skeletons had no chance to approach Chen, meeting the same fate as the previous undead army, reduced to mere fragments of bone scattered across the ground. Infuriating. Arvis watched his summoned minions be annihilated in an instant, the purple glow on his staff intensifying. He realized that conventional attacks and summons were utterly ineffective against this enigmatic archer. The opponent's offensive power was absurdly high, and he seemed to always strike at weaknesses. Unfazed by Arvis's thoughts, Chen unleashed two basic attacks. The ensuing battle became entirely one-sided. Arvis's skills were perfectly countered by Chen. Targeted abilities were thwarted by Shadow Step, while summoning minions fell victim to multi-shot and lacking the regenerative capabilities of corporeal entities. Arvis could only watch helplessly as his health steadily diminished. Perfect Twin, how formidable! Chen could not help but marvel as he dealt damage. After the enhancement of Perfect Twin, the 9 instances of damage absorption rendered Arvis's most powerful spell utterly ineffective. Moreover, the significant skill multipliers allowed Chen to easily dispatch minor foes. Multi-shot targeting 30 adversaries would leave even a boss astounded by its proficiency. Deep within the hall, the Lich Arvis's eyes blazed with purple, malevolent flames, nearly bursting forth from beneath his hood. He surveyed the scattered remains of his minions. unable to inflict even the slightest inconvenience upon the enemy before being swiftly obliterated. This sense of powerlessness drove him to the brink of madness. "Mortal, you have thoroughly enraged me," Arvis howled, striking the ground heavily with his staff, and the necromantic energy in the crypt's hall converged upon him, forming a more intricate and sinister magical circle beneath his feet. The dense aura of death became almost tangible, thickening the very air around him. Chen remained composed, the Shadow Fang longbow steady in his grasp. He sensed that Arvis was preparing a more potent spell, yet this did not waver him in the slightest. Although the opponent's spell appeared grand, any targeted ability was rendered moot in the presence of his perfect twin Shadow Step. The opportunity to absorb damage and negative effects 9 times was sufficient to counter the vast majority of situations. At the apex of Yalva's staff, the skull's eye sockets brimmed with malevolent purple flames, coalescing into 2 devastating beams directed at Chen. "Taste this." Sulhong. This was Yalvis's ultimate single-target explosion skill, renowned for its immense damage and accompanied by a lingering, soul-burning effect. Yet, just as the beams were about to be unleashed, Chen's form vanished once more. Shadow Step. A fleeting silhouette remained in place, absorbing the full force of the 2 annihilating rays. Again, once more, Yalvis's voice trembled with incredulity and despair. His most formidable single-target spell had failed to even graze the opponent's clothing. How could he possibly prevail? Chapter 36. The prison in the secret chamber. Chen's silhouette materialized behind Alvis with no hesitation, drawing his bowstring taut. A precise shot. Whoosh. Minus 35,248. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Arcane shot. Minus 32,043. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The arrow struck accurately at the junction of Alvis's spine beneath his robe, unleashing substantial damage. "No, impossible. My power, my magic." Alvis watched helplessly as his health plummeted, while his adversary remained unscathed. Even his mana, seemingly unaffected, that mana-draining affix had become utterly meaningless in the face of such evasion. He attempted to cast again, but Chen's relentless assault disrupted him at every turn. Each time he raised his hand, a precise arrow interrupted him, or his foe deftly evaded like a wraith. Alvis was engulfed in despair. His once proud necromancy felt like mere childish play before this mysterious archer, easily manipulated as if it were a trivial game. The enhancements from the Inferno difficulty seemed to only manifest in his health and base attack. But before such overwhelming restraint, these advantages became inconsequential. "It is over." Chen's voice resonated like the final decree. Stealth. Explosive shot. The last arrow, imbued with terrifying fiery energy, was loosed, piercing through the ghastly skull atop Alvis's staff, igniting it in a catastrophic explosion. Boom! The purple, malevolent flames erupted, scattering in all directions, as Alvis's towering form froze momentarily, the flames in his eyes extinguishing like a candle in the wind. His ornate robe disintegrated into ashes, revealing the desiccated, decaying skeletal frame beneath, which ultimately crumbled to the ground, leaving behind a shattered bone staff and several glimmering items. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 18 Golden Lord, Inferno, Necromancer Alvis. You have earned 12,000 experience points. Inferno difficulty bonus, an additional 100 experience points. Killing 8 levels above grants an extra 80 experience, totaling 33,600. Added to experience pool. System notification. Triggered the unique effect slaughter ring pillage, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Pillage successful. You have permanently acquired 53 points of spirit attribute from Necromancer Alvis. 33,000 experience points and 53 points of spirit. Quite satisfactory. Chen nodded in contentment. Although the spirit attribute offered little enhancement for him as a physical archer, it would raise his mana cap and magical resistance, which was better than nothing. The key was the experience points, an impressive gain. He stepped forward, collecting the spoils dropped by Alvis one by one. System notification. Acquired Necromancer's robe golden. System notification. acquired bone control amulet, golden. System notification, acquired Alvis's shattered staff, golden, special item. System notification, acquired bone battle axe, silver. System notification, acquired knight's rune greaves, silver. System notification, acquired spirit whale ring, silver. System notification, acquired decayed shoulder armor, silver. System notification, acquired undead belt, silver. System notification, acquired bloody bone boots, silver. System notification, acquired 45 gold coins. A total of 3 golden grade items and 6 silver grade pieces. The drop rate is indeed worthy of the golden boss at hellish difficulty. Chen quickly scanned the attributes of the equipment. The Necromancer's Robin Skeletal Control Amulet are both level 18 magical items, boasting exceptional attributes, yet clearly unsuited for him. However, the broken staff caught his attention. Alvis's broken staff, gold, special item, type, quest item material, description. The staff once wielded by the Necromancer Alvis, though shattered, seems to still harbor a trace of peculiar energy within the skull at its tip. Another quest item? Chen stowed it away, along with the previously acquired Construct Core. Based on his gaming experience, this item is likely intended for the final boss or for unraveling a quest mystery. The 6 silver grade items encompass various parts, all around level 17, with decent attributes, serving as excellent transitional gear. Having counted his spoils, Chen's gaze turned deeper into the hall. At the spot where Alvis had fallen, a one-solid wall gradually revealed a portal radiating a dim glow. Its frame composed of twisted bones, with swirling dark energy at its center. A new path had materialized, having defeated the second boss. There should be 1 or 2 more lurking ahead. Chen adjusted his state and stepped into the portal. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Chen's feet landed on solid ground. The darkness before him swiftly receded, replaced by an even more sinister and oppressive scene. He appeared to be in a vast circular prison. Towering around him were railings crafted from a black metal that emitted an eerie light, with minimal spacing between them, creating an impenetrable barrier entwined with chains inscribed with runes. The prison's ceiling loomed high, shrouded in thick darkness, where he could vaguely discern the ghastly, withered corpses of unknown creatures dangling, swaying gently with the chilling wind. Unlike before, this place was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of undead activity. Only a faint, almost ethereal wailing and lamentation echoed throughout the empty prison, sending shivers down his spine. A prison? Is this not the hidden chamber? What manner of creature has that necromancer imprisoned here? Chen immediately entered stealth mode. This place exuded an aura of malevolence. Although the previous area was teeming with visible undead foes, this expanse, silent and desolate, instilled within him a deeper sense of impending danger. The air was filled with a faint, mournful wail, unlike that which might be emitted by an ordinary vengeful spirit. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the metallic railing, and an immediate, bone-chilling cold surged through him, accompanied by a negative status notification. System alert. Contact with the Soul Chain Iron Prison has resulted in the Soul Frost effect. Mental recovery speed reduced by 50, movement speed reduced by 10, lasting for 30 seconds. Indeed, something was amiss. Chen promptly withdrew his hand. The railing possessed inherent negative effects, seemingly exerting a unique influence over the realm of souls or the mind. He continued his stealthy advance, his gaze sweeping across the center of the prison. There, it was not devoid of substance. Rather, a peculiar statue loomed, formed by the entangled, twisted phantoms of countless wailing souls, pressed together in a grotesque amalgamation. These spectral figures bore indistinct features, their forms racked with anguish, as if eternally imprisoned within the statue, emanating an overwhelming aura of resentment and despair. Just as Chen approached within approximately 30 meters of the central statue, a sudden transformation occurred. The magical array etched into the prison floor erupted with a blinding azure light. A formidable force of confinement instantaneously enveloped the entire space. Simultaneously, wisps of nearly transparent phantoms began to seep through the gaps of the seemingly solid metal railings. These phantoms were not corporeal. Rather, they resembled fragmented souls transformed into energy, emitting silent shrieks akin to moths drawn to a flame, surging frantically toward Lu Chen's position. Soulbinder, Elite. Held difficulty, level 17 health, 8,000 attack, 900 mental defense, 400 magic resistance, 1,500 skills, soul impact, mental whip, energy drain affixes, nihility, 50 reduction in physical damage. Swarm, the greater the number, the higher the individual attributes, a creature of mental assault, also possessing physical mitigation. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Such a foe was decidedly unkind to physical classes, and the high magic resistance posed a dilemma for spellcasters. Moreover, their attacks directly affected the mind, circumventing most physical defenses. What was more troubling was the sheer number of these soul binders, continuously pouring forth from the gaps in the railings, rapidly coalescing into the hundreds, and still increasing. Their swarm affix meant they grew more numerous and individually potent. Do they think this will deter me? A glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Physical mitigation? Mental attacks? A multitude? None of these posed a challenge before him. Chapter 37. The Wrath of 1,000 Souls. The physical damage reduction attribute of the Soulbinder rendered other players utterly helpless. However, Lu Chen was different. His Void Hunter class possessed the affinity for the Void, dealing Void damage. Unless the Soulbinder also had Void armor, it would absorb damage as it was dealt. Without any mitigation, could they possibly possess Void armor? Absolutely not. A smirk curled at Lu Chen's lips. To think they could use such trivial tricks against him was indeed a flight of fancy. Multi-shot, minus 11,805. Critical hit. Weak point attack, x30. 30 soul binders were reduced to grayish remnants of souls, vanishing from existence. The remaining soul binders, enraged, charged directly at Lu Chen. Void flicker. With a swift motion, Lu Chen appeared at the opposite end. He was luring the enemies. As he observed the soulbinders gathering, he raised his hand and unleashed an explosive shot. Minus 35,416. Critical hit. Weak point attack, XN. Countless damage numbers soared into the air, and the soulbinders, endowed with group attributes, stood no chance against such overwhelming damage, meeting an inevitable demise. Within the desolate prison, as the last remnants of the soul binders dissipated, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. The air, thick with resentment and despair, seemed to intensify rather than wane, as though stirred by some unseen force, slowly coalescing towards the center of the prison. Lu Chen sheathed his shadow, Fong Longbow, his gaze sharply fixed on the bizarre statue at the heart of the prison, composed of countless twisted souls. He could distinctly sense a massive and chaotic psychic energy awakening within that statue. Finally willing to emerge? I had thought you merely a decoration. Lu Chen mused quietly, a trace of subtle anticipation lacing his tone. Though he had accumulated considerable experience in dispatching these minions, they ultimately lacked challenge. Crack! Crack! The faint sound of fractures pierced through the stillness of the prison. The surface of the eerie soul statue began to fissure, an ethereal blue light seeping through the cracks, accompanied by increasingly anguished and frenzied wails. The souls imprisoned within the statue appeared stimulated, writhing violently and distorting. Their features blurred and shifted, seemingly merging into an even larger and more terrifying entity. Boom! A surge of psychic pressure, far more potent than that of the previous cluster of soul binders, erupted violently, sweeping through the entire prison like an invisible storm. The ethereal metallic bars surrounding the space emitted a strained hum, trembling with the weight of the unleashed energy. The runic chains entwined upon them, vibrating in response. The statue shattered completely, replaced by a colossal monstrosity forcibly amalgamated from innumerable tortured soul apparitions. It bore no fixed form, an ever-wriggling, shifting mass of void blue energy, with countless indistinct faces flickering within, emitting spine-chilling roars. The living, you, have awakened us. A cacophony of voices, laden with endless anguish, resentment, and madness, reverberated, striking directly at Lu Chen's soul. Thousand Souls Convergence, Golden Level Lord, Inferno Difficulty, Level, 19 Health, 550, 000 Attack, 2000 Mental, Defense, 800 Magic Resistance, 2000 Skills, Soul Whale, Grievance Impact, Mental Drain, Pain Link. Lament of 10,000 Souls Affixes, Double-Edged Sword. The lower the health, the higher the attack power. The more damage taken, the greater the threat. Ethereal Body, 80 reduction in physical damage. Burdened by Grievance. Attacks inflict slow and continuous mental damage. A level 19 Golden Lord, purely dealing mental damage. With physical damage reduction and increased threat at low health, Chen swiftly scanned the boss's attributes, his gaze sharpening slightly. The attributes of this boss were extraordinarily extreme. With a staggering 2000 magic resistance and an 80 reduction in physical damage, presenting an insurmountable barrier for most teams. Mental attacks completely disregarded physical defenses, and combined with the continuous damage and slowing effects of Burdened by Grievance, it was enough to instill despair in any tank. Moreover, the double-edged sword affix indicated that the closer the boss was to death, the more perilous it became. However, Chen felt no fear. Instead, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Physical damage reduction? His void damage was impervious to such tactics. Mental attacks? The perfectly synchronized Shadow Step provided ample countermeasures. This Thousand Souls Convergence was, in essence, a tailor-made experience boon and attribute extractor for him. Feel the wrath of 1,000 souls. The Thousand Souls Convergence roared, its immense energy form quaking violently as an invisible sonic wave instantaneously spread forth. Soul Whale. This was an area of effect mental attack, accompanied by a stunning effect. Chen had long been prepared. Almost the instant the boss raised its hand, his body transformed into an afterimage. Shadow Step. The invisible sonic wave collided with the afterimage, failing to inflict any harm on Chen. Evade. Ineffective. The voice of the Thousand Souls Convergence carried a hint of chaotic confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why its attack had missed. Chen's figure reappeared on the opposite side of the convergence, his shadow fangs longbow taut and ready. Precise shot. Whoosh. -35, 248. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The deep purple arrow struck the core energy region of the convergence with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a staggering damage figure. The 80 physical damage reduction was rendered utterly meaningless before the void damage. Pain. The Thousand Souls Convergence emitted an even more anguished roar. Countless spectral souls swirling frantically within its form, clearly indicating that this strike had inflicted significant harm. Your suffering has only just begun. Chen's gaze turned icy, his assault unyielding as the arcane shot followed suit. -32, 043. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Another precise arcane shot embedded itself deep within the convergence's tumultuous, writhing energy core. Amidst a cacophony of countless resentful and anguish howls, the very dome of the prison seemed on the verge of collapse. The energy form of the conglomerate trembled violently, as myriad indistinct faces writhed and contorted in torment upon its surface. With a staggering psychic attack power of 2,000 points, coupled with a relentless barrage of lingering damage and deceleration from its malevolent aura, it possessed the capability to obliterate any player at this stage in an instant. Yet, in the face of an unavoidable attack, all such power is rendered moot. Struggle Whale, become a part of us. The chaotic voices of 1,000 souls conglomerate echoed with madness as its colossal energy form quaked once more, unleashing a more sinister and viscous psychic force that locked on Chen. The wave of resentment surged forth. This was a directed psychic shockwave, swift and imbued with a potent effect of mental corruption, sufficient to shatter the minds of the weak-willed in an instant. However, just as that invisible wave was about to make contact with Chen, it abruptly veered aside. The shadowy afterimage acted as a steadfast shield, absorbing the lethal impact of the vengeful psychic assault in its entirety. Why for the first time? The roar of the thousand souls conglomerate was laced with evident confusion and a hint of fear. Its soul attack disregarded all defenses. Yet it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon that phantasmal being. Chapter 38. Double-edged sword. Chen remained silent, solely relying on his basic attacks. The Shadow Fong longbow in his grasp never ceased its relentless assault as the void arrows were unleashed in rapid succession. Each impact igniting small ripples of void energy upon the body of the aggregation entity. Minus 2,811. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 2,811. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Though the damage from each individual attack paled in comparison to that of his skills, the cumulative effect of his high attack speed and guaranteed critical hits still yielded a remarkably significant total. You have provoked us. The Thousand Souls aggregation entity became utterly enraged, its entire energy form suddenly swelling in size. Countless spectral souls attempted to break free, only to be ensnared once more by a more potent force, rendering its shape increasingly unstable and the mental pressure it emitted ever more ferocious. The indistinct faces upon its surface abruptly opened their hollow eyes, and beams of eerie blue energy shot forth, not aimed at Chen, but rather at the ground beneath him and the surrounding metallic railings. Painful link. This was one of the special abilities of the Thousand Souls aggregation entity, attempting to link Chen with the negative energies of his environment, thereby inflicting continuous mental corrosion and vitality drain upon him. Seeking to change tactics, Chen maintained his movement, dashing with agility while executing another precise shot. Whoosh! Minus 35,248. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The aggregation entity's health had plummeted below 50%. As its life force waned, the effects of the double-edged sword attribute began to manifest. The eerie blue radiance emanating from the Thousand Souls aggregation entity grew increasingly blinding, its energy fluctuations intensifying, and its mental attack power, which had reached a staggering 2,000 points, began to ascend gradually. Increasing its attack power? Chen keenly sensed the shift, but remained unfazed. No matter how high the attack, if it could not land a blow, it was futile. The 9 absorption opportunities granted by Perfect Twin had only been utilized 3 times thus far, leaving ample room for further use. He cast a glance at his skill bar. The cooldown for explosive shot was nearing its end. Feel the lament of 10,000 souls. The Thousand Souls aggregation entity seemed to realize its life was rapidly ebbing away, letting out the most mournful and desperate roar it had yet emitted. The runes upon the prison floor flared to their utmost brilliance, and the barely perceptible wails in the air suddenly surged in volume, converging into a devastating mental storm. Lament of 10,000 souls. This was its ultimate move, unleashing a sweeping wave of indiscriminate mental destruction throughout the entirety of the prison, fueled by its accumulated resentment. Buzz! The intangible mental energy erupted from within the aggregation entity like a tsunami, sweeping outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, even the fabric of space seemed to warp, and the metallic railings of the prison screeched in protest, as if they would shatter at any moment. Confronted with this cataclysmic area attack, Chen's gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake. Just as the mental storm was about to engulf him, he activated his stealth once more. His figure melded into the shadows, and almost simultaneously, the icon for explosive shot illuminated fully. In the next instant, Chen's figure materialized directly above the conglomerate, bow drawn like a full moon. The dark purple energy entwined with the fiery runes atop the Shadow Fong longbow reached a crescendo, resembling a supernova on the brink of detonation. It was time to bring this farce to a close. With a resounding explosion, the arrow, imbued with cataclysmic energy, shot forth like a black-purple comet, striking the core of the conglomerate's raging energy with pinpoint precision. The violent dark purple flames and shockwaves erupted violently, utterly detonating the already unstable conglomerate. A terrifying figure, minus 282,621. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Dual blade enhancement. Floated above the collapsing energy core of the conglomerate, surpassing all previous damage records. The attack power enhancement from the dual blade suffix became a catalyst for its imminent demise. No. Unwilling. The cacophony of despair and resentment abruptly ceased. The massive azure energy entity imploded like a punctured balloon, collapsing inward before disintegrating completely. Countless fragments of souls screamed as they scattered, only to soon be restrained by some invisible rule within the prison, transforming into flickers of ethereal light, dissipating into the air. All that remained were several items, each radiating a unique luster, quietly lying on the cold ground. System notification. You have successfully slain the level 19 Golden Lord Purgatory Conglomerate of Souls. Earned 13,000 experience points. Due to Purgatory difficulty bonus, an additional 100 experience points awarded. Killing a level 9 higher grants an extra 90 experience, totaling 37,700. Added to experience pool. System notification. Triggered unique effect Plunder of Ring of Carnage. Randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 58 points in Spirit from Conglomerate of Souls. Spirit again. Is this a sign urging me to transition to a magical archer? Chen stowed his longbow, silently critiquing. 2 bosses had yielded over 100 points in Spirit. If this were bestowed upon a mage, they would surely weep with gratitude. He then stepped forward to commence the collection of spoils. System notification. Acquired Gaze of the Thousand Souls, Golden. System notification. Acquired Soulbinder's Chains, Golden. System notification. Acquired Wand of Resentment, Golden. System notification. Acquired Core of Conglomerate Energy, Golden. Special item. System notification. Acquired Spectral Iron Greaves, Silver. System notification. Acquired Ring of Whispering Spirits, Silver. System notification. Acquired 52 gold coins. 3 pieces of golden equipment. The Gaze of the Thousand Souls, a level 19 headpiece for magic users, boasts exceptional attributes enhancing spirit and spell critical hits. The Soulbinder's Chains, a level 19 special necklace. Grant a chance to bind an enemy's soul upon attack, thereby reducing their movement and casting speeds. Lastly, there exists the level 19 golden staff, known as the Staff of Resentment, which bestows an exceptionally high spell power and possesses the ability to accumulate souls to unleash a tremendous amount of damage. Additionally, there's an energy core, roughly the size of a fist, continuously emanating a ghostly blue light and intense psychic waves. Converged energy core, gold, special item. Type, quest item material. Description. The energy core of the Thousand Souls Convergence, composed of countless compressed soul energies, harbors vast and chaotic mental power. It may very well be the key to completing the exploration of the Necromancer's Institute. This marks the 3rd quest item. Chen carefully stowed it away, and along with the previously acquired Construct Core and the Broken Staff of Alvis. It appears that the final stages of this dungeon are likely intertwined with these items. The remaining 2 pieces of silver equipment are level 18, pertaining to the magical and psychic categories, with commendable attributes, serving as useful additions. After tallying his spoils, Chen lifted his gaze towards the end of the prison. As the Thousand Souls Convergence dissipated, the previously barren wall began to warp, slowly forming a new portal. The doorframe is constructed from robust, twisted bones, and at its center lies a profound vortex of darkness, seemingly capable of consuming all light. With the 3rd boss defeated, it seems the Necromancer's Institute is nearing its conclusion. Does it not? Chen sensed the chilling and malevolent aura emanating from the portal, more pronounced than before, and a flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes. He steadied himself and, without hesitation, stepped into the profound darkness. Chapter 39. The final creation traversing through the soul-devouring vortex of darkness. Chen found himself in a scene that opened up before him, yet was immediately overshadowed by an aura of death and malevolence, far more potent than any previous realm he had encountered. This place was no longer a mere tomb, corridor, or prison. It resembled a grand yet twisted underground sanctuary. The dome loomed high above, etched with intricate and blasphemous magical runes that emitted a faint violet glow, barely illuminating the space below. At the heart of the sanctuary lay a vast, circular platform, its periphery adorned with 12 robust obsidian pillars, each entwined with countless desiccated and contorted corpses, as if they were grotesque decorations forcibly fused to the stone. Upon the platform's surface, a colossal magical array sprawled across the entire area, its patterns complex to the utmost degree, with innumerable streams of energy surging within, producing an unsettling resonance. The air was thick with a potent amalgamation of the stench of blood, decomposing flesh, and a peculiar, acrid odor reminiscent of formaldehyde. Surrounding walls were no longer adorned with murals. Instead, they housed transparent crystal containers, each brimming with various grotesque remnants of bizarre creatures and failed stitch creations, resembling the private collection of a deranged alchemist and necromancer. Intriguingly, it appeared he had arrived at the lair of the true master. Chen maneuvered through the shadows, his gaze sweeping across this eerie and grand tableau. The previous three bosses represented the themes of stitching and transformation, necromancy and dominion, and the manipulation of soul energy. Here, however, seemed to be the origin and culmination of all these elements. His focus ultimately settled upon the very center of the central platform. There, a colossal figure stood silently, as if it had existed since time immemorial. It was neither flesh nor purely spirit, but rather a bizarre amalgamation of both, grotesquely twisted and stitched together with cold metal and arcane magic. The entity resembled an enlarged abomination, its corpulent form riddled with coarse sutures and exposed metallic skeleton, its skin a deathly hue of ashen violet, inscribed with runes that flickered ominously. Its right arm had been replaced with a massive metal cannon radiating arcane light, while its left arm bore a grotesque blade forged from countless shattered bones and vengeful souls. Most disconcerting was its head, a monstrous fusion of three distinct skulls, human, demon, and some unknown beast violently stitched together. Three hollow eyes, devoid of life, yet simultaneously ablaze with different colors of malevolent fire, crimson, eerie green, and icy blue, burned within. Surrounding its immense body was a visible shroud of dark energy, accompanied by the mournful wails of countless fragmented souls. A sense of terror, surpassing that of all prior bosses, enveloped the entire sanctuary like a tangible force, causing the very air to seem to solidify. Final creation, 0, Platinum level Lord, Infernal difficulty, level, 20 health. Attack, defense, magic resistance, skills, affixes. Chen raised an inquisitive brow. Everything is represented by question marks? This situation typically presents two possibilities. Either the opponent's level far exceeds one's own, or there exists a special state concealing information. The second scenario often arises from plot-driven events or a unique mechanic associated with a boss. However, considering that this is the ultimate boss of the dungeon, and its level is merely displayed as 20, the latter possibility seems rather unlikely. Thus, it is highly probable that the peculiar nature of the Platinum level boss, combined with the infernal difficulty, necessitates some means or a specific combat phase to unlock its detailed information. Intriguingly, even its attributes remain shrouded in mystery. Rather than retreating, Chen felt invigorated by the challenge. Attributes mattered little. One could only ascertain them through confrontation. He slowly raised the Shadow Fong, an aura of unbridled menace beginning to coalesce around him. At that moment, the colossal end-of-days creation, 0, seemingly sensed the presence of the living. The three fused heads simultaneously turned, 6 eyes ablaze with diverse infernal flames, fixating on Chen's concealed position. Intruder, eliminate. A voice, cold and unfeeling, reverberated through the temple, as if composed of countless metallic scrapes and the mournful wails of souls. Boom! Before the words faded, the enormous metallic cannon on Zero's right arm erupted with blinding arcane light, a robust beam of energy shooting forth instantaneously. striking with precision at the shadow of the stone pillar where Lu Chen had previously sought refuge. The speed was astonishing. The force far exceeded that of Alvis's death finger. Lu Chen's pupils contracted. Almost instinctively, he activated Shadow, stepped the instant the opponent raised its arm. Boom! The stone pillar was directly struck by the energy beam, producing a resounding crash as the hard obsidian was instantly melted and vaporized, leaving behind a bottomless charred void, its edges still crackling with destructive arcane energy. Such swift attack speed, and the power was utterly outrageous. Lu Chen's figure materialized behind another stone pillar, pondering silently. Had that strike connected, his slight frame would have undoubtedly been vaporized in an instant. A platinum-level boss, especially one of infernal difficulty, was indeed on an entirely different echelon than a gold-level adversary. Locking, target. The amalgamated voice of Zero resonated once more as its three heads slightly turned. The six eyes reestablishing their lock on Lu Chen's new position. It appeared to possess an extraordinary sense of perception, rendering stealth ineffective before it. In the next moment, Zero's colossal form sprang into action, defying its cumbersome appearance. Its movements were surprisingly swift. The immense metallic foot crashed onto the platform, producing a thunderous roar akin to an out-of-control war chariot, charging directly at Lu Chen. Simultaneously, its left arm raised a menacing bone blade. Countless wailing souls emanating from its edge, trailing dark energy after images. Close combat. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he quickly deduced the opponent's intent. Without hesitation, he distanced himself once more while simultaneously releasing an arrow. A precise shot. Whoosh! The dark purple arrow flew accurately towards the neck where the three heads of Zero were conjoined. Typically, this is the weak point for most creatures. However, at the very moment the arrow was about to strike, the shimmering runes on the surface of the Zero entity suddenly flared to life, and a translucent shield of dark energy materialized instantaneously. Clang! Minus 8,576. Block. The arrow was deflected by the shield, inflicting less than 10,000 points of damage. It is worth noting that a precise shot could originally deal 18,000 damage, yet now it only resulted in over 8,000, effectively negating a full 10,000 points of damage. A block? And it even possesses a damage-reducing shield? Lu Chen's heart sank. This boss not only boasted high attack power and rapid speed, but also exhibited such formidable defensive capabilities. Truly, as the final boss of the Inferno dungeon, it was indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 40. Insurance measures within the temple. The chilling sound of Zero, a blend of metallic friction and anguished wails of souls, reverberated once more, imbued with a sense of programmed coldness. Threat confirmed. Initiating purge mode. Its cumbersome form shifted once again, the grotesque bone blade of its left arm dragging along the ground, producing an ear-piercing screech and showering sparks, while the vengeful spirits entwined upon the blade emitted even more harrowing shrieks. Simultaneously, the arcane cannon of its right arm recharged, the eerie blue luminescence burning brighter than before, evidently poised to unleash a more formidable assault. Is it truly switching modes? Does it think itself a machine? Lu Chen scoffed inwardly, yet did not dare to relax his guard. He utilized the stone pillars as cover, constantly shifting his position, his mind razor-sharp, fixated on every movement of Zero. A direct confrontation was clearly unwise. The adversary's defense, attack power, and speed vastly surpassed that of the previous boss, and the activation of its energy shield seemed devoid of any discernible cooldown period, rendering his assaults nearly futile. He must identify its weakness or perhaps some unique mechanism. Boom! Another devastating arcane beam grazed Lu Chen's previous position, crashing into a distant wall and shattering a crystal container filled with grotesque creations, scattering foul liquids and indistinguishable debris in all directions. Purge! Failed! Relocking. Zero's voice remained devoid of emotion as its three heads precisely pivoted toward Lu Chen's new hiding place. While evading, Lu Chen quickly scanned the entirety of the platform. The colossal magic circle at the center of the temple, the 12 obsidian pillars entwined with corpses, and the runes at the platform's edge. None of this could merely be for show. The necromancer had painstakingly constructed this place, concocting such an ultimate creation. It was implausible that there were no means of control or restraint left behind. What if this entity went berserk? Wait, over there is. At the moment, Chen once again evaded the sweeping bone blade of Zero with a shadow step. A flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision at the platform's edge, near one of the obsidian pillars. It appeared to possess a structure distinct from the surrounding environment. It was a small control console, partially embedded in the magic circle's design, made of materials slightly different from the platform itself, flickering with faint runic light and seemingly featuring a few recesses. Due to its concealed position and his previous focus on Zero, he had astonishingly overlooked it. Indeed, there was a contingency plan. Chen's heart raced. This could very well be the key to controlling or weakening Zero, no matter how deranged the necromancer. It was improbable they would create a weapon entirely beyond control. Target. Anomalous movement, correcting attack trajectory. Zero seemed to sense Chen's shift in intent. Its massive form abruptly halting as the cannon of its right arm began to adjust its angle, locking onto the direction of the control console, evidently intent on preventing Chen from approaching. Attempting to thwart me? A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen's mouth. The more it resisted, the more it underscored the importance of that control console. He no longer hesitated. Activating his stealth skill once more, his figure melded into the shadows, using the stone pillars as cover as he dashed toward the control console with utmost speed. Although Zero's perception abilities were formidable, it struggled to accurately pinpoint Chen's location in his concealed state, resorting to general area fire coverage. Boom! Boom! Arcane beams and skeletal blades relentlessly struck the ground on either side of Chen's path, sending debris and chaotic energy swirling into the air. The temple reverberated with a deafening roar, a cacophony of sound. Locking on. Area coverage. The three heads of Zero whirled frantically, attempting to recapture Chen's silhouette. Yet, Chen was swifter, darting like a specter through the gaps of explosive energy, skillfully evading all lethal assaults. In mere seconds, he successfully reached the small control console. The console was crafted from an unknown black metal, its surface engraved with runes similar, yet more intricate, than those of the ground's magical array. At the center of the runes, 3 grooves of varying sizes were present, their shapes oddly familiar. A glimmer sparked in Chen's eyes as he swiftly opened his backpack. He retrieved the 3 special items previously acquired: the core of the construct from the flesh construct, the skull-topped Yarvis's scepter from the necromancer Yarvis, and the core of accumulated energy from the Thousand Souls aggregation. The shapes of the 3 grooves aligned perfectly with these items. So that was it. The drops from the previous boss were not merely quest items, but the keys to activate this ultimate console. Understanding dawned on Chen. The design of this dungeon was intricately interconnected, with earlier setups finally revealing their true purpose. That necromancer had created safeguards to restrain the ultimate creation using the findings from his 3 previous research phases. Stop. Command execution. For the first time, Zero's mixed voice bore a hint of urgency, abandoning its previously cold, programmed tone. Its massive form abruptly turned toward the console, the arcane cannon on its right arm glowing intensely, no longer firing single shots, but instead beginning to accumulate energy, preparing for a comprehensive bombardment. Simultaneously, the skeletal blade on its left arm erupted with a thick, black mist, countless wraith-like shadows struggling forth, transforming into dark energy tendrils that lashed out toward Chen, attempting to ensnare and tear him apart. Now you wish to stop me? Too late. A spark of determination ignited in Chen's eyes as he moved with lightning speed. With a flick of his left hand, the blood-scented core of the construct appeared in his palm, and he aimed it at the largest, irregular groove on the console. Pressing down with great force, buzz. The core fit perfectly into the groove, and a small portion of the runes on the console illuminated instantly. A faint energy began to flow along the magical array's lines on the ground, seemingly establishing a connection with a distant obsidian pillar. The first key, Chen felt a surge of reassurance. At that moment, Zero's attack arrived. The overwhelming arcane energy poured down like a torrential rain, wreaking havoc on the ground surrounding the console, sending debris flying everywhere. The pitch-black energy tendrils of the vengeful spirits are astoundingly cunning, striking from every conceivable angle. Shadow step. Chen's figure vanished once more, narrowly evading the heart of the energy storm and the encroaching tendrils. His afterimage was instantaneously evaporated by arcane energy, leaving no trace behind. Positioning. Failure. Target. Moving at high speed. The voice of Zero sounded somewhat disordered, clearly disrupted by Chen's ghostly agility, which interfered with its targeting system. Chen reappeared on the opposite side of the console, unrelenting as he extracted the fractured Jarvis's broken staff with his right hand. He deftly aligned the energy-laden skull at the staff's tip with a slender groove on the console, forcefully embedding it. Crack! The skull fit seamlessly into the groove. The runes on the console shimmered once more, illuminating another area, linking to a different obsidian pillar. An aura of death permeated the air, seemingly stirred, causing a barely perceptible tremor. Another one. Alarm. System. Experiencing unknown interference. Zero's movements exhibited a slight lag, and the energy accumulating in its right arm cannon became unstable, flickering erratically. It seemed to finally grasp that the diminutive console posed the true threat. Abandoning its long-range bombardment, its colossal form lunged forward with a tremor that shook the ground. The bone blade of its left arm was raised high, as vengeful spirits shrieked and coalesced into a massive spectral skull, descending with the intent to annihilate everything in its path, aimed directly at the console and Chen's position. This strike was immense and forceful, sealing off all avenues for Chen to evade. Still intent on resisting, Chen's gaze was icy. He did not retreat, but advanced. He chose not to employ Shadow Step to escape again, for he understood that this was the final moment. He had to place the last item before the bone blade fell. He swiftly reached into his backpack and extracted the pulsating, converged energy core that radiated intense psychic waves. Almost simultaneously, he forcefully pressed the fist-sized azure energy core into the console's last and smallest circular groove. Buzz! At the instant the core made contact with the groove, the console erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. All the runes illuminated instantaneously, forming a complete miniature magic circle. Concurrently, Zero's bone blade, imbued with tremendous force, descended with a piercing sound. Chapter 41, The True Boss Battle Boom. The colossal bone blade struck fiercely against the newly activated console. Yet, the anticipated sight of the console shattering did not materialize. Instead, a layer of runes coalesced into a formidable energy shield that sprang forth from the console's surface, effectively absorbing the savage blow. Clang! The piercing sound of metal on metal reverberated throughout the temple, as the bone blade was deflected upward, causing Zero's massive form to stagger slightly from the recoil. System. Permissions altered. Zero's tone grew peculiar. The radiance emanating from the console did not extinguish. Rather, it began to pulsate rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. A distinctly different energy wave surged along the expansive magical array etched into the ground, swiftly spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire platform in an instant. The runes on the 12 obsidian pillars ignited simultaneously, harmonizing with the magic circle at the center. The desiccated corpses entwined around the stone columns seemed to respond to an unseen summons, their eye sockets suddenly glowing with a ghostly red light. At that moment, the energy field of the entire temple underwent a cataclysmic transformation. It worked. Chen emerged from the shadow of a distant pillar, observing this grand and eerie spectacle with a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The final safeguard had been successfully activated. Just moments ago, in a critical juncture, he had utilized Void Blink to evade the attack range. Now, it was time to witness what surprises this necromancer had prepared for his ultimate creation. A low hum echoed within the temple, no longer the pure shriek of energy during Zero's assault, but rather imbued with an ancient, weighty rhythm. Zero's vast form stood rigidly in place, its three stitched-together heads spinning in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the changes unfolding around it. The runes shimmering across its surface became chaotic, and the energy shield vanished without a trace. Warning: external interference system compromised. Zero's cold, mixed voice stuttered, losing its previous fluidity and gaining an edge of disarray. At that moment, before Lu Chen's eyes, information about Zero finally ceased to be a question mark. Ultimate creation, Zero, Platinum level Lord, Inferno difficulty, weakened state, level, 20 health points, 1, 500, 0001, 500, 000, attack, 4500, physical arcane fell, defense, 3000 magic resistance, 2500 skills, multi-lock devastation beam, bone blade storm, energy overload, unlocked, affixes, composite armor, 30 reduction in physical magic damage, energy core, damage taken increases by 100 when core is exposed, unstable structure, final protocol, 1,500,000 health points, even a weakened state, that is remarkably high. Lu Chen observed the lengthy string of health points, his brow furrowing once more. With a base attack power soaring to 4,500 and formidable defenses, coupled with a built-in 30 damage reduction, the challenge ahead loomed ominously. It may appear that there has been no reduction in strength, yet Lu Chen astutely discerned that the energy shield enveloping the Zero creature had vanished. With the protective barrier gone, its damage output could be unleashed to the fullest. Furthermore, Lu Chen's gaze quickly fell upon a new affix, energy core. When the core is exposed, damage taken increases by 100. Aha! This is indeed the crux of the matter. In an instant, Lu Chen grasped the true purpose of this precautionary measure. The activation of the console did not directly diminish Zero's fundamental attributes. Rather, it initiated a mechanism that forcibly exposed its vulnerabilities. He lifted his gaze and beheld a fissure slowly forming at the center of Zero's rotund chest, a place once shielded by heavy metal and runes. Within this crevice, a bizarre core, pulsating like a heart and amalgamating flesh, soul, and arcane energy, flickered into view. There lay its vital weakness. How dare you touch? The creator's taboo. Zero seemed to have regained a fragment of its former self amidst the chaos, three heads roaring in simultaneous fury. Six eyes fixated on Lu Chen, brimming with rage and murderous intent. It disregarded the already activated console. With a tremendous convulsion, its massive form shuddered, and the arcane cannon on its right arm ignited once more, not aimed at Lu Chen, but directed at the dome above. Boom! 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 Several robust beams of arcane energy surged skyward, striking the temple's dome. The runes upon the dome flickered as they absorbed the energy. Subsequently, 12 obsidian columns erupted with an even more blinding crimson glow, initiating final protocol. Zero's voice ascended to a high-pitched shriek, imbued with reckless madness. In the next moment, the red light atop the 12 obsidian columns converged, illuminating Zero. Yet, rather than an assault, it appeared to be charging it. The runes across Zero's surface transformed into a frenzy, its entire form radiating a perilous red-black luminescence, seeming to swell even further. Simultaneously, its energy fluctuations became exceedingly volatile and agitated, akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of obliterating itself and all in proximity at any moment. Lu Chen's expression sharpened. Sensing an ominous turn, the Zero creature was intent on mutual destruction. Invader, feel the power of the end. Zero roared, its left arm's bone blade sweeping horizontally, unleashing a colossal black blade, wind infused with physical slashes and vengeful energy, howling towards the stone pillar where Lu Chen sought refuge. Concurrently, the cannon on its right arm locked onto Lu Chen, initiating multiple targeting sequences, with several red crosshairs appearing around him, heralding an impending cataclysmic strike. The enhanced Zero had escalated its attack speed and range to a new echelon. Alarm bells rang in Lu Chen's mind, yet he remained unfazed. With its weakness now laid bare, There was no room for hesitation. Shadow step. His form vanished once more, evading the sweeping bone blade and the forthcoming barrage of fire. He did not choose to create distance. Instead, he positioned himself even closer, right behind the blind spot of Zero. His target was the energy core that had just been exposed. This strike had to be executed in its most formidable form. Stealth. Explosive shot. Whoosh. The dark purple arrow, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, accurately pierced towards the pulsating, enigmatic core. Boom. Minus 376,828. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Core damage amplification. A damage number far exceeding the previous ones floated up. Although Zero's fundamental defense and damage reduction remained impressively high. Under the effect of a 100 damage amplification to the core, this arrow inflicted double the damage, resulting in terrifying figures beyond the imagination of an ordinary player. Roar. Zero unleashed a painful howl, the energy within its core fluctuating violently, causing the 12 stone pillars to flicker with red light. Indeed, it was effective. A wave of joy surged within Chen as he continued his relentless assault. Precision shot. Minus 70,495. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Core damage amplification. Another arrow struck the core. Fine. Death. Zero was thoroughly enraged, abandoning its ranged firepower. All three heads simultaneously turned towards Chen. Their 6 eyes, ablaze with different malevolent flames, filled with a desire for destruction. Its colossal form lunged towards Chen while bone blades, accompanied by a shrill cry that tore through the fabric of space, descended with ferocity. In the face of this frenzied close-quarters attack, Chen's demeanor grew unexpectedly calm. The combat experience from his past life transformed into instinct at that moment, allowing him to narrowly evade this strike. Simultaneously, the Shadow Fong in his hand charged once more. Arcane shot. This time, he aimed once again at the ever-pulsating energy core, radiating an alluring aura of devastation. Chapter 42. The Platinum First Kill. The inaugural conquest of Purgatory. Boom! Once again, a dark purple arrow, akin to a precision surgical scalpel, deeply pierced into the pulsating core, a fusion of flesh and energy. Minus 64,086. Backstab. Critical hit. Weakness attack. Core damage increase. The arcane shot, augmented by the core damage enhancement, erupted with astonishing power once more. The roar of Zero, a cacophony of 3 distinct tones, became increasingly sharp and piercing, imbued with unimaginable agony and fury. The brilliance emanating from the core flickered violently, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, accompanied by unstable energy dispersing from its massive form. How dare a wretched insect desecrate the creation of my lord? It descended into complete madness, abandoning all notions of ranged attacks. Its colossal body transformed into a violet shadow, recklessly charging towards Chen. The bone blade of its left arm was no longer a mere cleaving weapon. It summoned a tempest of black storms composed of countless vengeful souls, a bone blade tempest. The cannon on its right arm relinquished its targeting, indiscriminately unleashing a barrage of short, concentrated arcane energy projectiles, seeking to engulf Chen entirely. Within the temple, chaotic energy surged, the ground pockmarked from relentless bombardments, and the runes on the obsidian pillars flickered erratically, as if on the verge of collapsing under the strain of this violent energy. A desperate struggle. Chen's gaze remained icy. In the face of this almost mutually destructive onslaught, his composure only deepened. With 5 absorption opportunities remaining for the shadowy afterimage and a duration sufficient to withstand several critical strikes, he was prepared. Meanwhile, Zero's health plummeted rapidly under his continuous precise attacks. Like a leaf amidst a tempest, seemingly precarious, yet always finding a path to survival in the most perilous of gaps. Alternating between Void Blink and Shadow Step, he navigated through the Bone Blade Tempest and arcane barges with uncanny precision, each evasion executed flawlessly. The Shadow Fong longbow in his hand never ceased its relentless assault, ordinary void arrows continuously unleashed, though the individual damage paled in comparison to skills. With a 100 critical hit rate, weakness attacks, and core damage enhancements, it steadily gnawed away at Zero's already dwindling health. Minus 5,622. Critical hit. Weakness attack. Core damage increase. Minus 5,622. Critical hit. Weakness attack. Core damage increase. Each damage figure that ascended was accompanied by Zero's increasingly frenzied roars and strikes. Its attack power surged under the final protocol's influence, the range of the Bone Blade Tempest expanding, and the arcane barges intensifying. Alert! Energy. Core. Demise. 70%. Within Zero's chaotic voice, a hint of mechanical alarm sounded, soon overshadowed by an even more furious rage, destruction. Of everything, it abruptly halted, its massive form beginning to swell dramatically, the core at its chest erupting with blinding radiance, a devastating energy wave commencing its outward expansion. Energy overload. It was about to self-destruct. Seeking to perish together? Liu Chen's gaze sharpened, instantly discerning the opponent's intentions. He glanced at Zero's remaining health, which was below 20, and then at the skill bar, where the cooldown for explosive shot was nearly complete. Now was the moment. Without a hint of hesitation, Liu Chen's figure transformed into nothingness once more. He executed a void blink. He did not retreat. Instead, he directly blinked to a position just behind Zero, almost pressed against its cold, rough metallic frame. Simultaneously, the icon for explosive shot illuminated fully. It was over. Liu Chen whispered, "Stealth. Explosive shot." The dark purple arrow, imbued with unparalleled penetrative power and destructive energy, plunged into the fragile energy core. Minus 376,828. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Core damage boost. A terrifying damage number, sufficient to send chills down the spine of any player, erupted above Zero's head, occupying Liu Chen's entire field of vision. Zero's colossal body, on the verge of self-detonation, suddenly stiffened, the inflation halting abruptly. The core in its chest erupted with a cataclysmic brilliance, akin to a volcano saturated with explosives. No, it's impossible. The amalgamation of three life forms, the sound of metal grinding and the wails of souls, infused with endless regret and astonishment, became its final utterance. Boom! A deafening roar, far more terrifying than any explosion prior, detonated within the temple. The body of the end creation, Zero, shattered. Disintegrating from the core outward, a tempest of chaotic energy surged forth like a tsunami, violently spreading outward, cracking the obsidian pillars at the platform's edge. Flesh metal, shards of soul, arcane energy, and demonic essence, all elements constituting this monstrosity, spiraled into uncontrollable obliteration, ultimately transforming into a myriad of luminous particles and ash, gradually dissipating. In their place remained a vast, charred pit, strewn with an array of gleaming equipment and items radiating platinum, gold, and even a hint of purple light. System notification: you have successfully slain the level 20 Platinum Lord, Purgatory. In creation, 0. Gain 20,000 experience points. Purgatory difficulty bonus, an additional 100 experience points. Slaying an enemy 10 levels higher grants an extra 100 experience points, totaling 60,000. Added to the experience pool. System notification: congratulations. You have successfully cleared the Purgatory level Dungeon Necromancer's Institute. Earned the first completion rewards. System notification: triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification: plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 100 points in strength from in creation. 0. 100 points in strength. Liu Chen felt an explosive surge of power within, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Considering his previous attribute points and equipment, his strength attribute had officially surpassed the daunting threshold of 400. This sheer strength brought forth an all-encompassing enhancement. as he reveled in the exhilarating surge of power. A monumental system announcement resonated throughout every corner of Divine Oracle, more grandiose and awe-inspiring than the golden first kill notification, akin to the thunderous roar of divine lightning descending from the heavens. Global announcement: Huaxia region, eternal glory. Congratulations to player White Emperor for successfully conquering the Hell-level Dungeon Necromancers Institute, becoming the first conqueror of the Hell-level dungeon in the Huaxia region. Awarded with 5,000 prestige, 200 gold, and a Hell first completion treasure chest 1. His immortal achievements shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of history. Global announcement: worldwide catastrophe. Player White Emperor from the Huaxia region has successfully slain the world's first platinum-level Lord and creation. 0. The Platinum Era is upon us. Awarded with 10,000 prestige, 500 gold, 200 free attribute points, and a Platinum First Kill treasure chest 1. A divine miracle has arrived. This time, it was a dual announcement. The first completion of the Hell Dungeon. The first kill of the Platinum Boss. Moreover, it was the highest caliber announcement across the globe. Even the notification sound carried an indescribable sense of majesty and epic grandeur. The entire world of Divine Oracle fell into a stunned silence. If the previous golden first kill was akin to dropping a heavy bomb, this time it was the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Countless players stared in disbelief at the system announcement, feeling as though their understanding and worldview had been completely upended. A Hell Dungeon? A Platinum Boss? On the very first day of the server launch. This transcended mere strength. It was nothing short of a myth. A bug. Platinum First Kill? Hell First Completion? Am I dreaming? White Emperor. Once again, White Emperor. Who on earth is he? How did he accomplish this? Alone? It's over, utterly over. This game is unplayable now. I'm deleting my account. Don't delete it, my friend. Quickly check the forum. It's gone viral. Players from all over the world are discussing White Emperor. He is our pride in the Huaxia region. A global tremor. Numerous leaders of top-tier guilds and elite players felt a profound sense of helplessness and defeat the moment they beheld the announcement. While they were still struggling with leveling and fiercely competing for a piece of bronze equipment, that player named White Emperor had already left them far behind, reaching realms they dared not even dream of. Chapter 43. Abundant rewards within the temple. The remnants of the self-detonation of the ultimate creation gradually subsided, leaving behind only the faint, mournful whimper of dissipating energy currents. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, the metallic odor of molten substances, and a subtle trace of blood coalescing into an utterly repugnant atmosphere. Where 0 once stood, there remained a vast, charred pit exceeding 10 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. The ground around the edges had melted like glass, solidifying into grotesque shapes upon cooling. Scattered at the bottom of the pit were various items, glistening with diverse levels of radiance. Among them, several emitted an unprecedented, resplendent platinum glow akin to stars in the night sky, instantly capturing Liu Chen's undivided attention. With a graceful leap, Liu Chen alighted upon the soft ash at the pit's bottom, making his way toward the alluring spoils of battle. Along the way, he allocated 200 free attributes equally to strength and agility, causing both values to surpass the formidable threshold of 500. Upon reaching the treasures, his gaze was first drawn to 3 items radiating dazzling platinum light, their quality sufficient to incite frenzy among all players at this stage. The first was a heavy chest plate shimmering with arcane and fell energies, its design grotesquely beautiful, filled with the violent aesthetics of stitching and modification. Prominently embedded in its center was a conspicuous energy core, the very core armor component belonging to 0. Ultimate barrier, type, chest armor plate quality, platinum attributes, constitution 70, strength 50 defense, 550 magic resistance, 400 special effect. Energy conversion, 15 of magic damage received is converted into personal health. Conversion cap not exceeding 5 of maximum health. Special effect. Indomitable will, when health is below 30, all damage received is reduced by 20. Description. Remodeled from the core armor of the ultimate creation, 0. It harbors formidable protective power and a unique affinity for energy. Equipment requirement. Level 20, this platinum chest plate, with its attributes likely representing the pinnacle at this stage, boasted absurd defense and effects. Chen quickly assessed its worth, lamenting that it was plate armor, as equipping it would incur significant penalties to agility. Nevertheless, it should fetch a handsome price if sold. He temporarily stowed it away, not dwelling further on it. The second platinum item was a fearsome bone blade forged from countless shattered bones and vengeful souls. The blade was broad, adorned with twisted runes and the spectral visages of anguished spirits. Even devoid of its former owner's energy, it still radiated a disquieting negative energy. Shattered soul blade, type, weapon two-handed sword quality, platinum attributes, physical attack 850, strength 150, agility minus 20 special effect. Soul rend, attacks have a certain chance to tear the target's soul, inflicting additional shadow damage, and applying the soul weakness effect, all attributes reduced by 5. Lasting 10 seconds, not stackable. Special effect. Wraith Storm, active activation, consuming 10 of one's health to summon a Wraith Storm that assaults nearby enemies, dealing area damage and inflicting a fear effect. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Description. The melee weapon of the end creation. 0, forged from countless powerful vengeful spirits. Each swing accompanied by the anguished wails of despair. Equipment requirement. Level 20. The attack power is indeed extraordinary, and the special effects are formidable, yet the negative agility. Chen grasped the bone blade, weighing it in his hands. The heavy feel and the lingering resentment made him frown slightly. It is a two-handed weapon, and its style is entirely mismatched, so he decided to set it aside for now or sell it to an aficionado with discerning taste. The final platinum grade item was a core the size of a fist, within which thunder and nebulae seemed to swirl. Its surface was a bizarre amalgamation of metal and flesh, radiating an exceedingly complex and immense energy fluctuation, at times arcane, at others demonic, and at times pure soul power. 0 source core, platinum, special material, type, special material quest item, description, the energy of the end creation. 0 emanates from its core, containing the essence of all its power. It may serve as the core material for some top-tier creations or powerful equipment, and it might also be linked to certain hidden quests. Its value is incalculable. As a special material of platinum grade, it seems a waste to forge it, especially since he was not lacking in platinum equipment. Chen thought to himself, tucking it away. In addition to the 3 astonishing platinum grade items, there were 4 pieces of golden grade equipment scattered at the bottom of the pit, each of exceptional quality, far surpassing the previous boss drops. These included a level 20 magic critical strike ring, arcane ring, a level 20 physical penetration necklace, armor breaker's chain, a level 20 agility leather glove, gale gloves, and a pair of level 20 boots, phantom boots, that increased movement speed and evasion. Each item's attributes were remarkable, enough to incite fierce competition among top players. Furthermore, there was a considerable pile of shimmering gold coins. Upon careful counting, there were as many as 347. For players in the current stage, where gold was exceedingly scarce, this sum was akin to a fortune. Lastly, there were some rare purple quality ores and magical crystals, evidently part of 0's composition. After tallying all the spoils and stowing them in his backpack, Chen stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. He surveyed the dilapidated temple, feeling the remnants of the brutal aura gradually dissipate in the air. Having examined the boss's loot, the real highlight awaited him in his backpack. His gaze fell upon the 2 chests quietly resting in his inventory, Purgatory First Completion Chest and Platinum First Kill Chest. These system-awarded chests were even more eagerly anticipated than the direct drops from the boss. The contents could potentially include equipment, skill books, special items, or even unique treasures. However, it was evident that this was not the optimal moment to open the chests. He lifted his gaze to the twisted temple that had lost its master. The blasphemous runes adorning the dome had dimmed considerably, and the 12 obsidian pillars serving as energy nodes had lost their previous sinister luster, now marred by numerous cracks. With the complete demise of 0, the entire necromantic sanctuary seemed to descend into a state of instability, with subtle spatial ripples manifesting in the peripheral regions. A portal, radiating a gentle white light, gradually materialized near the entrance at the far end of the temple, its energy stable, clearly serving as a secure exit from the instance. It appeared that this place was on the brink of explosion. It was prudent to exit before attempting to open the treasure chest. Chen made his decision and stepped into the teleportation array. In a flash of brilliance, he found himself back at the well from whence he came. However, unlike before, he was now surrounded by a throng of over 1,000 players. Chapter 44. The Rain of Void Arrows with a radius of 30 meters. As Chen stepped out from the white portal, the anticipated tranquility of the novice village square was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was met with a surging throng of people and a cacophony of noise that echoed through the air. The well was surrounded, teeming with eager players, their expressions a mix of excitement and disbelief. Clearly, the recent system announcement that had resonated globally had stirred a tempest in the realm of Divine Oracle. Chen, having descended from this very spot, had naturally become the center of attention. Look, someone else coming out. Is it the White Emperor? Could it really be him? The Inferno Dungeon. A platinum boss. How could anyone clear it on the first day of the launch? It must be a bug. A chorus of gasps, doubts, and speculations rose in a crescendo, merging into a formidable wave of sound. Countless eyes, akin to searchlights, scrutinized Chen as he emerged from the portal. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he showed no signs of panic despite the spotlight upon him. He had anticipated such a scenario. The first completion of the Inferno Dungeon and the first kill of a platinum boss. Either achievement alone would have been enough to create a sensation in the early stages of the game. Moreover, the fact that both were accomplished on the very first day of the launch amplified the astonishment. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Chen felt the mixed gazes of awe, envy, and curiosity upon him, a faint sense of helplessness washing over him. This sensation of being the center of attention was rather uncomfortable. However, the novice village was an absolute safe zone where players could not collide. Thus, he need not worry about being physically cornered. It's the White Emperor. It really is the White Emperor. Oh my God. P.S. A living legend. Please, take me along. Share your strategies. No pushing. I just want to see what the legend looks like. The crowd erupted further, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Though they could not draw closer, the noise and discussion peaked. One person soloing the platinum boss of Inferno. Is this even human? He must be using some sort of cheat. Report him. Yes. Such individuals severely disrupt the balance of the game. Amidst the worship and admiration, there were also numerous doubts and hostile remarks. Paying no heed to the clamor, Chen focused his thoughts and activated his stealth. Gradually, his figure faded amidst the bustling crowd until he vanished entirely. Where did he go? What happened? Oh my God, how did he disappear? Such advanced invisibility. The crowd stirred once more, but without a target, they could only look around in confusion. Silently, Chen glided through the throng, stopping in an unfrequented corner. It was time to examine his greatest rewards. Anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he first glanced at the two radiant treasure chests in his backpack. The left one emanated a pure platinum glow, while the right one was shrouded in a faint blood-hued mist, appearing even more mysterious and enigmatic. Let us open the platinum first kill chest. Chen took a deep breath and retrieved the shimmering platinum chest. The chest, modest in size, was crafted from an enigmatic metal, its surface intricately engraved with ancient and complex runes, emanating a pulsating force that sent shivers down one's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen chose to open it. The lid of the chest slowly sprung open, and a blinding platinum light surged forth, nearly dazzling the eyes. Inside, 3 items lay quietly, each radiating a potent energy. The first was a skill book, glowing with a deep purple luminescence, its cover devoid of text, featuring only a twisted and profound vortex rune, as if it could consume one's very consciousness. Chen felt a stir of curiosity and retrieved it to examine its details. Skill book, Void Arrow Rain grade, Platinum type, active skill cost, 100 mana cooldown, 30 seconds effect, summons a rain of arrows formed from void energy. Descending upon a radius of 5, meters for a duration of 3 seconds, inflicting 150 attack power, void damage every second. Learning requirement, void class. Void arrow rain, a skill of mass damage. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This void arrow rain not only constituted an area attack, but also aligned perfectly with his specialization in the void class, and it was of platinum grade. He unhesitatingly chose to learn it. The skill book transformed into a beam of light, merging seamlessly into his being, while his perfect duality simultaneously activated. Void arrow rain, platinum grade, active skill, summons a rain of arrows formed from void energy, descending upon a radius of 5 meters for a duration of 3 seconds, inflicting 150 attack power, void damage every second, costs 100 mana, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Perfect duality triggered. Radius, 30 meters, duration, 18 seconds. Damage, 900 per second. Perfect duality secondary trigger. Subsequent damage after the first will not break stealth. Lu Chen was rendered speechless. The skill's range surpassed that of explosive shot, lasting 18 seconds, with each wave dealing 9-fold damage. The total damage multiplier reached an astonishing 162 times. Not merely 16 times, but 160 times. Furthermore, this was the first time Lu Chen had witnessed the secondary trigger of perfect duality. Subsequent damage maintaining stealth. His gaze deepened with contemplation. This skill, in conjunction with this talent, would transform him into a harbinger of destruction on the battlefield. The second item was a ring radiating a gentle platinum glow, its ancient design adorned with an irregular gemstone that appeared to encapsulate the essence of fallen stars. Lu Chen picked it up to inspect its attributes. Stardust fragment ring, slot, ring grade, platinum attributes, agility 80, spirit 40 special effect, starlight guidance, critical rate 5 special effect, fragmented power, critical damage 15 description, meticulously crafted from tiny fragments of fallen stars. Imbued with a trace of celestial power. Equipment requirement, level 20. An absolute gem, especially with the 2 special effects, directly enhancing critical rate by 5 and critical damage by 15. For archers striving for peak performance, this is undoubtedly a coveted artifact. The key advantage is that he has already maximized his critical hit rate, enabling him to fully capitalize on this explosive damage attribute. This ring is not only a top-tier item at this stage, but will remain relevant even at levels 40 or 50. The third item is a uniquely designed metallic disc, its surface engraved with intricate runes that Lu Chen has never encountered before. At the center of the disc lies a small recess, emanating a faint pulsation of energy. Unknown rune base, platinum, special item, type, special item component description, an ancient rune base. Seemingly a core component of a formidable device or a crucial item for activating a unique energy node. Its exact purpose remains unknown, necessitating further exploration or the discovery of associated items. As Lu Chen caressed the cool metallic disc, he sensed that it harbored some formidable potential. Yet he found himself at a loss for direction. He resolved to return to the main city and consult the alchemists. They would likely possess the knowledge he sought. Carefully storing the rune base, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the remaining item in his backpack, the first clear Inferno treasure chest. In contrast to the dazzling brilliance of the platinum first kill treasure chest, this chest exuded a more subdued aura. Yet it bore a weighty sense of history and a hint of sanguinescence. Though unopened, Lu Chen was certain that its contents would surpass those of the platinum first kill treasure chest. Chapter 45. The Voidwalker emblem. The reward for the initial completion on Inferno difficulty should not disappoint me, Lu Chen murmured, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The platinum first kill treasure chest had already yielded the remarkable skill, Void Rain, alongside exquisite equipment such as the Stardust Ring. The rewards for conquering Inferno, in theory, would be even more valuable, potentially unveiling unique items capable of altering the very fabric of the game. He carefully retrieved the dark crimson chest, cradling it in his palms. It felt frigid to the touch, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible stickiness, as if he were truly grasping a heart that had just ceased to beat. Open. Lu Chen silently commanded. With a soft crack, akin to the sound of bones shattering, the lid of the chest swung open. Instead of the anticipated radiant light, a dense, inky crimson mist billowed forth, laden with an icy chill and potent waves of negative energy. As the mist dissipated, two items lay quietly within the chest. The first item was a pitch-black emblem, seemingly forged from the purest essence of shadow. Its irregular shape resembled a shattered scale, with sharp edges surrounding a miniature vortex of void at its center, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to consume everything in its vicinity. Void Walker Emblem, Slot, Special Equipment Emblem Rarity, Legendary Attributes, All Attributes 10 Attribute. Unlocked Effect. Void Affinity significantly enhances your perception and manipulation of void energy. Effect. Shadow Protection. Reduces all damage taken by 10 while in stealth or void walking state. Effect. Unlocked Effect. Unlocked Description. An ancient emblem imbued with the purest essence of void primordial power, seemingly linked to a lost void heritage. Its true potential remains undiscovered. Equipment Requirement. Void Class, Met, a legendary item. Lu Chen's pupils dilated in shock, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He confirmed over and over again. The glistening word legendary was certainly no illusion. On the very first day of the server's opening, he had drawn a legendary item from the first kill treasure chest of the Inferno dungeon. Although most attributes remained as question marks, the already unlocked All Attributes 10 was more than sufficient to render this piece of equipment a coveted prize among global players. This single attribute justified its legendary quality. In the Oracle, the hierarchy of equipment rarity ascends from common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic to legendary. Legendary items, in his previous life, appeared only in the later stages of the game, gradually manifesting as rare, top-tier artifacts. Each possessed cataclysmic power or special effects capable of redefining gameplay. Now, a legendary emblem lay before him. Moreover, with Lu Chen's killing ring, he could continuously siphon attributes, and coupled with the emblem's inherently high growth potential, it would unleash an even greater power in his hands. Void Affinity, Shadow Sanctuary. Lu Chen scrutinized the two effects that had been revealed. Void Affinity would enhance his mastery over void energy, a significant boon for him as an archer specializing in void powers, benefiting both the potency of his skills and his control over energy. Shadow Sanctuary, on the other hand, provided a 10 damage reduction while in stealth or void walking states, further augmenting his survivability and assassination capabilities. More critically, this badge contained two yet-to-be unlocked effects and unknown attributes. This indicated that its potential far exceeded what was currently apparent. This was simply. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the excitement bubbling within. The value of this Void Walker badge likely surpassed the cumulative worth of all items he had previously acquired. It was undoubtedly a premier reward bestowed only upon the completion of the Inferno's first challenge. Without hesitation, he equipped the badge. A faint wave of void energy emanated from the badge, merging with his body, instilling a profound sense of harmony with the void, as if he could perceive the very threads of spatial fabric. Not only that, but his attributes also received a significant enhancement. In particular, his strength and agility attributes surged by over 50 points. Furthermore, he could distinctly feel his mastery over void energy had ascended to a new level. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the second item within the treasure chest. It was a crystal approximately the size of a palm, with an irregular shape. It shimmered in a deep violet hue, with countless tiny points of light flickering within, as though a fragment of true void had been solidified within it. The surface of the crystal was riddled with fine cracks, from which pure void energy slowly seeped, exuding an aura both dangerous and alluring. Lu Chen cautiously picked it up. A chilling sensation immediately coursed through his body, as if he were grasping a piece of ice from absolute zero. Shatter Heart of the Void, Rarity, Epic Type, Special Item Skill Fusion Material Effect. allows the selection of a mastered non-void skill for fusion, transforming it into a void skill. Post-transformation, the skill will acquire void energy properties, with a certain probability of gaining additional void-related effects. Specific effects depend on the original skill and fusion strength. This item can be used only once. Description: a core fragment left behind after the fall of a powerful void creature, containing a trace of pure void essence. Despite significant energy loss and structural damage, it is still capable of reshaping and endowing other energy forms with void characteristics. Its true value may far exceed imagination. Usage requirement: mastery of void power skill fusion material. It can transform non-void skills into void skills. Chen gazed at the item's description, momentarily taken aback, before a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. The function of this item was entirely different from his initial expectation of a one-time explosive consumable. Yet its strategic value was no less significant, and perhaps even greater in certain respects. Transforming a core non-void skill into a void skill signifies that this ability will benefit from all enhancements associated with void energy, including its intrinsic affinity for the void and potential effects from future void-themed equipment. This revelation allows me to fully integrate my primary offensive skills, such as explosive shot or precise shot, into the void system. The discovery quickened Chen's heartbeat once more. His primary damage-dealing abilities, with the exception of Void Arrow Rain being void-based, include Precise Shot, Multi-Shot, Explosive Shot, and Arcane Shot, none of which belong to the Void category. If he could convert one of these skills to Void, it would undoubtedly optimize his skill set and output cycle immensely, particularly with Explosive Shot. Being his highest single-target burst skill, transforming it into a Void ability would elevate its damage potential to astonishing heights, especially when combined with the previously acquired Void affinity bonus and prospective Void damage amplification attributes. Truly, it is an epic item, undoubtedly a treasure. Chen carefully stored away the fragmented heart of the Void. He refrained from using it hastily. The true value of this item lies in its ability to grant players the opportunity to alter their skill systems. Chen needed to contemplate thoroughly which skill to apply this precious fusion opportunity to for maximum efficacy. This was not a trivial choice, but a pivotal decision impacting his future combat style and ultimate output. While Explosive Shot is undeniably powerful, he does not lack for damage. Rather, he seeks unique skills. Just as Chen was lost in thought, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the well's direction, shooting skyward and illuminating the night as brightly as day. Simultaneously, he received a system notification. System notification: the final link of the chain quest, the Necromancer's Academy, has been completed. Please report to the village chief to submit your quest. Chen slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about the mysterious treasure chest and the skill evolution scroll. What a delightful series of surprises. Chapter 46. The mysterious treasure chest is truly enigmatic in the tranquil night of the novice village. An unexpected fervor erupted due to the towering energy pillar ascending from the well. The pure stream of energy dispelled the gloom of the night sky and temporarily subdued the chatter of the players in the square. In a corner, Chen observed the gradually dissipating light beam, deep in thought. This phenomenon likely signified the complete collapse of the Necromancer's Institute, with energy dispersing or the entrance sealed by some unknown force. Most likely, the Zero artifact had exploded, taking the entire Institute along with it to the heavens. Regardless, the chain quest concerning the Necromancer's Institute had reached its conclusion. He focused his mind, maintaining his stealth, and silently made his way toward the village chief's abode. Although the crowd was captivated by the light pillar, numerous players engaged in hushed discussions, their words laced with skepticism and resentment toward the White Emperor. What was that light pillar about? Surely, the well is utterly ruined now. Who knows? Perhaps it was some mischief orchestrated by that so-called White Emperor. I believe he is merely a data anomaly. Once the officials rectify the bug, we shall see how arrogant he remains. Indeed, a single person conquering purgatory? I would believe it, even if you killed me. He must have encountered some bug or used hacks. Chen paid no heed to their chatter and soon arrived at the village chief's modest dwelling. The chief stood outside, leaning on his wooden staff. His murky gaze fixated on the well, his face betraying excitement and relief. The caretaker, the Graves, stood beside him, his hunched figure seemingly straighter. His eyes no longer shrouded in lifelessness, but glimmering with a faint light. Noticing an intangible presence approaching, the chief seemed to sense something and tentatively inquired, Is it that young adventurer? Lu Chen disengaged his stealth, revealing himself. Village chief, he nodded in acknowledgement. Wonderful. You truly did it, the chief exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion upon seeing Lu Chen appear unscathed. He struck the ground with his staff. That pure energy signifies the complete purification of the Institute. Our village has finally broken free from generations of curses. The caretaker of the Graves spoke hoarsely. The necromantic aura from beneath has vanished entirely. Lu Chen remained silent, directly accessing the task panel to submit the final link of the quest. System notification. The final link of the chain Quest Necromancer's Institute has been completed. Calculating quest rewards. System notification. Earned 10,000 experience points. Added to the experience pool. System notification. Earned 100 reputation points. System notification. Earned 1 mysterious treasure chest. System notification. Earned 1 skill evolution scroll. As he beheld the completion notification and the rewards list, Lu Chen's breath momentarily caught in his throat. While the experience and reputation were indeed substantial, it was the last 2 rewards that truly quickened his heartbeat. Mysterious treasure chest, quality unknown. Upon opening, it may yield any unexpected item. Skill evolution scroll, quality, platinum, effect, upon use. 1 mastered skill can be designated for enhancement to platinum level. The platinum level skill evolution scroll. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As he had anticipated, the reward for this final ring quest had indeed reached the platinum level. He decided to save it for later, having nearly concluded his tasks in the novice village. The next step would be to head to the main city to achieve a vocational breakthrough. There were more advanced skills awaiting him, making it unnecessary to rush into any decisions. Just like the heart of the void, careful contemplation was essential. However, while the scroll could wait, the mysterious chest was ready to be opened. What treasures might it unveil? Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement, mixed with curiosity. In his previous life, he had never heard of such rewards in the novice village. This was a delightful surprise brought about by the chain quest. Holding the wooden mysterious chest in his hands, he noticed its surface bore no extravagant embellishments, only ancient and obscure runes etched into it, emanating a faint pulse of natural energy. Opening it, with Lu Chen's intent, the wooden box emitted a soft click and slowly revealed its contents. There was no blinding light, nor any astonishing phenomena. Within the chest lay 2 items in quiet repose. The first was a vibrant green leaf, seemingly formed from the purest essence of life energy, radiating with vitality. The edges of the leaf glimmered softly, while its center featured a complex spiral pattern that appeared to encapsulate the mysteries of life. Sprout of the World Tree, special item, grade. Type, special material quest item description. A sprout from the World Tree, imbued with immense life energy and the primal forces of the world. Usage requirement? Already met. A sprout from the World Tree? It could yield such a treasure? Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly. In the lore of Oracle, the World Tree held immense significance. Even its sprouts were rare treasures. The potential applications of this item were manifold, whether as a top-tier material or a quest item. It was worth its weight in gold. Even in the later stages of the game, such items were exceedingly scarce. Lu Chen was astonished to have uncovered such a treasure. He would store it away carefully. With great care, Lu Chen placed the sprout into his backpack, feeling that this excursion to the novice village had been exceptionally rewarding. The second item was an irregularly shaped token, roughly the size of a palm. Crafted from a dark, muted metal, its surface bore no patterns or runes, only an aura of timelessness shaped by the ravages of time. The token felt cold to the touch, yet it exuded an inexplicable warmth. Token of the Forgotten, special item, grade. Type, special item token effect. Description, an ancient token, seemingly connected to a forgotten power or figure. Holding it may unlock a long-buried history at a pivotal moment. Usage requirement: none to think it was this item. Chen caressed the antiquated token, his mind swirling with contemplation. From the tender shoots of the world tree to the enigmatic token of the forgotten, the treasures bestowed by the mysterious chests exude an air of intrigue and uncertainty, unlike the direct rewards of boss drops or first clear chests, which offer equipment or skills outright. However, this does not imply that their worth is diminished. On the contrary, such elements filled with the unknown often harbor greater potential, potentially entwined with exceedingly secretive narrative threads or unique opportunities. The forgotten. This version is yet to be updated, lamented Chen inwardly, as he stowed away the token. These items require time and chance for exploration. For now, the priority lies in enhancing his strength and heading toward the main city. Yet, before embarking on that journey, Chen resolved to vanquish the remaining bosses in the novice village. Although they were merely bronze rank, the attributes he could seize would likely be minimal, yet he believed in the philosophy that small accumulations lead to significant gains. Chen was exceedingly frugal, ensuring he consumed every morsel of sustenance completely. Additionally, he needed to attend to the equipment in his possession, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the scarcity of gear and strike decisively at the wealthy. Chapter 47. A farewell before departure. After bidding farewell to the village chief and the gravekeeper, Chen once again entered a state of stealth. Aside from the hidden dungeon of the necromancer's crypt, the novice village housed several bronze-level bosses that respawned in the wild. Previously, in his pursuit of leveling up and triggering hidden quests, Chen had refrained from engaging them. However, with his tasks now complete, he felt it was time to take action. Even the smallest morsel holds value. Attributes of 10 or 8 are still attributes. Like a specter, Chen navigated through the various regions surrounding the novice village. At the goblin camp, the goblin shaman had just respawned, yet before it could flaunt its might, it was struck through the skull by a sudden dark purple arrow. A massive damage figure appeared, resulting in an instant kill. System notification triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter. Plunder successful. You have permanently plundered 8 points of strength from the goblin shaman. In a wolf valley, the moon-howling wolf king howled at the moon, but in the next moment, a rain of arrows descended, reducing it to mere shreds. System notification triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter. Plunder successful. You have permanently plundered 10 points of agility from the moon-howling wolf king. Within the abandoned mine, the specter of the mine wraith had barely materialized before being obliterated by an explosive shot. System notification triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter. Plunder successful. You have permanently plundered 7 points of spirit from the mine wraith. In less than 10 minutes, Chen had cleared the surrounding bronze bosses of the novice village, accumulating a scattered collection of attributes totaling dozens, along with several bronze equipment pieces. The efficiency was astonishing. With everything settled, Chen clapped his hands and turned his gaze towards the equipment in his backpack that he had no immediate use for. From the earliest goblin battle axe to the later Rabbit King Carrot skill book and the silver and gold equipment from the hidden quest chain, along with the final spoils from the necromancer's crypt, the assortment totaled several dozen items. Notably, 2 pieces of platinum equipment boasted attributes so formidable that they would leave any affluent player or major guild salivating. Instead of letting them take up space, it would be wise to capitalize on the current market gap and sell them for a handsome price. A smirk crept across Chen's lips. He had no shortage of equipment. With his perfect twin, soloing bosses was as effortless as eating or drinking. Once he exited the novice village and completed his class advancement quest, his level would unlock, allowing him to soar to at least level 15. Thus, low-level equipment would be unnecessary to retain. In his previous life, having spent a decade in the realm of oracles and being the top marksman of Blue Star, Chen had encountered countless top-tier equipment. There was no need to keep bronze or silver gear. Selling it all was the better option. Seizing the moment while the name White Emperor reverberated through the server, he decided to host a unique auction in the novice village. Why not? With a resolute heart, Chen deactivated his stealth and strode confidently towards the relatively open square at the center of the novice village. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the surrounding players once more. Look, the White Emperor has emerged again. What does he intend to do? Did he just finish farming bosses? Humph. Acting all mysterious, he must be there to show off. Ignoring the gazes and whispers surrounding him, Chen swiftly opened his backpack and retrieved the menacingly designed endless barrier, which radiated a platinum glow, opting to showcase its features. Instantly, the detailed attributes of endless barrier materialized above his head in a virtual projection, clearly visible to every player present. Platinum, chest armor, 70 constitution, 50 strength, 550 defense, 400 magic resistance, and 2 extraordinary effects. The entire plaza fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into a more fervent clamor than before. What the heck? Platinum gear? This is truly platinum gear. Those attributes. Damn, the white gear I have feels like trash. Could it be that white gear is indeed worthless? 70 constitution, 550 defense. Doesn't this mean I would be invincible? Brother White Emperor, is this equipment for sale? I'll offer 100 gold coins. A player resembling a small tycoon shouted excitedly. 100 gold coins? Chen scoffed inwardly, dismissing the offer. On the first day of the server, the value of gold was exorbitantly high, yet 100 gold coins for a piece of current tier platinum chest armor, that was sheer folly. Although this equipment required level 20 to equip, its worth was undeniable. After all, levels can be gradually attained, but exceptional gear does not simply fall from the sky. Missing out on it would be a genuine loss. 100 gold coins? That's an insult. A knight player bearing the prefix of the Prosperity Guild pushed through the crowd and proclaimed loudly, Brother White Emperor, we from the Prosperity Guild will take that chest armor. 500 gold coins. The Prosperity Dynasty? Huh, they're indeed wealthy. From another direction, a player clad in a robe, with the prefix of myth, sneered. 500 gold coins for a platinum chest armor? My myth guild will offer 800 gold coins. TSK. For a mere piece of armor, they're truly desperate. Amidst the crowd, someone remarked sarcastically, dripping with evident jealousy and derision. I believe he's just showing off on purpose. He won't actually sell it. Indeed, it might be a fabricated image. What kind of powerful gear could exist like this? Others quickly chimed in, attempting to undermine the value of the equipment. Chen remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the disparaging comments. He was precisely waiting for representatives from the major guilds. Clearing his throat, his voice was not loud, but resonated throughout the plaza. Endless barrier, platinum chest armor, attributes as shown. Furthermore, there is Soul Shatterblade, a platinum two-handed sword, with a physical attack of 850 and 150 strength. As he displayed the attributes of Soul Shatterblade, if Endless Barrier had caused a stir, the emergence of Soul Shatterblade ignited the entire venue. 850 physical attack power, 150 strength, a platinum weapon. My goodness, a platinum two-handed sword. With such attack power, wouldn't warriors and knights wielding this weapon be able to take down foes effortlessly? Insanity. Absolute madness. Brother White Emperor, name your price. We will take both pieces of platinum gear. The Knights of the Prosperous Guild had reddened eyes. The highest bidder prevails, Chen remarked casually. In 10 minutes, these 2 platinum pieces of equipment, along with dozens of other gear of varying levels, will be auctioned in the center of the square. With that, he disregarded the frenzied crowd, settling himself on a clean stone in the middle of the square, closing his eyes to rest in tranquil anticipation. The news soared like a bird, swiftly spreading throughout the novice village, reaching even more distant realms through friends and forums. White Emperor, platinum equipment, live auction in the novice village. Countless players, especially leaders of major guilds and affluent individuals, rushed frantically towards the 666 novice village. Chapter 48, The Auction Stratagem. 10 fleeting minutes passed. The central square of the novice village was already teeming with people. A sea of dark heads bobbing in a cacophony that nearly threatened to uproot the night sky. Were it not for the system's establishment of a collision-free zone, there would scarcely have been a place to stand. A rough estimate suggested that the number of players gathered here had surpassed 20,000. Countless eyes were riveted upon a stone at the center of the square, where the enigmatic player, White Emperor, sat in serene meditation. Among the crowd were scouts and high-ranking members from various guilds, as well as some opportunistic lone wealthy players. Their expressions varied. Some were exhilarated, others solemn, and some wore looks of scrutiny and skepticism. The moment arrived. Chen opened his eyes, rising calmly to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed throng below. Friends with whom he had fought side by side in a past life, strangers who would merely brush past him in this life, and former adversaries. Familiar yet foreign faces flooded his vision, stirring a ripple of emotion within him that quickly subsided. Taking a deep breath, he projected his voice clearly across the square. Esteemed guests, the time has come. The auction shall now commence. Without further ado, Chen showcased the attributes of the Endless Barrier and Soul Shard Blade. Once more in the air, their resplendent platinum glow instantly capturing everyone's attention. The auction commenced with these two pieces of platinum gear, the level 20 plate armor chest piece, Endless Barrier, and the level 20 two-handed sword, Soul Shard Blade. What? Jumping straight to platinum? By the heavens, the esteemed White Emperor truly breaks the mold. A master of auctions, indeed. He starts with a bombshell. The crowd erupted in excitement, gasps and praises rising in a crescendo. Those who had initially intended to observe or wait for a bargain felt their hearts tighten in trepidation. Chen noted their reactions. His decision to auction the platinum gear first was deliberate. He understood well that if he reserved the finest items for last, the powerful guilds and affluent players vying for the platinum equipment would inevitably hold back during the bidding for other items, seeking to ensure they had sufficient funds for the grand finale. Consequently, the value of the preceding golden and silver gear would not be maximized. Conversely, by auctioning the platinum equipment first, he could firmly establish a base among the most financially capable bidders. Those who successfully acquired the platinum pieces would depart satisfied, while those who missed out but still possessed substantial funds would be spurred to compensate for their disappointment, bidding more freely and generously on the subsequent golden and silver gear. This cunning strategy was one Chen had employed in his previous life with consistent success. The two pieces of platinum gear were bundled for auction, starting at a price of 1,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid required to be no less than 100 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. Chen's voice resonated once more, announcing a staggering opening price that would daunt the majority of players. 1,000 gold coins. On the very first day of the server, such figures have transcended the realm of ordinary players' imagination. At this juncture, even a single gold coin would be considered a fortune for an average player. 1,000 gold coins? Has he lost his mind? It's a blatant attempt to extort. Does he truly believe we are gullible fools? I have maintained all along that he never intended to sell. This was merely a ploy to provoke. A chorus of sardonic taunts and skepticism erupted from the crowd, rife with unabashed envy. Yet, these voices were swiftly drowned out by even louder bids. 1,500 gold coins. We at the Prosperity Guild shall take it. The previous knight from Prosperity wasted no time in increasing the bid by a hefty 500. The Prosperity dynasty still exhibits such pettiness, sneered the representative mage from the mythical guild. 2,000 gold coins. 2,500. Another resonant voice emerged, belonging to a berserker with the ID prefix of Ironblood. 3,000 gold coins. Mythical. 3,500. Prosperity. 4,000. Ironblood. The prices soared like a rocket, with each increment eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The atmosphere in the square was ignited, as all eyes widened in disbelief at the frenzied bidding on this inaugural day of the server. Those who had previously doubted and ridiculed now found themselves silenced, their expressions shifting between shades of green and white. They suddenly comprehended the vast chasm that separated them from the elite guilds and genuine tycoons. To them, 1,000 gold coins represented an astronomical sum, while to these affluent players, it seemed merely a starting point. Chen stood atop a stone, his expression as placid as a still pond. All of this unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Platinum equipment, particularly weapons and core armor pieces, would significantly enhance a guild's progress and overall strength in the early stages of the game. These major guilds, in their quest for supremacy on the server, would undoubtedly spare no expense in this endeavor. His decision to package and auction the items was also aimed at further inflating the price. The End Barrier is a premier defensive armor, while the Soul Shard Blade is a top-tier physical damage weapon. Together, they fulfill the essential needs of the warrior and knight classes. Any guild aspiring for dominance would be remiss to overlook these two items. 5,000 gold coins. Prosperity. The knight from Prosperity gritted his teeth as he announced a new record-high bid, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This price had far exceeded their initial budget. At this stage, 1 gold coin had skyrocketed to 500, making this 5,000 gold coins equivalent to a staggering 250,000. The representatives from Mythical and Iron Blood appeared visibly perturbed, clearly feeling the weight of this price. 5,500 gold coins. The Mythical Mage inhaled deeply, raising the bid once more. The Iron Blood Berserker fell silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head, withdrawing from the competition. Now, only Prosperity and Mythical remained in contention. The Prosperity Knight fixed a fiery glare on the Mythical Mage, nearly bursting with intensity. 6,000 gold coins. The Mythical Mage's expression darkened as he seemed to weigh his options rapidly. 6,000 gold coins on the very first day of the server launch undoubtedly constitutes a sum capable of leaving any guild in a state of disarray. Just as everyone presumed that the Myth Guild would capitulate, a mage from their ranks suddenly raised his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ah, the prosperous dynasty truly spares no expense. However, we, the Myth Guild, are not to be taken lightly. He paused, enunciating each word with gravitas. 7,000 gold coins. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 7,000 gold coins. 3,500,000. This figure detonated like a bombshell, propelling the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The countenance of the prosperous knights paled instantaneously. Their lips moved in silent dismay as they ultimately bowed their heads in resignation. They, the prosperous guild, had conceded. Chen observed this scene with an unperturbed heart. 7,000 gold coins. Is there any higher bid? 7,000 gold coins for the first time. 7,000 gold coins for the second time. His gaze swept across the assembly, and silence enveloped the room. 7,000 gold coins for the third time. Sold. Chen decisively brought down the gavel. Congratulating the Myth Guild, they had secured the only 2 platinum pieces of equipment in the entirety of the Huaxiao region, indeed, in the world. The Myth Guild's mage exhaled deeply, a victorious smile illuminating his face as he promptly arranged for the transaction with Chen. Simultaneously, a thought struck him. The words of the White Emperor had sparked an idea. He would leverage the exclusivity of the 2 platinum pieces as a promotional tool to attract more elite players. This 7,000 gold coins not only procured 2 premier pieces of equipment, but also inadvertently served as a free advertisement for the Myth Guild. The gold coins were swiftly transferred, and Chen's inventory bulged with newfound wealth. Yet, the atmosphere in the square did not wane with the conclusion of this first auction. Rather, it became even more intricate and fervent. The platinum equipment may have vanished, but there remained gold and silver gear. Those affluent individuals and guild representatives who had failed to secure the platinum, along with a multitude of ordinary players eagerly anticipating a fortuitous find, turned their gaze towards Chen, their eyes brimming with hope and desire. Chen smiled subtly. The true harvest season had only just begun. Chapter 49. The Golden Feast. Under the night's embrace, the square felt thick and heated, as if the air itself had been altered by the recent exorbitant auction. The shock of 7,000 gold coins had yet to dissipate, and the crowd's gaze once again fixated on Chen, filled with anticipation, greed, jealousy, and resentment, an intricate tapestry of emotions interwoven. Yet, Chen maintained his serene demeanor. He understood that the auction of the platinum equipment was merely an appetizer, the true bounty, which would not only yield him immense profit, but also satisfy the desires of countless players, lay in the substantial array of gold and silver gear that was about to be unveiled. With a flick of his hand, several beams of light illuminated the air. Hovering before the eager crowd, bloodstained plate armor, thrower S bracers, death speaker S robe, bone control amulet, gaze of 1,000 souls, soul binder S chains, wraith staff, arcane ring. 8 pieces of golden equipment radiating a dazzling golden glow, though not as striking as the previously auctioned platinum gear. The attributes of these 8 items were undeniably among the finest available at this stage. Particularly noteworthy was the Wraith Staff, offering a substantial boost to spell power, capable of transforming its bearer into a formidable mage, and the Gaze of 1,000 Souls, with its significant mental enhancement, was a tantalizing lure for both priests and mages. Golden equipment, and to present such a multitude at once. My goodness! The bloodstained plate armor, a warrior S divine artifact, the death speaker S robe. Look at those attributes. It's mine. No one dare contest me. The bone control amulet, enhancing spirit and shadow resistance, along with special effects. An exquisite accessory. The previously subdued square erupted once more, the clamor surpassing even the earlier commotion. Those ordinary affluent players and elite participants who had missed out on the platinum auction felt their eyes redden with envy. The ones who had previously spoken with derision now fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that the White Emperor possessed such a wealth of golden great stock? This was no mere inventory clearance. It was a veritable treasure trove unleashed. These 8 pieces of golden equipment would be auctioned individually. Liu Chen's voice rang out once more, clear and resonant in every ear, beginning with the bloodstained plate armor, a level 16 golden plate armor. He meticulously detailed the armor's attributes and effects, causing the hearts of warrior and knight players to race with excitement at each word spoken. The starting bid was set at 300 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 30 gold coins. This price, in contrast to the earlier platinum items, appeared considerably more accessible, yet remained a princely sum for the players of this era. 350 gold coins. The first to call out the price was a representative of the Iron Blood Guild Berserkers, who had previously failed to secure platinum weapons and breastplates. They could not afford to miss this golden plate armor. 400 gold coins. From another direction, a lone shield warrior boldly shouted, clearly no stranger to wealth. 450 gold coins. The Dragon's Soul Guild claims it. 500 gold coins. Bidding voices arose in a chorus. Although not as exaggerated as the previous platinum equipment, they swiftly drove the price higher. Liu Chen observed it all in silence, his heart unperturbed. Although the value of golden equipment pales in comparison to that of platinum, its abundance and broader audience make it appealing. A single piece of platinum gear can fetch astronomical prices, a testament to the rivalry among elite guilds. In contrast, golden equipment serves as a true harvesting tool for affluent individuals and elite players alike. The objective is to leverage information disparities and market voids to maximize the value of these items, thereby accumulating sufficient initial capital in preparation for the forthcoming journey to the main city. Ultimately, the corrupted plate armor was secured by the Iron Blood Guild for a sum of 780 gold coins. While this amount falls short of the platinum gear, it nonetheless represents a staggering price that leaves countless players astounded. Following this was the auction of the Necromancer's Robe, a prized possession for mages and warlocks. The starting bid was set at 300 gold coins. 350. 400. I bid 500. The wealthy patrons of magic professions were swept up in fervor as the price soared. Liu Chen conducted the auction methodically, and one by one, the golden pieces of equipment were sold at impressive prices. Corrupted plate armor, thrower's bracers, a total of 1,500 gold coins, claimed by a wealthy warrior. Necromancer's robe, 850 gold coins, taken by a mysterious lone mage. Bone control amulet, 680 gold coins, acquired by the Prosperity Guild, somewhat compensating for their failure to secure platinum. Gaze of 1,000 souls, 720 gold coins, also claimed by the Prosperity Guild. Soulbinder's chains, 650 gold coins, won by the Dragon Soul Guild. Cursed staff, 1,200 gold coins, once again seized by the Mythical Guild. whose financial prowess sparked discussions among the players. Arcane Ring, 900 gold coins, acquired by the Iron Blood Guild. The 8 pieces of golden equipment netted Chen a staggering income of 6,500 gold coins. This total was nearly equivalent to 2 pieces of platinum gear. Consequently, the amount of gold in Chen's backpack officially surpassed 15,000 coins. Such a fortune would leave any player envious to the point of madness. The clamorous atmosphere in the square not only persisted, but intensified as the dust settled on the golden equipment auction. Those affluent players who missed out on their desired gear were eager to reclaim their fortunes in the upcoming segments, while those of lesser prowess, along with guild representatives, turned their attention to the more plentiful silver and bronze equipment, hoping to snag some overlooked treasures. Amidst the fervent gazes directed at him, Chen remained composed. He raised his hand once more, this time revealing 2 skill books radiating a pure golden glow. Skill book, Plague Toxic Fog Quality, Gold Effect, releases a toxic plague fog that inflicts sustained high poison damage on enemies within the area, accompanied by potent slowing and corrosive effects. Learning requirements, Level 18, Warlock Plague Mage class. Skill book, Strike Quality, Gold Effect, upon learning, grants mastery of the skill strike, dealing significant physical damage with a chance to knock back the target. Learning requirements, Level 15, Warrior Knight class. Golden tier skill books. Plague Toxic Fog. Alas, this skill, its extensive range and sustained high damage, complemented by formidable control. It is indeed a top-tier skill for warlocks. The Strike, a powerful control and damage skill for warriors and knights. With a golden quality, the damage and knockback probability are undoubtedly extraordinary. Where has the White Emperor amassed such wealth that he can even produce golden skill tomes? The crowd erupted once more, for the value of a skill tome can, to some extent, surpass that of equipment. Gear may be swiftly replaced, yet a potent skill can accompany a player for an extended duration, potentially becoming a core means of output or control. Chen promptly commenced the auction. The Plague Mist, of golden quality, a core area damage skill for warlocks and plague mages, commenced bidding at 500 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 50 gold coins. As the starting price was announced, the atmosphere calmed slightly. Warlocks and plague mages are relatively rare professions at this stage, particularly the plague mage, which emerges only after the first profession breakthrough. Nevertheless, this does not deter discerning guilds and players from recognizing the value of this skill tome. 550 gold coins. The representative mage of the mythical guild spoke again. As this guild is known for its financial prowess, a powerful warlock skill, whether for personal cultivation or to attract top-tier warlock players, holds immense strategic significance. 600 gold coins. A hoarse voice emerged from a corner of the crowd, belonging to a player clad in a gray robe, whose visage was obscured. It appeared to be a lone warlock expert. 700 gold coins. Our Sky Guild claims it. Another major guild entered the fray. The price surged alternately. Although the number of bidders was fewer than during the previous equipment auction, the intensity remained undiminished. Ultimately, the tome of Plague Mist was secured by the mythical guild for 1,100 gold coins. They seemed resolute in claiming the high-end items of this auction. Chen inwardly chuckled. The mythical guild had indeed invested significantly, yet this skill tome was worth every coin. Next up, the Strike of golden quality, a practical skill for warriors and knights. Commence bidding at 500 gold coins, with increments of no less than 50 gold coins. Compared to Plague Mist, the audience for Strike was considerably broader. Warriors and knights are popular professions in the game, with substantial demand from nearly every guild. 500 gold coins. 550. Iron Blood bids 600. Prosperity 700. 800. Dragon's Soul. The price soared dramatically, with nearly all major guilds that either triumphed or were disappointed in the earlier rounds participating. The bidding quickly escalated to a fever pitch, with Prosperity and Iron Blood once again clashing. 1,300 gold coins. Prosperity, 1,400. Iron Blood. The representative berserker of Iron Blood gritted his teeth, seemingly determined to secure it. Prosperity's knight hesitated momentarily, but ultimately conceded. 1,400 gold coins for the first time, second time, third time, sold. Lu Chen's gavel fell, congratulating the Iron Blood Guild. Another 1,400 gold coins added to the coffers. 2 golden skill tomes brought Lu Chen a total income of 2,500 gold coins. His total number of gold coins has reached a remarkable 17,500. Chapter 50. The auction concludes. Off to the main city. Gazing at the astonishing figures within his backpack, Lu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. His calm eyes surveyed the increasingly agitated crowd below. The auction of platinum and gold equipment was a grand feast for elite players and guilds, while now it was time for a celebration meant for a broader spectrum of players. Although the quality of these armaments and skill tomes was somewhat inferior, they still represented an exceptional opportunity for ordinary players in second or third-tier guilds to enhance their prowess at this stage. He meticulously counted the items in his backpack, displaying dozens of bronze and silver equipment alongside skill tomes. The equipment included the Bone Battle Axe, Knight's Rune Greaves, and the Demon Spirit Howling Ring. The skill tomes featured Carrot Storm, bronze, Furious Slash, bronze, Undead Summon, silver, or Toss, silver, and Phantom Spear, silver. The dazzling array of equipment and skill tomes radiated a myriad of colors, though not as resplendent as their golden and platinum counterparts. Their sheer quantity ignited fresh excitement among the players in the plaza. Finally, silver and bronze items had arrived. So many silver pieces. Their attributes are quite commendable. Look at that Undead Summon skill tome. Silver quality. Both mages and warlocks can learn it. Carrot Storm? That name is a bit quirky, but it deals area magic damage usable by both mages and priests. Phantom Spear. A silver active skill, usable by necromancers and shadow knights. This class must be accessible only after leaving the novice village. Yet the skill appears formidable. The murmurs of the crowd grew increasingly lively, and this time, nearly every player felt they had a chance to participate. Next came the auction for silver and bronze equipment and skill tomes. Lu Chen's voice resonated once more. Given the substantial quantity, we shall quicken the pace. First, we have a package of 10 silver items, including the Bone Battle Axe and Knight's Rune Greaves. Starting bid is 1,000 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 100 gold coins. A bulk package of 10. This bold move once again astonished the players. Though silver equipment, a package of 10 would provide immediate enhancement for a small guild or elite team. 200 gold coins. 300. Our Wind and Cloud Guild bids 500. The bidding erupted into a cacophony, far more intense than the previous auction for gold equipment, with a greater number of participants. Although the price did not leap by hundreds of gold coins as before, the frequency of bids was swift, causing the total to steadily rise. Soon, the package of 10 silver items was secured by the president of a relatively unknown guild for approximately 200 gold coins, averaging over 300 gold coins per piece, leaving the leader flushed with excitement. Lu Chen continued with remarkable efficiency. Next came the auction for skill tomes. Skill tome, Undead Summon, silver quality, available for mages and warlocks. Summons a skeletal warrior to fight for you. Starting bid is 300 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 30 gold coins. 350. 400. This skill is mine. 450. Ultimately, this practical tome of summoning skills was acquired by a solitary warlock for the sum of 650 gold coins. Following that, silver skill books, such as Spirit Lance and Ortas, were also auctioned at commendable prices, each fetching around 500 to 600 gold coins. With a total of approximately 1,800 gold coins garnered from 3 silver skill books. Even the whimsically titled Carrot Storm, bronze, due to its rare area damage characteristic, was purchased by a priest player for about 200 gold coins. The final few pieces of bronze equipment and skill books were swiftly bundled together, 5 or 10 at a time, disposed of with remarkable speed. The average transaction price for the bundled bronze equipment was roughly 100 gold coins per item. When these scattered auctions were summed up, they contributed an additional 2,500 gold coins in revenue. After the last bronze wrist guard was sold, the auction, which had lasted nearly an hour, drew to a close. Chen calculated that this batch of silver and bronze items had brought him around 7,500 gold coins, along with the earlier sales of platinum and gold equipment and skill books, 7,000, 6,500, 2,500, 16,000. The total earnings from this auction reached an astonishing sum of approximately 23,500 gold coins. At the current exchange rate of 1 gold coin to 500, this equates to 12 million. Chen suppressed the stirrings of excitement that arose from such immense wealth. For him, these gold coins were merely stepping stones to achieve greater ambitions. His gaze had already turned toward the distant horizon, the true grand stage, the main city. With all items from this auction now sold, Chen's voice resonated across the square, announcing the conclusion of the event and expressing gratitude to all participants. Afterward, he paid no heed to the complex gazes of the crowd below, filled with awe, envy, greed, and pure curiosity, before leaping down from the central stone, activating stealth, and silently making his way through the throng towards the teleportation array of the novice village. The clamor in the square did not dissipate immediately. Players who had successfully secured their desired items joyfully conversed with their companions, while those who had not sighed in disappointment, or gathered in small groups to discuss the thrilling bidding war and the enigmatic figure known as the White Emperor. The White Emperor truly is an elusive figure. As soon as the auction concluded, he vanished without a trace. Naturally, with over 20,000 gold coins in hand, one would not linger to be confronted, would they? It raises the question of his true identity. How could he amass such an impressive collection of exquisite equipment and skill books? It is simply remarkable. Over 20,000 gold coins, how long will that last? I still cannot fathom what class the White Emperor belongs to. Why does he carry a longbow, yet can use stealth? Brothers, this is big news. Just now, someone recorded the auction process and posted it online. Even state media is getting involved, promoting Divine Oracle, and declaring the White Emperor as a pride of our Huaxia across regions. Incredible. Officially recognized, the White Emperor is formidable. The murmurs faded behind him as Chen arrived at the teleportation array on the edge of the village. The Oracle is a globally synchronized online game, divided into several cross-regions according to the world structure. Each cross-region features a central metropolis alongside a varying number of secondary cities. The core metropolis serves as the player's first destination after departing from the novice village. The central city of the Huaxia cross-region is named the City of Glory, distinguished by its Eastern cultural characteristics while also embodying the unique style of the Oracle itself, making it unparalleled among the numerous core metropolises. Spanning a vast expanse, it is populated by countless NPCs and offers an abundance of quests and opportunities. If the novice village represents the initial emergence of a player's potential, then the main city marks the starting point of their complete immersion into the Oracle, propelling them into higher realms. As thoughts swirled, Chen stepped onto the teleportation array. System notification: you are about to be teleported to the City of Glory. This teleportation is one way. You will not be able to return to the novice village. Please choose wisely. Teleport. Chapter 51. Challenging for archers, simple for assassins. System notification: you have successfully transported to the main city, City of Glory. As the radiant light dissipated, a palpable atmosphere, starkly contrasting with that of the novice village, enveloped him. No longer was he greeted by the earthy fragrance of soil and the refreshing scent of foliage. Instead, the air was laden with a weighty, solemn aura, imbued with the essence of historical profundity. The distant clamor of the novice village was replaced by the rhythmic pulse of a grand city, the clanging of armor as guards patrolled, the steady hammering from a blacksmith's forge, and the faint shouts of merchants from the market area. Everything exuded a sense of order and vitality. Chen found himself standing in a more magnificent and expansive teleportation plaza. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, polished expanse of white marble, while towering edifices, resplendent in their ancient and stately architecture, surrounded him. Exquisite patterns and archaic totems adorned the walls, narrating the city's long and storied history. Occasionally, knights riding griffins soared overhead, their piercing cries echoing, adding to the grandeur of the scene. The plaza felt somewhat desolate at this moment. with only a few NPC mages tasked with maintaining the teleportation array present, devoid of any other adventurers. Here, in the world of Oracle, lay the core, main city of Huaxia across regions, city of glory. At last, he had arrived. Chen mused, recognizing that the novice village was merely the beginning. The splendor of the city of glory far surpassed that of the novice village, gathering an array of functional NPCs, hidden quest lines, and more advanced dungeons and challenges. His arrival clearly preceded that of many other players. His first destination was the profession hall. He resolved to first complete the breakthrough for his primary profession, Void Hunter. This advancement within the archer class would significantly enhance his core combat prowess. After discerning the direction, Chen made his way toward the city center, where a colossal structure loomed, adorned with the emblems of various professions such as bows, daggers, staves, and shields. The streets along his path were broad and immaculate, with shops already open for business, their NPC proprietors diligently attending to their wares. Occasionally, patrolling guards passed by, their gazes vigilant. The entire city was enveloped in a serene order typical of a tranquil morning. Before long, he arrived at the profession hall. The interior was remarkably spacious, with the dome painted with magical patterns of swirling stars, emitting a soft glow. The hall was segmented into areas designated for different professions, each featuring an instructor NPC standing silently, awaiting adventurers in need of guidance. At that moment, the hall was empty save for these instructor NPCs. Chen confidently approached the area representing the archer profession. The instructor, a tall and poised elven ranger named Elvin, possessed a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. He bore an ornate longbow on his back, and his perceptive eyes swept across the vast hall as if capable of discerning all. "Instructor, I wish to apply for profession breakthrough," Chen stated calmly as he stood before Elvin. The instructor's keen gaze fell upon Chen, appraising him for several moments, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his features. With a nod, his voice resonated clearly and gravely. "Adventurer, I have heard of your name. To arrive in the city of glory so swiftly and reach the threshold of a professional breakthrough is indeed remarkable. Each professional advancement is a testament to the excavation and affirmation of one's potential. Ordinarily, I would offer trials of 3 foundational difficulties, bronze, silver, and gold, based on the adventurer's performance. The higher the difficulty, the greater the potential growth post-breakthrough." He paused, his gaze deepening. "However, you are exceptional. The power of the void flows through you, a legacy far surpassing that of an ordinary archer. Conventional trials hold no significance for you. Only a legendary trial is worthy of your caliber. System notification. You have accepted the professional breakthrough quest. Quest name: The Call of the Starry Fragments, highest difficulty. Quest difficulty: legendary. Quest objective: journey to the Void Rift, coordinates XXX, and reclaim the starry arrow fragment from the Void Lord Augustus. Quest description: the ancient starry bow once felled stars, its fragments scattered across the world, imbued with formidable power. One such fragment has fallen into the Void Rift, claimed by the powerful Void Lord Augustus. Augustus is a master of spells, particularly those that track enemies and are difficult to evade. This poses a lethal threat to archers who rely on agile positioning. Go forth, young archer, and prove that your arrows can pierce the void, that your agility can outmaneuver formidable foes. Quest rewards: unlock level cap, 100 free attribute points, profession growth rate 100. 1 exclusive active skill, 1 exclusive passive skill. The highest difficulty: legendary. Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, having triggered the most challenging breakthrough quest. In his previous life, even his SSS level talent was merely epic. However, this was not surprising, whether it was his unique hidden profession, his divine talent, or his achievement in single-handedly conquering the Infernal Necromancer's Academy. All were sufficient to meet the hidden criteria for triggering the highest difficulty quest. The challenge was daunting, yet the rewards were exceptionally generous. 100 points of free attributes, a doubling of professional growth rate. His inherent growth already surpassed that of ordinary players, and now, with the doubling, his attributes would soar. The two exclusive skills would form the core of his profession, and when combined with perfect duality, would greatly enhance his strength. The Void Lord Augustus. Chen murmured this name, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He had encountered this boss in his previous life, and indeed, as described in the quest, he was formidable. His directional void spells were exceedingly troublesome, a nightmare for many ranged professions. Elvin regarded Chen with a tone of gravity. Augustus is a cunning marauder of the void. His void arrows and soul siphon are perilous directional spells, nearly impossible to evade once locked on. For us archers, an inability to dodge damage means certain death. You must exercise utmost caution, leveraging your speed and distance advantage to find his weaknesses. Upon hearing Elvin emphasize the peril posed by targeted spells, and that once locked on, evasion becomes exceedingly difficult, Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. While other archers might be plagued by anxiety or even despair, he remained unperturbed. A thought crossed his mind, recalling his assassin skill. Shadow Step. Shadow Step, golden grade, active skill, allows an instantaneous advance of up to 15 meters, leaving behind a lingering shadow for 5 seconds, which can absorb one targeted spell, consuming 30 mana points, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Perfect Twin activation. Maximum advance of 150 meters, leaving a shadow for 150 seconds. Capable of absorbing up to 10 targeted spells. The shadow could attract the enmity of targeted spells, and the absorption count reached 10. This signified that as long as he timed his moves judiciously, Augustus's targeted spells would pose no lethal threat to him. What others perceived as a legendary challenge was, for him, merely a triviality. Nonetheless, this did not imply any flaws in the task's design. It simply meant that Chen was an anomaly. Grateful for his mentor's caution, he resolved to remain vigilant. Suppressing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen maintained a composed demeanor and nodded at Elvin. Observing Chen's steady reaction, Elvin's eyes glimmered with approval. Go forth, may the winds guide your arrows, and may shadows safeguard your steps. Glory belongs to those brave enough to challenge their limits. Without uttering another word, Chen turned and departed from the Archer Guild Hall. As for the Shadow Assassin's task, he decided to postpone it until after completing the Archer's assignment. There was no rush. Chapter 52. Mechanism overwhelmed upon leaving the professional hall. Chen wasted no time and directly followed the coordinates provided by the task, hastening towards a secluded area outside the City of Glory. His speed was remarkable, leaving behind a faint afterimage on the desolate streets. The rift in the void lay in the eastern barren expanse of the City of Glory, where the ground was cracked and lifeless, the air thick with a disturbing mist of pale purple energy. The very fabric of space here appeared unstable, warping at times to reveal the profound darkness of the void beyond. At the entrance of the rift was an irregular, pulsating vortex of energy, exuding a dim glow, surrounded by minute fragments of space and chaotic magical currents. Is this the Void Rift? The energy is indeed quite ferocious. Chen stood at the threshold, feeling the corrosive power of the void seep into his mind, his gaze calm. This environment posed a significant threat to ordinary players. Merely approaching, it could lead to erosion by the void energy, resulting in a steady loss of health. However, for him, the impact was negligible. Stepping into the energy vortex, a brief sensation of dizziness and spatial tugging enveloped him before the scene before him transformed abruptly. Chen found himself on a fragmented platform suspended in the endless void. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, dotted with distant and peculiar stars, while the platform beneath appeared to be the remnants of a shattered world, exuding an ancient and decayed aura. At the center of the platform floated a colossal figure. It was composed entirely of deep purple void energy, its form resembling a distorted humanoid shape, devoid of distinct facial features, except for two hollow eye sockets burning with pale flames. Countless slender energy tendrils coiled around its body, continuously inhaling and exhaling the energy of the void, emanating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Void Lord Augustus, Platinum Level Lord. Level 20 health. 800, 000 attack. 3, 000 void spell damage, defense. 2, 000 magic resistance. 2, 200 skills, void arrow, soul siphon, void storm, energy shockwave, a platinum level boss. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Fortune was a hand, insignificant being, daring to intrude upon my domain. Your soul shall serve as sustenance for the void. A hollow yet commanding voice resonated directly within Lu Chen's mind, imbued with an air of aloof superiority. Augustus's pale, flame-like eyes locked on Lu Chen, and with a mere gesture, he pointed a finger. Whoosh! A deeply concentrated arrow of dark purple energy formed instantaneously, tearing through the void with a sharp sound. Aimed directly at Lu Chen's forehead. Its speed was astonishing, accompanied by an intense sense of targeting, as if no matter how Lu Chen moved, he could not evade it. Void arrow, a directional spell. Come at me, Lu Chen silently urged, and almost instantaneously as the enemy raised his hand, he willed himself to act. Shadow step. Swish! Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing on a floating fragment of stone 100 meters away. In the place where he originally stood, a shadowy apparition emerged, identical to him and radiating a faint aura of shadow energy. The void arrow, potent enough to annihilate any player at this stage, struck the shadowy figure with unerring accuracy. The energy of the void arrow was entirely absorbed, inflicting no actual harm upon Lu Chen. For the first time, a hint of uncertainty infiltrated Augustus's hollow voice. It could distinctly sense that its spell had struck true, yet the target's presence had abruptly shifted to a distance, and scathed. Let us see how you fare against. Soul Siphon. Augustus raised its hand once more. This time, a more robust beam of pale energy shot forth, aimed squarely at Lu Chen. This beam not only traveled at a swifter pace, but also carried a palpable force of soul extraction. Upon impact, it would not only deal substantial damage, but also drain vitality and mana. Another targeted skill. Thud! The soul siphon once again found its mark on the shadowy apparition. The overwhelming pull causing the figure to shimmer momentarily, yet it still failed to inflict any harm upon Lu Chen. Impossible. My void lock. How could it have failed? Augustus's voice was now tinged with evident fury. Its targeted spells were its greatest pride, nearly invincible in the void. Never had a quarry so effortlessly evaded its grasp twice in succession. Standing at a distance, Lu Chen wore a barely perceptible smirk. The shadowy step-S apparition could absorb up to 10 targeted skills, lasting 15 seconds with a cooldown of only 20 seconds. Although Augustus's casting speed was swift, every skill had its cooldown. As long as he could eliminate Augustus within those 15 seconds, he need not worry about any gaps in the Shadow Step's protection. Legendary difficulty? Perhaps for others. But for him, this boss's mechanics were perfectly countered. Whoosh! In response to Augustus, a dark purple arrow soared through the air. Explosive shot. Minus 297,128. Break stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A colossal damage number floated above Augustus. You dare provoke a Void Lord. Augustus was thoroughly enraged. Its vast void energy beginning to churn, the surrounding space groaning under the strain. With a violent sweep of its arms, countless tiny void energy projectiles rained down upon Lu Chen's position. Void Storm. Area of effect attack. Finally, something different. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He exerted force beneath his feet, his form darting like a specter through the dense barrage of energy projectiles. This was an AoE skill, impervious to the Shadow Step's apparition. Yet with his exceptional agility and the combat experience amassed in his previous life, evading these area attacks was no simple task. While dodging, Lu Chen's shadow fangs never ceased their assault. Void Arrow Rain. Countless void arrows cascaded from above, engulfing Augustus in their deadly embrace. Minus 35,372. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Minus 35,372. The only lamentable aspect is that the Void Arrow Rain fails to trigger the backstab effect. However, dealing over 30,000 damage per second remains remarkably impressive. Within the 15 seconds of Shadow Step's afterimage, it can inflict damage exceeding 500,000. Naturally, relying solely on the Void Arrow Rain for damage is impractical. Chen intends to conclude the battle swiftly to avoid prolonged entanglement. Augustus, in a frenzy, unleashes a myriad of spells. The directional void arrows and soul siphon are effortlessly countered by Chen's Shadow Step afterimage, while the area effect Void Storm and energy shockwaves are deftly evaded by him. The scene of the battle appears extraordinarily surreal. The formidable Void Lord resembles a wrathful spell cannon, relentlessly discharging destructive energy, yet failing to graze even the hem of its opponent's garment. Meanwhile, that insignificant ant acts like a relentless parasite, persistently inflicting damage, with each attack precise and lethal. Why? Why can't I hit you? You wretched insect! Stand still. Augustus roars in exasperation. Within its hollow eye sockets, pale flames flicker violently, betraying its inner turmoil and confusion. It has never encountered such a slippery and evasive foe. Its once proud locking spells have become utterly futile. Chen remained silent, focused solely on delivering damage. The outcome of this battle was predetermined from the outset. It was merely a matter of time. Chapter 53. A Spirit Value Beyond the Mage. As time flowed by, Augustus's roars transitioned from initial fury to a crescendo of terror and despair. It employed various tactics, even resorting to depleting its primal energy to unleash more potent spells. Yet all were deftly countered by Chen through myriad means. Targeted assaults? The Shadow Step awaits. Area attacks. Evasive maneuvers. When evasion proved impossible, there was always the Void Blink. Augustus felt akin to a jester, exhausting all its strength in vain attempts against the air. Utterly humiliated. No, it cannot be. I am the Lord of the Void. How could I be defeated by this mere insect? As its life force dwindled perilously close to extinction, Augustus let out a final, defiant roar. It sought to gather the last vestiges of its power to cast a mutually destructive forbidden spell, but Chen had already anticipated its intentions. A well-aimed shot, charged for a long duration, struck the most vulnerable point of its energy core. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, Augustus's massive form abruptly froze, all motion ceasing instantaneously, and the gathered energy dissipated in an instant. Its contorted body, akin to a sculpture bereft of support, paused momentarily in the void before beginning to fragment, transforming into the purest essence of void energy and vanishing into the darkness. It perished with a rigidity that left even its final words unspoken. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the Platinum-level Lord, the Void Lord Augustus. You have earned 20,000 experience points for eliminating a foe 10 levels above you. An additional 100 experience points have been awarded, totaling 60,000. Added to the experience pool. Reputation 1,000, City of Glory. System notification. You have acquired the quest item fragment of the Starry Arrow. System notification. Trigger the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter. Random attribute extraction in progress. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 102 points of Spirit attribute from Void Lord Augustus. Once again, Spirit. Chen's lips twitched. His Spirit attribute had now surpassed 300 points. Even a level 10 mage fully invested in Spirit could not rival him. Who truly is the mage here? Suppressing his urge to jest, Chen approached the site where Augustus had dissipated, retrieving a shard of shimmering starlight, crystal-like in appearance. Quest completed. The legendary difficulty class breakthrough task. Was this it? Chen weighed the shard in his hand, his expression still peculiar. For others, the targeted spells would be a nightmare. Yet for him, they had transformed into the most manageable of mechanisms. It could only be said that the Shadow Step, enhanced by perfect duality, was extraordinarily overpowered. After Augustus's demise, aside from the requisite shard of the Starry Arrow, a small pile of items emanating a spectrum of colors remained. As a platinum-level boss, the loot was certainly generous. More than 200 coins were scattered about, a nice bonus indeed. Additionally, 3 pieces of equipment were found. The first was a pair of deep purple leather boots, adorned with flowing patterns of void energy, exuding a faint chill. Boots of the Void Walker slot, feet leather armor grade, platinum attributes, defense 280, magic resistance 350, agility 60, constitution 40 special effects. Void step, increases movement speed by 15, evasion rate by 5. Special effects, shadow affinity, enhances stealth effect by 10, and increases movement speed while in stealth by 10. Description, crafted from the tanned leather of the Void Walker, infused with void energy, allowing the wearer to traverse the shadows with grace. Equipment requirement. Level 20, these golden-grade leather boots possess commendable attributes, with exceptional special effects. Chen's eyes sparkled. Increased movement speed, evasion, stealth enhancement. This is tailor-made for an assassin. In comparison, the golden-grade phantom boots he had previously set aside suddenly seemed inadequate, compelling him to reconsider. The second item was a ring emanating a pale glow, shaped like 2 intertwined serpents of the void, with tiny soul crystals embedded in their eyes. Soul Drain Ring, slot, ring grade, platinum attributes, constitution 20, spirit 50, mana 500 special effects, soul siphon when dealing damage. There is a 10 chance to drain a small amount of mana from the target, equivalent to 5 of the wearer's spirit attribute. Special effects, mana thirst, increases maximum mana by 10. Description, a ring imbued with a fragment of Augustus's soul, harboring a profound desire for energy. Equipment requirement. Level 20, this magical ring leans towards sustainability and mana capacity, making it suitable for mages, warlocks, and priests who heavily rely on mana. Although Chen also experiences mana consumption, his spirit is already at 300, rendering this ring of little benefit to him. It could be kept for sale. Moreover, he possesses an 18th level golden grade ring of abomination, which, despite its lower quality, enhances strength and constitution, proving to be more practical. The final item caused Chen to momentarily catch his breath. It was a cloak, radiating a resplendent platinum glow. The cloak's main body was a profound dark purple, reminiscent of a condensed night sky, while its edges sparkled with silvery starlight, imparting an aura of mystery and nobility. Cloak of the Astral Traveler slot, cloak grade, platinum attributes, defense 200, magic resistance 440, all attributes 30, critical hit chance 5 special effects, astral translocation upon activation. Removes all movement restrictions and grants a brief state of void walking. Immunity to physical damage. Movement speed increased by 50. Lasts for 3 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Special effects. Void concealment. When entering stealth, there's a 20 chance to gain the deep stealth effect. Extremely difficult to detect. Lasts 10 seconds. Internal cooldown of 30 seconds. Description. Woven from the essence of the Void Lord and astral dust, this cloak embodies the power of traversing space and concealing one's presence. Equipment requirement. Level 20A Platinum Grade Cloak. Waves of excitement surged within Chen. The equipment for the cloak slot is inherently scarce, and high-quality variants are exceedingly rare. The attributes are simply exceptional, an astounding 30 to all attributes. The base attributes alone are remarkably substantial. Furthermore, the 2 special effects are nothing short of extraordinary. In particular, the astral shifting ability is akin to a divine skill, whether in pursuit, evasion, or withstanding certain critical physical attacks. It plays a decisive role. Although the cooldown period of 10 minutes is considerable, it can undoubtedly alter the tide of battle at crucial moments. As for the Void Stealth, there exists a chance to gain deep stealth while entering stealth mode. This signifies a heightened survival capability and unexpected assassination opportunities for an assassin. He possesses both archer and assassin classes, making this cloak perfectly suited to him. This cloak is overwhelmingly powerful. The Platinum Boss has indeed not disappointed. Chen stowed the ring and boots into his backpack, feeling quite satisfied. This professional breakthrough task not only proved easier than anticipated, but the rewards also exceeded expectations. Merely the 3 pieces of platinum equipment would incite envy in any player. After inspecting all the spoils, Chen grasped the crucial quest item, shard of the celestial arrow, in his hand, sensing the peculiar power it contained. It was time to return and complete the quest. He turned and prepared to leave the shattered void platform. With this shard, his archer class would officially break through, and his strength would experience yet another leap forward. Particularly, the two exclusive skills represent the greatest rewards of this task. Chapter 54. The Void-Piercing Arrow. With a flash of light, Chen's figure reappeared in the teleportation square of Glory City. Unlike his arrival, the square was now dotted with a few players, most of whom had just teleported from the novice village, their faces reflecting awe and curiosity towards the main city. They gathered in small groups, discussing their next steps. A quick glance revealed that, as expected, it was those familiar faces. Renowned top players from the previous life, all possessing a minimum talent rating of S. Chen did not linger, swiftly making his way towards the profession hall. Upon re-entering the grand profession hall, it was slightly more bustling than before, yet still felt spacious. He headed directly to the archer area. The Elven Ranger mentor, Elvin, remained stationed in his place, his sharp gaze sweeping across the hall. Upon noticing Chen's approach, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Mentor, I have returned." Chen presented the shimmering shard of the starry arrow. Elvin accepted the shard, carefully sensing the power contained within. After confirming its authenticity, his gaze towards Chen bore unmistakable admiration and a hint of inquiry. "Adventurer, your speed in completing the trial has once again surpassed my expectations. Augustus's directional spell is a nightmare for all archers. How did you?" He refrained from continuing, seemingly realizing that the matter might delve into Chen's secrets. "Just a stroke of good fortune," Chen replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. After all, he could hardly disclose that the mechanism his opponent took pride in was perfectly countered by a skill from his other profession. Could he? I see. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength, especially when confronting the creations of the void. Elvin regarded Chen with a profound gaze, choosing not to pry further. Instead, he adopted a serious demeanor. "You have successfully proven your strength and passed the legendary trial. Glory City, and indeed the entire world of Divine Oracle, shall remember your name. Now, accept your rewards. System notification. Congratulations on completing the legendary class breakthrough task, the Call of the Starry Shard. System notification. Your archer class level cap has been unlocked. System notification. You have gained 100 free attribute points. System notification. The growth potential of your main class Void Hunter has increased by 100. System notification. You have acquired the class-specific active skill Void-Piercing Arrow. System notification. You have acquired the class-specific passive skill Guidance of the Starry Sky. A series of system notifications flashed before him, and the generous rewards invigorated Chen. 100 free attribute points. This was enough to propel his strength to new heights. A doubling of class growth potential. This signified that with each level he gained henceforth, the attribute points from his profession would be twice what they were before. Coupled with his already exceptional class growth, the gap between him and ordinary players would only widen. Most exciting of all were the two exclusive skills. Void-Piercing Arrow, Platinum level, active skill, fires an arrow infused with spatial power that upon striking its target, penetrates through, dealing 300 of attack power, void damage to the primary target, and inflicting 150 of attack power, void damage to up to 3 enemies behind the primary target. Consuming 60 mana points, and with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Exclusive to Void Hunter, Perfect Twin Trigger. Inflicts 1800 of attack power, void damage on the primary target, and 900 of attack power, void damage to up to 18 enemies behind the primary target. Stellar Guidance, Platinum level passive skill. Your ranged attacks have a 10 chance to apply the Stellar Mark, lasting for 5 seconds, which increases the critical damage taken by marked targets by 20. Exclusive to Void Hunter, Perfect Twin Trigger. Your ranged attacks have a 60 chance to apply the Stellar Mark, lasting for 30 seconds, which increases the critical damage taken by marked targets by 120. High burst damage for single targets, while also addressing groups, along with the extraordinary damage amplification mark. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. 2 platinum-level skills. The rewards for this quest are exceedingly generous, truly worthy of their legendary status. The void-piercing arrow, versatile in its use, can deliver devastating strikes against a single formidable foe or a small group of enemies. The 1800 single target and 900 group damage triggered by the perfect twin is sufficient to obliterate the vast majority of monsters at this stage, and even pose a significant threat to boss-level adversaries. Meanwhile, Stellar Guidance elevates his burst capacity to an entirely new echelon, with a 60 trigger chance, a 30-second duration, and an impressive 120 increase in critical damage. Coupled with his guaranteed critical strikes and vulnerability insight, is akin to wielding fire with every strike. Excellent. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, allocating 100 free attribute points equally to strength and agility. Attributes: Strength 694, Agility 656, Constitution 218, Spirit 306, Attack 1024, Defense 398. Gazing at his newly refreshed attribute panel, particularly the attack power surpassing the 1,000 threshold, Lu Chen felt a surge of empowerment. However, he noted that his level still displayed as level 10. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen understood the reason. He possessed 2 classes. The leveling up of dual classes occurs synchronously. Both classes must complete their current stage breakthrough to unlock the next level. It seems I must hasten to complete the breakthrough quest for the Shadow Assassin as well, Lu Chen mused. He bid farewell to Mentor Elvin and turned to leave the profession hall. Next, he would seek out the Assassin Mentor. What sort of quest will the Assassin Mentor provide? Hopefully, another legendary one. In stark contrast to the bright and spacious Archer Zone, this area was dimly lit. With only a few flickering soul fires casting shadows, the air was tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood and a chilling aura. The mentor responsible for the breakthrough of the assassin profession is a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak, with only 2 glimmering points of crimson light visible beneath its folds, reminiscent of a venomous serpent in the night. His codename is Night Owl. Master, I request to undergo a professional breakthrough. Lu Chen's voice shattered the silence of the surroundings. A hoarse and deep voice emerged from beneath the cloak, reminiscent of sandpaper's rasp. The 2 crimson lights focused on Lu Chen, carrying an air of scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of surprise. Void Hunter, you possess such a rare heritage, yet aspire to tread the shadowed path? Night Owl's voice carried a natural chill and skepticism. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. The path of shadows demands utmost focus and secrecy. Your aura of the void is far too ostentatious. Do you truly believe you are qualified to wield 2 entirely disparate powers simultaneously? Do not assume that having completed the Archer's trial grants you mastery over the art of assassination. I seek only the most formidable power. Lu Chen's response was straightforward and unembellished. Night Owl fell silent for a moment, the red light beneath the cloak flickering erratically. An arrogant little brat. Since you are so resolute, then let your actions speak for you. His tone remained frosty. Ordinary trials would surely be a mere waste of time for a genius like you. Just like with Elvin, here too, there exists only one trial suited for you. The ultimate test of a Shadow Hunter. System notification. You have triggered a special professional breakthrough task, legendary level. The ultimate test of the Shadow Hunter. The task difficulty is extremely high. Please choose wisely. Chapter 55. The ultimate trial of the Shadow Hunter. Once again, it is of legendary caliber. Lu Chen felt a sense of certainty within. Indeed, it was as such. The hoarse voice of a night owl continued to resonate. Infiltrate the heavily fortified obsidian fortress and assassinate the highest commander of the fortress, the fallen Paladin Malakane, without alerting any guards, and retrieve his fallen heart emblem. Remember, it is an assassination, not a brutal kill. Should you be detected, the mission will immediately fail. The obsidian fortress serves as a prison for notorious criminals, its defenses far exceeding your imagination, and Malakane himself is a formidable golden-level lord, though his soul has decayed. It is time to cleanse the ranks. Do you possess the audacity to accept this nearly impossible task? System notification. You have triggered a class advancement breakthrough mission, legendary level. The ultimate trial of the Shadow Hunter. Mission requirements. Infiltrate the Obsidian Fortress solo, successfully assassinate the target. Fallen Paladin Malakane, without triggering any alarms, and retrieve the Fallen Heart emblem. Mission rewards. 100 free attribute points, class growth rate 100, 1 class-specific active skill. 1 class-specific passive skill except. Chen did not hesitate. Stealthy assassination? This is precisely the forte of the Shadow Assassin. Although the difficulty is exceedingly high, it actually presents a greater advantage than a frontal confrontation. His boundless stealth, rapid movement, and explosive damage provide perfect support for this endeavor. Moreover, with the enhancement of void steps, the probability of a successful assassination is significantly increased. The only slight disappointment is that Malakane is merely of golden level, not platinum. However, considering the particularity of the assassination, it is quite acceptable. Furthermore, for Chen, acquiring an additional piece or two of platinum-level equipment is of little consequence. Above platinum, there exists emerald, diamond, epic, and legendary qualities. By reckoning, platinum gear is merely transitional. It is better to have it than to be overly concerned if it is absent. Excellent. The Night Owl's tones seem to soften slightly. Here is a partial structural diagram of the Obsidian Fortress and its patrol routes. Do not perish within, lest you bring disgrace upon the assassin's name. System notification. You have obtained partial structural diagram of the Obsidian Fortress. Having secured the mission item, Chen did not linger, turning to meld into the shadows of the profession hall. The triggering of legendary-level breakthrough missions for both his primary and secondary professions is likely a rare occurrence in the annals of divination. The Obsidian Fortress is not situated in the bustling city center, but lies on the outskirts of the treacherous Despair Wasteland, east of the City of Glory. The terrain is perilous, perpetually shrouded in gloomy clouds, a synonym for high-level monsters and dangerous zones. Chen's thoughts were completely immersed in the impending mission. Stealthy assassination. Without triggering alarms. He recalled the mission requirements. While the boss may be easy to kill, it is indeed trickier than the Void Lord Augustus. In the realm of direct confrontation, he possesses a formidable skill multiplier enhanced by perfect duality, allowing him to crush adversaries with sheer numerical superiority. However, the art of stealthy assassination demands a different set of virtues. Patience, keen observation, impeccable timing, and the exquisite application of one's own skills. A single misstep may lead to the obliteration of all prior efforts. Yet, this challenge aligns perfectly with my inclinations. A subtle smile graced Chen's lips. The prospect of infinite stealth, combined with the divine abilities of Shadow Step and Void Blink, both remarkable long-distance maneuvers, crafted a skill set tailored for infiltration and assassination. In his mind, the fragmented image of the Obsidian Fortress blueprints gradually became clearer, though only a portion of the layout was visible. It detailed some defensive arrangements and known patrol routes around the periphery. Half an hour later, as the clouds thickened ominously overhead and the air grew heavy with the scent of sulfur and decay, Chen's pace began to slow. At the horizon's edge, a massive fortress constructed entirely of jet-black stones loomed, resembling a monstrous beast lying in wait upon the earth. The Obsidian Fortress, built against the mountains. Its walls towered several dozen meters high, their surfaces smooth and steep, offering little in the way of footholds for climbing. The walls bristled with a multitude of arrow slits and watchtowers, each interval marked by a towering sentry, their summits aglow with magical vigilance. The sole entrance to the fortress was a colossal steel gate, flanked by an expansive plaza devoid of cover. Dozens of heavily armored guards, wielding long halberds, stood like statues, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings. Even in the skies above, several trained gargoyles circled, emitting harsh, discordant cries, forming a three-dimensional defensive network. The density of this defense was astonishing. Chen concealed himself behind a massive black rock, observing the fortress from a distance, his brow slightly raised. The blueprints revealed merely the tip of the iceberg. The actual defensive strength was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The guards generally ranked above level 20. Comprising elite foes, and their positions were cunningly placed to cover nearly every blind spot. The archers and mages atop the towers remained ever vigilant. Should he be detected, he would likely be overwhelmed in an instant, with even Void Blink offering little chance of escape. Liu Chen pondered silently. Even if he were to employ Void Blink, the moment the guards were alerted, the assassination mission would be deemed a failure, compelling him to return and re-accept the task. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether he could trigger the legendary class quest once again. The Oracle was no ordinary online game. Tasks could not simply be abandoned and resumed at will. Many missions, particularly hidden or high-difficulty ones, offered but a singular opportunity. Once missed, it was truly lost. The challenge presented by this task undeniably warranted the designation of legendary. Liu Chen aimed for perfection. Having completed the legendary task as an archer, the assassin profession must achieve the same. He refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to observe patiently. As time gradually slipped away, he resembled the most seasoned of hunters, meticulously analyzing the patterns of the guard shifts, the routes of the patrols, the fleeting gaps in their blind spots, as well as the scanning frequency of the magical vigilance towers. The night owl was indeed correct. Infiltrating silently was no trivial endeavor. Liu Chen recalled his mentor's voice tinged with skepticism, yet within him surged a desire for challenge. However, the greater the difficulty, the more rewarding the sense of accomplishment upon completion. His gaze fixed upon a relatively secluded section of the fortress's wall. The spacing between the watchtowers was slightly broader, and below lay an inconspicuous drainage conduit, albeit blocked by iron bars, which might serve as a potential point of entry. Furthermore, the patrols in that vicinity were infrequent. Liu Chen's figure seamlessly melded into the shadows. Stealth. His form became indistinct and translucent, his breath entirely stifled, akin to a specter gliding along the ground. Utilizing the cover of rocks and wild grass to advance silently towards his predetermined target. Each step was calculated with precision, avoiding potential traps and detection spells. As he neared the fortress's outer wall, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and lethal. He could distinctly hear the faint sounds of armor clashing among the guards above, as well as the distant winds rustling around the gargoyles. His heart beat steadily and powerfully, while Liu Chen's mind sharpened to its utmost focus. There was but a single opportunity. He lay in wait, like a serpent lurking in the shadows, when the two squads of patrolling soldiers crossed paths, creating a brief gap in visibility, and simultaneously the watchtower's warning light swept to the other side. Now was the moment. A flicker in the void. The light flashed almost imperceptibly, and Liu Chen's figure instantaneously vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, he found himself before the iron bars of the drainage conduit. The entire sequence executed with the swiftness of lightning, without arousing any suspicion. Chapter 56. Effortless infiltration. The iron bars were cold and unyielding, adorned with slick moss that exuded a pungent amalgamation of rust and sewage. For an ordinary assassin, this would present a formidable challenge, necessitating adept lock-picking skills. However, for Liu Chen, void steps, he silently intoned. As if traversing a gossamer veil of water, Liu Chen's figure encountered no hindrance, seamlessly passing through the frigid iron bars and entering the fortress's subterranean drainage system. The darkness within the channel was profound, with only the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the distance, the air thick with humidity and murkiness. Beneath his feet lay a viscous sludge, nearly engulfing his ankles. The environment was indeed conducive to an assassin's operations. Unperturbed, Liu Chen activated his stealth, the elusive quality rendering him free from concern for its duration. Moving like a true specter, silently advancing deeper into the channel. His perceptions heightened to their zenith. The structural layout of this area materialized vividly in his mind. This drainage system spanned parts of the fortress's periphery, harboring several concealed exits leading to the upper levels. He needed to identify an opportune moment and location to infiltrate the main body of the fortress. Before long, he arrived at a stone staircase, ascending towards an exit covered by iron plates, a faint light seeping through the crevices, accompanied by the rhythmic tread of patrolling guards above. Liu Chen remained patient, nestled in the shadows, awaiting the right moment. His patience was extraordinary. In the state of stealth, time seemed to lose its significance. Approximately 5 minutes later, the footsteps receded. Now was the time. Harnessing the properties of void steps once more, he effortlessly penetrated the 3-finger-thick iron plate and emerged into a secluded corridor within the fortress. The corridor was hewn from obsidian, its walls cold and unyielding, interspersed at intervals with magical crystals radiating a ghostly green luminescence, providing scant illumination. The air was permeated with a faint scent of blood and an aura of despair, indeed a prison for the most hardened criminals. From around the distant corner, the clatter of armor and low murmurs reached his ears. "Have you heard? The tribunal has sent another tough nut, rumored to be a stubborn follower of the light. Oomph. Once there in the obsidian fortress, even the toughest of bones will be crushed." Lord Malokane relishes such prey. As the voices drew closer, Chen gaze shifted. He opted neither for a direct confrontation nor a lengthy detour. He fixated on a tightly shut stone door of a nearby cell, once again invoking void steps. His form seamlessly melded into the sturdy stone door, passing through the wall and entering the interior of the cell. The cell was devoid of inhabitants, featuring only a cold stone bed and a pile of hay in the corner. The patrolling guard's footsteps passed just outside the door, entirely oblivious to the fact that someone had just traversed the wall beneath their very noses. Exhaling silently, Chen felt a rush of exhilaration despite the simplicity of the act. The thrill of navigating undetected beneath the watchful eyes of enemies remained intoxicating. Once the footsteps had completely faded, he once more emerged through the wall, continuing his advance deeper into the fortress, guided by the schematic and his own intuition. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous patrols, cleverly concealed magical traps, and heavy iron gates that required special keys to open. However, for Chen, who possessed the void step and infinite stealth, these obstacles were utterly inconsequential. Patrols? He simply passed through walls to circumvent them. Magical traps? As long as he refrained from triggering them with direct attacks, most detection mechanisms were rendered ineffective in his stealth state. For the few exceptional ones, he could sense their presence in advance and avoid them effortlessly. Locked doors? They hardly constituted a barrier at all. In instances where he faced expansive areas that he could not traverse through walls or had to cross long distances swiftly, he meticulously calculated the cooldown period and decisively employed Void Blink. Whoosh! In a flash of light, he found himself several dozen meters away, utterly silent. A 30-second cooldown was hardly excessive for a mission requiring meticulous stealth. As for Shadow Step, Chen was keeping that skill in reserve. Although Shadow Step offered greater displacement and a shorter cooldown, the lingering afterimage it produced was a significant liability. He pondered, absorbing directional skills was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet in a purely stealth-oriented task, leaving behind a persistent afterimage for 15 seconds was tantamount to presenting oneself as a target. The risk was far too great. Should an observant guard or a specialized detection spell uncover him, it would spell immediate failure. He would much rather endure the additional seconds of cooldown for Void Blink than take that chance, unless absolutely necessary, such as in a moment of detection requiring a hasty retreat. He would never resort to using Shadow Step. The entire infiltration process unfolded with an almost unbelievable ease. What appeared to be intricate and nerve-wracking challenges to ordinary players lay before him like a smooth expanse. The defenses deep within the fortress were evidently more formidable, with a denser concentration of patrols, even featuring elite shadow hounds known for their acute senses and perception. Yet, Chen's void step concealed even the sound of his footsteps, and his breath was perfectly suppressed in stealth. As long as he maintained a distance from the hounds, they could not detect him. Legendary difficulty. Did it truly seem so formidable? As he effortlessly passed through a rune-engraved alarm wall, he couldn't help but muse internally. He recalled his earlier encounter with the Void Lord Augustus. That boss was also of legendary difficulty, with the challenge stemming from its directional spells, which had been flawlessly countered by his Shadow Step. Now, in this infiltration and assassination mission, the difficulty lay in silent entry and evasion of detection. It was again effortlessly resolved by his void step and infinite stealth. One could only conclude that the combination of dual classes, particularly these two distinctively characterized professions, was exceedingly overpowered. Chen couldn't help but reflect on this. The Void Hunter afforded him the advantages of traversing walls and silencing his movements, while the Shadow Assassin provided unlimited stealth and explosive assassination capabilities. The fusion of both endowed him with an almost bug-like advantage in such specialized tasks. This was no longer merely a matter of technical or attribute superiority. It was a true mechanical dominance. If Minter Night Owl were to discover how effortlessly he breached layer upon layer of defenses, his jaw would likely drop in astonishment. In the midst of his thoughts, he had followed the guidance of the structural diagram to reach the innermost sanctum of the fortress, standing before a colossal obsidian door, markedly distinct from the other stone portals, intricately carved with the insignia of the fallen paladin. Beyond this door lay his objective, the domain of the fallen paladin, Malekane. Chapter 57, A Fatal Strike. The obsidian door, intricately carved with the emblem of the fallen paladin, exuded a nauseating stench of decay and sulfur. Chen refrained from touching it and instead activated Void Step once more. Like a figure traversing through thin mist, he silently merged into the thick obsidian door and emerged in the chamber beyond. The room was far more spacious than anticipated, yet the light remained dim, illuminated only by a few twisted braziers in the center, their flames burning an eerie green. Blood-stained instruments of torture hung from the walls, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the repugnant energy of corruption. In the center of the room, a figure clad in tattered black plate armor, wielding a massive chain hammer, sat with his back to the door upon a throne constructed from piled bones. His imposing stature radiated a formidable aura, and two crimson glimmers beneath his helmet surveyed the empty chamber like the eyes of a beast. Fallen Paladin, Malokai, Golden Ranked Lord, level, 25 health, 220,000 attack, 1,600 defense, 2,000 magic resistance, 1,400 skills, Corrupted Strike, Erosion Aura, Soul Shackles, Dark Judgment Hum. How utterly dull! Malokai's raspy voice echoed within the chamber, laced with impatience and brutality. Those worthless softlings can't even survive a day. Can't the tribunal send over some decent prey? Seemingly dissatisfied with his quarry, he carelessly propped the enormous chain hammer against the ground, producing a dull thud. Chen remained entirely concealed in the shadows, his presence retracted to the utmost degree. He observed Malokai's silhouette with calm and piercing eyes. A golden-ranked lord, level 25, with 220,000 health and 2,000 defense. His attributes were indeed commendable, and his skills appeared to lean towards control and burst damage. Engaging him head-on would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Chen contemplated, but in the face of my mechanism, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crept upon his lips. Endless stealth, combined with the guaranteed critical strike from lethal strike and the substantial damage bonus for breaking stealth, as well as the additional damage from backstab, this was tailored for assassination. The seemingly impossible task proposed by the Night Owl Minter now appeared far less daunting. It further validated his speculation. The unique combination of dual-class traits could yield unexpectedly extraordinary effects in certain contexts. He moved silently, gliding across the ground like a specter, thanks to the soundless nature of Void Step, gradually circling around Malokai's back. Each step was precise and stable, creating no disturbance in the air and uttering not a single sound. Malokai remained seated upon his throne, his crimson gaze wandering aimlessly, wholly unaware that death was but a breath away. Those damned followers of the light, their souls shall ultimately yield to the endless darkness, he murmured, seemingly lost in his own world. Now is the moment. Chen's gaze sharpened, the long-accumulated power within him surged. The dragon-toothed dagger in his hand erupted with a chilling brilliance. Shadow Strike. Chen refrained from employing his favored ranged attacks due to their considerable noise. Whether it was the explosive shot or the newly acquired void-piercing arrow, both were area of effect skills. A single arrow would undoubtedly obliterate Malekane. It would also alert the guards outside. The precise shot, while promising, lacked sufficient damage. Arcane Shot suffered a similar fate. As for the void rain of arrows, using such a skill would only hasten his exposure. After much contemplation, the most suitable skill turned out to be the Shadow Strike, one he had never utilized before. Despite being an ordinary grade skill with a modest base multiplier, Liu Chen's extensive repertoire of archery skills had significantly amplified its potency, resulting in a staggering multiplier of 1080. Nearly 11-fold. A shadowy streak of light sliced through the dim room, exuding a cataclysmic force, striking with pinpoint accuracy at a minuscule vulnerability nestled between the plates of Malakane's back armor. Minus 258,095. Stealth break, backstab, critical hit, weak point attack. A terrifyingly suffocating damage value erupted like crimson fireworks above Malakane's head. His 220,000 health points were instantly obliterated by this single blow. Malakane's formidable frame quivered violently, his crimson eyes igniting with incredulity. He scarcely had time to utter a complete cry of anguish, managing only a fragmented syllable. No. Wait. Then his massive body collapsed forward as if his spine had been severed. Liu Chen, quick of hand and keen of eye, seized Malakane's armor to prevent him from crashing to the ground and making a cacophonous noise. He fell more decisively than Augustus. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the Golden Level Lord Fallen Paladin Malakane. Earn 10,000 experience points. As you are above level 15, an additional 150 experience points awarded, totaling 25,000. Added to experience pool. Reputation 800 Glory City. System notification. You have acquired the quest item Heart of Corruption emblem. System notification. Triggered the unique effect of the Ring of Slaughter Plunder, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 70 points of strength from Fallen Paladin Malakane. Liu Chen regarded the place where Malakane had dissipated. Along with the black emblem etched with twisted patterns that hovered in the air, his expression calm. Strength attributes. Quite commendable. He picked up the Heart of Corruption emblem, feeling the chilling aura of decay it contained. The task was complete. The entire process, from infiltrating the fortress to eliminating the target, was even more effortless than he had anticipated. Malakane had no opportunity to react, being vanquished in a single strike. It seemed the Night Owl mentor had been somewhat conservative in his assessment of my capabilities, Liu Chen mused. This was no mere mechanical counter. It was a comprehensive domination born of attributes, skills, and characteristics harmoniously intertwined. He stowed the emblem into his backpack, his gaze sweeping across the room. Aside from the mission items, Malakane had also left behind a trove of spoils, including a handful of gold coins and 2 pieces of golden tier equipment, both seemingly crafted from plate armor. With no time to scrutinize the attributes of the gear, Liu Chen understood that he could not linger here. Although the assassination had been successfully executed, the prolonged disconnection from the highest commander would inevitably raise alarms within the fortress. He needed to depart swiftly and return to report to his mentor, the Night Owl. The breakthrough task for the assassin's profession had also been successfully accomplished. A weight was lifted from Liu Chen's heart. Both the primary and secondary profession breakthrough tasks had been completed with legendary difficulty and remarkable ease, instilling him with confidence for his future endeavors. Next, he would return to the profession hall to claim the rewards for the assassin's breakthrough, and then strive for an even higher level. Chapter 58, Dual Class Breakthrough. Instant level up by 20. The journey of departure was far more relaxed and pleasant than the stealthy infiltration. Freed from the pressure of eliminating a target, Liu Chen wielded void steps and stealth with unparalleled finesse. Walls, iron gates, and patrols became mere illusions before him. He glided like a whispering breeze through the crevices of the fortress, silently retracing his steps, once again traversing the iron grates of the drainage canal, and returning to the night shrouded in the desolation of the wasteland. Behind him, the colossal and menacing obsidian fortress stood steadfast, oblivious to the fact that its highest commander had transformed into a cold insignia, quietly resting in Liu Chen's backpack. With both legendary breakthrough tasks accomplished. Chen felt a surge of elation on his journey back to the City of Glory. Though the process appeared deceptively simple, it was underpinned by the extraordinary effects of his perfect duality talent, which bestowed upon him near-bug-level skills. Whether it was Augustus' targeted spells or the formidable guards of the Obsidian Fortress, he countered them with the most straightforward and audacious methods. Were it not for his prowess, even the most elite assassins or archers would likely have found themselves severely challenged, if not utterly incapable of completing these tasks. Upon re-entering the profession hall, Chen navigated his way to the assassin area with practiced ease. The dim corner remained unchanged, with flickering soul flames and the enigmatic mentor cloaked in darkness. Night Owl. Master, I have returned. Chen's calm voice shattered the silence of space. The two crimson glimmers in Night Owl's eyes instantly focused on Chen, sharper than before, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of disbelief. His raspy voice emerged, deeper than previously. Have returned? So soon? His tone was thick with astonishment, clearly unprepared for Chen's swift completion of what he had deemed an almost impossible task. No one understood the defensive prowess of the Obsidian Fortress better than he. Chen chose brevity, directly presenting the heart of corruption insignia, emanating a chill of fallen energy. Night Owl extended his withered fingers to receive the insignia, the red glow at his fingertips flickering slightly as if verifying its authenticity. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, the red light beneath his cloak fixated intensely on Chen, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. Incredible. How did you accomplish this? The Obsidian Fortress is impregnable, and though Malakane has fallen, his strength. Night Owl's voice was laced with undeniable shock and confusion. Luck played a part. Chen replied once more with this versatile response. Luck. Night Owl echoed softly, his tone complex, as if contemplating something profound. Ultimately, he refrained from further inquiries, the crimson glow intensifying with fervor. Very well. Excellent. It appears I have underestimated you, or perhaps the potential of combining void and shadow. You have demonstrated that your audacity was not without merit. Since you have passed this ultimate trial, accept your reward. The path of shadows shall be unveiled before you. System notification. Congratulations on completing the legendary class breakthrough task dash, the ultimate test of the Shadow Hunter. System notification. Your subsidiary profession level cap has been unlocked. System notification. You have received 100 free attribute points. System notification. Your subsidiary profession shadow assassin growth rate has increased by 100. System notification. You have acquired the class-specific active skill bone carving. System notification. You have acquired the class-specific passive skill shadow affinity. Yet another series of system notifications. With the 100 free attribute points, combined with the previous 100 from the Archer quest, I now possess a total of 200 points. The attribute point rewards from these two tasks are equivalent to a platinum first kill. The allocation remains a 1-to-1 ratio of strength to agility. Furthermore, the growth rate of the subsidiary profession has also doubled. Now, as Chen levels up, the total attribute points he can obtain has reached an astonishing 80 points. Chen immediately turned his attention to the two new exclusive skills. Bone Carving, Platinum level, active skill, unleashes a ferocious attack on the target, dealing 250 of attack power, physical damage, and inflicting a bleed effect that causes 50 of attack power, damage per second for 5 seconds. If the target's health is below 20, this skill will surely deal a critical hit. It consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 18 seconds. Exclusive to Shadow Assassin, Perfect Twin Trigger. Deals 3,000 of attack power, damage. The bleed effect inflicts 600 of attack power, damage per second for 60 seconds. If the target's health is below 100, it will certainly be a critical hit. Shadow Affinity. Platinum level, passive skill, increases your movement speed by an additional 15 while in stealth, and reduces the probability of being detected by 10. Exclusive to Shadow Assassin, Perfect Twin Trigger. In stealth, movement speed is further enhanced by 180. The probability of being detected is reduced by 120. With a 30-fold multiplier of bone carving, will the bleed effect still be effective? Moreover, the guaranteed critical hit. Chen couldn't help but silently scoff. His current critical hit rate has surpassed 100%. However, beyond the numerical changes in skills, there was something else that drew Chen's attention even more. That was his level. After completing the breakthrough tasks for both his primary and secondary professions, his level was finally unlocked, and the bountiful accumulation in the experience pool transformed into a ferocious beast unleashed, allowing his level to surge continuously. The journey of slaying, especially the solo clearing of the Necromancer's Institute, had amassed over 500,000 experience points in Chen's experience pool. In the Divine Oracle, the experience required to level up from 1 to 9 is level 1000, from 10 to 19 it is level 2000, and so forth. With both primary and secondary professions, the experience required to level up is doubled. Even so, 500,000 experience points is no trivial sum. System notification. Congratulations on reaching level 11. Strength 8, Agility 16, Constitution 8, Spirit 8, and you have gained 40 free attribute points. System notification. Congratulations on reaching level 12. Strength 8, Agility 16, Constitution 8, Spirit 8, and you have gained 40 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 20. Strength 8, Agility 16, Constitution 8, Spirit 8, and you have gained 40 free attribute points. The radiant glow of leveling up shimmered around Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at level 20. Not only did his attributes undergo comprehensive enhancement, but he had also amassed a remarkable 400 free attribute points. As per the usual practice, he allocated his points evenly between strength and agility. Level 20. Splendid Chen felt the surge of power coursing through him and nodded in satisfaction. The advancements brought about by this dual-class breakthrough were all-encompassing. However, such rapid and consecutive level gains in the game world of Oracle, where leveling up is notoriously challenging, was akin to dropping a monumental bombshell. Almost simultaneously with Chen's ascent in levels, elite players in the City of Glory, as well as players throughout the entire Chinese region of Oracle, noticed the astonishing shifts on the leaderboard. Once lingering at level 10, the enigmatic master known as White Emperor, who had single-handedly secured multiple first kills and stirred the winds of change, now appeared to have catapulted to level 20 in an astonishingly brief span of time, seemingly defying the game's mechanics. What? How did White Emperor suddenly reach level 20? In the square of the novice village, players gazed at the leaderboard, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Level 20? Surely, there must be a mistake. Hadn't he been stuck at level 10 for an eternity? The first transition quest was notoriously difficult. How could he have completed it so swiftly and gained 10 levels? A passing shield warrior wore an expression of skepticism and opened the leaderboard himself. Upon seeing the glaring display of White Emperor LV20, he too was rendered speechless. It truly is level 20. This must be a cheat, right? In an instant, the World Channel, major cities, and player forums erupted in chaos due to White Emperor's meteoric rise in levels. The vast majority of players could neither comprehend nor accept such a chasm in disparity. They toiled tirelessly grinding monsters and completing quests, spending entire days without even leaving the novice village, and still found level 5 to be a distant dream. Yet, this White Emperor had surged to level 20 in less than a day. Wasn't it said that the higher the level, the slower the progression? If this wasn't cheating, they might as well have consumed their gaming helmets. Chapter 59, Equipment Update. Astonishing attributes as Chen ascended to level 20. The gear he had diligently accumulated finally found its purpose. Upon donning the entirety of his equipment, Chen's attributes witnessed a significant enhancement. Nickname: White Emperor. Talent: Perfect Duality, Divine, Unique. Main profession: Void Hunter. Secondary profession: Shadow Assassin. Level: 20, 10,801-2000. Attributes: Strength 1301, Agility 1415, Constitution 536, Spirit 471, Attack 1631, Defense 1311, Magic Resistance 1217, Health Points 5,360 mana points for 1,710 skills. Archer side precision shot. Inflicts attack power 880 damage. Crossbow mastery. Increases damage and range by 40. Void blink. Teleports up to 80 meters in a chosen direction, creating a void rift that ensnares for 8 seconds. Multi-shot. Attacks 40 targets, each arrow dealing 560 attack power damage. Hunting instinct. Enhances critical strike chance by 40 and critical damage by 80. Weakness insight. Increases critical strike chance by 80, with a 100 probability to strike the enemy's weak point directly. Explosive shot. Affect a radius of 16 meters, dealing 1680 damage. Arcane shot. Deals 800 arcane damage. Void arrow rain. Affects a radius of 40 meters, lasting 24 seconds, inflicting 1200 damage per second. Void piercing arrow. Inflicts attack power 2400 void damage on the primary target and attack power 1200 void damage on up to 24 enemies behind the primary target. Stellar guidance. Grants an 80 chance to apply a mark that lasts for 40 seconds, increasing critical damage taken by marked targets by 160. Assassin side stealth. Lasts for seconds, with a backstab inflicting an additional 240 damage. Backstab. Increases damage by 120. Shadow bind. Restrains for 24 seconds. Shadow step. A maximum advance of 180 meters, leaving an afterimage for 18 seconds, absorbing 12 instances of targeted skills. Shadow strike. Inflicts 1080 damage. Bone splinter. Inflicts damage equivalent to 3,000 of attack power, with a bleeding effect causing 600 of attack power damage per second for 60 seconds. Shadow affinity. Movement speed increases by an additional 180 while in stealth, with a 120 reduction in detection probability. Equipment. Astral Traveler's Cloak, Platinum. Void Walker Boots, Platinum. Gale Gloves, Gold. Dragon Tooth Dagger, Gold. Abomination's Belt, Gold. Decayed Chain, Gold. Decayed Heart, Gold. Abomination's Ring, Gold. Shadow Fong Longbow, Silver. Carlos's Skeletal Chestplate, Silver. Wraithwalker Leggings, Silver. Blackmane Bracers, Bronze. Mad Rabbit Hood, Bronze. Though the equipment is not yet flawless, the damage output is already exceedingly impressive. The sole drawback is that the probability of the astral guidance is still below 100%, and the mark cannot be activated for the first strike. However, during prolonged combat, once the Void Rain is unleashed, the mark is sure to affix, leading to a significant increase in damage. Observing the critical strike rate bonus exceeding 100% within the skills, Chen pondered deeply. It seems he must find the time to acquire skills that convert critical strike rates. Nevertheless, critical strike conversion is not a skill that can be directly learned. It requires the emergence of a skill book, which is largely a matter of luck. With good fortune, one might obtain it after defeating a few bosses, while bad luck could mean having to spend money to acquire it, often with a market that is scarce. However, critical strike conversion is an essential core skill for all professions reliant on critical hits, with even ordinary or bronze quality skill books fetching exorbitant prices. Well, that can wait for another time, Chen mused. Having just completed the first professional breakthrough task, the next one requires reaching level 50, which is still quite a distance away. It is time to conquer the nightmare difficulty for the first completion. Chen made his decision. He has already achieved the first completion on Inferno difficulty, receiving substantial rewards. The remaining difficulties, Hard, Heroic, and Nightmare, also offer first completion rewards. As Chen contemplated, an announcement resonated in the sky. Server announcement: Huaxiao region congratulations to players Starry Sky, Myth Xiao Noa, and Chasing Wind team for successfully clearing the hard-level Dungeon Raging Flame prison. They have earned 500 reputation, 20 gold, and a hard first completion treasure chest X1. X3 3 announcements echoed. Chen was not surprised. Raging Flame Prison is a level 10 dungeon, easily accessible through related quests in the main city, marking the first dungeon that the majority of players encounter. Stariski Mityono and Chasing Wind are all top-tier players, with 2 holding S-class talents and 1 SS class, leveling far faster than ordinary players. In the absence of several SSS talent players, Chen is the only one who can surpass them. Now that Starry Sky and his companions have reached level 10 and are acting as a team, clearing the hard-level Raging Flame prison is hardly a challenge. Chen even dared to assert that if given a modicum of time, allowing these individuals to accomplish their professional breakthrough tasks and subsequently acquire some equipment, they could effortlessly conquer the heroic difficulty. As for the Nightmare and Inferno levels, they would necessitate a more extensive accumulation of time. Pondering this, Chen observed as other players engaged in spirited discussion. The World Channel, ignited by the announcement of the Chen team successfully clearing the hard difficulty dungeon, erupted into a fervent wave of discourse. Chen is formidable. This is the true pinnacle of players, relying on skill and team synergy, exclaimed one. Hard difficulty first clear, although it lagged slightly behind that of the aberrant BD. Its merit is undeniable. Indeed, what is the advantage of high levels? BD must have stumbled upon some fortuitous event or triggered a special quest to ascend so rapidly. When it comes to true prowess, one must look to the seasoned elite of Chen. Agreed, BD is merely a lone wolf, temporarily ahead due to luck. Once everyone else levels up and equips themselves, can he truly contend against our entire guild? The prior derision and skepticism seemed to find a new outlet, as many began to extol the virtues of the Chen team while disparaging Chen. In their perspective, the renowned players like Chen, Shenhua Xianhua, and Fengzhong Juefeng, along with their formidable guilds, were the true sovereigns of the future of Divine Oracle. BD's sudden emergence appeared more like an unwelcome disruption, a fortunate soul who had briefly surged ahead through unknown means. Mark my words, it won't be long before the top of the leaderboard changes hands. What does BD's current level of 20 signify? Chen and the others will soon catch up. Exactly, the limitations of a lone player are evident. When guild events and team dungeons commence, what can he accomplish alone? Grind through lowly monsters? The cacophony of opinions crescendoed, with many seemingly envisioning the moment when BD would tumble from his lofty perch. Such an organized elite team, steadily achieving the first clear of the hard difficulty, appear to be far more convincing than BD's meteoric rise, aligning more closely with their expectations of the game as progression. Chen naturally noted the system announcement, but merely cast a fleeting glance, dismissing it entirely. Hard dungeons? To him, they were trivial challenges easily dispatched. Hard, heroic nightmare. Chen accessed the dungeon interface. He had already conquered the highest difficulty, Inferno, and now aimed to secure the first clear rewards for the subsequent tiers. As for the Rage Flame prison, he harbored no urgency, aware that it was a level 20 entry dungeon. The chatter of other players in the channel? He paid it no heed. The advantages conferred by the perfect duality talent and the synergistic effects of his dual-class specialization were overwhelmingly superior, far beyond what mere levels and equipment could compensate. First, he would secure the Nightmare first clear, he resolved in his heart. Those bountiful first clear rewards, especially the attribute points and first clear treasure chests, were precisely what he required at this stage. Chapter 60. The Whispering Crypt. Chen closed the attributes panel and directed his gaze toward the teleportation area of the City of Glory. His destination was not the Inferno prison, a dungeon that had ceased to pose any challenge for him. Even on held difficulty, it merely offered a perfunctory experience, yielding far less reward than venturing into higher-tier dungeons. His true objective lay to the west of the City of Glory. Deep within the misty forest, a level 20 entry dungeon known as the Whispering Crypt. The Whispering Crypt was a subterranean tomb teeming with undead creatures and shadowy monsters, culminating in a formidable lich as the final boss. This dungeon's difficulty ranked above average among its peers, particularly in Nightmare and Hell modes, which demanded exceptional teamwork, equipment, and specific resistances. The first completion reward for Nightmare difficulty promised to be substantial, likely offering at least 1 or 2 pieces of golden gear along with attribute points. Chen contemplated this. Although his current equipment was a patchwork, his core attributes were exceptionally high, coupled with the monstrous skills enhanced by perfect duality. Soloing Nightmare difficulty should pose little challenge. As for Hell difficulty, he estimated it would be a matter of mere moments. After all, his attributes now surpassed those of his previous life by more than tenfold. Stepping onto the teleportation array, light flickered. In the next instant, Chen found himself at the edge of the misty forest. The forest before him was shrouded in a perpetual haze. Visibility was low, and the air was damp and chilly, faint echoes of unknown beast howls reverberating in the distance. Towering trees twisted their branches like ghostly claws reaching for the sky, while the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves, crunching softly underfoot. This was a training area for level 20 and above, densely populated with monsters that posed a certain degree of danger. Without a moment's pause, Chen activated stealth. His figure instantly blurred and became almost transparent, his presence entirely suppressed, merging with the mist like a phantom gliding swiftly into the depths of the forest. The passive ability Shadow Affinity activated, boosting his movement speed by 180 while in stealth, allowing him to traverse the woods almost soundlessly, far surpassing the speed of ordinary players. Simultaneously, a 120 reduction in detectability meant that he could virtually disregard the keen senses of the monsters lurking in the forest. Even when brushing past them, they remained blissfully unaware. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chen halted before an ancient stone entrance cloaked in vines and moss. The stone door was firmly shut, adorned with indistinct carvings of skulls and serpentine patterns, emanating a sinister aura. A faint wave of negative energy enveloped the entrance. This was indeed the gateway to the Whispering Crypt. Approaching the sealed stone door, the system prompt arrived as anticipated. System prompt: detected Dungeon Whispering Crypt. Please select difficulty: normal, hard, heroic, nightmare, hell. Recommended number of players: 1 to 5 entry requirement. Level 20 entry interval: 1 day, having already secured the first completion of hell difficulty. The allure of the first completion reward for nightmare difficulty was undeniably more enticing than merely facing another platinum boss. Without hesitation, Chen opted for the nightmare difficulty. System prompt: confirm entry into Whispering Abyss, nightmare. Wishing you luck, brave adventurer. A low hum resonated as the runes on the stone door flickered to life, and the heavy stone portal gradually creaked open, revealing a deep, shadowy passage descending into the abyss, a chilling breeze emanating from it. Mingled with the scent of earth and decay, black mist enveloped Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he regained his footing, he found himself deep within a dimly lit underground chamber, a suffocating aura of dust, decaying corpses, and potent negative energy assailing him. Before him stretched a stone corridor, its walls slick with moisture, adorned with verdant moss and an unidentifiable viscous substance. Faint sounds of bones scraping and low growls echoed from the depths, resonating eerily in the silence of the subterranean space. The atmosphere of the nightmare difficulty, though menacing, was still somewhat lacking compared to the infernal level. Chen mused. In a state of stealth, he blended seamlessly into the darkness, moving silently forward. The substantial increase in mobility granted by his affinity for shadows enabled him to traverse this constricted environment with remarkable speed. Not long after, the corridor opened into a relatively spacious tomb chamber. Scattered across the center were several broken stone coffins, and the ground lay littered with disarrayed bones. A few skeletal soldiers, brandishing rusted weapons and with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, along with a couple of pallid, stiff-bodied ghouls, aimlessly wandered about. Skeleton Guardian, Elite Nightmare, level 22 health, 17, 600 Hungry Ghoul, Elite Nightmare, level 22 health, 19, 000 in the Nightmare difficulty. Ordinary minions had, unsurprisingly, morphed into elite foes. Yet in Chen's eyes, it was time to cleanse the area. He could hardly be bothered to circumvent them. With a mere thought, he unleashed the Void Arrow Rain. A colossal, ethereal purple magic circle unfurled above the tomb chamber, enveloping the entire area within a 40-meter radius, ensnaring all undead creatures. The next moment, a torrential downpour of densely packed, meteor-like void energy arrows cascaded from above, mercilessly raining down upon the skeletons and ghouls. -83, 489. Critical hit. Weakness attack. N. A relentless stream of horrifying damage numbers cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. The seemingly substantial health of the skeleton guardians and ghouls, impressive in the eyes of ordinary players, crumbled before Liu Chen's monstrous attack power, as fragile as paper. In the first second of the arrow rain's descent, they were violently torn apart by the furious void energy, transforming into specks of light that swiftly dissipated. The entire tomb chamber was instantaneously cleared. System prompt: killed skeleton guardian, gained 220 experience points. System prompt: killed hungry ghoul, gained 220 experience points. The efficiency was commendable. Liu Chen nodded, quite satisfied with his current damage output. The expansive range and high damage of the void arrow rain rendered it a divine technique for clearing minor foes. Moreover, the mark of the celestial guidance could be rapidly applied, preparing for subsequent single-target burst damage. The subsequent chambers and passageways were teeming with similar spectral creatures, with some elite-level wraiths and shadow stalkers making an appearance. These entities possessed certain magical resistances or stealth capabilities. However, for Liu Chen, there was no distinction. Physical foes? He simply unleashed a deluge of void arrows. Magical adversaries? A swift arcane shot or a precise strike would eliminate them. Stealthy creatures? No one understood stealth better than he did. Occasionally, he encountered simple traps, such as stone statues that exhaled toxic gas or bone spears that erupted from the ground, all of which he adeptly evaded with his heightened perception and void steps. If all else failed, a quick blink would suffice. The entire progression felt remarkably effortless, akin to taking a leisurely stroll in one's own garden rather than battling through a nightmare-level dungeon. The true challenges of this dungeon, aside from the formidable attributes of the monsters, lay in the unique mechanics and boss encounters. As Liu Chen effortlessly dispatched a shadow stalker attempting a sneak attack with a well-aimed shot, he pondered the past. In his previous life, he had not been the one to secure the initial clear of this dungeon, but he was aware that the journey had been arduous, with the pioneering team meeting their demise multiple times. The bosses at nightmare difficulty not only dealt significant damage, but also summoned numerous minions, compounded by troublesome control and debuff effects, thus rigorously testing the coordination and resilience of the team. Yet for ordinary players, such challenges loomed large. For him, as long as the mechanics did not enforce instant kills or compulsory control, they posed little threat. Liu Chen brimmed with confidence. His overwhelming damage could obliterate a boss before it unleashed a pivotal ability, and the presence of Shadow Step rendered him impervious to most targeted control skills. After traversing a narrow, spiderweb-laden corridor, he arrived at a formidable black iron door, adorned with a massive skull motif and glowing with green flames in its eye sockets. This door concealed the first boss of the Whispering Catacombs. Chapter 61, Nightmare Boss. A single arrow to the ground, Liu Chen pushed open the imposing black iron door adorned with a colossal skull, and an even more potent stench of decay and an icy chill assailed him, accompanied by the nauseating sound of grinding bones. Beyond the door lay a vast circular tomb, illuminated by the flickering light of torches. Dozens of stout stone pillars supported the towering dome, their surfaces intricately carved with contorted souls and fearsome beastly figures. At the center of the tomb, a massive platform constructed from countless bones rose ominously. A grotesque creature, a grotesque amalgamation of white bones, putrid flesh, and shattered armor, was slowly coalescing into form. It lacked a fixed head, with various skulls of different creatures haphazardly embedded throughout its body, their hollow eye sockets alight with ghostly blue flames. Countless pallid arms extended from its enormous frame, brandishing rusted weapons and producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Blood and flesh-bone abomination, golden level lord. Nightmare difficulty, level 23 health, 440, 000 attack, 1, 950, physical shadows, defense, 1, 600 magic resistance, 1, 100 skills, bone storm, grasp of the undead, summon bone minions. Decaying aura, rebirth of the amalgamation affixes, body of stitching, 30 reduction in physical damage, critical damage taken increased by 20. Grievance of the dead, Attacks inflict lingering shadow damage and reduce target healing effects. Resilient bone armor gains temporary damage reduction after losing 20 health. This type of boss was notorious for its troublesome AoE skills and the ability to summon minions. While the body of Stitching's physical damage reduction and the resilient bone armor's phase damage mitigation posed a significant challenge for an ordinary team. However, Chen regarded the writhing, stitched-together monster with a calm demeanor. His thoughts were instead focused on the tempting prospect of a 20 increase in critical damage. Was this affix not a generous boon? His critical strike rate was already overflowing, and with weakness insight ensuring a 100 hit rate on weak points, this affix seemed tailor-made for him. As for the physical damage reduction, could it withstand void damage? Roar! The blood and flesh bone abomination seemed to have completed its final assembly, emitting a roar that echoed with the grinding of countless bones and the wails of tormented souls. Its colossal form shuddered violently as countless ashen arms pointed menacingly at Chen. Bone storm, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential downpour of bone spikes surged toward Chen from all directions, sealing off all avenues of escape. Each spike sliced through the air with a menacing whistle, showcasing formidable power. What a considerable range, Chen mused, yet in the very moment the bone spikes descended upon him, his figure vanished. Void blink. He instantaneously reappeared at the far side of the tomb, leaving behind a rift in the void that precisely aligned with the trajectory of several bone spikes, silently devouring them without triggering any binding effects, for the spikes were not classified as enemies. A mere parlor trick, Chen did not rush to attack. Instead, he observed the boss's attack patterns and the prelude to its skills. The skeletal amalgamation missed its strike, appearing somewhat sluggish as the flickering soul flames upon countless skulls seemed to seek a target. Suddenly, one of its massive bony claws struck the ground with force. The grasp of the undead. The earth beneath Chen's feet turned pitch black as several ghastly white skeletal hands emerged from the ground, reaching for his ankles in an attempt to immobilize him. Simultaneously, a frigid shadow energy began to erode his body. A commendable control skill, but alas. Just as the bony hands were about to ensnare him, a faint glow illuminated the ground beneath Chen once more. Shadow step. While evading the skill, Chen adeptly maneuvered behind the boss. It was his turn. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen's eyes as he fully drew the Shadow Fang's longbow. It was the perfect opportunity to test a new skill on this boss. Stealth. Void piercing arrow. -1, 139, 948. Break stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Composite body. A colossal damage figure soared into the air, and the flesh and bone amalgamation did not even have time to emit a cry before the soul flames upon it were extinguished in an instant. Then, as if bereft of all support, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a ground littered with true fragments of bone and decaying flesh, alongside several gleaming spoils of war. System notification. Congratulations! You have slain the Golden Level Lord, Flesh and Bone Amalgamation. Earn 15,000 experience points. As it was an over-level kill, you receive an additional 30 experience, totaling 19,500. Reputation 300. City of Glory. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 95 points of Constitution from the Flesh and Bone Amalgamation. System notification. Acquired Amalgamation Waist Belt, Golden. System notification. Acquired Flesh Shaper's Row, Golden. System notification. Acquired 46 gold coins. Acquiring Constitution, Splendide. Chen collected the spoils from the ground, his expression remaining calm. The entire battle from beginning to end lasted merely 2 seconds. The so-called Nightmare Boss appeared feeble and utterly defenseless before him. After inspecting the 2 pieces of equipment, a chainmail belt and a robe suited for magic users, which were not particularly fitting for him and required level 23, he simply discarded them into his bag. He planned to await the arrival of the first tier of players in the City of Glory, seeking another opportunity to capitalize on them. Once he had gathered his spoils, Lu Chen did not linger in the desolate skeletal hall. He stepped toward the only passage leading deeper, his figure and stealth melding once again into the profound darkness. The path ahead remained a winding and intricate underground tomb, with rough wall murals beginning to appear on either side, depicting ancient sacrificial scenes that exuded a sinister aura. The frequency of undead monsters increased. In addition to skeletons and ghouls, there were now floating wraiths and shadowy reapers wielding scythes. Each of these creatures, under the nightmare difficulty, possessed the strength to trouble an ordinary level 20 party. However, in the face of the impending doom, they were no different from the previous cannon fodder. The efficiency of clearing the debris remained lamentably slow. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Chen's mind. Confronted by the sporadic elite monsters, he found himself disinclined to deploy the expansive void arrow rain, a combination of rapid-fire shots and precise strikes, or even a swift shadow strike, could effortlessly cleanse the battlefield. Utilizing the void arrow rain for such trivial encounters felt almost beneath the dignity of the skill. System notification: slain the shadow samurai. Earned 240 experience points. System notification: slain the wailing spirit. Earned 230 experience points. The experience points were accumulating gradually, yet Lu Chen's focus lay elsewhere. After traversing a narrow, dripping passage, the environment ahead shifted subtly. The rancid stench of decay gradually dissipated, replaced by a pungent, metallic aroma. Expanses of grayish-white, viscous webs began to materialize on the walls, with some areas forming thick, cocoon-like structures, within which the outlines of unknown creatures could be faintly discerned. The stone pathway beneath his feet became uneven, cloaked in webs and slick, gelatinous substances. In the darkness, faint rustling and scuttling sounds echoed, sending shivers down the spine. It appeared they were nearing the domain of the second boss. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, his mind fully aware of the impending challenge. Chapter 62. No skills. Only numbers within the confines of the dungeon. A shift in the environment signified the entrance into the domain of a new boss. The surrounding scenery hinted at the presence of a certain arachnid creature. Lu Chen slowed his pace slightly, not out of fear, but to scrutinize his surroundings more carefully, wary of potential hidden traps or unusual monsters. The extraordinary stealth speed granted by his affinity for shadows allowed him to move with a swiftness and silence that remained undiminished even when he deliberately slowed his movements. As he rounded a corner, the path opened up before him. He found himself in a vast underground cavern, its ceiling adorned with countless massive stalactites resembling fearsome fangs. The ground was uneven, littered with enormous egg sacs and ominous white bones. Yet, the most striking feature was the colossal web in the center of the cave, spanning several dozen meters. At the heart of this web, a gigantic spider, comparable in size to a small truck, lay in wait. Its body was pitch black, encased in a hard exoskeleton, and 8 multifaceted eyes glimmered with an eerie green light as they scanned its territory. Its razor-sharp chelicerae emitted a chilling sound as they clicked together, while its abdomen occasionally expelled fresh silk to reinforce its lair. Abyssal Weaver, Golden Level Lord. Nightmare difficulty, level 24 health. 520,000 attack. 2, 100 physical toxin defense. 1, 400 magic resistance. 1, 500 skills. Toxic spit, webbind, spawn offspring, burrow ambush. Corrosive poison mist affixes. Hardened carapace, reduces physical damage taken by 20, high toxin resistance. Spider sense, greatly enhances perception range, making ambushes exceedingly difficult. Source of venom. All attacks imbue potent toxins that can stack, with a staggering health pool of 520,000 and an elevated level. Lu Chen quickly assessed the boss's attributes. This formidable spider surpassed the previous amalgamation of flesh and bone, particularly due to the spider sense affix, which implied that conventional stealth attacks would be significantly more challenging. Moreover, the potent toxins from the source of venom pose a nightmare for any team lacking adequate resistance. Nonetheless, for Lu Chen, it made little difference. A confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His void damage ignored physical mitigation, and with the dual enhancements of Perfect Twin and Shadow Affinity, his chances of being detected were reduced by 120, rendering him nearly invisible. The so-called spider sense became utterly irrelevant before him. At least during the time Chen spent observing the boss, it remained unmoving upon its web, oblivious to his presence. There was nothing more to deliberate. Seizing the moment while still cloaked in stealth, he unleashed a void-piercing arrow. -681, 951. Revealed. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The only unfortunate aspect was that, at the moment he struck, the boss's spider sense affix activated, causing it to abruptly turn toward Chen's location, preventing the backstab effect from triggering. However, the close-range void-piercing arrow shattered any hope of a counterattack. The colossal spider had no chance of survival and perished on the spot. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the Golden Level Lord, Abyss Weaver. You have earned 500 experience points. As you have defeated an enemy of a higher level, you receive an additional 40 experience, totaling 700. Reputation 350, City of Glory. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 101 points in agility from the Abyss Weaver. System notification. Obtain Demonic Chitin Shield Gold. System notification. Obtain Venomous Crossbow Gold. System notification. Acquired 50 gold coins. At last, agility has been plundered, and a crossbow has also emerged quite commendable. Chen stepped out from the shadows, wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, unable to suppress a feeling of amazement. My journey thus far has been like treading on thin ice, devoid of any skill, relying solely on numerical values. In a previous life, Chen could indeed eliminate a golden level boss in a heartbeat. However, the predicament lay in the fact that he had already traversed several versions by that time, certainly not on the very first day of the server's launch. Back then, Chen not only possessed superior equipment, but also a comprehensive arsenal of skills. The various explosive techniques he employed allowed him to dispatch a multitude of golden levels with a single arrow effortlessly. Yet, in comparison to his current skill values, Chen suddenly perceived that the completeness and explosive output of his previous skills held little significance. Before the overwhelming power of these numerical values, all techniques seemed trivial. Continuing onward, he ventured through the cavern, where the path ahead grew increasingly dark and damp, suffused with an intense aura of death. The murals upon the walls became more grotesque and sanguinary, depicting scenes of necromancers engaged in vile rituals. The ground began to reveal broken staffs and sacrificial implements, and occasionally, he could spot unusually well-cut bones. The environment of the third boss area indeed differed starkly from the preceding two. It unfolded as a spacious, circular altar, at the center of which stood a shrine forged from black rock, encircled by stone pillars inscribed with runes. Above the altar floated a colossal soul stone, pulsating with an eerie green luminescence. Beneath the altar, a gigantic puppet composed of twisted bones and shadowy energy slowly rotated, its form headless, save for a chest cavity embedded with a beating shadow heart, emanating formidable death energy. Bone Golem, Gold Tier Lord, Nightmare Difficulty, Level, 25 Health, 600, 000 Attack, 2, 300, Physical Death, Defense, 1, 800 Magic Resistance, 1, 300 Skills, Bone Spike Eruption, Shadow Shock, Death Link, Skeletal Split. Life Drain Affixes, Surge of Death Energy. All death-related damage increased by 30, healing effects reduced by 50, solid construction, physical damage taken reduced by an additional 10, but magic damage increased by 10. Energy Core, when the core is attacked, damage taken increases by an additional 20. Physical damage reduction is higher, yet magic damage is further amplified. Chen's gaze flickered. This affix remained inconsequential to him. Void damage was neither physical nor magical, thus unaffected by these reductions or enhancements. However, the energy core did present a new vulnerability. The Bone Golem sensed Chen's presence, its shadowy heart within its chest radiating with intensity, as countless sharp bone spikes erupted from its surface, raining down upon Chen like a dense barrage. A familiar tactic. Lu Chen commented nonchalantly, activating Shadow Step and instantaneously appearing at the golem's side. It is over. Lu Chen drew the shadow, Fong Longbow, as void energy coalesced upon the arrowhead. Chapter 63. The villain must perish from excessive chatter, the void-piercing arrow. -1800351. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Energy core. A spectral violet arrow cleaved through the air, striking with precision at the shadow heart nestled within the chest of the skeletal golem. Enormous numbers depicting damage erupted forth, and the golem's colossal form momentarily stiffened, the shadow heart within its chest dimming instantaneously. Crack! Crack! The bones constituting its body emitted a cacophony of splintering sounds, ultimately collapsing in a resounding crash, disintegrating into a heap of scattered bones and dissipating shadow energy. System notification. Congratulations! You have slain the Golden Tier Lord, the Skeletal Golem. Experience gained. 16,000 points. As this is an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 50 experience, totaling 24,000. Reputation, 400 Glorious City. System notification triggered the unique effect of the Ring of Slaughter, Plunder, randomly extracting attributes. System notification, plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 110 points in the Skeletal Golem Strength attribute. System notification, obtain Golem Core Fragment, Golden Material. System notification, acquired Staff of Death's Link, Golden. System notification, gained 55 gold coins. Strength attributes, quite commendable. Lu Chen collected the dropped items, casually stowing the staff and core fragment into his backpack. Strength and agility were his core attributes, and this permanent plunder would further enhance the growth potential of his attribute panel. After tidying up the spoils of battle, Lu Chen proceeded toward the passageway that led behind the altar. This corridor paved the way to the final boss of the Whispering Catacombs, the Lich Lord Elvin of Dusk Whisper. No longer were the walls cold stone, but rather comprised of a bone-like substance that shimmered with a ghostly light. The ground thickly inscribed with runes, and the air saturated with a palpable negative energy. The area housing the final boss unfolded into a grand circular hall, at the center of which hovered a throne forged from death energy. Seated upon this throne was a gaunt figure draped in an opulent robe. Adorning his head was a crown embedded with black gemstones, and in his hand he wielded a staff exuding a potent aura of death, with two flaming orbs of green light flickering ominously in his eye sockets. Beneath him lay countless bones and shattered souls. Lich Lord Elvin of Dusk Whisper, Golden Lord. Nightmare difficulty, level, 28 health. Not in combat attack. Defense. Magic resistance. Skills. Affixes. Finally, something captivating. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Although the attributes remained unknown, he vaguely recalled the general statistics of this boss. In essence, it might be a matter of a single arrow. However, due to the mechanics of the boss, a quick elimination was not feasible. The Lich Lord Elvin slowly raised his head, his hollow eye sockets fixating on Lu Chen's position, seemingly sensing the presence of an intruder. Yet, he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he lifted the staff and commenced a low chant of an ancient necromantic incantation. A torrent of intense death energy surged forth from the hall's floor and stone pillars, coalescing in various corners under the influence of the Lich's staff. It was the prelude to the summoning of minions. Lu Chen understood this well. It marked the first phase of the boss battle, necessitating the eradication of summoned creatures before the formal combat could commence. As the Lich's incantation resonated, the concentrated death energy transformed instantaneously into an array of diverse undead entities. Skeletal warriors wielding massive axes, shadow reapers brandishing scythes, erratic phantoms, and even a few colossal abominations, all densely populating the hall, their numbers exceeding 50. Each of these creatures possessed the might of elites or even minor lords under nightmarish difficulty. A typical level 20 party, faced with such a relentless tide of undead, would likely be overwhelmed in an instant. However, Lu Chen stood serenely in place, not even shifting his stance. He raised his gaze to the ceiling of the hall. A resounding hum filled the air as a colossal, purplish-black magical circle unfurled at the center of the hall, unleashing a deluge of void arrows that enveloped the entire space within a 40-meter radius. The dense barrage of void energy arrows cascaded down like a cataclysmic flood. Minus 98,897. Critical hit. Weak point attack. And an overwhelming storm of horrific damage figures swept through. And the freshly summoned undead had yet to even acquire a target before being instantaneously vaporized, dispersing into motes of light. This entire sequence transpired in less than a second. Yet, the Lich's spell continued to manifest, and a new wave of undead began to form, surging forward once more. However, their fate remained unchanged. The duration of the void arrow rain was 24 seconds. With a cooldown of only 30 seconds, the gap was minuscule. Coupled with multiple shots, explosive shots, and void-piercing arrows, along with various single-target strikes, Chen transformed into a veritable artillery piece. For every minion that approached, he extinguished them without fail. Wave after wave, the Lich Lord's summoning seemed inexhaustible as batch after batch of undead emerged from the death energy, only to be thoroughly purified by the descending void arrows. The entire hall lay shrouded beneath the purplish-black rain of arrows, a destructive aura saturating every inch of space. As the 24-second duration came to an end, the magical circle of void arrows gradually dissipated. Yet before the new batch of undead could firmly establish themselves, Chen had once again drawn back the shadow, Fong longbow in his grasp. Multiple shots, explosive shots, arrows flew forth like meteors, precisely targeting the densest clusters of undead, resulting in a flurry of substantial damage figures. Though the area of effect was not as extravagant as that of the void arrow rain, eliminating these elite-level undead was still more than sufficient. Occasionally, a few stragglers would charge toward Chen, but with a casual precision shot or arcane shot, he would effortlessly dispatch them. The 6-second cooldown passed in the blink of an eye, and new void arrows rained down once more. This cycle continued ad infinitum. Chen even stifled a yawn in boredom. He felt less like he was conquering a dungeon and more akin to playing a tower defense game, with himself as the super turret possessing limitless firepower. Surely, there have been over a dozen waves, Chen silently counted within his mind. At last, after the deluge of spectral arrows had once again purged the arena of its undead, the deathly energy surging through the hall as floor and stone columns gradually subsided, and no new undead creatures materialized. 18 waves, neither more nor less. Upon the throne, the Lich Lord Elven Dusk Whispers, soul flames flickered violently in his eye sockets, seemingly taken aback by the ease with which the intruder dismantled his undead army, yet predominantly filled with a wrathful dignity. He slowly rose from his skeletal throne, raising his deathly staff high, as an intense aura of death coalesced around him, forming a visible vortex of darkness. The temperature in the hall plummeted suddenly, and the air was thick with a stifling sense of oppression. Insignificant mortal, you have successfully provoked Elven Dusk Whisper. The Lich's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the netherworld, imbued with an air of judgment from on high. You shall pay dearly for your recklessness. In this realm of the deceased I am. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Chen had already unleashed his skill, too indifferent to allow the boss to complete his monologue. To him, all villains perished due to their excessive verbosity. Chapter 64. The First Conquest of the Nightmare. Stealth. In a fleeting moment of vanishing, Chen appeared at the side of the Lich Lord. The void-piercing arrow, a meticulously refined arrow of void energy, enveloped in an aura of annihilation, struck precisely at the withered chest of the Lich Lord Elven Morning with preemptive swiftness. -1, 479, 498. Stealth. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A terrifying damage figure ascended from above the Lich Lord's head. The staff that Elven Morning had just raised froze in midair, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering violently like a candle in the wind, before abruptly contracting and extinguishing completely. He didn't even manage to emit a cry of anguish. The immense death energy he had amassed dissipated as well. Alas, this once omnipotent Lich Lord could only muster an unintelligible syllable from his throat before he toppled from his throne like a marionette with severed strings. His splendid robe cascading to the ground, revealing the desiccated skeleton beneath. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the Gold Tier Lord, Lich Lord Elven Morning. Gain 20,000 experience points. As this was an overlevel kill, you receive an additional 80 experience points, totaling 36,000. Reputation 500, Hall of Glory. System notification triggered the unique effect of the Ring of Slaughter: Plunder, randomly extracting attributes. System notification, plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 115 points of Spirit Attribute from Lich Lord Elven Morning. System notification, obtained Lich's Soulbone Ring Gold. System notification, obtained Delvin's Grimoire of the Dead Gold. System notification, acquired 65 gold coins. Once again, Spirit Attributes. It seems I have become a spellcaster. Lu Chun collected the scattered spoils from the ground. His expression tranquil. A platinum ring and a platinum quality spell casting offhand. Indeed, there are no skills involved, merely a crushing of numbers. Lu Chun reaffirmed this truth. The so-called final boss remained but a mere arrow in his presence. Just as he was about to stow the loot in his backpack and depart the desolate hall, a series of system notifications rang in his ears, followed by the familiar yet grand announcement capable of igniting the entire game world. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the Nightmare level Dungeon Whispering Abyss. Received first clear rewards. Reputation 3,000, Gold 150, Nightmare first clear treasure chest 1. With 50 attribute points at his disposal, he unhesitatingly allocated them all to agility. And just as he finished distributing his attribute points, an even grander announcement resounded. Server announcement, Huaxia Region Path of Glory. Congratulations to player White Emperor for successfully clearing the Nightmare level Dungeon Whispering Abyss, becoming the first conqueror of the Nightmare Dungeon in the Huaxia region. His heroic deeds shall be remembered. Rewards. Reputation 3,000, Gold 150, Nightmare first clear treasure chest 1. Server announcement, Huaxia Region Path of Glory. Congratulations to the player White Emperor. Global announcement, Huaxia region, the Path of Glory. Although this is merely an announcement for the Huaxia region, lacking the explosive impact of previous achievements, such as the Inferno first clear or the Platinum first kill, the phrase Nightmare first clear remains an insurmountable hurdle for players at this stage. On the very first night of the Divine Revelation server launch, while the majority of players were still in the Novice Village, battling rabbits, and had yet to reach level 10, the name White Emperor once again made its presence known with an overwhelming force. Again, it is White Emperor. Is there no respite for the rest of us? This is Nightmare difficulty. Our guild hasn't even conquered the hard difficulty yet. Is he cheating? Doesn't he, the GM, care? Having claimed the Inferno first clear is not enough. He now aimed for the Nightmare first clear? Indeed. Will White Emperor turn around and seize the first clear for heroic difficulty as well? Can he not grant us ordinary players a chance to breathe? Selfish. White Emperor is truly selfish. What s with the envy from above? If you have the capability, go and claim a first clear yourself. White Emperor's prowess is undisputed. Instantly, the world channel was inundated with expressions of envy, jealousy, and reverence. The leaders of top guilds, who had just been meticulously planning strategies for the heroic dungeon and coordinating elite members, now found themselves stung by this announcement, as if they had been soundly slapped by an invisible hand. The progress they took pride in seemed trivial in the face of White Emperor's accomplishments. The Starry team, having just cleared the hard difficulty of the Inferno prison, exchanged glances of disbelief. They had been considering completing their job transition before attempting the heroic first clear, but now it appeared that opportunity had vanished. The final heroic first clear was entirely within White Emperor's grasp, contingent solely upon his will. Lu Chun remained indifferent to the clamor of the outside world, his gaze fixated on the treasure chest of the Nightmare first clear. Although this item may not hold the same value as the Inferno First Clear chest, it was still quite remarkable. After all, each difficulty's first clear chest is unique, often containing rare and distinctive items. The Inferno chest yielded legendary and epic rewards. Hence, even if the Nightmare chest were to be less impressive, it would at least contain diamond and emerald level items. Chen could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Simultaneously, he calculated the time to clear the Inferno prison again to secure the heroic difficulty first clear chest. For heroic difficulty, obtaining a platinum reward should pose no issue. Focusing his mind, Chen casually opened the chest. Click! With a soft sound, the lid opened. There were no soaring beams of light, nor thick fog. Only two items lay quietly within, each emanating a soft and unique glow. The first item was a fist-sized, ever-changing dark green orb of light. Within the orb, it seemed as though countless fleeting shadows darted past, imbued with an indescribable swiftness and mystery. Emerald Essence Grade, Emerald Type, Special Consumable Permanent Enhancement Effect. Upon use, it permanently augments the user's base movement speed by 5 while in stealth mode and allows the user to designate one mastered stealth skill, reducing its cooldown by a permanent 3 seconds. Description: extracted from the lingering thoughts and essence of countless shadow dancers who pursued the pinnacle of speed. It grants a more agile footfall and renders one's figure increasingly elusive. Usage requirement: mastery of at least one stealth skill. Requirement met: stealth movement speed and skill cooldown reduction. Chen's gaze flickered. Although the numerical enhancements may seem modest, the permanence of these upgrades is undoubtedly a boon for a stealthy hunter like him, who relentlessly seeks efficiency and mobility. Gradually, these seemingly minor enhancements could prove invaluable in critical moments. His current movement speed, while in stealth, is already formidable. An additional 5 would only enhance his prowess further. The 3-second cooldown reduction on the core displacement skill, stealth, promises substantial practical value. It not only facilitates positional adjustments, but also allows for more frequent high-impact bursts. There was no hesitation. He immediately consumed the Emerald Essence. Stealth, cooldown time 12 seconds. My output of skills is sufficient now, with a skill available for every stealth activation. Excellent. Chen nodded in satisfaction, turning his attention to the second item within the treasure chest. Chapter 65. Shattered Oath Fragment. It was an irregular shard of crystalline form, roughly the size of a palm. The fragment exuded a profound dark purple hue, reminiscent of solidified thunderbolts and the gaze of an abyssal eye. Its edges were remarkably sharp, and the surface was adorned with a web-like network of fissures. Deep within these cracks, a faint, flickering light danced, akin to imprisoned stars. A whisper of sorrow and resentment emanated from the shard, permeating the air around it. Shattered Oath Fragment. Rank, Diamond Type. Special Item. Effects 1. Whispers of the Forsaken. By possessing this fragment, one may occasionally hear indistinct murmurs that could guide the holder to uncover forgotten secrets or reveal hidden weaknesses of formidable entities. 2. Omen of Ruin. Hidden. This fragment resonates peculiarly with objects or beings that have experienced betrayal or carry broken oaths. Under certain conditions, it may unlock hidden potentials of specific items or trigger unique events. 3. Uncertain Path Ahead. Its true purpose remains obscured. It appears to be a fragment of a key. Yet whether it unlocks treasures or calamities remains a mystery. Description: once a relic of immense power, this artifact was shattered in an earth-shattering act of betrayal. It embodies the endless sorrow of broken vows while retaining a glimmer of its former strength, awaiting a moment of reawakening or new mission. Usage requirement: none. Diamond Tier. Special Item. Shattered Oath Fragment. Chen picked up the cold fragment, scrutinizing it intently. Unlike the direct enhancements provided by the Emerald Essence, this item was steeped in mystery. Whispers of the Forsaken. Omen of Ruin. Uncertain Path Ahead. He recited the effects in his mind, his brow slightly furrowing. This object did not enhance combat prowess like equipment or skills. Rather, it resembled a prelude, a key to uncharted narratives or concealed systems, resonating with items or beings that have suffered betrayal or bear broken oaths. A thought flickered in Lu Chen's mind, instinctively recalling the ring of slaughter on his hand. This ring grew by siphoning attributes from others, embodying a sense of dominance and predation. Could it also fall under the category of broken oaths? He attempted to bring the shattered oath fragment near the ring of slaughter, yet no discernible reaction transpired between the two items. It seemed that mere proximity was insufficient. Perhaps the ring of slaughter did not meet the criteria, or specific circumstances were necessary. Lu Chen pondered thoughtfully. The value of this shattered oath fragment likely resided not in the present moment, but in the future. Such an unknown, brimming with possibilities, often intrigued him more than direct attribute enhancements. He carefully stored both items away. Although the rewards from the Nightmare's first completion were not as astonishing as those from the Inferno, they were undeniably coveted treasures for players at this stage. Particularly, the potential of this shattered oath fragment was immeasurable. At this moment, the once silent Lich Hall was left with only Lu Chen. The remains of Elvin's twilight still lay scattered beneath the throne, and the lingering aura of death had yet to dissipate entirely. Meanwhile, the channel for the Huaxiao region and the Oracle buzzed incessantly, stirred by the White Emperor's latest conquest of the nightmarish dungeon. I am utterly astounded. Is the White Emperor intent on monopolizing all the first clears across various difficulties? Will he leave any room for our humble guild to breathe? Lamented a guild leader in the channel. Indeed, just observe the speed at which he claims rewards. I suspect his experience in the nightmarish dungeon is akin to our own in the ordinary mode. Is there a fundamental imbalance in this game? Another voice interjected, tinged with evident envy. An imbalance? I believe the true issue lies in the fact that we are not playing the same game as the White Emperor. He operates in a mode of unparalleled prowess, while we are merely struggling for survival in hell. Lu Chen remained unfazed by the external clamor. He had grown accustomed to such uproar. With the first clear of the nightmarish dungeon secured, it was time to tend to the heroic difficulty of the fiery prison. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's lips. Although the rewards from the heroic difficulty may no longer hold the same allure for him, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Moreover, first clear rewards are often imbued with a certain uniqueness. He opened the dungeon interface and chose to exit the dungeon. In a flash of light, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the desolate Lich Hall. The heroic difficulty of the fiery prison features mechanisms slightly more intricate than those of the Whispering Crypt. However, with overwhelming numerical superiority, it should pose little challenge. Lu Chen recalled the strategies from his previous life regarding the heroic difficulty of the fiery prison. The final boss is a Flame Lord, whose mechanics involve the periodic summoning of lava elementals, necessitating swift elimination of minions while evading area skills. For an average team, this tests their cooperation and damage output. But for him, there are no tricks, only numbers. Lu Chen reaffirmed this simple truth. His Void Arrow Rain and Multi-Shot are exceptionally effective against summoned creatures, and his single-target burst can instantly incinerate the boss. He set forth towards the fiery prison. In his stealth state, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, gliding through the crowd like a specter, unnoticed by any. The surrounding clamor gradually faded behind him, replaced by a palpable tension as he approached the battle zone. He wondered what treasures the heroic difficulty chests might hold. Lu Chen felt a flicker of anticipation. The first clear chest from the nightmarish dungeon yielded emerald and diamond grade rewards. Thus, the heroic clear was likely to bestow platinum and gold grade treasures. While the grades may not be particularly high, first clear chests often contain delightful surprises, such as unique materials, special items, or even triggers for hidden quests. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the fiery prison. The guard stood vigilant. Yet for a player who had already triumphed over the nightmarish dungeon, passage was unobstructed. Enter, resolve swiftly, he thought. Without hesitation, he chose to enter the dungeon. Please select Dungeon Difficulty. Normal, Hard, Heroic, Nightmarish, Purgatory. Heroic. Lu Chen made his choice without a moment's doubt. As I entered the instance Raging Flame prison at the heroic difficulty, the environment around me transformed instantaneously. The searing air enveloped me, as if I were submerged in a colossal furnace. Beneath my feet lay scorched stones, and the atmosphere was thick with the acrid scents of sulfur and charred coal. In the distance, deep growls and the sounds of metal clashing reverberated. Lu Chen's figure emerged at the entrance of the instance. He refrained from immediate action and instead instinctively surveyed his surroundings. The passageway was narrow, flanked by searing rock walls. And ahead, faint glimpses of lower-tier fire elementals patrolled the area. The first tier of adversaries comprised fire elementals and magma hounds. Lu Chen mused, his gaze tranquil. For ordinary players, these creatures posed a considerable challenge at the heroic level. Yet to him, they were merely a source of experience points. It's time to commence the cleansing. Lu Chen drew forth his Shadow Fong longbow. Chapter 66. A swift conquest of the heroic level in mere moments. The fiery elements and magma hounds of the first tier were unable to approach Lu Chen, evaporating instantaneously under the precise strikes of his arcane shot. Though their health and attack power had been augmented under the heroic difficulty, such enhancements were trivial when confronted with Lu Chen's damage output, soaring into the hundreds of thousands, even millions. The void damage disregarded physical defenses, rendering these creatures, with their high fire resistance and physical armor, as insubstantial as paper before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen advanced deeper into the dungeon, with the monsters along his path offering no resistance whatsoever, be it the throngs of magma elements or the stout flame giants. None could withstand the might of his arrows. He found even the use of widespread skills like void arrow rain superfluous. A mere barrage of multiple shots or void-piercing arrows sufficed to easily dispatch the elite foes obstructing his way. The challenge posed was hardly worthy of a warm-up. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Chen's mind as he swiftly arrived at the second tier of the Inferno prison, where the adversaries transformed into magma golems and flame sentinels. These foes were larger, with heightened defenses and attacks that bore the searing effect. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. One arrow, then another. Monsters fell before the terrifying numbers of damage, yielding experience points and scattered loot. Time sped by in this efficient cleansing. Utilizing his extraordinary mobility and familiarity with the dungeon's layout, Lu Chen flitted through the sweltering prison like a specter. The mechanisms designed to test players' teamwork and endurance became utterly irrelevant in the face of his sheer numerical dominance. The first two bosses were dispatched instantaneously, yielding 4 pieces of silver gear along with 55 points in strength and 57 points in constitution. Soon, Lu Chen reached the final boss area, a platform situated at the center of a vast lake of lava. The Flame Lord brandished his colossal flame warhammer, unleashing a deafening roar. Flame Lord Ignis, Silver Rank Lord Heroic Difficulty. Level, 15 health, 350, 000 attack. 1, 500 physical fire, defense. 1, 200 magic resistance. 1, 100 skills, flame shock lava summon. Scorching aura, sacrificial fire affixes. Heart of elements, 30 increase in fire damage, with an additional 20 increase in frost damage taken. Lava armor, 25 reduction in physical damage. Berserk, increases attack speed and damage when health drops below 30. His health slightly exceeded that of the final boss in the Whispering Catacombs, with physical mitigation still within tolerable limits. A glance at the boss's attributes solidified Lu Chen's assessment. The mechanism for summon minions from Lava Summon was precisely the target for his Void Arrow Rain and multiple shots. Upon spotting Lu Chen, the Flame Lord emitted a thunderous roar, swinging his immense warhammer toward the platform with ferocity. Flame Shock, a searing shockwave, radiated from the fissures in the ground, while several magma elements climbed up from the lava lake. Lu Chen activated Void Blink, evading the shockwave as he materialized behind the Flame Lord. Stealth, Void Piercing Arrow. A hauntingly purple arrow pierced the chest of the Flame Lord, igniting a cascade of terrifying damage figures. The colossal figure of the Flame Lord trembled violently, its furious roar stifled in its throat. It failed to even enter a state of frenzy, collapsing as if all its strength had been siphoned away, its fiery essence rapidly extinguishing, transforming into a pile of charred rock alongside several gleaming spoils. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the Silver Tier Lord, Flame Lord Ignis. You gain 8,000 experience points. Reputation 250, City of Glory. System notification. Trigger the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Slaughter. Randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 65 points of strength from Flame Lord Ignis. System notification. Acquired Lava Core, Silver material. System notification. Acquired Flame War Hammer, Silver. System notification. Acquired 60 gold coins. Liu Chen casually picked up the fallen items, quickly tossing the materials and staff into his backpack. Although no usable equipment had dropped, the acquisition of strength attributes was a worthy gain. Just as he finished sorting through the spoils and prepared to depart, a series of system notifications and server-wide announcements resounded once more. System notification. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the heroic level Dungeon Prison of Fury. You received the first completion rewards. Reputation 2000, Gold 100, Heroic First Completion Treasure Chest 1. Server announcement. Xia Region Path of Glory. Congratulations to player White Emperor for successfully conquering the heroic level Dungeon Prison of Fury. You are the first hero dungeon conqueror in the Xia region. Your heroic deeds will be remembered. Rewards. Reputation 2000, Gold 100, Heroic First Completion Treasure Chest 1. Server announcement. Xia Region Path of Glory. Congratulations to player White Emperor. Server announcement. Xia Region Path of Glory. Almost immediately following the announcement of the Nightmare First Completion, the announcement of the Heroic First Completion ignited the Xia channel once more. World Channel. One Sword Frost Cold, 19 continents. Goodness. Am I seeing things? Just secured the Nightmare First Completion, and now he's turn around to snag the Heroic First Completion. Is there even a 10-minute gap? Glory of the Mage. Is there a big shot who can calculate the time? How long was it from the announcement of the Nightmare First Completion in Whispering Abyss to the current announcement of the Heroic First Completion in Prison of Fury? Date Emperor. Up there, I just calculated. The interval between the two announcements is 7 minutes and 37 seconds. Night Shadow Unseen. 7 minutes and 37 seconds? Excluding travel time, did it even take 5 minutes from entering the dungeon to clearing it on heroic difficulty? Is this dungeon crawling, or just a leisurely stroll? Equipment recycling station. I suspect he didn't even fight. He just phased through the walls and instantaneously defeated the boss. Spectator. Instantaneously defeating a heroic difficulty boss? That creature has hundreds of thousands in health and a plethora of defensive mechanisms. Newbie seeking guidance. Is this cheating? Does GM really not care? How is this even possible? The White Emperor's devotees expressed their disdain fervently, exclaiming, "Sour, let the acidity flow." The esteemed White Emperor truly reigned supreme. Previously, the Stellar Squad's triumph in the challenging mode had brought them joy, but now they comprehend the essence of overwhelming strength. The World Channel once again descended into chaos, filled with an abundance of speculations and astonished exclamations. Liu Chen remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to the sheer impact derived solely from raw numerical prowess. Devoid of any intricate strategy, he opened the hero's first completion treasure chest, revealing 2 items lying quietly within. Chapter 67. Shadow Form. Upon acquiring the hero's first treasure chest, Liu Chen wasted no time and opted to open it immediately. With a soft click, the lid sprang open. Similar to the Nightmare chest, there was no overwhelming brilliance. Instead, 2 items lay quietly within, emanating a subtle yet captivating glow. The first was a skill book, radiating a faint dark blue hue, its cover adorned with an indistinct, shadowy figure. Skill book. Shadow Form grade. Platinum type. Passive skill book. Assassin exclusive. Effect. Upon learning, permanently increases evasion rate by 5 and reduces area damage taken by 5. Learning requirement. Secondary profession must be assassin. Liu Chen's eyes brightened at the sight of the platinum passive skill for the assassin class. Evasion and area damage reduction were undoubtedly practical attributes. His primary profession, Void Hunter, leaned towards ranged damage output and control, while his secondary profession, Shadow Assassin, endowed him with stealth, burst damage, and close-quarters combat capabilities. The evasion boost from Shadow Form would grant him a higher margin for error in close encounters. while the area damage reduction would effectively mitigate unavoidable AoE attacks, particularly against certain formidable bosses. To him, the value of this skill book was akin to that of legendary equipment. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the Platinum skill Shadow Form. Shadow Form. Platinum passive skill permanently increases evasion rate by 5 and reduces area damage taken by 5. Perfect Duality triggered. Evasion increased by 60, area damage taken reduced by 60. A gentle, refreshing sensation coursed through his body, making him feel notably lighter and more attuned to the subtle shifts in his surroundings. With the addition of the assassin skills, his archer abilities also received a significant enhancement. The numbers were now invincible. Chen nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the second item within the chest. It was a fist-sized peculiar fruit, entirely dark gold in hue, its surface intricately patterned. It exuded a faint aura of life, and he could sense the vibrant vitality contained within as he held it. Life Source Fruit Grade, Gold Type, Special Consumable Permanent Enhancement Effect. Upon use, permanently increases maximum health by 10. Description: a rare fruit condensed from immense life essence, said to grow on the ancient tree of life. Usage requirement: none. A permanent increase of 10 to maximum health. A gold grade consumable. Its effect was straightforward yet remarkably practical. A flicker of joy crossed Chen's eyes. While his physical attributes were not particularly low, as an output-focused character leaning towards agility and strength, his maximum health had always been a weakness. This 10 enhancement, being a percentage boost, would benefit him greatly as he improved his health through equipment, level-ups, and attribute points, offering significant growth potential. In any profession, vitality stands as the quintessential attribute for survival. A higher vitality signifies a greater margin for error, enabling one to endure perilous battles and deliver more substantial damage. Indeed, the rewards from the hero's initial treasure chest did not disappoint me. Chen promptly consumed this source of life fruit. The fruit dissolved upon entry, and a wave of warmth coursed through his body, eliciting a sense of comfort from head to toe, while his vitality caps surged upward. His current vitality stood at 7,040. A 10 increase translated to an additional 704 points, bringing his total vitality to 7,744. Splendid. Chen reveled in the invigorated life force within him. His spirits lifted considerably. Both Shadow Body and Source of Life Fruit had directly enhanced his survival capability, which was undoubtedly a boon for a glass cannon striving for ultimate output. The initial completion of the dungeons, Hero, Nightmare, and Purgatory, had been secured. Chen contemplated. It was time to continue leveling up and seek out those deeper hidden opportunities. The realm of divination was vast and boundless. The initial completion of dungeons was merely an appetizer. The true treasures lay within the uncharted territories, formidable world bosses, and various hidden quest lines. His level was still somewhat low, at a mere 20, although his talents and gear could easily dominate the current dungeons. Chen understood that as the game progressed, the monsters would grow in level and complexity, as future updates ushered in a full-scale war against alien races. Fearsome entities wielding the rules would emerge. His current stats were insufficient to contend with such adversaries. He must continue to ascend, elevating his level, unlocking more skills, and acquiring higher base attributes were the keys to long-term success. It was time to venture into more advanced areas for leveling. He recalled memories from his past life, pondering over efficient leveling spots suited for solo players like himself. Some locations bustling with elite monsters or traversing high-difficulty dungeons were excellent options. Beyond leveling, he was particularly intrigued by items that might trigger hidden quests or special events, such as the Fragment of the Oath and the Voidwalker Badge. The descriptions of these items hinted at deeper mysteries and powers. He could also investigate regions linked to the Void or Shadows. The map of divination sprawled infinitely, with hidden clues and opportunities scattered throughout. The pursuit of these chances often yielded more surprises and transformative experiences than mechanically grinding for levels. Chen gathered his thoughts and set forth. He resolved to first clear the nearby wild bosses, seize the attribute points, and then find a suitable leveling spot to elevate his level. Following that, he would delve into those concealed secrets. A clear plan formed in his mind. Leveling up not only provided substantial attributes, but also allowed for the acquisition of superior gear and access to more dungeons, including team dungeons. To obtain platinum-level equipment, one would need to face wild bosses or participate in team dungeons. The entry level for team dungeons can far exceed level 20. First, locate the boss. Chen made a decisive choice. While leveling up is indeed significant, it is not an immediate necessity. On the contrary, taking advantage of the fact that the majority of players have yet to arrive at the City of Glory, when the outdoor boss remains unchallenged, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to farm and acquire attributes. Additionally, some bosses are unique, one-time encounters. Missing out on them means a permanent loss. While the loot can be considered, missing out on attribute points is truly regrettable. Having obtained the Ring of Slaughter, it is essential to make the most of it to further solidify one's advantages. Chen's ambition has never been to compete with other players, but rather to compete with himself. He aims to surpass his past self. Chapter 68. The Bear King as one of the novice main cities. The City of Glory naturally harbors numerous wild boss monsters within its jurisdiction. These boss creatures vary in rank, ranging from bronze to gold, and in certain hidden corners. Formidable platinum-level beings may also exist. At this stage, most players are still meandering around the novice village, with only a select few managing to reach the City of Glory, and they are all preoccupied with their initial class advancement quests. This presents a prime opportunity for Chen. He activated stealth, merging his form into the shadows, and hastened towards the eastern gate of the City of Glory. The outskirts of the City of Glory unfold into an expansive plain, intermittently adorned with sparse woodlands and rolling hills. The air is crisp, the sunlight radiant, and one might occasionally observe small groups of low-level monsters wandering about. Chen's objective is clear. He recalls that this area spawns a level 15 silver boss, the rampaging Bear King. Despite its silver rank, even the smallest of creatures holds value, and its attribute points are not to be dismissed. After traversing for several minutes and passing through a sparsely wooded area, Chen heard the resounding echoes of skills and the shouts of players ahead. Chen? He paused, concealing himself in the shadow of a large tree, directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. Before him, in a clearing, a group of over a dozen players was engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal gray bear. The bear's fur gleamed with a metallic sheen of deep gray, its crimson eyes ablaze, and it emitted a deafening roar, each swipe of its massive claws generating a powerful gust of wind. Rampaging Bear King, Silver Boss, level, 15 health, 130, 000, 150, 000 found it. But seems someone else is already engaged. Chen mused, noting that the boss's health had already been partially depleted. Upon observing the players, a few familiar faces emerged, members of the Starlight team whom he had encountered earlier at the entrance of the Flame Prison. Alongside them were several players of different classes, seemingly a makeshift team assembled for this expedition. At this stage, only those with exceptional talents could reach level 10, thus daring to challenge a level 15 silver boss. However, their situation appeared grim. Hold the aggro, shield warrior. Don't let the boss escape, Starlight commanded, simultaneously striking the Bear King with his staff, leaving a trail of wounds. His equipment was commendable among ordinary players, but in the face of a silver boss, his damage output seemed somewhat lacking. The main tank, Iron Blood Berserker, appeared particularly beleaguered. His shield bore numerous claw marks, and his health fluctuated precariously, sustained only by the efforts of two priests positioned behind him. Hurry up, this boss hits too hard. My defense can't withstand many blows. If the priests run out of mana, we 1T stand a chance. Iron Blood Berserker's voice was tinged with urgency, and the Bear King's rampaging claw attack had an extensive range, limiting his maneuvering space. Suddenly, the Bear King reared up, its massive paw descending with a whistling wind, executing the rampaging claw. The iron-blooded berserker struggled to hold the shield, yet was forcefully pushed back several steps. a colossal damage number floating above his head as his health plummeted perilously. "Priest, heal the main tank," Xingchen exclaimed urgently. However, the challenge posed by the level 15 silver boss was overwhelming for their ragtag team of level 10 players with inconsistent equipment. Lacking a qualified main tank, the iron-blooded berserker, primarily an offensive damage dealer, had temporarily donned a shield, but his gear and attributes proved insufficient against such a formidable foe. The entire team was engaged in an arduous battle. The mana of the two priests dwindled dangerously, and at this rate, they would inevitably be outlasted by the boss. Damn it, why is this silver boss so tough? The bronze boss on hard mode was not nearly this difficult. Feng Zhong, chasing the wind, roared, activating a burst skill as he charged at the Raging Bear King, only to be swatted away with a single swipe, tumbling across the ground until he came to a halt, his health bar nearly depleted. "Fool, what are you doing charging in like that as an assassin?" Xingchen scolded in exasperation, having repeatedly emphasized the need for tactical positioning and skill evasion. The unexpected chaos briefly unsettled the team's formation, causing the Raging Bear King's aggro to fluctuate as it lunged towards the cloth-wearing classes in the back. "Be careful!" Cries of alarm filled the air as the situation grew increasingly dire. Lu Chen, concealed beneath the shade of a tree, observed the battlefield with calm scrutiny. The cooperation among Xingchen's team was far from harmonious, exhibiting signs of disarray, clearly a makeshift assembly struggling against the level 15 silver boss. It was nearly time. Lu Chen calculated the Raging Bear King's remaining health and the imminent collapse of Xingchen's line. He had no interest in leisurely cleaning up the mess after their annihilation. Stealth. In an instant, Lu Chen vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared at the Raging Bear King's flank, perfectly positioned for an attack. Drawing the Shadow Fong longbow to its full draw, a meticulously honed arrow was quietly nocked, its tip glimmering with a dark sheen, aimed precisely at the Raging Bear King's relatively vulnerable side. Precision shot. Whoosh. A barely audible sound sliced through the air. The arrow seemed to transcend the constraints of distance, striking true as it embedded itself beneath the thick fur of the Raging Bear King. Minus 760, 4,676. Stealth break. Backstab. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A terrifying damage number, far beyond what anyone from Xingchen's party could have imagined, erupted above the Raging Bear King's head. The vivid red numeral blazed like a brand. Roar. The Raging Bear King's massive paw, poised to strike, froze mid-air, emitting a brief, mournful cry as its colossal form collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crimson glare in its eyes faded swiftly, leaving behind only confusion and resentment, before it ultimately succumbed to death. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the silver boss, Raging Bear King. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Reputation 100, City of Glory. System notification triggered the unique effect of Ring of Slaughter Plunder, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 37 points of strength from the frenzied Grizzly King. System notification. Obtained Claw of the Bear King, Silver. System notification. Obtained resilient fur of the Grizzly King, Silver material. System notification. Acquired 15 gold coins. On the battlefield, the once cacophonous shouts, the thunderous sounds of skills, and the roars of the boss came to an abrupt halt. A deathly silence enveloped the area. Members of the Starry Squad stood transfixed, their gazes locked onto the fallen Grizzly King and the astronomical damage figure hovering above it. What just happened? Feng Zhongchue Feng was the first to break the silence, having just risen from the ground, his face still reflecting the relief of having survived a near calamity, now rendered speechless by the scene before him. The boss, it just perished? Iron-blooded berserker was equally stunned, his shield still raised in a defensive posture, his expression one of disbelief. Xingchen opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. He fixated on the damaged figure, feeling as if his understanding of reality had been shattered. Who just delivered that blow? Was that damage real? Or was he merely hallucinating? The female priest within the team rubbed her eyes, asking tremulously. They had fought valiantly, exhausting all their strategies, and, after a prolonged struggle, had managed to deplete barely a fifth of the boss's health. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the boss had vanished. This was more surreal than a dream. Chapter 69. The invitation of the stars on the battlefield, the cacophony of shouts, the thunderous roars of skills, and the ferocious growls of the boss suddenly came to an abrupt halt. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. The members of the starry squad stood agape, gazing at the fallen king of the gray bears and the astronomical figure of damage hovering above it. What on earth is happening? Wind chasing wind was the first to exclaim, having just risen from the ground, a look of relief etched on his face, only to be rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. The boss just vanished? Ironblood Berserker also stood in shock, his shield still poised in a defensive stance, his expression fraught with disbelief. Starry opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found his throat parched. Unable to utter a single word, he fixated on the damaged figure, feeling as though his very understanding of the world had been upended. Who struck that blow? Was I seeing things? The female priest in their party rubbed her eyes and asked, her voice trembling. They had fought valiantly, exhausting all their trump cards, only to whittle away less than a fifth of the boss's health. And now, in the blink of an eye, the boss was gone? This was more surreal than a dream. 764,676. This number struck them like a heavy hammer, crashing down upon each of their hearts. After the initial shock, a glimmer of realization flickered in Starry's eyes. He abruptly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping through the shadows of the surrounding forest, and spoke in a low voice. This damage. It must be him. Who? Wind chasing wind instinctively inquired. By D. Who else could it be? Starry nearly gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. Just recently, they had witnessed by D's announcements on the World Channel, boasting consecutive first clears of nightmare and heroic dungeons. Who else could unleash such outrageous damage? By D? The others trembled upon hearing the name. For players of the Oracle, this name loomed like an insurmountable mountain. By D? Didn't he just finish a heroic difficulty run? How could he be here? One team member exclaimed, disbelief and a hint of indignation creeping into his tone. After all their hard work, he just, with a single arrow, Starry bitterly added, he only needed one arrow. Our damage isn't even on the same scale. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. They had believed themselves to be top-tier players, at least ahead of the majority in terms of progress, but in comparison to Bai D, they were mere fireflies against the full moon. Damn it, is there even a point to playing anymore? Wind chasing wind spat, his tone filled with frustration. We toiled endlessly to take down the silver boss, and he just strolls by and finishes it off in an instant. What kind of nonsense is this? Despite his complaints, his gaze toward the corpse of the gray bear king involuntarily carried a touch of reverence. That level of cataclysmic damage was beyond his comprehension. The damage exceeds 600,000. Should an AoE skill be unleashed, it is likely they would be swept away alongside the boss. The priest quietly echoed, indeed. It feels as though all our efforts are but a jest before him. Chen, concealed in the shadows of the trees, listened intently to their conversation. Yet his expression remained entirely unperturbed. For him, it was merely a matter of effortlessly dispatching an obstructive creature. The thoughts of the Starry team held little significance for him. He stepped forth from the shadows, disregarding the players, and approached the corpse of the gray bear king, bending down to gather the spoils and a handful of gold coins, which he casually tossed into his bag. Having completed this task, Chen prepared to depart. His objective was to plunder attributes, and with that aim fulfilled, he had no desire to linger. White Emperor, please wait. Just as Chen was about to step into the shade of the forest, Chen suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly called out to him. His voice trembled, a blend of trepidation at the formidable damage and a touch of desperate resolve. Chen paused momentarily, yet did not turn back, simply waiting for him to continue. He could surmise what was to be said, either an attempt to recruit or to inquire. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and quickly approached Chen from a short distance behind, speaking with utmost sincerity. White Emperor, I have long admired your reputation. Your prowess has been evident to us all. On behalf of the Starry Guild, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Should you acquiesce, the position of Guild Master shall be yours at once. At this proclamation, not only the members of the Starry team behind him, but even Fengzhong Zhuifeng and others displayed expressions of shock. To relinquish the position of Guild Master? Such a monumental sacrifice and determination. They were acutely aware of the immense effort Xingchen had invested in this guild. Yet, Lu Chen merely stood there calmly, his figure appearing somewhat indistinct at the edge of the shadows. His heart was devoid of turmoil. The title of Guild Master? Such matters may have held some allure in his previous life, but for him now, they were nothing but shackles and burdens. His true quest lay in uncovering the secrets and powers hidden within the depths of the game, in obliterating the foreign races to evade the impending war of annihilation, rather than engaging in the trivialities of guild dominance with ordinary players. I have no interest. Lu Chen's response was succinct and unequivocal, leaving no room for negotiation. Xingchen's expression faltered momentarily. While he had anticipated a refusal, he had not expected it to be so outright. The light in his eyes dimmed for an instant, only to rekindle swiftly, as though he had long prepared an alternative plan. The Iron Blood Berserk and the others exchanged glances, having expected White Emperor's refusal. Yet the firmness of it caught them off guard. They had assumed that even if he declined, there would at least be some pleasantries exchanged. Truly, the White Emperor is a man of character, Fengzhong Zhuifeng murmured, his tone a mix of admiration and something else. Xingchen quickly composed himself, forcing a smile, and continued. Since the esteemed one does not wish for this, I should not press further. You have just triumphed over the harrowing challenges of the Whispering Abyss on Nightmare difficulty and the Inferno Prison on Heroic difficulty, undoubtedly acquiring a wealth of equipment. I wonder if you might have any surplus or temporarily unnecessary items available for sale. Our Starry Guild, along with my companions, would be more than willing to offer a handsome price for such treasures. His words were artfully crafted, both highlighting Lu Chen's illustrious achievements and expressing his own needs and sincerity. More importantly, this presented an exceptional opportunity to establish a connection with the esteemed White Emperor. Even if no equipment could be procured, exchanging a few words and leaving a favorable impression would still be advantageous. He understood well that resources and information in the possession of a top-tier solo player like the White Emperor were invaluable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a stir within. Indeed, he possessed several items that were of no use to him. Selling them to the Starry team in exchange for some gold or perhaps some unique materials they might possess was certainly a viable option. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen turned around, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Starry Guild. Chapter 70. Slaying bosses as easily as drinking water. Upon observing Lu Chen's apparent inclination toward a transaction, Xingchen and the others could not suppress their delight. Particularly Xingchen, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without further ado, Lu Chen retrieved several pieces of equipment from his backpack. These items, predominantly of golden and silver grade, were acquired from the Nightmare difficulty of the Whispering Abyss and the Heroic difficulty of the Blazing Prison, although they held little utility for him. For ordinary players and elite teams like Xingchen's, they were indeed treasures. The sole concern was the high-level requirement of the equipment, especially the golden grade items, which demanded a level beyond 20. Nonetheless, Xingchen and his companions were unconcerned. Having such gear on hand was always advantageous. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Lu Chen's backpack swelled with over 5,000 gold coins, a substantial profit. Thank you, esteemed by D. Should you ever require assistance from our team, do not hesitate to call upon us, Xingchen stated earnestly. He understood that this exchange was not merely about acquiring equipment, but also about forging a bond of goodwill. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, uttering no more words, and with a flicker of his figure, he vanished into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind only a fleeting impression. For him, this was merely a brief interlude. In the ensuing hours, Lu Chen operated like a highly efficient hunting machine, weaving through the various corners surrounding the City of Glory. Utilizing the memories from his past life, he expertly pinpointed the spawn locations of numerous outdoor bosses. Whether it be the venomous spiders lurking in dark caverns, the stone guardians entrenched in ancient ruins, or the vengeful spirits roaming the cursed forest. All succumbed to his overwhelming damage before they could reveal their ferocity. With a repertoire of skills at his disposal, precision shot, void-piercing arrow, arcane shot, he dispatched bosses with ease, often before they had the chance to display their menacing countenance, transforming them instead into experience points and spoils. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the Golden Grade boss, Corrupted Commander. Experience gained. 12,000 points. Reputation 350, City of Glory. System notification. Triggered the unique effect Plunder of the Ring of Carnage. Plunder successful. You have permanently seized 78 points of Constitution from the Corrupted Commander. System notification. Acquired Commander's Decayed Great Axe Golden. As each boss fell, Liu Chen's experience bar surged rapidly, his backpack brimming with gold and various materials, while the attribute points plundered from the Ring of Carnage steadily enhanced his foundational attributes. Upon defeating the 23rd outdoor boss near the City of Glory, a frost giant atop a snow-capped peak, his character level ascended to 22. Additionally, he plundered a total of Strength 422, Agility 317, Constitution 505, Spirit 256, and with the attribute points from leveling up, Liu Chen experienced a significant enhancement across his 4 primary attributes. Level 22. Attributes: Strength 2120, Agility 1954, Constitution 1277, Spirit 897, Attack 2450, Defense 2052, Magic Resistance 1687, Health 14,047, Mana 8970. Such a splendid beginning. Liu Chen whistled, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. His speed in soloing bosses now surpassed that of ordinary players battling minor foes, achieving a remarkable ease akin to drinking water. The advancement he made on the first day of the server's launch equaled the efforts he had expended over the course of 10 to 15 days in his previous life. The old adage rings true. Diligence is rewarded by the heavens, Liu Chen concluded. He also speculated that the nearby bosses had mostly been cleared. The remaining ones either had yet to respawn or were scattered across more distant regions, rendering it unnecessary to pursue them at this moment. Liu Chen's gaze shifted towards the horizon, where the outline of the City of Glory emerged. His level and foundational attributes were sufficient for now. What lay ahead? Liu Chen's expression grew profound as memories long sealed began to surface in his mind. It was time to trigger those hidden quests, especially the unique ones, which he must seize before other players could. The allure of the Oracle transcends mere monster grinding and dungeon clearing. The clandestine quest lines hidden throughout the world often entwine grand narratives with exceptionally bountiful rewards, capable of altering a player's fate. For Liu Chen, these unique hidden tasks were his foremost priority at this stage. They promised not only significant immediate gains, but also paved the way for his future ambitions. He recalled information from his past life, sifting through the early clues for unique quests that could be triggered near the City of Glory, all of which bore crucial rewards. There was one task, if memory serves me right, whose initial clue should be located in the slums of the City of Glory. A subtle smile graced Liu Chen's lips as a clear plan formed in his mind. The outline of the City of Glory gradually came into focus, starkly contrasting with the desolation of the wilderness. However, Liu Chen's destination was not the bustling areas within the city, but rather the deliberately neglected shadows hidden beneath the facade of brightness, the slums. Traversing several relatively tidy peripheral streets, the air grew murky. The buildings before him became increasingly dilapidated, the cobbled paths replaced by mud and refuse, and the narrow alleyways twisted like a spider's web, with light struggling to penetrate, casting deep shadows. This was the slum of the City of Glory, a realm that felt worlds apart from the orderly main city. Vividly, Liu Chen recalled the unique task associated with this place. In his previous life, he had been unable to engage with this quest, but this time, an opportunity had presented itself. He silently recited to himself, understanding that once such a unique task is triggered by another, it would vanish forever, regardless of its completion. Now, as he led all players on the server, It was the perfect moment to accomplish this quest. Otherwise, when a majority of players depart from the novice village, it is likely that some wayward players may wander here. The gameplay of the Oracle is exceptionally diverse. Not all players are solely focused on leveling up. There exists a considerable number of casual players, many of whom are dedicated to unraveling mysteries. In my previous life, numerous quests were deciphered by them, including the one that Chen is currently undertaking. Gathering his thoughts, Chen navigated through the labyrinthine alleys, relying on his memory to search for that inconspicuous mark embedded in his recollections. According to clues from his past life, the quest's starting point was an abandoned shrine, dedicated to a long-forgotten minor deity. After winding through numerous twists and turns, he found himself at the end of a particularly secluded and narrow dead end. Here, a multitude of discarded items lay piled high, exuding a pungent odor. In the innermost recess of the alley, a corner, nearly obscured by debris, revealed the remnants of a half-damaged stone shrine. Its surface was encrusted with moss and fissures, covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly neglected for ages. This was the place. Chen's gaze sharpened. He cleared away the clutter in front of the shrine and began to examine it meticulously. The shrine was empty, save for an unremarkable groove that seemed to have once held something. Chen extended his hand, gently caressing the inner wall of the groove. His fingertips encountered a faint pulse of energy, along with a barely discernible engraving. This mark was not naturally formed, but was instead an ancient script. He had found it. A slight smile graced Chen's lips. This was precisely the clue he sought, the genesis of that unique quest. Next, he would delve into the mysteries of this symbol, officially commencing the task. Chapter 71. Commencing the quest, these ancient symbols, rather than mere characters, resemble a simplified totem, imbued with an ineffable charm. Chen concentrated, recalling that this symbol had been referenced in a prior life's expansion, associated with a long-forgotten ancient deity, the god of shadows and secrets. It represented a uniquely intricate and exceptional quest, the Whisper of the Forgotten Altar. Chen silently recited the name within his mind. In his previous life, this quest had been inadvertently triggered by an obscure casual player who spent a fortnight struggling to complete it. Yet the ultimate reward was sufficient to make any top guild envious. The player soared to great heights as a result, but regrettably, he had initiated the quest long past the optimal moment, with many tasks becoming exponentially more challenging due to the game's evolving version, and some clues entirely severed. Most of that fortnight was consumed in gathering leads and deciphering mysteries. However, Chen was different. He possessed knowledge of the quest's intricacies, and with a systematic approach, he could complete all tasks in just a few hours. His gaze sharpened. The rewards of this quest were extraordinarily generous. The initial phase included a piece of unique equipment capable of growth, and the subsequent clues were intricately intertwined with his shadow assassin profession. In that moment, the surrounding stench and filth seemed to fade away, isolating Chen from the world, with only the faint etchings within the dilapidated altar capturing his attention. He extended his finger, where a soft whisper of shadowy energy swirled, gently touching the ancient engravings. This task was connected to the god of shadows and secrets, making the shadow assassin a fitting choice. Ah, yet another pitiful soul attempting to pry into the forbidden. A cold, mocking voice resonated within his mind, seeping from the timeless silence of the altar. The voice was neither male nor female, filled with a disdainful superiority. The world has long forgotten. Why must you disturb my tranquility? Chen's actions remained unperturbed, his mind undisturbed. He had anticipated such a display of intimidation. Unique quests, especially those tied to deities, often possessed their own distinctive character. The shadowy energy within him flowed like a key, gradually infusing the ancient engraving. System notification. You have touched an unknown ancient mark. Sensing the faint remnants of divine power within. System notification. Your shadow assassin profession resonates uniquely with this mark. As the shadowy energy permeated, the previously dim engraving suddenly radiated a deep, somber glow. The light was not overwhelming, yet it seemed to devour all surrounding illumination, forming a small vortex within the crumbling altar. Shortly thereafter, a clear system notification appeared before Chen. System notification. You have successfully activated the hidden quest Line the Whisper of the Forgotten Altar. Task name. Whispers of the Forgotten Altar. Uniqueness. Task Stage 1. The Lost Offering. Task description. In a secluded corner of the City of Glory, an overlooked deity, after a prolonged silence, seems to sense the presence of new followers. This divine entity requires you to retrieve a lost offering to demonstrate your devotion and capability. According to the faint remnants of guidance within the altar, this offering appears to be misplaced in the old warehouse district, now occupied by a band of unwelcome guests. Task objective. Proceed to the old warehouse district and reclaim the Shadow Stone Cup 01. Task rewards. 20,000 experience points. 500 reputation in the City of Glory. Task penalty. None, however, task clues will permanently vanish. Note, as the first to awaken the altar, you seem to have piqued the deity's additional interest. The old warehouse district, Chen mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reviewed the task prompt. This beginning mirrored precisely the memories he held. The old warehouse district was infested with ruffians, their levels ranging between 20 and 25, alongside a silver-tiered leader. For an average player at this stage, it posed a considerable challenge, yet to him, they were merely inconsequential foes to be effortlessly dispatched. Chen tucked away the task panel, feeling quite pleased with that extra spark of interest from the deity. The attention of a divine being often heralded unexpected rewards. However, the thought of the choice he was about to make made him chuckle softly. He lingered not in the slums, his figure vanishing in a flash at the end of the filthy alleyway. In stark contrast to the deathly silence of the slums, the old warehouse district, though equally dilapidated, thrummed with a chaotic vitality. Occasionally, muffled shouts or the clattering of metal could be heard emanating from behind the tightly shut warehouse doors. This locale represented yet another gray area beneath the city's shadow, teeming with thugs, rogues, and clandestine dealings lurking in the dark. Activating his stealth, Chen melded seamlessly into the mottled shadows of the walls and the stacked crates, his ethereal footsteps rendering him nearly soundless. His objective was to locate the group that occupied this territory and possessed the Shadow Stone Cup. Drawing from his recollections, he swiftly identified several probable target areas, those abandoned warehouses that were relatively secluded yet boasted ample internal space. He halted outside a warehouse adorned with a tattered sign reading Blackwater Dock Number 3. The iron door of the warehouse stood ajar, faint light and coarse laughter seeping through the crack. "Damn it, luck is really against me today. I've lost again." The boss said to lay low for a while. "Things are tense. Once this blows over, we can pull off some big scores, and then we'll have money to spare." Chen's gaze remained tranquil, betraying no hint of disturbance. He chose not to enter through the front. Instead, like a specter, he glided around to the side of the warehouse. The properties of his ethereal steps allowed him to easily traverse a not overly thick wooden wall, granting him direct access to the interior of the warehouse. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a few scattered bonfires. A dozen or so disheveled ruffians, clad in tattered attire and wielding rusted weapons, encircled a flickering bonfire, engrossed in gambling and boasting. The air was thick with the acrid stench of sweat and low-quality ale. Deep within the recesses of the warehouse, a man of imposing stature, markedly more robust than his ilk and bearing a grotesque scar across his face, sat atop a pile of goods, methodically polishing a broad-bladed cleaver. It was evident that he was the leader of this band of miscreants. Warehouse bully, silver tier boss, level 23 health, 295, 000, 295. 000. Chen's gaze lingered briefly on the scarred leader before shifting to an inconspicuous wooden crate beside him. According to the mission directive, the Shadow Stone Chalice should be nestled within. With the target identified, the time for action had arrived. The Shadow Fong longbow materialized in his grasp, and almost simultaneously as the bowstring was drawn, the arrow was loosed. Void rain of arrows. A dark purple magic circle enveloped the entire warehouse as the arrows, imbued with a lethal aura, descended. -616,366. Break stealth. Critical hit. Weakness attack. In Chapter 72, the dark tongue, the anguish cries, faded into silence. The ruffians were caught off guard, collapsing like cut wheat. As towering damage numbers appeared above their heads, their health bars depleted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse lay strewn with lifeless bodies, including the silver-tiered, scarred-faced boss, swept away in a single wave. System notification. You have slain warehouse bully, earning 8,000 experience points, 23 gold coins, and bully's cleaver, silver. System notification. Triggered the unique effect plunder from the ring of slaughter, randomly extracting attributes. System notification. Plunder successful. You have permanently acquired 48 points of constitution from warehouse bully. Chen approached the fallen scarred leader, kicking aside the debris that lay atop him, revealing an inconspicuous wooden box beneath. He opened the box to find a cup, meticulously carved from an unknown black stone, adorned with intricate, ancient patterns, emanating a faint wave of shadow energy. Shadowstone Cup, quest item, description. An ancient sacrificial vessel used to offer tributes to the gods of shadows and the arcane, seemingly imbued with a special power. Acquired. Chen stored the Shadowstone Cup in his backpack. System notification. Quest Whispers of the Forgotten Shrine, Stage 1. The Lost Offering completed. System notification. Earned 20,000 experience points. Glory City Reputation, 500. System notification. Quest Whispers of the Forgotten Shrine has been updated to the next stage. Quest Stage 2. The Rekindled Ember. Quest description. You have successfully retrieved the offering, and the deity has shown initial recognition of your devotion. However, this alone is insufficient. You must prove your potential to spread their glory. Proceed to the Scholars Guild in Glory City and seek a tome titled The Lost Deity's Treatise to discover the method of igniting the first spark of faith. Quest objective. Find the Lost Deity's Treatise at the Scholars Guild 01. Quest reward. 40,000 experience points. Glory City Reputation 1,000. Special Item Shadow Minion Contract 1. Quest penalty. None, but quest clues will permanently vanish. Note. The deity is quite pleased with your efficiency, seemingly eager for your forthcoming endeavors. The Scholars Guild. Chen's gaze flickered, recalling the Lost Deity's Treatise and the Shadow Minion Contract. This reward matched precisely with his memory. The Shadow Minion Contract was a valuable asset, capable of summoning a shadow minion linked to his attributes, useful for scouting and engaging in battle. With the Ring of Slaughter, his attributes multiplied infinitely, enhancing the minion's strength correspondingly. Gathering his thoughts, Chen chose not to linger any longer. After clearing the loot from the warehouse, he swiftly departed the old warehouse district, heading toward the Scholars Guild in Glory City. The forthcoming task cannot be resolved through sheer force. The Scholars Guild comprises a cadre of learned individuals, and acquiring ancient texts from them necessitates offering tomes of equal worth. This, however, is not a significant issue. Although Chen does not possess such volumes himself, he is aware of their whereabouts. The City of Glory boasts countless NPCs, among whom are exceptional talents, and Chen is acquainted with several individuals who harbor an extraordinary passion for archaeology. Of course, this so-called archaeology is, in the eyes of many, indistinguishable from grave robbing. Rather than proceeding directly to the Scholars Guild, he veered into a few more secluded alleys. These passageways often represent the shadowy underbelly of the city's gleaming facade, teeming with a mix of characters and concealing numerous clandestine transactions. Eventually, Chen halted before an unremarkable general store. The shopfront appeared dilapidated, with shelves haphazardly displaying dust-covered wares. It seemed less a business and more facade. He rhythmically tapped on the door, 3 long and 2 short knocks. Moments later, a cautious voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" "I seek a few antiquities," Chen replied calmly. The door creaked open a crack, revealing a pair of beady eyes that scrutinized him from head to toe, filled with skepticism. "A new face, huh? You must have taken a wrong turn, kid," the individual said, his tone laced with mockery and probing. Chen, uninterested in banter, retrieved a small pouch of gold coins from his backpack, weighing it in his hand. The coins clinked melodically, their sound piercing the silence of the alley. "I am in search of earthen rats. not here to exchange pleasantries. If you have goods, present them. The price is negotiable. Upon hearing the term earthen rats, the man's expression shifted slightly. Noticing the weighty pouch in Lu Chen's hand, his demeanor softened a fraction, and he adopted a more cautious tone. Ah, this could be interesting. What year of old things are you after? We do not deal in rubbish here. The older, the better. The characters should be obscure, preferably unique editions, Lu Chen replied succinctly. You speak with some bravado, the man muttered, stepping aside to allow entry. Mean, but let me make it clear, our items do not come cheaply. Lu Chen stepped into the dimly lit shop, where the air was tinged with a mixture of dust and mildew. Navigating through a cluttered display area, he arrived at the back room, which was even more chaotic. Several figures were gathered around a battered wooden table, and upon seeing Lu Chen, they cast him unfriendly glances. A guest has arrived, looking to trade for an ancient text. The man who had ushered Lu Chen in said to a dark-skinned, sharp-eyed, middle-aged man seated at the table. This man was the leader of the group of earthen rats. He assessed Lu Chen with a discerning gaze and spoke in a low voice. You seem unfamiliar. I wonder which circle you hail from? Lu Chen, wishing to avoid prolonged entanglements, replied straightforwardly. I simply want books. Name your price. He understood that when dealing with such individuals, demonstrating sufficient financial capability and a decisive demeanor was far more effective than anything else. A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. He gestured to his subordinate, and soon someone emerged from the inner room, carrying a dusty wooden box. Upon opening the box, several yellowed animal skin scrolls and a few bound ancient tomes were revealed. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the contents, eventually settling upon a particular book that lacked a cover. Its edges frayed, yet the text remained legible, drawing upon the memories of his past life. He recognized that although the contents of this book were unrelated to his quest for the lost deity's treatise, its antiquity and obscurity rendered it a valuable bargaining chip. How much for this? He inquired. The middle-aged man extended 3 fingers. 3,000 gold coins, fixed price. This price could hardly be deemed low, yet Lu Chen hesitated not, promptly producing the required sum. Deal. With the transaction complete, Lu Chen secured the ancient tome in his possession. Without lingering, he departed the general store, leaving behind the astonished gazes of the onlookers. For him, this was merely a small step towards his goal. The true challenge awaited him at the Scholars Guild. As he stowed the tome in his backpack, Lu Chen adjusted his course towards the central area of the City of Glory, where the Scholars Guild was located. In stark contrast to the dim surroundings he had just left, the streets grew increasingly spacious and tidy as he approached the heart of the city, the air becoming noticeably fresher and the architecture more grandiose. The Scholars Guild would present an entirely different battlefield. For a bibliophile such as himself, acquiring ancient texts from the hands of those scholarly guardians would prove to be no easy feat. Chapter 73. Whispers of Faith. The Scholars Guild of the City of Glory is nestled in a tranquil area at the heart of the bustling metropolis, distinctly separated from a surrounding clamor of commercial activity. It stands as a venerable and imposing stone edifice, its lofty arches and stained glass windows exuding a profound academic aura. The air is imbued with the distinctive dust and scent of ancient tomes, offering a stark contrast to the squalor of the slums and the chaos of the derelict warehouse district. As Lu Chen stepped through the grand entrance of the guild, the heavy oak doors closed silently behind him, effectively severing the connection to the outside world's din. The interior of the guild is remarkably spacious, with towering bookshelves reaching up to the vaulted ceiling, brimming with a myriad of texts. Several venerable scholars, clad in academic robes, are scattered throughout the space, some gently perusing scrolls in hushed tones, while others fervently scribble at their desks, enveloping the atmosphere in a near-stagnant silence. Lu Chen's purpose is clear. He seeks to locate the lost deity's treatise. Such a direct request for a specific ancient text may seem somewhat abrupt to these scholars, who hold their tomes in the highest regard. Approaching an area that resembles an information desk, he encounters a bespectacled elder with graying hair, deeply engrossed in a pile of parchment. Excuse me, Lu Chen's voice is soft yet sufficient to draw the elder's attention. The scholar adjusts his glasses, his gaze appraising as he surveys Lu Chen from head to toe, his tone laced with a subtle condescension. Adventurer, this is not a place for you to seek power through tomes. The ocean of knowledge is vast and cannot be fathomed in a single day. Unperturbed by the elder's demeanor, Lu Chen understands that such attitudes are commonplace towards outsiders, especially those deemed brash adventurers by these learned men. I come in pursuit of knowledge and hope to exchange a book for another, he states, producing the nameless ancient text acquired from the rat merchant. Upon the appearance of the tome, the elder's initial impatience flickers as he pushes aside the parchment before him, his gaze now fixed upon the tattered book with a hint of intrigue. Oh, this is rather interesting. Let me have a look. Lu Chen hands over the ancient volume, which the elder accepts with utmost care, as though it were a fragile treasure rather than a mere book. He meticulously examines the yellowed pages, deciphering the obscure characters and symbols, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. This book indeed has some age to it. After a moment, the elder speaks slowly, his tone shifting from dismissive to more serious. The text is extremely archaic, seemingly fragments of records from a long-forgotten ancient kingdom. Where did you acquire it? By chance. Lu Chen replies succinctly, aware that for these scholars, the intrinsic value of a book far outweighs its provenance. By chance? An inquisitive scholar, who has been observing the exchange, approaches with an air of derision. Young man, such ancient texts are not stumbled upon casually. Are you aware of its worth? Lu Chen recognizes that they are probing him. He responds calmly, I have a modest understanding. The historical value of this manuscript is undoubtedly for you all to judge. I wish to exchange it for a tome entitled The Examination of the Lost Deity. The Examination of the Lost Deity? The elderly scholar raised an eyebrow. Although that book is somewhat obscure, it pales in comparison to the value of this fragment. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the exchange? I am resolute, Lu Chen affirmed. His objective was indeed the examination of the lost deity, and the ancient text he had unexpectedly acquired was merely a means to that end. The two scholars exchanged glances and engaged in hushed dialogue. For them, trading a relatively less valuable book for a rarer and more precious fragment was undoubtedly a shrewd transaction. More importantly, the fragment in Lu Chen's possession would significantly aid their research. Very well, young man. We acknowledge your sincerity. Ultimately, the old scholar nodded and beckoned. Follow me. The examination of the lost deity is stored in the inner vault and requires registration. Lu Chen felt a sense of relief. It seemed the first step had been successfully accomplished. He followed the old scholar through several rows of towering bookshelves until they reached a heavy metal door. The old scholar retrieved a set of keys and unlocked the door. A more intense aroma of books mingled with the scent of desiccants wafting toward them. The inner vault was even quieter and dimmer than the outside, seemingly to safeguard these invaluable tomes. The old scholar halted before a row of shelves, retrieving a book of moderate thickness, its cover a deep brown, and handed it to Lu Chen. This is the examination of the lost deity. Lu Chen took the book, feeling its weight in his hands, the title inscribed in an archaic script upon the cover. System notification. Obtain quest item The Examination of the Lost Deity 1-1. System notification. Quest Whispers of the Forgotten Altar, Phase 2, Rekindled Flame, has been completed. System notification. Gain 40,000 experience points. Glory City Reputation 1,000. Special item Shadow, Servant Contract 1. System notification. Quest Whispers of the Forgotten Altar has been updated to the next phase. Quest Phase 3. Whispers of Faith? Quest description. You have successfully acquired the knowledge to ignite the flame of faith. Now, you must find a suitable medium and venue as recorded in the examination of the lost deity, and conduct a simple ritual to offer the first faint whisper of faith to the forgotten deity. The deity appears to be filled with anticipation. It yearns to feel a semblance of existence once more from the depths of endless silence. Quest objective. Complete the preliminary faith ritual according to the guidance of the examination of the lost deity 01. Quest reward. 50,000 experience points. Glory City Reputation 2,000. Dependent on the completeness of the ritual and the deity's response. Quest penalty. None, but quest clues will permanently vanish. Note, The deity's gaze seems to be drawn to you more frequently. It perceives a faint yet resilient light within you. The shadow servant contract. Lu Chen's attention was swiftly captured by a newly appeared pitch-black scroll within his backpack. In a previous life, this item was exceedingly rare. It is surprising that such a reward could be obtained in the early stages of this task. His attributes are now remarkably high, and the combat prowess of this shadow servant should not be underestimated. He stored away the examination of the lost deity in the contract, expressing his gratitude to the old scholar before turning to depart from the Scholars Guild. The forthcoming task will truly test his understanding of the game and his ability to mobilize resources. Searching for the medium and the venue, and conducting the ritual. Each step must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, not only could the task fail, but might also provoke the displeasure of the deity. This third phase of the task is far more than merely arranging items in a location. In fact, reaching this stage entails a critical decision. It is a choice between embracing the deity's power and embarking on the path of the chosen one, or rejecting this boon and opposing the deity, all resting upon the player's will. Moreover, this decision is irrevocable and will profoundly influence the player's subsequent development. In his previous life, the player who completed the task chose to accept the deity's power. However, Lu Chen intends to pursue an entirely different path. He aims to vanquish this yet-to-be-awakened deity. Chapter 74. The choice. Lu Chen emerged from the Scholars Guild, sunlight cascading upon him. He did not linger on the bustling streets, but instead, guided by memory, turned into a few secluded alleys, ultimately halting in an abandoned courtyard, deserted and neglected. The remnants of crumbled walls and overgrown weeds rendered this place a sanctuary of solitude. He first retrieved the pitch-black shadow servant contract. The scroll felt icy to the touch, pulsating with faint energy. System notification. Would you like to use the shadow servant contract? He silently affirmed yes. The dark scroll disintegrated in his hands into pure shadow energy, which swiftly coalesced before him, solidifying into a vague humanoid silhouette. Moments latte. A servant, resembling Lu Chen in stature and composed entirely of dense shadows, materialized before him. It bore no distinct facial features. Only two faintly glowing red orbs flickering at its head, seemingly its eyes. Shadow Servant. Special Summon. Level 22. Synchronizes with the Master S level. Attributes. Inherits 100 of the Master S base 4-dimensional attributes. Trait 1. Shadow Ambush. Can stealth. First attack in stealth inflicts additional shadow damage. Trait 2. Void Link. A portion of the damage dealt by the servant to enemies is converted into healing for the master. Trait 3. Indomitable Shadow. As long as the master survives and has sufficient mana, the servant can be re-summoned after a period, even if destroyed. Excellent. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Inheriting 100% of the base attributes meant that this shadow servant's strength and physique matched his own, albeit lacking his extraordinary skill values. Even so, it was undeniably a formidable ally, especially after he had amassed a significant amount of attributes. Should he manage to accumulate attribute points into the millions or even tens of millions, this shadow servant could very well become a world-destroying demigod. Next, Lu Chen opened the deep brown tome titled The Lost Deities. The pages were yellowed, the script ancient, chronicling numerous secrets regarding forgotten deities. He swiftly bypassed the majority of irrelevant content and quickly located the sections concerning the god of shadows and mysteries, as well as the ritual of the faith seed. The text meticulously delineated the steps of the ritual. It required 3 portions of solidified shadow, a handful of lightless dust, and a heart steeped in resentment as a medium, conducted in a place of absolute darkness where neither moonlight nor daylight could penetrate. For ordinary players, each of these materials presented considerable challenges, yet Lu Chen felt assured. His memories from a past life clearly outlined the locations for procuring these items. Humph, a quintessential offering for a malevolent god, he scoffed internally. The book also subtly suggested that if one completed the ritual with sincerity, merging their soul imprint with the faith seed, they could earn the deity's favor and become its earthly representative. This was the path chosen by that player in his previous life. However, Lu Chen's gaze lingered upon several passages that had been deliberately obscured, even encrypted with ancient symbols. These descriptions recorded a variant of another ritual, a method capable of reverse erosion, weakening, or even imprisoning deities. Yet, the demands of this method upon the ritual's conductor were exceedingly high, fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation of the soul. As expected, Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. This was indeed his true objective. To resurrect an evil god and then become its minion? Such a notion was not worth consideration. What he intended was to employ this ritual to pinpoint the core of the slumbering deity's will and obliterate it completely. A weakened deity, not yet fully awakened, represented the utmost limit he could challenge at this stage, as well as a pivotal step in amassing primordial capital to confront greater crises in the future. In the midst of his contemplation, a frigid and mocking voice abruptly echoed in his mind, carrying an air of condescension. "Insignificant ant, it seems you possess your own unique insights regarding my offerings and rituals." This voice was identical to that heard previously at the shrine, yet clearer, as if the deity's will had stirred slightly with the progression of the task. Chen remained unperturbed, his heart devoid of ripples. Such a degree of mental interference was insufficient to unsettle him. A forgotten relic daring to proclaim itself a god? Chen scoffed in his heart. The voice seemed incensed by Chen's insolence, laced with a shadowy amusement. How amusing, truly an intriguing soul. Do you know how many beings long to prostrate themselves at my feet, beseeching even the slightest favor? Yet you dare to blaspheme against a god on the verge of return. Return? Chen's gaze hardened. No, you shall go nowhere. Your place of slumber shall become your eternal resting ground. Presumptuous. The voice seethed with anger. Do you think that with your meager tricks, you can challenge the majesty of a deity? Accept my power, become my follower, and you shall gain unimaginable authority and glory. Defy me, and you will be reduced to the most abject dust. The deity's voice was laden with temptation and menace, attempting to sway Chen's resolve. Were it any other player, faced with such a direct solicitation from a god, they would likely be overwhelmed with excitement or paralyzed by fear. Yet Chen simply closed the tome on the lost deity. He slowly rose, casting his gaze toward a direction in the city of glory, where he recalled the most fitting location to conduct this special ritual. Raucous, Chen uttered softly, yet his murderous intent grew ever more resolute. A being that had yet to consolidate its form, merely clinging to fragments of divine power for survival, dared to negotiate terms before him? In his previous life, he had no opportunity to choose. In this life, he would eradicate all potential threats in their infancy. The reward for this third-phase task was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet this very ambiguity only heightened Chen's anticipation. To slay a god was in itself the greatest reward. He took a step forward, his figure fleetingly vanishing in the shadows of the abandoned courtyard, as if he had never existed. The shadowy servant silently trailed behind him, merging seamlessly into the same darkness. In search of ritual materials, setting traps, and then bracing for the wrath of a deity, Chen felt his blood beginning to simmer. This long-lost thrill of grappling with a formidable adversary intoxicated him.